My name is Lin Xiao, a nobody who lives a miserable life and dies a miserable death. My fate is destined to be equated with the word waste. It was not until the moment I closed my eyes that I realized that the biggest failure is not being laughed at by others, but giving up on yourself. However, when I opened my eyes, I found that fate seemed to be playing a joke on me. I was reborn. When I woke up again, I could hear my mother's nagging and the house was filled with the smell of firewood smoke and coarse tea. My first reaction was that this was another absurd dream, until I felt the warmth of my mother's palm. The reality of it made my eyes warm. "Mom, you're not dead. Where's Dad?" I nervously grabbed my mother's hand, afraid that she would suddenly disappear. "Death? You're the one who's hoping we'll die." My mother slapped me on the forehead. I grimaced in pain, but a sense of security that I had never felt before surged in my heart. Time goes back to the year 2000. I stand at the starting point of my destiny, and I know that the disaster is coming in the near future. Just as I began to think about how to rewrite my destiny, something even more bizarre happened. Suddenly, there was a slight vibration in the corner of the room, as if someone was calling me. I followed the sound to the backyard, pushed open the woodshed, and found a strange rune mark on the ground, like a simple field model. I was stunned for a moment, but a sense of familiarity inexplicably surged in my heart. As soon as I reached out to touch it, a majestic voice suddenly rang in my mind. "The fairy field system has awakened, and everything can be planted." Fairyland? What the hell? I tried to hold back my exclamation, but I found that this fairyland could actually communicate with me. It told me that this field can not only grow anything, but also make the crops mature instantly, and it can even expand and upgrade infinitely as the tasks are completed. Hearing this, I was stunned at first. Locust plague, famine, all those bloody memories before my rebirth came flooding back like a tide. Now, the natural disaster has not yet begun, but I have a piece of fairyland that can change my fate. Isn't this the second chance God has given me? Looking at the vast fairyland in front of me, I have never been so excited. My father and I began to cultivate this fairy field. After a busy day, I finally finished the work in the field. The work that would have taken 2 days was completed in 1 day. My father and I walked home, talking and laughing. The setting sun was hanging in the sky, shining on my body, and I felt more at ease than ever before. When we got home, my mother thankfully had already prepared dinner. When she saw us come back, she quickly got a basin of water for washing our faces and came over to greet us. I noticed that she had a smile on her face, as if with some unbelievable joy. "Damn it," the father said with a silly smile. "How did you get him to work? He worked so hard today." My mother came over with a half-believing look on her face and wiped the dust off my father's face. She looked up at me and said, "Shower, is this true?" I looked at the rare smiles in my parents' eyes, and I felt a little sad. It turned out that their expectations for me were so simple. In the previous life, I never made them so happy. At that time, there was only disappointment and helplessness in their eyes. Now think about it, what a jerk I was in my previous life. "Dad, Mom, I'm sorry." I put down the hoe in my hand, and my tone was so serious that even I was shocked. "I was wrong in the past and made you worry too much. Don't worry, from now on, I will definitely change all my bad habits, be a good person, and let our family live a good life." My mother's eyes suddenly turned red, and she looked up at me with tears in her eyes. "Son, I don't want you to be rich and powerful. I just want you to be down to earth and work hard, and don't make us worry like before. As long as you do this, we will feel at ease." The father also took a deep breath, wiped his eyes, and said, "Yes, as long as you can do this, we as parents will be able to die with a smile on our faces. By the way, Mother," he turned to his mother and said, "I met Aunt Wang today and asked her to help Shower find a wife." She agreed. Upon hearing this, the mother nodded excitedly. "That's great. This is a double blessing." The dinner was simple, but it was more delicious because of the joy. After dinner, I couldn't wait to go back to my room. Although the furnishings in the house were simple, my mother kept it clean and tidy. I lay on the bed, thinking about the affairs of Xiantian. After a busy day, I fell asleep in a daze after a while. When I was in a daze, my mother came in quietly, covered me with a quilt, looked at me and smiled, then turned and left. At that moment, I felt a kind of warmth, a warmth that I had never felt in my previous life. The next morning, I woke up early for the first time ever. In the past, I was too lazy to move even when the sun was shining on my butt, and would only get up after my mother scolded me. But this time, when I jumped up, all I could think about was the corn I planted last night. After entering the Xiantian space, I was completely stunned by the scene in front of me. In just one night, the corns were already ripe. The grains were full and the colors were bright like in the paintings. I was so excited. This fairy field was indeed magical. But how could I explain the corn? If I gave it to my parents directly, they would definitely be shocked. Just as I was hesitating, Aunt Wang's voice came from outside the yard. Uncle Lin. Aunt Lin, are you home? When my mother heard the sound, she quickly poked her head out of the kitchen and said, "Oh, Aunt Wang is here. Come in quickly." I followed her out and saw Aunt Wang standing in the yard with a big smile on her face and a hoe in her hand. As soon as she entered the door, she said, "Good news. They've agreed. Let's go over there today." Upon hearing this, her mother quickly pulled her into the house and said, "Aunt Wang, you are such a good person. Come on, sit down and rest your feet. I'll pour you some water." When my father heard this, he also rushed over and said, "Aunt Wang, thank you so much. If this really works out, our whole family will owe you a big favor." Aunt Wang waved her hands and said proudly, "Uncle Lin, Aunt Lin, don't be polite to me. Just wait for good news. By the way, this time I'm introducing my niece. She's pretty and hardworking, and she's definitely worthy of your shower." I listened to her words and laughed inwardly. This moment in my previous life was exactly the same as now, but this time, I would never let things go back. My mother went into the kitchen and started to prepare breakfast. Before she left, she smiled and told me, "Shower. Go and keep your Aunt Wang company and listen to what she has to say." I smiled and nodded and chatted with Aunt Wang for a while. I felt warm inside when I heard her praising me endlessly. Not long after, my mother came out with a bowl of cold dishes and steamed buns, and we all gathered around the table to have breakfast. After the meal, Aunt Wang urged, "Don't delay. Pack up quickly and leave early. People are waiting over there." My father started his shabby tricycle, took my mother, Aunt Wang, and me, bought a few gifts, and drove towards the girl's house. When I arrived at Nanping village, I looked up and surveyed the place. It was even more backward than our mountain village. The dirt roads are full of potholes, and most of the houses are built with mud bricks, so dilapidated that they seem like they could collapse at any time. The car stopped in front of a yard. The wall of the yard was also made of mud. The wooden gate creaked when it was pushed open, as if protesting against its overloaded mission. I know, this is Yang Xiaomei's home, my fiancé's home. I still remember that in my previous life, I was full of disdain and had no interest in this marriage. When they met, he was too lazy to even pour himself a cup of tea and had to have someone bring the meal to him. Although their family agreed to the marriage, it was only in exchange for a cow and a betrothal gift that her father had promised. What's even more ridiculous is that Xiaomei treated me so well after marriage, but I didn't take it to heart at all and always felt that she was not worthy of me. It was not until later, when that bitch Chen Yueying destroyed my family, that I realized who was the one who truly treated me well. After the door opened, Yang Xiaomei and her family of 5 walked out of the house. She looked exactly the same as I remembered, wearing a coarse plaid top and patched pants, with 2 pigtails, and as pure as a mountain spring. Behind her were her parents and 2 younger brothers and sisters. Although they were dressed simply, they were all neatly dressed. Aunt Wang introduced with a smile, "Brother-in-law, cousin, this is the Lin Xiao I mentioned. I brought her to you." Father Yang nodded and invited us into the house. "Come in and sit down, don't stand." As soon as I entered the house, I saw the bare walls of the house, and my heart ached. Yang Xiaomei's parents looked a little embarrassed, and even seemed a little reserved when greeting us. Aunt Wang briefly introduced both parties to us. During this time, I secretly observed Xiaomei. Her shyness, diligence, and thoughtfulness towards her family make me feel warm, just like in my previous life. At her father's command, she immediately turned around to make tea, and her younger brothers and sisters ran to help their mother prepare meals. "Xiaomei, what do you think of Lin Xiao?" Aunt Wang asked. Xiaomei blushed slightly, glanced down at me, and nodded slightly. Aunt Wang turned to look at me again. "What about you?" I looked at Xiaomei deeply and nodded. "I think it's good. This is what I really mean. I swear that I will never let her down this time." "Xiaomei, let me do it. Don't burn yourself." I stood up and walked over, reaching out to take her tea and thermos. Xiaomei was stunned for a moment, and her face turned red again. "It's okay. I can do it myself." I smiled and said, "We are a family from now on. Leave these things to me. Go and help Annie cook." She looked up at me, as if she couldn't believe what I said. Finally, she nodded and walked towards the kitchen with a blushing face. I am very good at doing these trivial tasks such as pouring tea and entertaining elders. "Brother-in-law?" Aunt Wang asked Father Yang with a smile. "How is it? Am I right? Xiaomei will never be wronged if she marries him." Father Yang nodded, took out a cigarette and handed it to my dad. Since both children are interested, we won't beat around the bush. Father-in-law, our conditions are a cow plus a gift of 8,888 yuan. Do you think it's okay? The father agreed without hesitation. Sure, no problem. Aunt Wang laughed and said, okay, then let's go back and choose a good day to get married. As they were talking, Xiaomei came in carrying cold dishes and homemade pickles. She bowed her head and said nothing, but I couldn't help but stand up to help carry the bowl. Seeing this, Xiaomei secretly glanced at me with a shy smile on her face. Everyone was having a great time at the dinner table. Aunt Wang arranged for us to sit together, and I didn't refuse. I took the initiative to pass the chopsticks to Xiaomei, but she picked up the food for me instead. Looking at her appearance, a warm feeling welled up in my heart, and I secretly vowed, I must protect her in this life. After dinner, we left Nanping village. On the way, my father bought some meat and vegetables in preparation for the in-laws' visit tomorrow. When we got home, my mother was already waiting at the door. She was so happy to see us that she couldn't stop smiling. How is it? Did it go well? The mother asked impatiently. Her father smiled and patted her on the shoulder. It went smoothly, and we got it done in one trip. Hurry up and get ready, because they are coming to our house for dinner tomorrow. My mother was so happy that she pulled Aunt Wang to stay for a drink. Aunt Wang waved her hands again and again. No, my family is still waiting. Let's talk about it after we set a date tomorrow. After seeing Aunt Wang off, my parents and I unloaded the things we bought. My mother took my hand and asked with a smile on her face, what conditions did they put forward? Mom, don't worry, it's just a cow and a betrothal gift. Dad has already agreed, I said with a smile. Before I even walked out of my second uncle's yard, I heard him shouting at me from behind, boy, don't think you can convince me by pretending for 2 days. There's a lot of time left, I'm watching you. When I heard this, I couldn't help but laugh. This is my second uncle's style. He is harsh in words but caring about others in his heart. Walking on the way home, I finally felt relieved. I have temporarily passed the hurdle of my second uncle. Although he is stubborn, I know that as long as he sees the changes in me, he will definitely stand on my side. Just as I was thinking about this, I bumped into someone head-on. Lin Xiao? A familiar voice sounded in my ears. I looked up subconsciously, and it was her, Li Wan, the girl who sealed countless memories in my mind. She was still as beautiful as ever, wearing a light blue sweater, with a hint of surprise on her face, as if she couldn't quite believe that the person she was seeing was me. It's you, Sister Wan. I touched my head awkwardly, my heartbeat quickened a little. This girl is the one I have always secretly liked since I was a child. She smiled, with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Why are you up so early? Aren't you still sleeping at this time before? Her words hit the nail on the head, leaving me speechless. However, I am no longer the same Lin Xiao who was lying flat on his back before. I smiled seriously and said, I have changed, completely changed. Now I am a hardworking and capable person who goes to bed early and gets up early. Really? She looked at me with a half smile, a hint of ridicule in her eyes. That's quite fresh. Lin Xiao has changed his lazy habits. Is the sun about to rise from the west? You really changed. I looked at her seriously. How about you help me supervise in the future and see if I can continue to be lazy? She stared at me for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed out loud. Okay, I'm really looking forward to it. But supervision is supervision, and you have to prove it to me first. Prove what? I was stunned. It depends on what you are busy with today, she said, looking up at the sky. Where are you going so early in the morning? I quickly briefly explained that my family would be entertaining my future daughter-in-law today, and also mentioned my second uncle's family in passing. After she finished speaking, I discovered that there was something more intriguing in her smile. So you're going to get married? She nodded, with an inexplicable tone. Then I want to see today if you can do this well. Her words made me feel a little uneasy. Getting married is a major event in my life, but she suddenly intervened, which made me feel a little complicated. But I didn't think much about it. After all, my family was waiting for me. Okay, see you later. I waved to her. As I watched her figure gradually disappear, an indescribable feeling surged in my heart. This girl is a treasured piece of my past, but now, I have embarked on a completely different path. When I got home, my mother was busy preparing lunch and my father was moving things in the yard. The whole family was busy. I also hurried to lend a hand and tried my best to appear more diligent. I just made a vow yesterday. It would be bad if I was caught being lazy. After a while, my second uncle and his family arrived. They were carrying a lot of things in their hands, which were obviously specially prepared. I hurried over to greet him and couldn't help but sigh in my heart that the day had just begun, but it was already filled with so many changes. The atmosphere of the meal gradually became lively. Although most of the dishes were cold, the table was filled with a warm atmosphere. Young Xiaomei's parents were obviously quite satisfied with me. At least I could hear some genuine compliments in their polite words. This feeling of being recognized is a far cry from the feeling of being despised in my previous life. Xiaomei, this kid looks like a grown-up now, Mother Tang Fenglian said with a smile, her tone unable to conceal her pride. Xiaomei lowered her head and smiled slightly, with a hint of shyness on the corners of her mouth, but she said nothing. This girl has been quiet and doesn't talk much since she was young, but looking at her expression, I can feel that she is satisfied with all this. During the meal, Aunt Wang also praised me a lot. Lin Xiao is different now than before. Xiaomei, you must be lucky to marry her. This child is very smart, but he was too lazy before. Now that he is motivated, he will definitely live a prosperous life. Hearing this, I quickly smiled shyly. Aunt Wang, please don't praise me too much. I have to learn to do it slowly and I can't embarrass my family. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone at the table laughed and the atmosphere became more harmonious. Come on, Lin Xiao, pour another drink for your mother-in-law. My father Lin Jinsen was busy directing. I picked up the cup and filled it carefully. My mother-in-law looked at me and smiled until her eyes narrowed into a line. Good, good, good boy. You made the right choice this time. I felt warm inside. I never thought that a simple action of mine could win so much recognition. In the past, I always thought that I should live one day at a time. But now I understand how much change a person's efforts can bring. After the dinner, my mother and Zhao Haiteng took Xiaomei's family to the main room to chat. The women were chatting animatedly. All the old and new things in the village, whose children were getting married, and who had bought new home appliances, all became topics of conversation. I had no interest, so I went back to the kitchen with my father under the pretext of clearing the table. How is it? My father asked me in a low voice while cleaning up the dishes. What's going on? I was stunned. Xiaomei, are you satisfied? He put down the bowl in his hand and looked at me seriously. I felt a little embarrassed for a moment, touched my head, and replied with a smile, It's okay, it looks good. After hearing this, my father showed an expression that said, I knew it all along. The girl is really willing to marry you, so you have to be nice to her in the future, okay? Don't be like those men who are fickle-minded. A harmonious family is the foundation of everything. Dad, don't worry. I nodded, but a complex emotion surged in my heart. In my previous life, Xiaomei was also kind to me, but I didn't cherish her. Now, she is still willing to marry me, so I must protect this home and not let her suffer any grievances again. Just as I was thinking about it, my mother poked her head out from the main room. Lin Xiao, Xiaomei said she wanted to go to your yard to take a look. You accompany her around? I was shocked. This girl actually took the initiative to ask for something. I quickly responded, put down the bowl in my hand, and left the kitchen. In the yard, Xiaomei was standing under an old locust tree. The breeze was blowing her hair, and she looked a little shy. I walked over and said with a smile, Xiaomei, tell me what you want to see. She looked up at me with a twinkle in her eyes. Nothing. I just wanted to see your yard. I came here when I was a kid, but I've forgotten it. Then I'll take you around. I scratched my head, suddenly feeling a little uneasy. The two of us walked around the yard, one in front and one behind. I pointed to the chicken coop and vegetable patch in the yard and briefly introduced the situation at home. Xiaomei nodded from time to time and didn't say much. When she walked to the small grape trellis in the corner, she suddenly stopped, looked at me and said, Lin Xiao, actually, I felt a little uneasy before I came here today. I was stunned. What's wrong with you? She bit her lip lightly. The villagers said you were lazy before. I heard that too. But after seeing you today, I think what they said might not be entirely true. Her voice was very soft, but it touched my heart immediately. This girl is so delicate that it makes me feel distressed. I smiled and said, Xiaomei, the villagers are right. I used to be that kind of person, but I have changed now. When we live together in the future, I will definitely let you live a good life. When she heard this, a light flashed in her eyes, and she whispered, Well, I believe you. It was a simple meeting ceremony with a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. I also changed my words, and young Xiaomei also toasted me. After changing her words, she received a lot of red envelopes. After dinner, everyone chatted in groups of 3 or 4, while Tang Fenglian and Zhao Haiteng went to the kitchen to cook noodles. The rule in Kaoshan village is that the party is not complete until noodles are eaten, and noodles symbolize a good omen of long-lasting happiness. Wang Tsuehua looked at me and said with a smile, Lin Xiao, take Xiaomei to the village and let her get familiar with the situation here. I nodded in response and turned to Xiaomei and said, Xiaomei, let me take you to see the scenery of our village next to the mountain. She nodded slightly. Dad, Mom, and third aunt, I'll go out for a walk first. We walked out of the yard together. When we reached the river at the entrance of the village, I held her hand and walked slowly. She was a little reserved and we didn't talk much, but my heart was filled with complex emotions. I mustered up the courage to hold her hand and asked, Xiaomei, do you think this river water is clear? She struggled a little but couldn't get away. Finally, she just nodded with a slightly red face. I took her to squat by the river and pointed into the water and said, Look, there are fish over there. She looked in the direction of my finger and saw a few small fish swimming in the water. I let go of her, took off my shoes, walked into the river and started catching fish. The water here is not deep, and the fish are small but not easy to catch. After a while, I finally caught a fish the size of my little finger and held it high up to show her, Xiaomei, this is for you. She took the fish and couldn't help but smile. That smile was so bright that it made my heart beat. She urged softly, let it go quickly, it will die out of water. I laughed too. They say fish only have a 7-second memory. Let it go and see if it still remembers you. She carefully put the fish back into the water, and the little fish immediately jumped away. She smiled and said, See, it was a liar. It ran away long ago. Looking at her smile, my heart softened, and I determined to make her happy forever. We played by the river for a long time. Gradually, she became less reserved and smiled more and more. Time passed unknowingly. An hour later, she whispered, Let's go back. We've been out for too long. They'll be worried. I nodded and accompanied her back home, chatting and laughing. On the way, I naturally held her hand and didn't let go until we reached the door of the house. After returning home, the meal was cooked quickly. After the meal, young Xiaomei's parents went back to the village, but she stayed, which was also a deliberate arrangement by her family. Her virtue and diligence soon won the favor of her family. Tang Fenglian did needlework with her and kept praising her for being sensible and virtuous. Although Lin Jinsen didn't say anything, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. The next morning, I heard some noise in the yard. I went out and saw Xiaomei sweeping the floor. I quickly took the broom. Xiaomei, why are you up so early? This is your first time at our house. How can I let you do the work? I'll do it. She smiled and said, Then I'll go help Mom cook. Then she turned and went into the kitchen. I looked at her back and felt that I must treat her well in this life. After breakfast, my father handed us some money and said, Take Xiaomei to the county town for a stroll. Xiaomei refused, saying she had money, but I forced it on her. After saying hello, we hurried to the village entrance. When we were almost at the entrance of the village, I couldn't help but look back. Her face was rosy from jogging all the way, and she looked so beautiful. I was just about to make a few jokes when I heard a familiar voice behind me. Brother Lin Xiao, are you going to the county town? The person next to you is? I turned around and saw that it was Chen Yueying. I frowned and ignored her, but she refused to give in. She came up to me, grabbed my arm and acted like a spoiled child. Hey, Brother Xiao, have you forgotten your old love just because you have a new one? You don't recognize me so quickly? I just felt sick and turned to look at Xiaomei. She took a step back with a complicated expression and asked softly, Who is she? I shook off Chen Yueying's hand with a cold face and said mercilessly, Do you think we are familiar with each other? Don't embarrass yourself here. Young Xiaomei's words stopped me in my tracks. I looked at her. A smile appeared on my lips, and I whispered, Your help is simple. Tonight, I just need you to cooperate with me in a play. I need you to come forward at the critical moment and expose their tricks. She frowned slightly, as if she was a little confused about what I said, but she didn't object immediately. I continued to explain. I need you to pretend to accidentally walk into their Hongmin banquet tonight, and then act according to my instructions. I will arrange everything as long as you follow my plan. I will take care of the rest. There was a hint of uneasiness in young Xiaomei's eyes. She bit her lips and seemed to be struggling. I held her hand gently and said sincerely, Xiaomei, I know this may be difficult for you, but you are the only one I can trust. This is not only for me, but for our future lives. I don't want them to have the opportunity to hurt me again, or use me to hurt others. She took a deep breath, seemed to have made up her mind, nodded, and whispered, Okay, I believe you, but you must make sure that things don't get out of control. I held her hand tighter and answered seriously, I promise, everything is under control. At this time, we had already reached the entrance of the shopping mall. I took her into a clothing store, picked out a set of decent yet simple clothes, and handed it to her. I said, Xiaomei, you are my support tonight. This is the battle robe I picked for you. When you put it on, you will be the most dazzling one. Her cheeks blushed slightly, but she did not refuse. She took the clothes and turned to walk towards the fitting room. I looked at her back and made up my mind. Tonight, I will not only expose the conspiracy of Li Hu and Chen Yueying, but also make them pay the price for everything in the past. I pondered for a moment and told young Xiaomei my plan word for word. After hearing this, she widened her eyes and asked in disbelief, "Are you really going to do this? Are you sure that things will develop according to your plan?" I smiled slightly and said firmly, "Don't worry, it will happen. We just need to wait until night to close the net." She was still skeptical and asked, "Are you so confident?" I smiled again. It wasn't because of my confidence, but because my experience in my previous life made me sure that everything would go in the direction I expected. But I knew that now was not the time to explain to her. I said, "Xiaomei, you just need to trust me. Just come over around 8 o'clock tonight. Also, notify my father and ask him to invite Chen Yueying's parents as well." Although I could tell my father myself, I was worried that doing so would cause things to go the same way as in my previous life. My father has a hot temper, but in my previous life, I didn't care about it at all, and even habitually ignored my parents' feelings. However, this life is different. After the separation in the last life, I realized the value of family affection. I vowed to cherish every minute and every second of our reunion and to let them live a happy life. I hesitated before. After all, Chen Yueying and I were also husband and wife in my previous life. If she behaves herself in this life, I might let her go. But now, she has taken the initiative to provoke me, so I can only accompany her to the end. Let's put an end to the grudges and hatreds of the last life in this life. Thinking of this, I looked at young Xiaomei. Although she didn't ask any more questions, she still looked at me with some worry, and finally nodded. As we chatted, we came to a shopping mall. The dazzling array of clothes attracted our attention, and I casually pulled young Xiaomei into a clothing store. The clothes here are not cheap. Most of them are 200 to 300 yuan each, and some are more expensive. The clerk was quite enthusiastic and started to introduce them to us. Young Xiaomei tugged at my sleeve uncomfortably and whispered, "Let's go. The clothes here are too expensive." Although her words were soft, the clerk heard them clearly. The clerk's originally attentive attitude suddenly turned cold, and she glanced at us with a hint of disdain. "Just take a look around. I'll go and greet other customers." After saying that, she walked away coldly. After walking a few steps, she turned back and added, "By the way, the clothes here are all high-end. Don't touch them if you don't plan to buy them." When young Xiaomei heard this, she blushed and lowered her head, not daring to look. I patted her hand and comforted her. "It's okay. Let's go." Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he heard a harsh, mocking voice from behind. "Tisk, two poor bastards, especially that woman, whose clothes have been washed countless times. Such people dare to come to our store. They probably can't even afford street goods." Young Xiaomei's hands were shaking slightly. I held her hands tightly and smiled calmly. "Let's go. Let's buy that one." After that, I took her back to the store, walked straight to the cold-spoken clerk, and said calmly, "Take down that dress for me. Also, another set of the same style but in a different color." Young Xiaomei quickly pulled me back and whispered, "Don't buy it. It's too expensive." I patted her hands and gave her a reassuring look. When the clerk heard that I wanted to buy 2 pieces, his eyes lit up, his expression changed instantly, and he wanted to get the clothes with a smile on his face. Another prettier clerk also showed a look of surprise. Soon, the clothes were brought in, and the clerk asked flatteringly, "Sir, do you want to try them on?" "No thanks," I said lightly, turned around and was about to leave. She was stunned for a moment, and her face immediately darkened. "Are you kidding me? If you can't afford it, don't pretend. You're wasting my time." The pretty clerk next to him also agreed, "Sir, this is not a place for you to have fun. If you don't want to buy anything, please leave." I sneered, turned around to look at them, and said in a low but powerful voice, "To entertain you, respect is mutual." Does her attitude just now deserve the word human? After hearing what I said, the customers around started to gather around, some of them whispering and complaining about the attitude of the shop assistants. The clerk did not back down, but instead said viciously, "If you don't have money, don't pretend. This kind of place is not for poor people like you." I heard this and laughed even colder. "So, poor people can't come in here? And they can't ask the price? Is this how you treat guests?" The crowd's discussion grew louder, and some people even pulled out their phones to film. I stood there, calmly expression, letting the quarrel spread further and further away. When the clerk saw that the crowd was getting bigger and bigger, he realized that the situation was not in his favor and started to make trouble. Nonsense. It was you who said you couldn't afford it, so I want to greet other customers. We are also workers. If we met customers like you, we would have starved to death. Her tone was sarcastic, trying to put all the blame on us. Some people in the crowd started to talk, some spoke up for the clerk, and some thought the store was too arrogant. But I didn't care and asked coldly, okay, how much for 2 pieces of clothing? The clerk raised his chin proudly and said in a bad tone, 516 yuan. If you really want to buy it, I will give you a small change, so let's just call it 510. I chuckled, reached out and pulled out a wad of cash from my pocket, shook it, and said, is that enough? The moment she saw the money, her expression changed and she immediately put on a flattering smile. Enough, enough. Sir, please go and pay the bill now. I shook my head and said coldly, buy? Sure, but not from you. Clothes touched by people like you are dirty to me. She was stunned, and the smile on her face froze instantly. I continued, didn't you say we shouldn't touch it if we can't afford it? Sorry, I'm a germaphobe. Then, I turned around, took Yang Xiaomei's hand, and said gently, let's go. Yang Xiaomei looked shy and touched. She just nodded slightly and followed me out of the store. The clerk finally realized what was happening. He got angry and yelled, I see. You guys are just making trouble on purpose. If you don't buy anything today, don't even think about leaving this store. She rushed over and pulled at my clothes, making a lot of noise like a shrew. I frowned and wanted to shake off her hand, but my movement was a little too heavy and she fell to the ground. This time, she took the opportunity to sit on the ground and cry, shouting, I was beaten. Another clerk immediately called the police. After a while, the police arrived and took us back to the police station to take a statement. In the end, I was fined 1,000 yuan for violence, while the clerk was not only unharmed but also became a victim. After paying the fine and walking out of the police station, I felt exhausted and depressed. This scene made me realize the fickleness of human nature and strengthened my determination. In this life, I must have power and wealth and never suffer such humiliation again. Yang Xiaomei saw my unhappiness and accompanied me silently without saying much. After a long time, I said, Xiaomei, I'm sorry for making you feel wrong today. She shook her head, her voice choking. It's all my fault, if it weren't for me. I interrupted her and smiled softly. Silly girl, this is not your fault. We have no power or influence. But I promise you that such a thing will never happen again. I will definitely let you live a good life. Yang Xiaomei gently held my hand and whispered, I believe you. To comfort her, I smiled and said, just wait. I will definitely buy this building in the future and make everyone inside it our employees. She was amused and leaned lightly on my shoulder. Whether you can do it or not, I am already very satisfied. We simply found a noodle shop, had a bowl of beef noodles, and then rushed to the station. As luck would have it, Chun Yueying was sitting in the car. Along the way, she tried to talk to me, but I was too lazy to pay attention. I was already in a bad mood. This made Chun Yueying a little unhappy, but it also aroused her interest. She has always been the village beauty in the village, with countless suitors, but I treated her coldly, which made her feel an unwillingness to conquer me. After a bumpy ride, the car finally stopped at the entrance of the village. Just when I wanted to go home quickly, Chun Yueying suddenly caught up with me and said tenderly, Brother Xiao, don't forget our agreement tonight. She even raised the bag in her hand and smiled flatteringly. Look, I bought a lot of delicious food for you. If you didn't come, I would go to your house to find you. I smiled coldly. Don't bother, I'll go. Chun Yueying smiled with satisfaction and turned to leave. Along the way, Yang Xiaomei seemed a little absent-minded and walked slower. I took one look at her and understood what she was thinking. Xiaomei, I said softly, don't let your imagination run wild. No matter how pretty she is, you are the only one in my heart. Hearing this, she blushed, nodded, and walked more briskly. As we got closer to home, I reminded her, remember to do as I say. Just be there before 9 o'clock. She nodded seriously, with a hint of shyness on her face. When we got home, my mother Tang Fenglian was busy serving dishes to the table. When she saw us come in, she smiled and said, Are you back? Hurry up and wash up and get ready for dinner. Although his tone was gentle, there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. He glanced between me and Yang Xiaomei, but in the end he didn't ask any more questions. Mom, I have something to go out for later, so don't wait for me. By the way, where's Dad? As soon as I finished speaking, my father Lin Jinsen walked into the yard carrying a hoe. Dad, you're back. I hurried to greet him. Well, The father nodded, then frowned and said, "What are you doing now, little brat? Xiaomei just came back. Why don't you spend some time with her?" I scratched my head and said with a smile, "Dad, I'm not running around. This time I'm doing something serious, don't worry." The father's expression softened a little, and he sighed earnestly, "Well, you are grown up now, so you should be more sensible in what you do." When his mother Tang Fenglian heard her father's voice, she hurriedly brought him a basin of hot water to wash his hands, but she couldn't help nagging. "You went to the county town? Why didn't you buy anything? Didn't we give you money? Why don't you buy some clothes for Xiaomei?" This made me feel a little uncomfortable, so I simply briefly recounted what happened in the county town. After hearing this, my mother immediately circled around me several times, carefully checking if I was injured. "Son, are you okay?" My mother's concern made my nose sore. In my previous life, no one had ever cared about me like this. Even when I encountered something serious, others either watched coldly or wanted to add insult to injury. "Mom, don't worry, we're fine," I whispered. While wiping his hands, the father said in a deep voice, "As long as you are okay, it's fine. Remember, no matter what happens, as long as you follow the right path, your mother and I will not let you suffer any injustice, even if we have to sell our blood and kidneys." Hearing this, I couldn't control myself anymore. I knelt down in front of my parents and said with sobs, "Dad, Mom, I was ignorant before and made you worry so much. From now on, I swear, I will make sure you live a good life." The father turned his head away and cursed in a hoarse voice, "You little bastard, why are you saying these things? Hurry up and get up. Don't make me feel uncomfortable." My mother hugged my head, tears streaming down her face. "If you can think this way, then all our sufferings are worth it." I stood up slowly and swore silently in my heart that I would never let them suffer again in this life. It was dinner time, but I had to go out. Before leaving, I winked at young Xiaomei to remind her not to forget what I had told her. My mother looked at my back, shook her head and said to young Xiaomei, "You have to control this brat. You can't let him do whatever he wants." Young Xiaomei was a little shy and smiled to change the subject. "Mom, I'll go help. I'm hungry." The laughter of my mother and father came from the house, and at this moment, I had already set out on the road to Chen Yueying's house. When I arrived at Chen Yueying's house, her mother asked coldly, "What are you doing here?" I replied calmly, "Your daughter asked me to come." Mother Chen shouted at the top of her voice, "Yueying, someone is looking for you." Chen Yueying came out of the house and smiled charmingly when she saw me. "Brother Xiao, you are so punctual. Come in quickly." She pulled me into her room, ignoring my mother's objections. There was a fragrance in the room, and there were several cold dishes and a bottle of wine on the table. She skillfully opened the bottle and poured me some wine while talking to herself. "Brother Xiao, do you know? We are both regarded as a joke in the village. You are lazy and I like to dress up, so the villagers say I am a lady and that I am not a good student." Her voice was filled with grievance and helplessness, but also with a hint of temptation. I didn't respond, I just listened quietly. Seeing that I didn't respond, her expression became more vivid and she continued, "Actually, I really didn't do anything. They wronged me. Brother Xiao, do you believe me?" I sneered in my heart, but didn't show my emotion. She continued to act pitiful, and my attention gradually focused on her true intentions. In fact, there was an ulterior motive behind her words. She was pregnant, but the other party was reluctant to make a promise to her. Under pressure from her family, she needed to find a scapegoat, and I happened to be the most suitable target in her eyes. When Chen Yueying started directing and acting in the show, I watched coldly, sneering in my heart. She is still so confident and thinks I am still that cowardly and vulnerable kid. But I didn't interrupt. Instead, I wanted to see what she was going to sing. "Brother Xiao, I actually sympathize with you." When she spoke, there was a hint of false emotion in her tone. "We both have the same problem and have difficulties with each other. I even feel that, slowly, I have fallen in love with you." As she said that, she brought out a small cake, lit the candles, and placed it on the table, with a pleading tone in her voice. "Today is my birthday. Can you sing a birthday song to me? It's a warm memory for me." "Okay." 2 lines of tears welled up in her eyes, and she looked sincere. When I looked at her appearance, I didn't feel much fluctuation in my heart. The tears may be real, but the motivation may not be. Reminiscing about the couple's relationship in my previous life, I decided to follow her wishes and sang a birthday song. She cried harder, and when she looked up at me, her expression became complicated. I don't know what she is thinking, but I know in my heart that her tears are not entirely innocent. "Brother Xiao, thank you." She raised her glass and seemed to toast me sincerely. I raised my glass, clinked it with hers, and drank it all in one gulp. The alcohol gradually took effect on me, and I pretended to be slightly tipsy, deliberately showing that I couldn't drink anymore, and lay motionless on the table. The cup fell to the ground, and the crisp sound of breaking echoed in the room. Chen Yueying called me a few times and pushed my shoulder. Seeing that I had no reaction, a smug smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She sat back in her chair and started drinking. At this moment, footsteps were heard outside the door and a man appeared at the door. It was Li Hu. I sneered in my heart. He came as expected. He is the son of the village party secretary. Relying on his father's power, he has been bullying the village. Chen Yueying's dependence on and indulgence of him was also part of her plan. Baby, is it done? Li Hu's voice was a little frivolous, but his hand was directly placed on Chen Yueying's shoulder. I closed my eyes and pretended to be drunk, but I could hear it clearly. I could see every word and every move they made. I'm drunk. Chen Yueying's voice was a little low, but there was a hint of perfunctoriness in her tone. Li Hu walked up to me, pushed me, and patted my face. After making sure that I had no reaction, he smiled with satisfaction and said, "This kid is really a waste." He laughed and sat back next to Chen Yueying. His hands went straight to her waist and started touching her inappropriately. "Where are those two old men in your family?" he asked casually. "No matter how bad they are still my parents." Chen Yueying pushed his hand away, with a hint of displeasure in her voice. I sneered in my heart. This farce was really ridiculous. She was clearly trying to harm me, yet she acted innocent and aggrieved. But this is Chen Yueying. She is always like this. Okay, baby, I was wrong." Li Hu coaxed her, and then turned the subject to me. "What should we do next? How are you going to deal with this kid?" Chen Yueying hesitated for a moment, then told her plan. After hearing this, Li Hu clapped his hands on the table excitedly. "Great! This is great. Now he has no choice but to take responsibility." I lay on the table, sneering in my heart. This plan is good, but unfortunately, their opponent is no longer the cowardly and incompetent Lin Xiao from the previous life. After Li Hu finished speaking, his hands began to wander dishonestly on Chen Yueying's body again. She seemed to want to push him away, but she didn't really resist and let him do whatever he wanted. I saw all this clearly. Let them be proud for a while. Soon, I'll show them who's in control of this game. Chapter 13. I'll kill you. You shameless thing. As they became more and more crazy, they had completely ignored Lin Xiao, who was standing beside them. This really made Lin Xiao anxious. After he took some time to check the time, he finally felt much better. Looking at their wanton affection, he couldn't help but sigh at Chen Yueying's figure. If pa. He quickly drove away this dangerous thought. If he had not been a humiliated woman in his previous life, she would not have ended up dead. He deliberately changed his posture, which almost scared the two of them to death. Li Hu was so frightened that he completely stalled. It's not that the two of them are afraid of Lin Xiao, they just don't want their plans to be ruined. What they didn't know was that there were already several pairs of eyes outside seeing everything clearly through the crack in the door. Just as they were about to rush in, they were stopped by young Xiaomei, because the person they were waiting for had not arrived yet, that is, Chen Yueying's father. Inside the house, Li Hu and Chen Yueying had already started to move Lin Xiao. Li Hu looked up, and Chen Yueying raised her legs and took a lot of effort to put Lin Xiao on the Kong. After doing all this, Li Hu looked at Chen Yueying's graceful figure, as if he was still unsatisfied and wanted to take advantage of her. In order to avoid any accidents, after being rejected by Chen Yueying, she kissed Li Hu and said angrily, "Well, if someone finds out, won't our plan be exposed? There is a long way to go. Why bother with this moment? Hurry up and leave, and don't forget to call the whole village to watch tomorrow morning. Only by forcing him to marry me can we have a bright future." After saying that, Chen Yueying no longer cared about Li Hu and lay down naked next to Lin Xiao. Seeing this, Li Hu could only glare at Lin Xiao fiercely. After taking advantage of him for a while, he turned around unwillingly and prepared to leave. Just then, the door was kicked open and a group of people rushed in. Li Hu was almost hit by the door that was suddenly pushed open, and he was also frightened by this sudden scene. Chen Yueying was also very frightened. When she saw one of them clearly, her face turned pale instantly. The people who came were Yang Xiaomei, Lin Jinsen, and other people from Kaoshan village. When Lin Jinsen saw this scene, he became furious. He pointed at Chen Yueying, who was curled up in the corner of the Kong, and cursed, "You bitch, you actually wanted to team up with your adulterer to harm my son. I'll beat you to death today." As he spoke, Lin Jinsen was ready to charge forward like an angry lion. But before he could make a move, he was stopped by a thin and dark middle-aged man next to him. His face was also filled with immense anger, mixed with some shame. He just walked out and said, "Uncle Lin, fellow villagers, they all say that family disgrace should not be made public. Today's incident is the fault of my Chin family. I will definitely give you an explanation." As he said that, the thin and dark middle-aged man stepped forward, picked up a stool beside him, and said angrily, "How could I give birth to such a shameless thing like you? You have brought shame to our Chun family's ancestors. I will beat you to death today, you bitch." Looking at the angry, dark, and thin middle-aged man, Chun Yueying quickly begged for mercy and fear. "Dad, I was wrong. I was really wrong." "Huh? Dad, please, stop hitting me. Please stop hitting me, Dad. I was really wrong." The thin and dark middle-aged man is Chen Yueying's father, Chen Dahai. At this moment, he felt that his face was completely lost, so how could he show mercy? For a moment, the room was filled with screams, and at this moment Li Xianghong rushed in after hearing the noise. They saw their husbands beating their daughter, cursing at the same time, saying, "Beat the bitch to death." Seeing this, Li Xianghong immediately started crying and went forward to hug her husband Chen Dahai and begged, "Her father, please stop beating her. She is our daughter." Chen Dahai pushed Li Xianghong away and said angrily, "Our daughter? I don't have such a daughter who is immoral. I'm just going to beat her to death today and pretend I didn't raise her." Having said that, he turned around and continued beating her, but by this time Chen Yueying had been beaten so badly that she was naked. Li Xianghong quickly hugged Chen Dahai's legs and begged, "Stop hitting her. Just solve the problem. You'll really kill her if you do this." Chen Dahai didn't want to hear anything at this moment. He pushed Li Xianghong away and continued to fight. Even the stool in his hand broke. Seeing that this was not going to work, Li Xianghong could no longer care and rushed directly to Chen Yueying, protecting her with her body. At this moment, Chen Dahai's hand suddenly fell down and hit Li Xianghong hard. She also wailed in pain, but she did not back down. She used her body to protect Chen Yueying, who was beaten to death, and begged at the same time, "I beg you all, even if Yueying was wrong, she has received the lesson she deserves. Please persuade him. If the fight continues, someone will really die. Besides, this isn't all my daughter's fault. It's also his. Please." When Lin Jinsen and others saw that Chen Yueying was indeed severely beaten, they began to soften and prepared to plead for mercy. When Li Hu saw Li Xianghong pointing at him, he immediately prepared to run away. The door was blocked, and he couldn't get out no matter how many times he looked for opportunities. As a last resort, he could only make excuses for himself. "Don't accuse me wrongly. It was your daughter who seduced me. If she hadn't seduced me, I wouldn't have liked her." Hearing this, Lin Jinsen and others were no longer afraid of his father Li Qingshou and started scolding Li Hu directly. When Chen Dahai heard this, he gave up on Chen Yueying and her daughter, turned around and said angrily, "You scumbag, I will kill you today and then pay you with my life." As he said that, he picked up the stool leg in his hand and smashed it towards Li Hu's head. As the crowd pulled him, Li Hu was hit hard, and immediately a streak of bright red flowed down his temples. Li Hu touched it with his hand, and there was more ferocity in his eyes. He could not bear it any longer, and directly pushed Lin Jinsen and others away and started fighting with Chen Dahai. Seeing this, Lin Jinsen and others joined together to deal with Li Hu. Under the siege of the crowd, Li Hu was soon covered in wounds. He took advantage of the opportunity and kicked Chen Dahai to the ground, threatening him, "Are you guys going to rebel? How dare you hit me?" All the villagers knew that Li Hu had learned it, but they were not afraid now that they were in large numbers. Lin Jinsen cursed angrily, "You and your son have been doing too much wrong in this village. Today, I'm taking this opportunity to teach you a lesson and let you know that we villagers are not made of clay." Chapter 14. It's out of control. "Yeah, Lin Jinsen, you have become more capable now. Tell me who you want to teach a lesson to." Hearing this voice, everyone stopped what they were doing and turned around to look. Li Hu felt like he had found a life-saving straw. He spat out a trace of bright red blood that flowed out of his mouth, stared fiercely at everyone present, and said angrily, "Okay, very good. I'll remember all of you came here today. I'll settle the score with you later." As he said this, he pushed the crowd away fiercely and cursed angrily, "Get lost." Seeing this, the villagers had no choice but to make way for him to pass. The person who came was the village chief of Kaoshan village, Li Qingshou. When he saw his son being beaten horribly, a surge of anger instantly surged in his heart. He looked at Li Hu and cursed angrily, "You useless thing. You were beaten into such a cowardly state. I sent you on this journey for nothing. Li Hu was so angry that he immediately retorted when Li Qingshu scolded him again. There are so many of them, all pulling me. What should I do? Upon hearing this, Li Qingshu snorted coldly and ignored him. Instead, he looked at Lin Jinsen and others and said coldly, I want to know why so many of you are gathered here? Are you guys planning to collectively cause trouble for me, Li Qingshu? Without waiting for Lin Jinsen and others to speak, Qin Dahai rushed out angrily and said, Village Chiefly, you came at the right time. Your son has done such a bad thing. I must give you an explanation today. Li Qingshu raised his eyebrows and said coldly, What do you want to say? What do you mean? Village Chiefly, your son did a great job. Li Qingshu's expression changed immediately. He looked at Qin Dahai with an unfriendly tone and said, Who can be blamed for this? If your daughter hadn't seduced my son, would this have happened? You. Qin Dahai was so angry that his whole body began to tremble. He didn't expect that this family would be like this. For a moment, both sides began to quarrel with each other. It's getting worse. Lin Xiao, who was lying on the Kong, also knew that he could no longer pretend at this time. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Qin Yueying, who was frightened, and Li Xianghong, who was constantly comforting her. At this time, her face was already pale and bloodless, and her body was shaking constantly. Lin Xiao slowly stood up and asked with a confused look on his face, What happened? As he lifted the quilt and prepared to get up, he saw a large area of bright red under Chan Yueying's body. Li Xianghong also felt something was wrong, and she threw away the quilt that was covering Chan Yueying's legs. I couldn't hold back my tears any longer and started crying out. Her father, Qin Dahai, come and save your daughter. At this time, Qin Dahai, who was still arguing with Li Qingshu, also walked in when he heard this. When he saw the bloodstains on the Kong, he became anxious, but he still said, Never mind her, it's better if she dies, so she won't embarrass me anymore. Hearing this, Li Xianghong cried and cursed. Qin Dahai, you are such a jerk. Yueying is your daughter after all. Are you so cruel? Qin Dahai didn't say anything, just snorted coldly and left with a flick of his sleeves. Seeing this, Lin Xiao spoke. Auntie, let me see. Because just now, a piece of information and a method of saving people appeared in his mind. Li Xianghong saw this and looked disgusted. Chen Yueying was even more stubborn and refused to let Lin Xiao touch her, but soon she became weak and then lost her voice. Seeing this, Li Xianghong let out a cry of grief. Yueying, wake up, don't scare mom. Seeing this, Lin Xiao also became anxious. He didn't expect things to develop to this point. Auntie, let me see, believe me, I might really be able to save her. Nonsense, you little brat, you have no medical skills, why don't you get off here? Lin Jinsen and others who heard the noise came in and took it all in. Lin Jinsen couldn't help but scold. Lin Xiao was also stunned. Although he didn't know whether the voice and information that suddenly appeared in his mind were true or false. But there was a voice urging him to believe in himself and do as prompted. More importantly, the rescue techniques and methods are so clear. At this time, Qin Yueying could obviously no longer hold on, and she lay there with a very ugly look on her face. Lin Xiao no longer cared about anything else. He grabbed Qin Yueying's hand and took her pulse, but I found that her pulse was very weak, even intermittent. After he measured the temperature of her breath and neck again, he immediately had a bad feeling. He quickly asked Li Xianghong to cooperate with him to help Chan Yueying lie down, and then he spoke. Except Aunt Xianghong and Xiao Mei, everyone else please get out. Seeing this, Lin Jinsen immediately cursed. You little brat, you're being too naughty. Do you know what it would mean if something goes wrong? Lin Xiao smiled slightly and said, Dad, believe me. You. After seeing the look in his son's eyes, Lin Jinsen finally sighed and walked out. Seeing Lin Jinsen walking out, Lin Jinhai, Qin Dahai and others also persuaded everyone to leave. After seeing that there was no one around, Lin Xiao quickly ordered Li Xianghong to fetch some water and prepare a cup of brown sugar water and some medicine wine. Then he asked young Xiaomei to cooperate with him to take off Chen Yueying's underwear. Although young Xiaomei was a little confused, she still did as Lin Xiao instructed. Because Chen Yueying was bleeding from her lower body, Lin Xiao couldn't avoid having some contact with her. Fortunately, half an hour later, Lin Xiao turned the situation around and successfully stopped Chen Yueying. Seeing this, not only Lin Xiao, but also young Xiaomei and Li Xianghong beside him breathed a sigh of relief. This means that Chen Yueying finally overcame the difficulties and saved her life. Li Xianghong immediately expressed her gratitude to Lin Xiao, but at the same time she was very surprised. Because Lin Xiao was a well-known loser in the village, she never thought that such a person who was considered a loser by everyone could actually make a big splash. Seeing that Li Xianghong was staring at him, Lin Xiao felt a little embarrassed. He didn't expect things to turn out like this, so he quickly changed the subject. Auntie, quickly feed her the brown sugar water and let her have a good rest. Having said that, Lin Xiao got off the Kong and prepared to leave when he opened the door. Qindahai and others had already been waiting at the door, and they were extremely anxious. After all, she is their own daughter. How can parents really ignore her? Seeing Lin laughing, Qindahai immediately came up to him and asked nervously, What happened? Lin Xiao smiled slightly and said, Uncle Dahai, it's okay. You guys go in and take a look. After hearing this, Qindahai regained his senses and knelt down in front of him. After slapping himself hard on the face several times, he said shamefully, I'm sorry, uncle. I almost made you suffer an unjust accusation. I apologize to you and thank you for saving my daughter despite the past grudges. Chapter 15. Showing off your talents for the first time. Lin Xiao quickly hid aside, helped Chen Dahai, who was kowtowing to him continuously, and comforted him. Uncle Dahai, it's all over. It didn't happen, right? Go check on her right away. Chen Dahai nodded. Although he was extremely angry, he was still very worried when he saw his daughter's condition. After all, no matter how bad she is still their own daughter. There is no parent in the world who doesn't love their own children. Thank you. I'll go see her then. Lin Jinsen and others also tried to persuade her, and at the same time they took a curious look and found that Chun Yueying was really healed. But his eyes are dull, and his physique is still very weak. After staying for a while, Lin Jinsen walked out with inner excitement. Seeing this, everyone retreated as well. They looked at Lin Xiao, each of them with a look of disbelief. However, all this is true. They know that after this incident, Lin Xiao will soar to the sky and will no longer be the waste they have seen. Qindahai also breathed a sigh of relief and walked out. He looked at everyone present and bowed. Dear neighbors, Dahai asks you for a favor. It was our daughter Yueying who was wrong in what happened tonight. Please give my daughter a chance to live, and keep what happened today to yourself and don't tell anyone. Lin Jinsen and others agreed without thinking. They also knew that this was a family scandal. If it spread out, it would definitely drive people to death. After chatting for a few more words, he returned home with Qindahai's farewell. After coming back, Lin Jinsen couldn't wait to call Lin Xiao into the room and close the door because he had too many questions. Lin Xiao naturally knew what was going to happen next and knew that he could no longer hide it. Then he told his parents and Yang Xiaomei the story he had prepared in advance. After hearing this, although they found it a little unbelievable, after Lin Xiao's well-organized explanation, Lin Jinsen and others had to believe it temporarily. Lin Jinsen said with some reproach, How can you be so brave? Don't you see how serious Yueying's injuries are? You're still trying to treat her. What if something goes wrong? Lin Xiao also pretended to be very frightened and said, Dad, I didn't know what was going on at the time, but there was a voice in my heart telling me to save her. And this voice is exactly the same as the one I dreamed of, so I'll try my best to save the situation. But I never thought that by following the ideas he gave me, I could actually cure Chun Yueying. After listening to Lin Xiao's words, Lin Jinsen and his wife could only choose to believe it for the time being. Finally, Lin Xiao revealed something about Xiantian to his parents, causing them to roll their eyes. At this moment, they looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar son in front of them, and finally confirmed that he had completely changed. Not only did he become more and more outstanding, but he also became mysterious. Yang Xiaomei, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. Mom, I'm going back tomorrow. I want to go out for a walk with him. Tang Fenglian glanced at the sky and said, It's late. Take a walk and come back early to rest. Lin Xiao also wanted to go out, so he took a flashlight and went out with Yang Xiaomei. Neither of them spoke a word along the way, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the village entrance. It was very dark and I couldn't see my hand in front of me. Passing by the old locust tree, Yang Xiaomei whispered, Sit with me for a while. After sitting down, Yang Xiaomei leaned gently on Lin Xiao's shoulder and said, You said you would tell me everything. I want to know if what you said today is really everything. Lin smiled and said, Yes, everything I said is true. Yang Xiaomei continued to ask, Then tell me, how did you know you were going to be framed? And why did you ask me to bring people to rescue you? Lin Xiao had already thought of the wording, and except for the fact that he had been reborn, he still revealed some other things. After all, rebirth is too shocking, and it might even scare young Xiaomei. So he told young Xiaomei the plan he had prepared in advance. Xiaomei, what I said is true. I suddenly had a dream that day, and somehow I gained the ability to predict the future. I could sense what was going to happen in the future, so I did an experiment on it. I didn't expect it to work. And you also saw that I cured Chen Yueying's injuries. I got all this after I woke up. Having said that, Lin Xiao paused, looked at young Xiaomei solemnly, and said, Xiaomei, let me tell you something. You can't tell anyone about this, including your parents. Looking at Lin Xiao's solemn expression, young Xiaomei instinctively had a special sense of anticipation. Because in her heart she has already accepted Lin Xiao as her husband, she also wants to know more about his current situation. Lin Xiao looked at her until all her curiosity was satisfied before he spoke. Xiaomei, in a month or so, something big will happen. There will be a locust plague all over the country, and the fields will be completely wiped out. After listening to this, young Xiaomei looked incredulous. She looked at Lin Xiao seriously and said, How is that possible? How did you know? Lin Xiao smiled mysteriously and said, Have you forgotten what I told you? I have the ability to predict the future. He actually lied to young Xiaomei about this. He didn't have any ability to predict the future. It was just what he had experienced in his previous life. Because he couldn't explain it, he lied and said he could predict it. But young Xiaomei didn't think so, because after experiencing so many things, she had begun to believe in Lin Xiao in her heart. After hearing what he said, young Xiaomei was silent for a while and then spoke. Although I really want to believe you, these things are too mysterious. I've been here for several days. I have to go back tomorrow. I'll come back after we're completely settled. Young Xiaomei nodded, stood up and smiled. It's late, let's go back. Mom and Dad must be waiting anxiously. Lin Xiao was not in a hurry, but laughed instead. Young Xiaomei was confused by the laughter, and she said angrily with some embarrassment, Hey, I'm saying something nice to you. Why are you laughing? Haha. Xiaomei, to be honest, my parents won't worry even if we don't go back. Didn't you see the look in my mother's eyes when we came out? She really wanted me to catch you, so that they could have a grandchild sooner. Young Xiaomei just felt her face getting hot, and said with some embarrassment, Oh, how can you say such embarrassing things? As she spoke, young Xiaomei did not forget to cover her face with her hands. Despite this, she still felt her face burning. Lin Xiao didn't expect that young Xiaomei would be so shy. She could get so shy at the slightest topic. He gently took young Xiaomei's hand and smiled. Xiaomei, isn't this a matter of time? Once we get married, you'll be my woman. Chapter 16. Why are you still in such a hurry? Young Xiaomei said with a red face. How can it be the same? We are married, it's legal, but we can't do that now. Otherwise. Having said this, young Xiaomei was too shy to continue. Lin Xiao knew that young Xiaomei was a very traditional girl, so he stopped teasing her. Xiaomei, it's getting late, let's go back. Young Xiaomei nodded, stood up, hugged Lin Xiao gently, and said shyly, Wait, after we get engaged, we can be together, okay? Lin smiled and said, I'm not in a hurry. Why are you in a hurry? Ouch, I'm going to ignore you and go home first. Having said that, young Xiaomei let go of Lin Xiao and ran away covering her face, leaving Lin Xiao standing there in confusion. Looking at young Xiaomei who was about to disappear, Lin Xiao shouted, Slow down, and then chased after her. After a while, they arrived home. After saying goodnight to Lin Xiao, young Xiaomei went to Tang Fenglian's room. On this side, Lin Xiao also returned to his bedroom. Nothing happened that night, and the next day the sky was just getting light. After Lin smiled, he went to the space first. The corn planted in it was already ripe. He looked at the corn and found that it was quite solid and the kernels were quite plump. Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment and then moved some away, thinking of giving them to his parents to try. When he came out with an armful of corn, Tang Fenglian and young Xiaomei were washing up. They saw Lin Xiao coming out, especially the corn in his arms. Everyone's mouth opened wide, with disbelief on their faces. Tang Fenglian asked with rapid breathing, Son, where did you get so much corn? Mom, you forgot. I told you that I have the ability to make things mature quickly. I got this last night. Tang Fenglian really didn't care at that time, but now she had to believe it and hurriedly shouted into the house. Dad, hurry up, come out. Hearing the voice, Lin Jinsen hurried out and said, What's wrong? You look like a dog this early in the morning? Tang Fenglian didn't pay attention to what Lin Jinsen said, but pointed at Lin Zhao's arms and said excitedly, Look for yourself. When Lin Jinsen looked in the direction of her hand, he was equally incredulous. He hurried over, picked up a corn and looked at it carefully. At the same time, he kept praising things like, good. After a long time, he then pulled Lin Xiao and said excitedly, good son, if we continue like this, won't we be able to make a fortune? Well, you can plant more, and then we can sell them at the market. We will definitely get a good price. When Lin Xiao heard this, he thought it was a good idea and agreed. Afterwards, Lin Xiao was pulled into the house by his father to discuss the matter, and he urged Tang Fenglian to cook quickly. Inside the house, the father and son had a very happy chat, and Lin Jinsen even asked Lin Xiao to teach him the planting techniques. Fortunately, breakfast is ready by then. After the family had dinner, Tang Fenglian asked Lin Xiao to send some corns to Wang Tsuehua and his second uncle's home. Lin Xiao naturally had no objection. When he saw the smiles on his parents' faces, he felt satisfied and smiled. Dad, Mom, I told you that I would definitely let you live a good life. You have been wronged because of my incompetence before. Tang Fenglian thought of the past and could no longer control her tears, but at this moment her tears were of relief. My child, I don't ask for great wealth and honor. As long as you two are well and our family is healthy and happy, I will be satisfied. Lin Jinsen also took over the topic with sobs and said, your mother is right. After seeing that you have not only awakened but also become so capable, your mother and I will be worthy of our ancestors in the Lin family even if we die. Seeing this, Lin Xiao was so happy that he felt that this life was not lived in vain. What I didn't feel in the previous life, I actually made up for it in this life. It made him deeply realize the greatness of fatherly and motherly love, and also the importance of home. Seeing this, in order not to make his parents sad, he said he would send corn to the two families. Tang Fenglian wiped away her tears and said lovingly, go ahead. Mom has already divided it for you. Take 2 bags and send them to your Aunt Wang and second uncle's house. Lin Xiao did not hesitate any longer. He went to the kitchen, got 2 bags of corn and hurried out. He first went to his second uncle Lin Jinhai's house. After he put the corn down, he was naturally asked a lot of questions by his second uncle and aunt. You know, at this time, corn was definitely a rare commodity in Kaoshan village. Fortunately, Lin Xiao went to the county town yesterday and managed to get away with it. Until Lin Xiao left, Lin Jinhai was still muttering about how the county had become more developed. But Lin Xiao didn't know all this. In order to avoid being noticed by his second uncle Lin Jinhai, he didn't dare to stay for even a second. When Lin Xiao came to Wang Tsuehua's house again, Wang Tsuehua's whole family was there. Li Xiaojun was tinkering with his car at the door. Lin Xiao greeted him and asked, Brother Xiaojun, is Aunt Wang here? Li Xiaojun looked up and pointed inside the house and said, yes, he should be washing the pot. By the way, you are really good. You are really a hidden talent. Lin Xiao scratched his head a little embarrassedly and smiled foolishly. What's so great about me? I'm not like you, Brother Xiaojun, who can make a lot of money every day. Haha, this is my hard-earned money. You are a very capable person. I heard that your medical skills are very powerful. Why didn't I discover it before? No way, Brother Xiaojun. I was just a blind cat that caught a dead mouse. Well, Brother Xiaojun, you go ahead and do your work. I'll go see my aunt. Having said that, Lin Xiao didn't even give Li Xiaojun a chance to speak and walked in with a smile. Li Xiaojun smiled slightly, showing a hint of thoughtfulness. He looked at Lin Xiao's back and muttered, this kid is really a hidden talent. From a useless person that everyone despised to where he is now, he is becoming more and more curious. On this side, Lin Xiao didn't know what Li Xiaojun was thinking. When he came in, he happened to meet Wang Tsuehua coming out to pour out the water for washing the pot. Lin Xiao is here. Lin Xiao smiled slightly and said, Aunt Wang, I'm here to bring you some corn. Wang Tsuehua stopped, looked at the corn in her hand and smiled. This is a rare item. Where did you get it? Aunt Wang, I saw some I bought in the county town yesterday, and I wanted to bring them back for you to try. When Wang Tsuehua heard this, she didn't ask any more questions, but smiled and said, Hey, come on, kid. What are you bringing? Go sit inside for a while. I'll be done packing soon. Lin Xiao nodded, put the corn for her in the house and said, Well, Aunt Wang, I have to go back early. I have to take Xiaomei to her house later. Wang Tsuehua smiled when she heard this. Okay, I'll go find your parents later, drink your engagement wine first, and set the wedding date. By the way, how are you going to get there? Can I ask your brother Xiaojun to take you there? Aunt, well, let me go talk to brother Xiaojun. Chapter 17. I've been through this before. Lin smiled and told Li Xiaojun, who naturally said that it was no problem and asked him to go back first, and he would come to find him when he had finished repairing it. Lin Xiao chatted with him for a few words and then went back. When she returned home, her father had already gone to the fields, and only her mother was there chatting with young Xiaomei. Seeing Lin Xiao coming back, Tang Fenglian gave Lin Xiao some more instructions and then went to the field, leaving only Lin Xiao and young Xiaomei sitting there. Lin Xiao smiled slightly, walked forward, and took young Xiaomei's hand and said, "Xiaomei, let's go to town and buy some new clothes for our brothers and sisters. If I don't buy one for you one day, I'll buy you one too." Hearing this, young Xiaomei felt a little sad. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she last wore new clothes. The only time she wore new clothes was during the Chinese New Year. Because the family was poor, young Xiaomei was sensible enough to refuse them every time. She would wash and mend her own clothes, leaving the chance for her younger brother and sister. She didn't expect that Lin Xiao was still thinking about this matter and was also thinking about her family. At this moment, young Xiaomei was so moved. She stood up and slowly hugged Lin Xiao's waist, resting her head on his chest. At this moment, she felt an unprecedented satisfaction from this man. Before she knew it, tears were falling from her eyes. Lin Xiao felt a coolness in his chest. When he lowered his head, he found that young Xiaomei was crying. He gently pushed young Xiaomei away, wiped the tears from her face, and said with heartache, "Silly boy, why are you crying?" Young Xiaomei didn't say anything, but raised her hand, grabbed Lin Xiao's hand, gently placed it on her face, and choked up. "Why are you so nice to me? Will you always be so nice to me in the future?" Lin Xiao gently rubbed her cheek and smiled. "Silly boy, you are my woman. If I treat you badly, who can I treat well? And we've only just got there. I will definitely treat you well for the rest of my life." As he spoke, he slowly pulled his hand back and said seriously, "I, Lin Xiao, swear here that I will make you happy for the rest of your life. As long as I am here, I will never let you suffer any injustice." Hearing this, young Xiaomei couldn't control herself anymore, choked with sobs and threw herself into Lin Xiao's arms, hugged him tightly, and said, "I believe you. In this life, I, young Xiaomei, am willing to go through fire and water for you and be your slave." At this moment, there is no distance between their hearts anymore. At this moment, they understood that they would never be separated in this life. After a long time, young Xiaomei looked up with a red face and said in a mosquito voice, can you kiss me?" Lin Xiao slowly separated her, slowly held her cheek and moved closer. At this moment, young Xiaomei closed her eyes nervously, and even her body was shaking slightly. This feeling is like anticipation, nervousness, and fear. In short, many factors came together, just because it was her first time. As Lin Xiao got closer, young Xiaomei felt the breath blowing on her face, and she held Lin Xiao's arm even tighter. It was so tight that Lin Xiao could feel her hands trembling. At this moment, their lips touched, but soon separated. This feeling was so strange that young Xiaomei felt like an electric current was hitting her. While she was still in a daze, Lin Xiao hugged her and pressed against her again. This time young Xiaomei did not dodge. She also hugged Lin Xiao's neck and responded awkwardly. This kiss made young Xiaomei's brain stop thinking and everything went blank. Because the two were too engrossed, they separated like frightened birds only when Li Xiaojun came in and called them. Young Xiaomei blushed and quickly tidied up the clothes that were messed up by Lin Xiao and said shyly, You are so bad." Lin Xiao calmly touched the remaining warmth at the corner of his lips and smiled. "You are my woman now, and all of these will belong to me from now on." "Brother Lin Xiao, are you done packing?" At this moment, Li Xiaojun's voice came again. Young Xiaomei blushed and lowered her head and ran straight into the bedroom next door. Seeing this, Lin Xiao laughed, walked out and said, "Brother Xiaojun, I'm here. Sorry, I was packing and didn't hear you." Li Xiaojun was just about to speak when he saw Lin Xiao's face turn slightly red. At this moment, he seemed to understand something and smiled. "Haha, I didn't disturb your good thing, did I?" Lin Xiao smiled a little embarrassedly. "Brother Xiaojun, look at what you said. I really didn't hear it." At this time, young Xiaomei also came out with a red face. She looked at Li Xiaojun and smiled. "Brother Xiaojun, you're here? Haha, I have to run errands for you." Young Xiaomei laughed. "Hee, cousin, thank you for your hard work. Look at what you said. You are still my cousin. Even if we don't have this relationship, Lin Xiao and I are still brothers. This is nothing." Young Xiaomei glanced at Lin Xiao and smiled. Hee, let's go then." Then the three of them, with Li Xiaojun driving his tricycle, headed towards Nanping village together. When passing by Yangjiao town, they stopped and bought new clothes for Yang Xiaomei's younger brother and sister. Originally, we wanted to buy it for Yang Xiaomei, but she said she didn't want anything. In the end, after buying some fruits, the group set off for Namping village. An hour later, the car stopped in Namping village. The few people can only walk the rest of the way. When we arrived at Yang Xiaomei's home, only her mother Wang Jinfeng was there. Her father Yang Wangkai had gone to work in the fields. Her younger brothers and sisters are all at school and not at home. After entering the house, Wang Jinfeng asked them to sit for a while she went to cook for them. Yang Xiaomei also went to help, leaving only Li Xiaojun and Lin Xiao sitting there. Li Xiaojun laughed. Haha, you and my cousin are together, so we will be a family from now on. If anything happens to make you rich, don't forget me, your brother. Brother Xiaojun, look at what you said. If I have anything to do to make money, why wouldn't I call you? Hey, how far have you and my cousin progressed? Don't tell me you have nothing. I've been through this before and I know everything. As he said this, he blinked his eyes as if to say, don't try to fool me. Lin Xiao smiled bitterly. Brother Xiaojun, look at what you said. We really have nothing to do. Li Xiaojun looked at him and smiled. Who would believe that? When I want to pick you up, I called you for a long time before you responded. Instead, you all looked red in the face. It's obvious that you did nothing good. Hee hee, but that's your business. I'm telling you, my cousin is really good. You mustn't let her down, or I won't forgive you. Chapter 18 Trouble is coming. Lin Xiao smiled slightly. He would do it even without Li Xiaojun telling him. The two of them sat there drinking water and chatting casually. After a while, Yang Wangkai came back. Lin Xiao went up to him and asked him about his well-being. It happened to be time for dinner. Yang Xiaomei began to clear the table and put the dishes on the table in preparation for dinner. But there was an indescribable tenderness in her eyes when she looked at Lin Xiao. It really proves the saying that when a new son-in-law comes, the father-in-law should do his best to entertain him. Although there are not many varieties, each one is the best that Yang Xiaomei's family can currently produce. I have raised local chickens at home for a long time, but I usually don't want to eat them. But today I decided to eat them. The whole family naturally enjoyed the meal together. After dinner, Lin Xiao went back with Li Xiaojun under Yang Xiaomei's reluctant gaze. Yang Xiaomei originally wanted to go back with them, but Yang's father said that he would give them an engagement drink the day after tomorrow. Lin smiled and nodded, then waved goodbye. When they passed by the town on their way back, Li Xiaojun insisted on taking him for a walk. Lin Xiao had no choice but to follow him around the town. When passing by an internet cafe, Li Xiaojun said that he had nothing to do and insisted on taking Lin Xiao there. Lin Xiao had no choice but to follow him. After turning on the TV, he just watched TV for a while. By the time they came out, it was already afternoon. After they had a quick bite to eat in the town, they returned home. After coming back, Lin Xiao said something to his parents and then couldn't wait to lock himself in the room. After going through all that, Lin Xiao has a deeper desire for wealth and power. If you want to give your family a comfortable environment, you must first have money. Lin Xiao, who owns the fairy field, doesn't have to worry about money at all, but he needs to have a plan. Lin Xiao stayed awake all night. He stayed in the space without feeling tired at all. Since he had nothing to do, he simply studied the soil of the fairy field and its growth process, and he even helped loosen the soil from time to time. Congratulations on winning the companionship reward. 50 companionship points as reward. Get 10 points for loosening the soil. Forehead, is this possible? What's the use of these points? Points have many benefits. They can be used to exchange for items, and most importantly, they can be used to upgrade and expand the fairyland. As he spoke, a template suddenly appeared in Lin Xiao's mind, which contained the rules and items for points redemption. Lin Xiao, who was originally full of joy, suddenly became unhappy after reading the rules and the items to be exchanged, because any item in there actually requires a minimum of 1,000 points. Compared with that, his dozens of points are pretty useless. Especially to upgrade a fairy field, it actually requires 100,000 points. Wow, 100,000. It will take a long time for me to earn enough points, and the cost of developing a fairy field is also ridiculously high, which also requires 50,000 points. Although it was very high, Lin Xiao seemed to have found the direction and started to do everything himself. Sure enough, after one night, he surprisingly gained 240 points. Although it is little, it is still a good thing. It can exercise your body and earn tasks at the same time. After setting a goal, Lin Xiao became more motivated, because there were so many things in the exchange template that made him so excited. But it didn't work today, because it was already light outside, and when he didn't come out, his mother Tang Fenglian came knocking on the door. As a last resort, Lin Xiao could only retreat. After opening the door, Tang Fenglian was standing at the door. Lin Xiao said a little embarrassedly, "Mom, I'm sorry I got up late." Tang Fenglian laughed. "It's okay. I guess you're just tired. It's normal to get some more sleep. Your father asked me to come and call you. He's been thinking about the corn you planted and wants to take it to the market to sell." "Haha, that's it. Mom, I'll go tell my dad." "Okay, you guys chat for a while. I'll go get you some porridge." After arriving at the room, Lin Jinsen looked at Lin Xiao with an excitement in his eyes that was hard to conceal. Before Lin Xiao sat down, he quickly stood up and pulled Lin Xiao, saying, "Son, have you planted your corn yet? Are there many?" Lin smiled and decided to let his parents help him farm, because he discovered that as long as he stayed in the fairy field, it would actually have some inexplicable benefits to the human body. "Dad, eat first. I'll take you and Mom to a good place later." Lin Jinsen spoke. "You kid, I asked you about corn, and you told me to take us out to play. What else can be more important than making money now?" Looking at his somewhat impatient father, Lin Xiao smiled mysteriously and said, "Dad, I didn't say we were going to play. You'll know in a minute." Tang Fenglian walked in at this time and happened to hear their conversation. She rolled her eyes at Lin Jinsen and said, "You've loved money all your life. Son, eat first. We won't care about him." Lin smiled, then lowered his head and started eating. Just then, the door made a crisp sound and a group of people rushed in cursing. "Get out here, little bastard." Hearing this, Lin's father and mother quickly put down what they were holding and walked out. Then I saw 5 big men rushing over, led by the village chief's son, Li Hu. Lin Jinsen looked at Li Hu and said, "What are you doing here with a group of people at my house so early in the morning?" Li Hu snorted coldly and ignored Lin Jinsen, but shouted again into the house, "You useless bastard, if you don't get out of here, do you believe I will send these 2 old guys to see the king of hell?" Hearing this, Lin Xiao walked out slowly. When he saw Li Hu with a group of ferocious men, looking at Lin Xiao who came out, Li Hu sneered, "You useless piece of shit, you really like to meddle in other people's business." When Lin Xiao heard this, he knew that Li Hu must have come because of Chen Yueying's matter. Sure enough, Li Hu stared at Lin Xiao fiercely and said, "You useless bastard. Not only did you embarrass me in the village, you also caused me to lose my loved ones. Don't you like to meddle in other people's business? Today, I'm going to let you meddle enough." Seeing this, Lin Xiao spoke. "You were the ones who framed me, but how come you are the victim?" "What? You are allowed to frame others?" Li Hu roared when he heard this. "Fuck you, I framed you. If it weren't for you being such a jerk, would things have turned out like this? Since you like to meddle in other people's affairs so much, I'm going to break your arms and legs today and see how you're going to meddle in other people's affairs in the future." Seeing that Li Hu was ready to draw his sword, Lin Jinsen stepped forward and said, "Li Hu, we are from the same village. You were the one who made the mistake first, and you came to my house to make trouble. Aren't you afraid that the matter will get out of hand and I will call the police?" "Call the police?" Li Hu couldn't help but sneer when he heard that. Chapter 19. Father and son fight in battle. He seemed as if he had heard a joke, and then looked at Lin Jinsen with disdain and sneered, "I'm not looking down on you, but if you have the guts, go call the police. But I promise that I will leave your family speechless before the police arrive. Don't doubt me, I can definitely do what I say." "Oh, so your intention in coming here today is to threaten us?" "Li Hu, I'm telling you, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're the village chief. Take your people and leave my house." Tang Fenglian suppressed the fear in her heart and looked at Li Hu and said, "Li Hu, we can discuss anything. We are from the same village. We will meet each other sooner or later. There is nothing to be unhappy about." Li Hu seemed to be interested when he heard it and smiled. "Finally, there's someone sensible in your family. I like discussing this. Since you said you wanted to discuss it, I'll tell you my conditions." Then, he looked at Lin Xiao, whose face was ashen, and sneered. "First, make this loser kneel down and crawl through my crotch. From now on, whenever you see me, kneel down and call me master." Second, having said that, he glanced at Lin Xiao and the others who had rather ugly expressions on their faces and continued talking as if he didn't care at all. "Second, compensate me 10,000 yuan, then go to Qindahai to propose marriage and stop bothering me, and let that loser Lin Xiao marry Chen Yueying. As long as you agree to my 2 conditions, I will let you go today. Don't even think about it." Lin Xiao spoke directly. He looked at Li Hu without fear and said, "First, You were the ones who framed me first, but I saved Chen Yueying regardless of the past. Not only are you ungrateful, but you're repaying kindness with hatred. If it weren't for me, would you still be standing here and talking to me? Secondly, it's only natural for Uncle Dahai to look for you. Who told you to do such dirty things and not take responsibility for them? Also, don't think I don't know the dirty things you did in front of me. Do you really think I'm drunk? Hearing this, Li Hu couldn't help but laugh and said, Everyone says you're a loser, but I didn't expect you're such a jerk at heart. You actually like to spy on other people's live broadcasts. Stop talking nonsense to me. I'm going to ask you one last time. Can you agree to these two conditions? I'll only count to 3. If you still don't agree, I'll start with these 2 old guys and let you see with your own eyes what happens if you offend me. 3, 2. Seeing that he was serious, Lin Xiao had already clenched his fists, ready to fight to the death. A real man would rather die standing than live on his knees, especially when he gets to live again. Then this kind of thing will never happen. Li Hu naturally noticed Lin Xiao's expression, and he didn't count the last one. Instead, he played a game of cat and mouse with him. He looked at Lin Xiao and said jokingly, How's that, jerk? Are you angry? Is it desperate? Then kneel down and beg me. When he said this, his expression turned cold and he directly shouted out, 1. As his voice fell, another voice came out of his mouth. Brother Ming, since this loser won't appreciate it, let's just take this old guy's arm first. Upon hearing this, the man called Brother Ming nodded, stared at Lin Jinsen and waved his hand, saying, Disable both of his arms. Seeing this, Lin Jinsen aroused the ruthlessness in his heart and was ready to fight the opponent to the death. Even if he died, he would take someone else with him. Seeing them move, Lin Xiao shouted angrily, Let's see who dares. As he said that, he ran over, picked up the axe at the kitchen door, and shouted angrily, I'm telling you today, if anyone lays a finger on my family, I will kill his entire family. Seeing Lin Xiao's sudden outburst of ruthlessness, the several big men who had approached stopped, and then looked at Munga and Li Hu at the same time, seeming to be a little afraid. It is said that the tough ones are afraid of the strong ones, and the strong ones are afraid of those who are not afraid of death. At this moment, Lin Xiao definitely belongs to the latter. As long as the other party is his parents, he will definitely fight to the death. For a moment, the two sides began to stalemate. Seeing this, Li Hu took a step forward and sneered, You useless bastard, who are you trying to scare with a broken axe? Forget killing people. I don't look down on you. If I give you a chicken, do you dare to kill it? Facing Li Hu's roar, Lin Xiao just snorted coldly. At this moment, he was no longer the same person as before. In this life, he finally felt the warmth of home and the love of his father and mother. Anyone who touches the dragon's reverse scale will die. You are his Achilles heel, and the thing he wants to protect in this life. No matter who it is, as long as he is touched, Lin Xiao will definitely rush forward and fight to the death without hesitation. However, Li Hu had no idea that Lin Xiao had already changed completely and still thought that he was the waste from his previous life. Unfortunately, his plans soon failed. Li Hu spoke directly. Go ahead and do it. I'll take responsibility for anything that happens. He's a well-known loser in our village, and you guys are scared by him. After hearing this, several people looked at Brother Ming again and prepared to take action. Lin Xiao stared at them intently. How could he let them get what they wanted? He took a step forward, protected Lin Jinsen behind him, and said, Dad, you and Mom go inside first. Leave this to me. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinsen patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder and smiled with relief. My dear son, I will be satisfied even if I die just because I can see that you have this responsibility. Having said that, Lin Jinsen completely changed his previous image of an honest man, and a fearless expression appeared on his face. Because he is the head of the family, today, his task is to play the role of the head of the family. Even if he died, he would never let anyone hurt his family. At this moment, Lin Jinsen is definitely a real man. He came to the courtyard wall angrily, picked up a shovel, walked up to Lin Xiao, and slammed the shovel into the ground. Because the force was so great, a mark was left in the yard. He looked at Li Hu and others and said, How dare you come to my house and act wild? Do you really think I'm a sick cat if the tiger doesn't show its might? Come on, if you are not afraid of death. If I kill one today, I'll break even. If I kill two, I'll make a profit. Li Hu was also a little scared when he saw this, because Lin Jinsen was a well-known honest man. But he never expected that such an honest man could be so terrifying when he got angry. But the arrow is on the string, If Li Hu retreats like this, how will he show off his power in Kaoshan village in the future? At this moment, he was betting that Lin Jinsen and his son would not dare to touch them. But the others were somewhat scared, as they were also a group of people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. They didn't expect that they would encounter such a tough opponent today, and they felt unsure for a moment. Chapter 20. Do honest people deserve to be bullied? Li Hu was also in a dilemma. He looked at Brother Ming and said, "Brother Ming, if you destroy them, I'll give you another 50,000. When he heard that another 50,000 was added, Mingo nodded and said, "Brothers, destroy them. Everyone present today will receive 10,000. When they heard that each person would get 10,000, many of those who were timid in their hearts started to become ruthless. It is said that people die for money and birds die for food. This is absolutely true. Sure enough, they moved, but they couldn't possibly go into battle against Lin Xiao and his son empty-handed. There is nothing much in the countryside, except for a lot of sticks. They randomly picked up a wooden stick in the yard and started walking towards Lin Xiao and his son with ferocious looks on their faces. For a moment, the atmosphere in the yard was extremely tense. Lin Xiao and his father looked at each other, feeling somewhat nervous. But the two knew that problems would arise if they retreated, so they might as well fight. And they have no way out. After the father and son looked at each other, they tightened the weapons in their hands and prepared to fight to the death. Just then, a group of people came in from outside the door cursing. He was Lin Zhao's second uncle, Lin Jinhai, as well as Li Xiaojun and other villagers. Lin Jinhai glared at them and said, "Where did these lunatics come from? How dare they come to our Kaoshan village and cause trouble?" Li Xiaojun walked over and looked at Lin Jinsen and Lin Xiaodao. "Uncle Lin, brothers, are you okay?" Seeing this, Lin Jinsen finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "We are fine. Why are you all here?" "Uncle Lin, look at what you said. We are all from the same village. How can we be bullied by outsiders?" Having said that, he turned around and looked at Li Hu and said, "Li Hu, we are all from the same village. You bring people to someone's house to make trouble. You look so arrogant." Li Hu was also feeling overwhelmed. He didn't expect things to develop to this point. Li Xiaojun was equally difficult to mess with. This guy was also known for being a troublemaker. The two of them had fought many times, but they always ended up in a bad mood. What's more important is that I don't know where this kid learned it, and he's even better than him. Looking at the dozen people standing in the yard, they all had weapons in their hands. If a fight really breaks out, I'm afraid they won't be able to gain the upper hand. He looked at Li Xiaojun and said gloomily, "Do you really want to mind your own business?" "Haha, Li Hu, this is no small matter. When my cousin marries us, we will all be a family. Do you think this is a small matter?" Li Hu's face turned even uglier when he heard that. Just when he was almost in a dilemma, his father Li Qingshuo came in and rescued him. As soon as Li Qingshuo came in, he showed off his official authority and said, "What are you doing?" Li Xiaojun sneered. "Village chief Li, can't you see? Your son is more powerful than you. He actually brought people to someone's house to blatantly cause trouble. I wonder what kind of explanation you want to give for this matter. I wonder if village chief Li can keep things under control after I call the police?" Li Qingshuo snorted coldly, ignored Li Xiaojun, turned to look at Li Hu and said, "What's going on?" Li Hu looked at his angry father and could only tell the truth. But how could Li Qingshuo not know all these things about him? But now, he doesn't want to have a real conflict here. After all, they were in someone else's home. As Li Xiaojun said, if he really called the police, he would be in big trouble. At this moment, he just wanted to settle the matter. So he could only continue to scold Li Hu. "You are really making a fuss. What happened before is over. What else do you want to do? Why don't you take your people and get back?" When Li Hu heard this, although he felt unhappy, he thought that this was also a way of saving him. He turned around and gave Lin Xiao a vicious look and said, "Waste, remember this, we have made a feud. Let's see what happens next." As he said that, he turned around and said coldly, "Let's go." Wait. It seemed that Li Xiaojun was not going to let him go, and he stopped him directly. Hearing this, Li Hu turned around and said coldly, "What's up?" Li Xiaojun smiled slightly and said, "It's nothing, but you're walking too easily like this." Li Hu frowned and threatened, "Li Xiaojun, don't go too far. Am I overdoing it?" As he said that, Li Xiaojun said to Lin Xiao, "Brother, how do you think we should deal with this?" Hearing this, Lin Xiao walked out and said, "You must give us an explanation for what happened today. You can come as you please and leave as you please. Do you think this is a hotel?" Li Hu couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. He looked at Lin Xiao and said disdainfully, What do you want to explain, you bastard? Do you really want to fight to the death with me and completely break up with me? Lin Xiao sneered. You said that as if you can let me go once you get out of the door. Your father is here today, so you must give my family an explanation for this matter, otherwise I will find a reasonable place to judge. I don't believe that you and your father can really cover up everything with one hand. Hearing this, Li Hu, who was already furious, was ready to explode. Li Qingshu glared at him fiercely and said, Just stay there. Don't you think it's trouble enough? Having said that, he looked at Lin Jinsen and said, Jinsen, both parties are responsible for this matter. We are all from the same village. Let's just let it go. When Lin Jinsen heard this, he was about to speak when he was stopped by Li Xiaojun. He looked at Li Qingshu and said, Village chiefly, what you said is wrong. Since you know the whole village, why did you allow your son to bring people to cause trouble at someone's house? What were you doing earlier? How come you didn't realize we were all from the same village? Li Qingshu glanced at Li Xiaojun coldly and said, What do you do? It's not your turn to make the decision here, right? I'm asking about Lin Jinsen. Why are you talking nonsense here? Upon hearing this, Lin Jinsen also spoke sternly. Everyone will repair an uneven road. Xiaojun is right. If you had remembered the friendship between us from the same village, you wouldn't have come to my house and done such a wicked thing today. Li Qingshu's face turned completely cold when he heard this, and he said, Lin Jinsen, you have always been an honest and upright person in the village. Are you determined to go against me today? Village chiefly, what you said is wrong. Do honest people deserve to be bullied? Is there any justice in the world? If you don't give me an explanation for what happened today, I will go to the government today. I don't believe that no one can punish you. You. Li Qingshu was so angry that he almost burst into curses, but he was also afraid. If things really get out of hand, he might actually be implicated. He could only curse Li Hu in his heart, saying that this guy had a pig brain and only knew how to cause trouble for him. After thinking it over, he turned to Li Hu and said, Apologize. Chapter 21. Give in? Li Hu was confused. He looked at his father in confusion and said, Dad, you. However, Li Qingshu didn't even give him a chance to speak and directly gave the order, Say, I asked you to apologize, but you couldn't hear me or didn't understand? Looking at Li Qingshu, who was really angry, Li Hu finally said unconvincedly, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Lin Xiao sneered. Is this your attitude of apologizing? When Li Hu heard this, his eyes turned red enough to bleed. When had he ever been insulted like this? And he was forced into this state by the trash he looked down upon. He wanted to kill Lin Xiao at this moment, but seeing Li Xiaojun and others on the side, he could only suppress the anger in his heart and said, Sorry. It was my fault today, Li Hu. I apologize to you. Li Xiaojun laughed. Li Hu, this is almost right. If you apologize, you should have the attitude to apologize. Don't be dissatisfied. Others are afraid of you and your son, but I am not. If you don't agree, just come at me. Okay, get out of here now. It's embarrassing to stay here. Li Hu was completely enraged. He stared at Li Xiaojun and roared, Li Xiaojun, don't be so crazy. I will make you regret it one day. After saying that, Li Hu didn't have the face to stay any longer and walked out angrily. Li Qingshu glanced at Li Xiaojun. A hint of viciousness flashed across his face, but it was quickly hidden. He looked at the people present and said, Go away. Stop standing here. Having said that, he turned around and prepared to leave. After taking 2 or 3 steps, he looked back at Lin Jinsen and said, You're good. After saying that, he walked out. Looking at Li Qingshu and others who were leaving, Lin Xiao walked out and bowed. My dear uncles and aunts, thank you so much for today. I'm going to buy some wine and everyone can stay and drink together. After saying that, he came to Li Xiaojun and said, Brother Xiaojun, thank you so much for today. We should drink whatever we say today. Li Xiaojun nodded, then supported his shoulders and said, Brother, the beastly father and son had a hard time here today. They must be upset. You have to be careful. Call me if you have any problems. Others are afraid of them, but I am not. Lin Xiao nodded vigorously and quickly told his mother to prepare the dishes. Lin Jinhai and others said goodbye one after another, saying that they had work to do at home. In the end, Lin Xiao and his son gratefully sent them out, except Li Xiaojun who stayed. After a while, Tang Fenglian prepared some cold dishes. Because I had to go to Li Qingshu's house to buy wine, I found a bottle of white wine at home and started drinking. Lin Jinsen was so angry that he drank a few more cups and got drunk. Tang Fenglian helped him to rest, leaving Lin Xiao, and Li Xiaojun alone sitting there. Lin Xiao picked up the cup and said gratefully, "Brother Xiaojun, I toast to you. If it weren't for you today, I probably wouldn't be able to sit here and drink with you." Li Xiaojun clinked glasses with him and said after drinking, "What are you going to do next?" I can tell from the eyes of the Li family father and son that things are definitely not that simple. Lin Xiao glanced into the distance and whispered, "It's hard to say what will happen in the future. Even though today's incident is over, I hope they can have some self-awareness." Past. Li Xiaojun played with the cup in his hand and smiled. "Brother, you are still too naive. You don't even know what kind of people they are." Li Xiaojun hesitated for a moment and said, "Well, I'll teach you some self-defense skills. Although my master doesn't allow us to show them outside, I treat you as a brother. If I teach you, you will also have the power to protect yourself." Lin Xiao was completely confused. How come he didn't know that Li Xiaojun knew Kung Fu? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Huh? This kid is pretty good. He's actually a postnatal warrior, haha. He's loyal and righteous, a good candidate." When Lin Xiao heard it, he realized that this was exactly the voice from his fairyland. He asked quickly, "What is a warrior? What are you talking about?" "Haha, considering your performance today, I'll tell you a little bit for free. Otherwise, you'll need to spend points to know these things. Warrior, this happened a long time ago, in my era, the era of the master who created me. It was a very chaotic era, full of wars, and an era where the strong survived and the weak died. In that era, there were warriors, and there was an even more powerful group of people, and my master was a strong man with the ability to reach the sky and penetrate the earth. Hey, okay, I won't tell you anymore. Anyway, it's useless for you to know now." Lin Xiao quickly seized the opportunity and said, "I also want to be a warrior. Can you teach me?" "Oh no, this requires contributions and points." "Okay, I won't say any more. I'm leaving now." After saying this, he seemed to have really disappeared, and no matter how Lin Xiao called him, he didn't respond. But what Lin Xiao didn't know was that at this moment a little child appeared in the fairy field. He was chubby and very cute. He patted his chest and said with fear on his face, "It's okay, it's okay. I almost let it slip." As he said this, he looked at the grown corn and said with dissatisfaction, "I'll help you out and earn you some points." As he spoke, he waved his little hand, and a golden hoe appeared in his hand. Then he started working in the field while waving his hoe, muttering to himself. Lin Xiao, on his part, had made up his mind to find the existence in the fairy field and find out the truth. Then he started drinking with Li Xiaojun, but he was a little absent-minded as he was thinking about something. On the other hand, Li Hu was furious when he returned home, because not only was he wronged by Lin Xiao, but he was also scolded by his father when he returned home. And this was the first time in his life that his father called him a pig-brained person. But when I think about it, my father is right. He really didn't think it through. He shouldn't have brought people into someone's house so early in the morning. Luckily, his father came today. Otherwise, the consequences would have been disastrous. Then, he made another call unwillingly. "Brother Ming, I was not thoughtful enough about what happened today, and I embarrassed you all. I will host a party with my brothers tonight and apologize to everyone in town. I just heard a voice coming from the phone. Don't forget what you promised me. Everything else is just a piece of cake. We'll wait for you tonight." On this side, Lin Xiao had no idea that a conspiracy against him was about to unfold, and he was still drinking with Li Xiaojun. Before they knew it, the two had finished a bottle of wine. Li Xiaojun looked at Lin Xiao with hazy eyes and said, "Brother, what do you want to learn from me? As long as you learn a little, what does a mere Li Hu matter to you?" Chapter 22: How Unfair Fate Is. After experiencing this, Lin Xiao has never wanted to become stronger so badly. He didn't want everything he had worked so hard to obtain after his rebirth to be taken away by others, while he was powerless to do anything about it. No, no one can do that. I must become strong. He kept shouting this sentence in his heart, causing him to not listen even after Li Xiaojun talked to him for a long time. Li Xiaojun had to call him several times before he woke him up. Seeing this, Li Xiaojun lost the desire to drink it and just stood up and said, "Remember what I said. Our secret cannot be told to anyone, but if you want to learn, come to me anytime." Belch, "Brother, I'm going back. You should have a good rest today." Having said that, Li Xiaojun left somewhat shakily. Lin Xiao also felt a little dizzy, so he went back to the house and lay down. But what he didn't know was that in the fairy fields, the spirit of the artifact had already used the magic of transformation to create many cute kids who looked exactly like him, and took care of all the fairy fields one by one. Lin Xiao's points also reached an astonishing 2,000 points. Just when the spirit of the weapon was admiring its own masterpiece with satisfaction, suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. But before he could react, a very terrifying unknown force fell down. Upon seeing this, the spirit of the weapon ran away, shouting for help. In addition, he also tried to use his mind to let Lin Xiao come to rescue him. In a daze, Lin Xiao seemed to feel that someone was calling him from the unknown, and it seemed very urgent. Call. Lin Xiao opened his eyes first, then he seemed to think of something and disappeared in an instant. When he appeared again, he had already arrived in the space of Xiantian. At this moment, a devastating aura of death enveloped him, and then his eyes went dark and he lost consciousness. On the same side, the weapon spirit suddenly felt that the power that was destroying him had disappeared. So he stopped and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Just as he turned around, he found Lin Xiao lying motionless not far away. Upon seeing this, the spirit of the weapon dodged and instantly appeared beside Lin Xiao. I saw cracks starting to appear on Lin Xiao's arms, and they continued to extend. Wherever it passed, clothes were turned into nothing, revealing shocking cracks, as if flesh and bones were being separated. The spirit of the weapon fell silent. He couldn't help but think of what his previous master said before he died. Xiao Lingzi, this fairyland is too amazing. It has caused an unprecedented sensation. In order to prevent the suffering of all living beings, I will use my lifetime to seal some of Xintian's abilities and some of your abilities, and at the same time set a rule for you. When you acknowledge your master again, you can only give a verbal reminder, you cannot show up, and you cannot manage the fairyland by yourself in violation of the rules. Remember, Master, what will happen if I violate the rules? If you violate the rules, the power of the rules I set will descend upon the space. With your current strength, you will not be able to resist it at all. Unless your new master is willing to sacrifice himself to resist this power for you. But if he has a mortal body, it will be difficult for him to resist. Once he is hit by the power of rules, he will be decomposed until he turns into nothingness. Woo. Master, I won't. Then I will never look for a new master. I will stay with you forever. Silly child, you are my creation. You have your mission. As he spoke, a middle-aged man with white hair and a haggard face appeared, with 3 items lying quietly in his palms. A miniature skeleton, a string of sinews as gorgeous as a ribbon. There is also a jade bottle, which seems to contain a very mysterious object. The spirit of the weapon watched quietly, waiting for him to continue his introduction. Sure enough, the man continued to speak. These 3 objects are the 3 ancient fierce beasts: ice dragon tendons, unicorn bones, and phoenix blood. If your next master is immortal, as long as he can withstand 1 stick of incense, you can inject these 3 objects into his body and help him achieve the supreme body of rules. If he is a cultivator who can hold out for a stick of incense, you can do it in the same way. And the person you choose will become my last disciple. My child, you must remember that when you inject these 3 objects into his body, the rules in your body will be broken, and then you can help him manage the fairyland. At this point, the man's voice became smaller and smaller, and his entire body turned into a point of light and disappeared between heaven and earth. Only 3 objects were left floating in the air. The spirit of the weapon wiped away its tears and kept calling out to its master, but no one answered in the empty space. The spirit of the weapon was sad for a long time. Then it packed up the 3 items and disappeared with the space. When the spirit of the weapon came to its senses again, Lin Xiao was already in a horrible state. The body is already covered with cracks, and even worse, the bones are clearly visible in some places. The spirit of the weapon no longer hesitated, and quickly summoned out 3 objects, looking at Lin Xiao and whispered, "Hold on, I don't want to change masters anymore. I've been wandering for too long. I finally met someone with a strong soul. I don't want to be alone anymore, master. Young master, hold on, there are still 5 minutes left." But Lin Xiao didn't know all this. He had already lost consciousness. Time passes by minute. Perhaps it is the last glimmer of light at the moment of death. Lin Xiao regained some consciousness at some point without knowing it. The first feeling is pain. The severe pain almost made him faint again when he woke up. At this moment, he seemed to realize something, and a hint of impatience appeared on his face. He wanted to shout out, but found that opening his mouth was a luxury because his whole body was in pain. Lin Xiao shed 2 lines of tears in despair and screamed wildly in his heart. No, I can't die. I finally got a chance to live again, but I still have too many wishes to fulfill. Oh my God, you're not going to play me like this, are you? I still have a fiancé to marry, and I still have parents to be filial to. No, I cannot accept the arrangement of fate. I finally feel the warmth in this life, and finally I have the opportunity to make up for the debt of my previous life. I hate it. How unfair fate is. While Lin Xiao kept shouting in his heart, it also completely aroused his strong desire to survive. At this time, it was visibly visible to the naked eye that the momentum of his body's decomposition had slowed down. Then, starting from his legs, his flesh began to fall off, revealing his creepy white bones. But what was even more surprising was that the wound was very neat and not a single drop of blood was flowing out. Gradually, Lin Xiao felt extremely weak, and he seemed to have seen the god of death walking towards him. Chapter 23: The Body of Rules. Lin Xiao forced his eyes open, as if wanting to take one last look at the light of this world. For some reason, he always felt that what he saw at the last glance was the most beautiful scenery he had ever seen in his 2 lifetimes. When he wanted to take another look, he felt his eyelids become extremely heavy and his consciousness became increasingly blurred. A bottomless black hole seemed to appear in front of him, about to swallow him. Lin Xiao seemed to have accepted his fate. He had not lived up to his expectations in his previous life, so this was a relief for him. But after finally being reborn, he wanted to make up for what he had owed. The heavens actually played a joke on him, causing his life to end abruptly before he could even get satisfaction from happiness. By now. My family, please forgive my unfilial behavior. By now. Xiaomei, please forgive me for not fulfilling my promise to you. If I have another life, I will definitely cherish every moment we spent together even more. And this will become what Lin Xiao wants to say most at this moment, but he will never have the chance again. Because his consciousness has become weaker and weaker, he can't even feel his own body. Just as his soul was about to leave his body. Suddenly, an extreme chill came over him, making him suddenly more awake than ever before. Lin Xiao didn't care at all. He thought it should be the last burst of light. They say this is a natural reaction when a person dies. However, he soon felt a very terrifying burning sensation, which seemed to turn him into ashes. Before he could think, he suddenly felt an infinite power. His consciousness became stronger and stronger, so strong that he could even hear his own heartbeat. What's going on? Have I already reached the underworld? This shouldn't be the case. If I'm in the underworld, how can I feel the breath of nature? At this moment, Lin Xiao was completely stunned. At this moment, a hurried voice sounded in his ears. Young master, wake up, get up quickly. Although Lin Xiao was a little bit unbelievable, he was very familiar with this voice. He tried to open his eyes with hope, and the first thing he saw was a little boy with a panicked face, staring at him nervously. Lin Xiao was suddenly startled. He stood up suddenly and said with some horror, "You, who are you? Where am I?" The little boy was also startled by Lin Xiao's actions. Then he smiled, patted his chest, and laughed. Hee hee, I'm finally alive. Xiaoling doesn't have to be alone anymore. Xiaoling. Lin Xiao looked around in confusion, only to find that this place was surprisingly familiar. Wait, isn't this his fairyland? I am not dead? After he quickly checked himself up and down, he finally confirmed that he was still alive. At this moment, Lin Xiao was so happy that he couldn't express it in words. He began to pat his chest with his hands, closed his eyes, and greedily took big gulps of the air floating in the air, as if only this could relieve his current excitement. However, it was soon broken by a voice. Master, congratulations on obtaining the body of rules. Call. Lin Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and saw that it was still the little boy, but now she was looking at him with indescribable nervousness, and she looked quite cute. Lin Xiao couldn't help but look thoughtful. Although he didn't know the little boy in front of him, his voice seemed familiar for some reason. He asked quickly, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" The little boy was so confused by his sudden question that he didn't know how to respond and could only speak honestly. Master, I have always lived here, but you can't see me in front. If you hadn't helped me break the rules, you would only be able to hear my voice. Lin Xiao understood. It turned out that it was the spirit of this fairy field. He was wondering why the voice sounded familiar just now. Wait, it says the body of rules? Lin Xiao quickly asked about the body of rules. Now the spirit of the weapon has completely regained its freedom. In great joy, it told Lin Xiao the whole story without hiding anything. Lin Xiao then remembered that he had felt the call of the spirit of the weapon. After coming in, he accidentally blocked the horrific attack for it, which almost ended his new life. Fortunately, the spirit of the weapon saved itself in the end through the method left by the previous Lord of Space. And by accident, he also became a body of rules. Because this fairy field, to be precise, is a paradise on Earth. Even if the sky collapses and the Earth breaks apart outside, as long as we are here, everything will be intact. And here we can also have the normal alternation of sun and moon and the rotation of stars. However, the time ratio here and outside is different, and as a body of rules, you can control this place perfectly. Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but shout in his heart that he had picked up a treasure. Suddenly, he set his gaze on Xiao Ling again and said with hope on his face, "Xiao Ling, I have already mastered the body of rules. Isn't it time for you to teach me some self-defense techniques?" When Xiao Ling heard this, she seemed to have known that he would ask this question, and then she said happily, "Come with me." Having said that, Xiao Ling took Lin Xiao and disappeared, and came to a place he had never seen before. Here, there is no time, no clear distinction between black and white, it is just gray. Lin Xiao was a little confused, and just when he was about to speak, the spirit of the weapon spoke first. "Master, the old master is waiting for you here. He has left an opportunity in advance. You can find it by yourself. I will go out first." After saying that, Xiao Ling's figure disappeared, leaving only Lin Xiao's own figure in the silent sky. He smiled bitterly, not knowing what to do, so he raised his legs and walked forward. He didn't know how long he had been walking, but it was still dark ahead and he couldn't even figure out the direction. As a last resort, he could only keep walking. Unconsciously, a feeling of impatience grew in his heart, mixed with a hint of loneliness. Lin Xiao became a little impatient, and he began to call upon the spirit of the weapon. But no matter how he shouted, in the empty space, except for his echoing voice, there was no sound at all. This made him feel even more terrified by the unknown. For a moment, Lin Xiao felt a little regretful, and cursed the weapon's spirit countless times in his heart. At this moment, a faint fire suddenly appeared in front. Seeing this, Lin Xiao seemed to see hope. Then he quickened his pace and began to move forward. But no matter how hard he chased, he always kept a certain distance from the fire. When he wanted to turn back, there was no way to retreat, which made him feel a little desperate. Chapter 24, Just to protect the people I care about. At this moment, Lin Xiao felt mixed emotions, and all the emotions in his heart were infinitely magnified. It made him even more uneasy. But soon, he took a few deep breaths and calmed himself down. Now that he's here, he knows that all emotions will only affect his judgment of things. So he calmed down for a while, until he was completely calm. Sure enough, he felt that he became much more awake in an instant. He no longer hesitated, but continued to lift his legs and walked forward. After calming down, all the thoughts in my mind became clear. At this moment, a voice was heard and echoed throughout the space, making it impossible to tell where it came from. "Little guy, I've been waiting for you for so many years." He has a good character, not impatient or irritable, and can control himself. He is a good candidate. As the voice fell, lights suddenly lit up all around, completely illuminating the place. At this time, Lin Xiao was surprised to find that he was actually in a small room, and everything he had experienced was just an illusion. While he was still thinking, a middle-aged man with a Taoist temperament suddenly appeared in front of him. He just looked at Lin Xiao with a smile on his face and said, "Very good, congratulations on passing my test." Having said that, the man paused slightly and then spoke. "Are you willing to be my last disciple? Closed disciple?" While Lin Xiao underestimated himself in his heart, he knelt down and saluted without any hesitation. "Are you kidding? The person in front of me is the one who created the spirit artifact and the fairy field. Only a fool would refuse such an opportunity." The man also admired Lin Xiao's decisiveness. He thought he would have to spend some time talking to him, but he didn't expect that this little guy would be so decisive. With a hint of relief in his eyes, he continued speaking. "Very good. Can you tell me what your original intention was in learning martial arts?" Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but think of how helpless they were when Li Hu brought people to their home. So he spoke. "I just want to protect my loved ones, my family, and the people I care about, and never let them be bullied again." When the man heard this, he frowned and thought about it. Then he spoke. "Is it that simple?" Lin Xiao nodded firmly. Seeing this, the man couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, Good, a good one to protect his family, a good one to protect his loved ones. Although this goal is small, it is also extremely huge. As he spoke, the man stretched out his hands and Lin Xiao was dragged to stand up. Then he looked at Lin Xiao with satisfaction and said, "From now on, you are my disciple. I'm sure Xiao Ling has told you some things. Then I won't repeat it to you. What you saw was also my thoughts, which won't last long." As he spoke, the man pointed his hand towards his head, and suddenly a large amount of information came in. Lin Xiao just felt a headache. At this moment, the man didn't seem to give him a chance to digest it and continued speaking. "There are my cultivation experiences at the back. You can learn from them and refer to them. Treat Xiaoling well. He will tell you anything. There is a formation I set up here. Although it is a little weakened, it should be 100 to 1 with the outside world. It is equivalent to you practicing here for 100 days, while only 1 day has passed outside. Just practice here. It should be enough for you to practice once." After he finished speaking, the man's figure gradually faded into nothingness until he disappeared. No matter how Lin Xiao called out, no one answered except the sound that kept echoing. After kneeling on the ground and kowtowed several times respectfully, he sat on the ground and sorted out the information in his mind. Lin Xiao, who was practicing, sank into it unknowingly, and had no idea that the world outside was in turmoil. At this moment, Tang Fenglian was sitting in the house crying. In addition to Lin Jinsen, also present were Lin Jinhai, Wang Tsuehua, and Li Xiaojun. It turned out that Wang Tsuehua came today to discuss Lin Xiao's wedding date, but when she arrived at his house, she found that Lin Xiao was missing. For this purpose, several people searched almost the entire Kaoshan village, but still couldn't find it. This couldn't help but make everyone present feel nervous. Lin Jinsen sat there smoking silently without saying a word, and the others also had serious expressions on their faces. Only Tang Fenglian kept crying. She had finally waited for him to turn over a new leaf, but she didn't expect that before they had time to spend time with him, he disappeared without a trace. For some reason, she always had a bad feeling. Looking at the crying Tang Fenglian, Lin Jinsen said a little irritably, "Cry, cry, cry. All you do is cry all day long. What's the point of crying? Will it bring my son back?" When Tang Fenglian heard this, she instantly became angry and the two of them started arguing. "If it's not your son, you're not worried, right? You still have the nerve to criticize others. What else can you do besides sitting there and smoking? Look at yourself. Do you act like a father? Have you ever worried about your son's life or death?" How could Lin Jinsen not be worried? However, no matter how much suffering he had to endure, he had to swallow it down. Hearing Tang Fenglian's words, he leaned there weakly and sighed. "Yes, you are right. I am a cold-blooded person, and I have never done anything right." Seeing this, Lin Jinhai hurried out to smooth things over. "Brother, sister-in-law, please stop arguing. The most important thing for us right now is to find Xiao Xiao first. Will the children come back if you quarrel here?" Hearing this, Tang Fenglian cried even louder, and she choked up and said, "His second uncle, you don't know. This child has never been like this since he woke up. It's all gone, and today is the second day. Tell me, as a mother, how can I not be anxious?" After hearing this, Lin Jinhai finally fell silent. Wang Tsuehua also spoke. "Sister Fenglian, don't worry. We will find a way to look for it. I believe we will find it." Li Xiaojun suddenly spoke. "Do you think it's possible that it has something to do with the Li family father and son?" After hearing Li Xiaojun's words, everyone couldn't help but look at him, obviously feeling like he had been awakened by a word. Tang Fenglian immediately spoke firmly. "Yes, Xiaojun is right. It was them. It must be them. They kidnapped our son." Having said that, Tang Fenglian wiped away her tears and stood up. "No, I have to go and ask them for an explanation." Seeing this, Lin Jinsen hurriedly stopped him. "How can you be so sure it's them?" Tang Fenglian glared at him fiercely and said with tears in her eyes, "It's definitely them. They came to my house and made a scene before, and then my son disappeared. If it wasn't them, who else could it be?" Chapter 25. Come to ask for someone. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinsen fell silent. Because he also felt that this was a possibility, he stood up and said, "What you said makes sense. Let's go over and take a look." Afterwards, the group came to the home of the village chief Li Xiao in a mighty manner. As soon as she entered the yard, Tang Fenglian started shouting at the top of her voice, "Li Xiao, come out here. Where did you take my son?" At this moment, Li Xiao, who was preparing to spend some time alone with his wife in the house, was almost scared to death by this shout. Anger suddenly appeared on his face, and he lost interest no longer. He stood up and put on his clothes while shouting in a hoarse voice, "Who the hell is so blind and yelling there?" As he said that, Li Qingshu walked out angrily. When he saw Lin Jinsen and others in the yard, his face suddenly fell and he said dissatisfiedly, "Why did you bring so many people to my house? It is said that women have no morals at all, but they become strong when they become mothers." This is absolutely true. Tang Fenglian, who was originally a little timid, was not afraid at all now. She pointed at Li Qingshu and said, "Li Qingshu, tell me, where did you take my son? Give my son back to me. If you don't return my son to me today, I will fight you today." Li Qingshu was also confused when he heard this, and immediately said angrily, "You crazy woman, your son is gone and you don't go look for him. Why are you here to make trouble?" As soon as Li Qingshu finished speaking, a graceful woman walked out of the room with her hands on her hips and said, "Whose mad dog is barking here? Is this where you run wild?" When Lin Jinsen saw Tang Fenglian being criticized, he also spoke in a tough manner. "Village chiefly, the matter has been resolved. You kidnapped my son, which is wrong. This is against the law." Li Qingshu was furious when he heard that. He had finally gotten some energy today and was just about to have something happen with his lovely wife. Who knew that they would mess it up? That would be fine. But I am the head of the village after all. When have I ever been framed like this? This time, he finally couldn't help it. He picked his ears, as if he didn't understand, and said, "Lin Jinsen, what did you say? Say it again? Not only did you disturb my sleep at home, but we are from the same village after all, and you actually accused me of such a false crime? I'm telling you today, if you don't give me an explanation for what happened today, Lin Jinsen, you'll be going to jail." Li Qingshu, stop pretending to be powerful. My brother is missing, and it happened after a conflict with you. Tell me, who should we look for if not you? Just because you don't do it doesn't mean your son won't do it, right? Li Qingshu glanced at Li Xiaojun and said angrily, "Your father and I are of the same generation after all. Not only are you yelling at me like this, but you're also calling me by my first name. Do you think this is appropriate?" Li Xiaojun sneered. "What? Your village chief's name isn't a human name? Have you ever done anything respectable? If you don't want to be called, why don't you just worship it?" "You." Li Qingshu was speechless after being retorted by Li Xiaojun. He glared at Li Xiaojun fiercely and said, "Okay, I'll prove it to you now. If you didn't do it, how can I deal with you? After such a long time, I think it's unnecessary for your families to enjoy the things they enjoy." Having said that, Li Qingshu took out his phone and made a call. After the call was connected, Li Hu's lazy voice came from the inside. "Why are you calling me so early in the morning?" Upon hearing this, Li Qingshu turned on the loudspeaker and yelled directly into the phone, "You bastard, where are you now?" Hearing this, Li Hu, who was lying in the hotel, instantly became much more sober. The blonde woman nestled in his arms was also awakened, and just as she raised her head to complain, Li Hu glared at her fiercely and gave her a look that told her not to make any sound. Then he spoke into the phone. "I'm in town. What's wrong?" "What's wrong?" "You bastard, what a good thing you did. Tell me, did you kidnap Lin Xiao?" "Kidnapping Lin Xiao? Are you kidding? I was drinking with my friends in town and got drunk. Where can I kidnap someone?" "Stop talking nonsense. They've brought people to your house to ask for you. Come back here and explain everything to me." After finishing speaking, Li Qingshu was so angry that he hung up the phone and said coldly, "You heard it too? Just wait. When Li Hu comes back, we'll confront him face to face." Having said that, Li Qingshu turned around angrily and walked in. At this time, Li Qingshu's wife crossed her arms over her chest and said with a look of disgust, "Stand there and don't move, so I don't have to clean up later." After saying that, he snorted coldly, then turned and left. The woman's name is Chen Haiyan. Although she is nearly 50 years old, she is still in good shape. She was not like this originally, but she acted like this today because Tang Fenglian disturbed her good thing. Li Qingshu was not good at it in the first place. Every time he came back, he would fall asleep without caring about his own feelings. Today, when I was finally about to tickle myself, my plan was completely ruined by Tang Fenglian's shout. I am a woman too. I looked forward to it so much that it finally came true, but who would have thought that Tang Fenglian would suddenly appear along the way? How could she not be angry? So naturally she couldn't be in a good mood. On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Li Hu instantly stood up and sat there, extremely angry. When Li Hushuan thought of what his father said about someone coming to the house to look for someone, he directly called Munga and told him the general situation. When Li Hu heard Munga say that he would take care of it, he quickly dressed and went out. The only one left was a woman with a resentful look on her face. She snorted in dissatisfaction, then pulled the quilt over herself and wrapped herself up in sulk. Half an hour later, outside Li Qingshuo's house, there was a sudden sound of brakes, and 3 dilapidated vans stopped at his door. After the car door opened, a dozen bad youths with strange clothes and dyed hair got out. One of the yellow-haired young men came up to Li Hu and said, "Brother Hu, tell me, how do we do this? Brother Ming wants us to follow your instructions." Li Hu's face suddenly showed a proud look when he heard that. After he straightened his clothes, he spoke. "Brothers, a bunch of ignorant people came to my house to cause trouble. Go in and destroy them." Huang Mao promised, "Don't worry, Brother Tiger. Leave it to us. I want to see who dares to act so wildly over you, Brother Tiger." Having said that, Huang Mao turned around and said, "Brothers, grab your weapons and follow me in." Chapter 26: Extreme Humiliation. Listening to the noise outside, Lin Jinsen and others looked towards the gate at the same time. Li Hu rushed in with more than a dozen people, pointed directly at Lin Jinsen's nose and said, "Lin Jinsen, you are so bold. I haven't even come to settle accounts with you yet, and you actually brought people to my house to cause trouble? You should be thankful that I won't cause you any trouble, but now that you're here it won't be that easy to get out." Having said that, Li Hu's expression turned cold, and he looked at Huang Mao and others beside him and said loudly, "Brothers, what do you think we should do about those who break into other people's homes and cause damage?" Huang Mao laughed immediately. "Brother Tiger, just tell me what we should do." In fact, Huang Mao also wanted to please Li Hu, not for any other reason, but because he had a good father who was an official and, in short, he could spend money. So, when he saw a group of villagers who were powerless, he also wanted to show off, so he gave Li Hu enough face. Sure enough, Li Hu was very satisfied. He nodded and acted like a big brother and said, "Except for that woman, let the rest of them crawl out." Having said that, Li Hu looked at Li Xiaojun coldly. "You are not welcome in our house. Take your mother and leave immediately. I will let this matter go." Li Xiaojun chuckled, took a step forward, looked at the group of people following him with ill intentions, and asked back, "I just want to ask you one question. Did you take my brother away?" "Your brother?" Li Hu looked at him with some confusion, somewhat puzzled. "What does your brother's presence have to do with me?" "Li Xiaojun, don't challenge my bottom line. I'm telling you one last time. Take your mother and leave my house, or you will bear the consequences." Li Xiaojun couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. Just as he was about to speak, he felt someone pulling his arm. When he turned around, he saw Wang Tsuehua, who was worried, looking at him nervously and whispered, "Xiaojun, no, let's go. Look at them. They are all big and strong and they are afraid that you will get hurt. When we get out, you can go find the police." Hearing this, Li Xiaojun patted her hand that was holding his and said confidently, "Mom, don't worry. If we leave, Uncle Lin and the others will suffer, and they are Xiaomei's future parents-in-law. Aren't you afraid that she will blame you?" Wang Tsuehua was also a little worried when she heard this. "But there are too many of them. Can you?" Li Xiaojun glanced at Li Hu and others casually and said confidently, "Mom, have you forgotten how many years I studied? Don't worry." After saying that, Li Xiaojun took a few steps forward and came in front of Lin Jinsen and others. "Li Hu, you are quite capable in pretending to be a good person, but I don't know if you and the people you brought with you can withstand a beating. I'm asking you again, do you have anything to do with my brother's disappearance?" Li Hu snorted coldly. His face turned pale. "Li Xiaojun, I have no grudge against you. Why would I touch your brother? Besides, isn't your brother working outside?" Li Xiaojun sneered. "Li Hu, stop playing dumb. I'm talking about Lin Xiao. Just tell me if you have anything to do with his disappearance." Li Hu was so angry that he laughed when he heard that. He looked at Li Xiaojun coldly, pointed at his head and said, "Li Xiaojun, why don't you just think about it? His disappearance has nothing to do with me. If it was really me, I would have wanted to kill him. I solemnly tell you once again, his disappearance has nothing to do with me, do you understand?" Li Xiaojun saw that he didn't seem to be lying and smiled. "So it's a misunderstanding. I believe you. Since it wasn't you who did it, let's go look for it." As he said that, he turned around and looked at Lin Jinsen and others. "Uncle Lin, Aunt Tang, I believe this matter has nothing to do with him. Let's go out and look for him. Maybe he has come back now." Then he turned his gaze to Li Qingshuo and bowed. "Village chiefly, it's just a misunderstanding. Someone from our side is missing. Since it has nothing to do with you, let's go look for him somewhere else." "Wait, Li Hu came over with his hands in his pockets and tried to stop them. Li Xiaojun, you are too casual. Do you think this is your home, and you can come and go as you please? Is our home also a place where you can run wild as you please? I'm putting my words here today. If you don't give me an explanation, even if I agree to let you go, ask the brothers behind me if they agree. How could Huang Mao miss the opportunity to please others after hearing that? He just tapped his left hand lightly with the stick in his right hand and said with an arrogant look on his face, "We definitely won't agree. Bullying our brother Tiger is the same as bullying us." Having said that, he raised his voice. "Brothers, am I right?" His voice naturally received a unanimous response. Li Hu was indeed very satisfied with this scene and smiled. "Li Xiaojun, did you see that? If you want to leave, you have to get past them." Li Xiaojun didn't even bother to look at them. He was a little worried that if a fight broke out, he wouldn't be able to protect Lin Jin and the others. Otherwise, when has Li Xiaojun ever bowed his head to anyone? But the situation was different now. He could only laugh along. "Li Hu, we are from the same village, and they are also eager to find their son. I will apologize to you today, and I will treat you to a drink some other day." Li Hu instantly swelled up when he saw this. In fact, he was still a little afraid of Li Xiaojun, but now he saw Li Xiaojun surrender. Li Hu instinctively thought that he had overestimated Li Xiaojun and believed that he was just a pretty face. Then he said sarcastically, "Li Xiaojun, aren't you very capable? Aren't you very arrogant? Let me tell you, in Kaoshan village, you are the only one who can challenge me, Li Hu. I thought you, Li Xiaojun, were so capable, but it turns out you are just a coward. Haha, you're the only one who wants to drink with me. Are you worthy? You?" Li Xiaojun was also completely enraged. He secretly clenched his fists and only heard a slight sound from the joints. Looking at Li Hu, who deserved a beating, and then looking at Lin Jinsen and others around him, he finally said helplessly, "Li Hu, I don't want to have a conflict with you today, and I've already apologized to you. Can we just let this go?" When saying this, Li Xiaojun couldn't help but feel very unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. For the safety of Lin Jinsen, his mother and others, he could only grit his teeth and bear it. But the more he lowered his attitude, the more arrogantly Hu became, and he didn't give him any chance of reconciliation. He looked at Li Xiaojun and said sarcastically, "You can leave if you want. Didn't you say Lin Xiao is your brother? That's perfect. He's not here. You can do something on his behalf." As he said that, Li Hu took a stance, pointed at his parted legs and said, "Get through here and I'll let you go." Chapter 27, completely out of control. Seeing this, Li Xiaojun's face became as gloomy as water, and a sense of hostility gradually rose in him. He understood that Li Hu had no intention of letting him go. My temporary humility only made him even more aggressive. At this moment, Li Xiaojun could no longer endure it, and it was impossible for him to kneel down and beg for mercy from such a person. He looked at Li Hu coldly and said, "I gave you face, right? Do you think you deserve to make me kneel down?" As he said this, he turned to Lin Jinsen and others and said, "Uncle Lin, let's go. I want to see who dares to move today." Lin Jinsen and others nodded and prepared to leave, but were stopped by Li Hu. He looked at Li Xiaojun with an unfriendly tone and said, "How dare you? Just try to move." Li Xiaojun pushed him away and said in the same cold voice, "Get out of the way, good dogs don't block the road. I want to leave today. Who dares to stop me?" As he spoke, Li Xiaojun took the lead and walked forward, saying, "Uncle Jin Hai, follow me. I want to see if this is a dangerous place." Seeing Li Xiaojun suddenly become tough, Li Hu was surprised for a moment, then said viciously, "Brothers, if anyone dares to leave today, kill him. I, Li Hu, will take responsibility for any consequences." The two of them refused to give in to each other, and the atmosphere became extremely tense for a while. Seeing this, Lin Jinhai shouted into the house, "Village chiefly, we are all from the same village. As the head of the village, are you just going to stay in the house and watch?" Li Qingshou had actually been paying attention to every move here for a long time. After hearing this, he finally couldn't sit still anymore and walked out and said, "Didn't you say that my family kidnapped Lin Xiao? This is a good opportunity for you to confront him." Lin Jinsen looked at Li Qingshou. "So, our child is missing, and we can't even ask? Are you asking? This is called questioning, understand? Do whatever you want with it." Li Hu is right. If I don't give you an explanation today, everyone will come to my house if they lose a chicken. How can we live in peace? After listening to this, Lin Jinsen couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Li Xiaojun and said, "Xiaojun, It's all because of your uncle that you got into trouble. It seems like there's no way out for the honest people in this village. Take your aunt and the others away later. Leave this to me." As he said that, he looked around and walked to the corner, picked up the shovel placed there, walked over and said, "Come on, uncle will clear the way for you. I'll see who moves today. My life is worthless." Li Xiaojun looked at Lin Jinsen in surprise and was also shaken by his toughness. He didn't expect that Lin Jinsen, who was always honest and never argued with others, could be so terrifying when he got angry, so he raised his leg and followed him. Seeing this, Li Hu sneered, "Looking for death? Brothers, destroy them for me." After Huang Mao and the others looked at each other, a dozen people gathered around them tacitly. Seeing this, Lin Jinsen clenched the shovel in his hands with both hands, raised it up, and continued walking forward. Huang Mao sneered when he saw this. "You can't even use a shovel, but you're still trying to show off. Brothers, kill him." Following the order from the yellow-haired man, several thugs cursed angrily and prepared to attack Lin Jinsen with sticks in their hands. Lin Jinhai and others were somewhat frightened, and Tang Fenglian was so frightened that she grabbed Wang Tsuehua, who was standing beside her. Li Xiaojuan's eyes turned cold when he saw this, and just as he was about to take action, he saw Lin Jinsen hit him hard with the shovel in his hand. The leading thug thought that he didn't dare and didn't take Lin Jinsen seriously at all. It was not until the shovel fell towards his head that he showed a trace of panic and quickly began to dodge. But it was too late. Although he avoided the vital parts, he was hit hard on the shoulder. Suddenly, he hugged his shoulders and screamed in pain. This scene scared the others, including Li Hu and Li Xiaojun. They were too familiar with Lin Jinsen and thought he was just trying to scare them, but they didn't expect that he, who was always honest, would actually do it. For a moment, everyone present was somewhat panicked. Seeing their companion wailing there, two of them hurried over to ask about his injuries. When Huang Mao saw his brother being beaten, for the sake of his status and loyalty in the eyes of others, he had no choice but to stand up. He first asked about the injury of his injured brother, then pointed at Lin Jinsen. "Old man, have some courage. I just don't know how many you can hit." As he said this, he stretched out his right hand into the air and waved it, giving the order, "Teach them a lesson for me, and don't let any of them go." Following his order, more than a dozen people began to rush up. Lin Jinsen was ready to fight to the death today. He picked up the shovel again and fought with them. Relying on the advantage of the length of the shovel and his random slashing and chopping, no one dared to approach him for a while. Seeing this, the remaining people left 2 or 3 to hold Lin Jinsen back, and the rest actually waved their sticks and rushed towards Lin Jinhai and others. Seeing this, Li Xiaojun finally took action. At this time, Li Hu, who had been staring at him, also moved. He stopped Li Xiaojun first and sneered, "Where are you going?" Li Xiaojun looked at the gangster approaching his mother and others, then glanced at Li Hu, who was blocking him, and said in a cold voice, "Get out of here, Li Hu, I tell you. You will pay a heavy price today, I say." Li Hu didn't take it seriously. Instead, he mocked, "Really? I'd like to try it." Li Xiaojun was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He glanced at Lin Jinhai and said, "Uncle Jinhai, protect my mom and the others." At this time, the noise here also attracted more and more neighbors nearby. Seeing this, Li Xiaojun spoke, "Fellow villagers, the Li family has been doing atrocities in Kaoshan village. Today I will ask you for an explanation. Please help take care of my mother and the others." Li Hu snorted coldly and kicked Li Xiaojun directly. At this moment, Li Xiaojun was distracted and was kicked back a few steps by a strong kick. Seeing this, he no longer hesitated and rushed directly towards Li Hu. The two men started fighting each other, and for a while, Li Qingxiu's yard was in chaos. Tang Fenglian was so anxious that she started crying. After a while, under the siege of the crowd, Lin Jinsen couldn't hold on any longer. At this moment, a gangster seized the opportunity, raised a stick and smashed it on Lin Jinsen's head. Li Xiaojun quickly reminded him, but it was too late. After this blow, Lin Jinsen completely lost his fighting ability and blood gushed out of his head. Li Xiaojun seized the opportunity and heard a click, followed by Li Hu's scream. Seeing that the situation was becoming increasingly serious, Li Qingxiu could only speak out to stop it. "Why don't you stop now?" Chapter 28, Do You Have the Courage? At this time, everyone had already gone crazy fighting and didn't listen to his command at all. Li Xiaojun seized the opportunity and kicked Li Hu away. At this point, Li Hu had completely lost his fighting ability and lay there wailing. At this time, when he looked at Li Xiaojun again, there was a hint of fear in his expression. On the other hand, Li Xiaojun became more and more courageous. After seeing that Li Hu was no longer a threat, he turned around and went towards Huang Mao and others. On this side, Huang Mao also seized the opportunity, and after knocking Lin Jinhai down, he was feeling smug. He saw Li Xiaojun walking towards him. Looking at him, Huang Mao also felt like retreating. He had always seen how strong Li Xiaojun was, and he also knew that he was no match for him. Looking at Li Xiaojun walking towards him, Huang Mao immediately exclaimed, "What do you want to do? Didn't you hear your village chief tell you to stop?" Hearing this, Li Xiaojun couldn't help but reveal a hint of sarcasm and asked back, "What about you? Have you stopped?" As he spoke, Li Xiaojun bent down, picked up the stick on the ground, and walked towards him indifferently. When he was almost there, Li Xiaojun swung the stick and smashed it down with a very decisive action. Huang Mao was a little scared when he saw this, but he couldn't help but take action to defend himself. But once fear arises in a person's heart, flaws will be revealed. Soon, under Li Xiaojun's attack, Huang Mao was immediately defeated. Soon, he was beaten black and blue by Li Xiaojun and screamed in pain, "Stop! Stop hitting me! I beg for mercy." However, Li Xiaojun didn't listen at all. He only stopped when Wang Tsuehua and Tang Fenglian came over and pulled him back. At this time, the yellow-haired man was half dead, lying there covered in blood, screaming in pain. It was also the first time that Li Qingshuo saw Li Xiaojun being so cruel. He looked at the group of people lying on the ground in a mess and started speaking. "Very good. You are simply outrageous. You are making such a fuss in my house. You have absolutely no respect for the law." Li Xiaojun also calmed down at this time. He glanced at Li Qingshuo with a cold expression and said, "The king's law? Do you know what people call you in secret? You are just a beast, and you are qualified to tell me the law? You." Li Qingshuo pointed at Li Xiaojun and was ready to take advantage of his seniority, but when he saw Li Xiaojun's cold gaze, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Finally, he said helplessly, "Okay, let's leave this matter to the police." As he said that, he glanced at Li Hu, who was lying on the ground wailing, and said disappointedly, "Useless piece of trash. You only know how to embarrass me here. Is there anything wrong?" Li Hu felt like his whole body was about to fall apart and was in great pain. "Now that I see that my father not only doesn't care about me but scolds me instead, I feel so lost." He simply closed his eyes and changed his lying position, but the movement made him grimace in pain again. Li Qingshuo didn't say anything. He just took out his cell phone and said, "Just wait. Wait for the police to come and deal with it." Li Xiaojun sneered, "Why don't you hurry up? What are you waiting for?" "That's perfect. Since we've fallen out, let's wait for the police to come. I want to see whether you, Li Qingshuo, can sit there longer or I can sit there longer. Over the years, who doesn't know what you've been doing in the village?" "You." Li Qingshuo was really scared. Having been the village chief for so many years, he knew very well that it would be of no benefit to him if the trouble continued. In the end, Li Qingshuo could only suffer in silence. After putting his phone in his pocket, he sighed. "Today's matter ends here. From now on, we will not interfere with each other." As he spoke, he pointed at Lin Jinsen and others lying on the ground and continued, "Both of us have been hurt this time, so let's just take care of our own business." "But will Li Xiaojun let him go?" He just shook his head and said, "Village chiefly, what you said is wrong. It was your son who brought people here and attacked us first. This is considered self-defense. Since you don't want to make a big deal out of this, okay, then you can pay us some of the medical expenses and we'll take care of it ourselves." "You farted." "Li Xiaojun, don't push your luck. At worst, we'll both be defeated. You were the ones who came to my house to cause trouble first, and now you're asking me to pay for the medical expenses?" Snort. "I can only tell you that you think too much." "Oh, yeah. It seems that village chiefly hasn't figured out the situation yet. We did nothing wrong in coming to your house. First, we didn't cause any trouble. My brother is missing. As the head of the village, what's wrong with us coming here to ask about it? Second, your son brought a group of people in to attack us directly. We can't just wait to be beaten, right?" "Haha. Li Qingshuo, don't say that I look down on you. As for what you said about a fight to the bitter end." Having said that, Li Xiaojun deliberately paused, looked at Li Qingshuo, and spoke word by word. "Do you have the guts?" Li Qingshuo was almost going crazy. What the hell is going on? I have become the passive party for no apparent reason. Don't even mention how ugly his face looks right now. If looks could kill, no one at the scene would be alive. After a long stalemate, Li Qingshuo weighed the pros and cons again and again and finally gave in. Because Li Xiaojun was right, He really didn't have the courage to fight to the death. He knew clearly what he had done, and if he made a big fuss, there was a high possibility that the fish would die but the net would remain intact. After carefully weighing the pros and cons in his heart, he finally gave in. Although at this moment, he was extremely desperate and angry, he still held it back and said, "Then tell me, how much does it cost for you to see a doctor?" Li Xiaojun couldn't help but laugh when he heard that, and at the same time he didn't forget to praise Li Xiao. Village chief Li is indeed a reasonable person. With so many of us injured, the compensation should be at least 2,000 yuan, right? When Li Xiao heard the 2,000 yuan, he immediately got furious. He felt a blockage in his chest, and for some reason, he had an urge to vomit blood. He stared at Li Xiaojun angrily and said, "Only 2 of you were injured, but you're asking for $2,000, Li Xiaojun. Aren't you too mean?" Li Xiaojun laughed. "Haha, compared to village chief Li, I'm still far behind. As far as I know, the land on the south slope alone, what village chief Li took in is dozens of times more than this. Compared to this, what I have is just a drop in the bucket. Besides, didn't you see that my mother and Aunt Tang were both frightened? Can't they go get checked out and buy some supplements?" Li Qingshuo's defense was completely broken, but he could do nothing and finally shouted towards the house. "Are you dead in the house? Why don't you give me $2,000? Chapter 29. A mother worries about her son even when he is far away. Chen Haiyan was so surprised that she hid in the house and dared not move. She was very nervous. Li Qingshuo's sudden shout almost frightened him to death. But when she heard that she had to take 2,000 yuan, Chen Haiyan immediately refused. Although she didn't go out, she saw clearly what was happening outside. We are clearly the victims, yet we have to pay compensation. How can this be justified? At this time, Chen Haiyan was no longer afraid and shouted directly outside. Why? They beat up our people and still want us to take the money. How can this be justified? Having said that, she was no longer afraid and went straight to the door, put her hands on her hips and said, "I don't have any money, but I have my life. Li Qingshuo, I'm telling you, there's no way you can get compensation." Li Qingshuo was already very angry at this time, and he wanted to get rid of them as soon as possible. But how could he bear the fact that this silly woman of his was actually putting eye drops on him at this time? He snorted angrily, cursed the man as a tactless person, and walked up angrily. When he arrived at the door, he saw Chen Haiyan still standing there, and he said angrily, "Get out of the way, you're in the way." However, Chen Haiyan refused to give in, raised her eyebrows and said, "Li Qingshuo, I'm so unlucky to marry you. It's okay that you're not good in bed, but besides being a boss at home, what else are you capable of? I'm telling you today, if you want to give them money, it's impossible." Li Qingshuo was so angry that he lost his mind. His only thought now was to get rid of this group of people as soon as possible, otherwise he would be angry to death sooner or later. He pushed Chen Haiyan away and walked in angrily, not caring at all about Chen Haiyan who was pushed down. On the other side, Chen Haiyan was also badly beaten after being pushed down. She screamed in pain and started throwing a tantrum. "Oh, I can't live like this anymore. I don't want to live anymore. Li Qingshuo, you are so rebellious that you dare to hit me. I will fight you to death." Having said that, Chen Haiyan ignored the pain, stood up cursing and rushed into the house. I only heard a quarrel in the room, followed by a loud slap, and then only the crying sound. At this time, Li Qingshuo also came out with a dark face. He came to Li Xiaojun, threw the money at him and said, "Take the money and get out." Li Xiaojun smiled without caring at all. "Village chief Li, isn't this over? Thank you." As he said that, he walked up to Lin Jinsen and squatted down. "Aunt Tang, is my Uncle Lin okay?" Lin Jinsen laughed. "It's okay. Thank you so much for today. Otherwise, I would have died here." Li Xiaojun laughed. "Uncle, this is all a small matter. Lin Xiao is my brother, and I will never watch you get bullied." As he spoke, he asked about Lin Jinhai's injuries again. After finding that there was no serious problem, he took them to the village clinic. When he passed by Li Hu, he saw Li Hu glaring at him fiercely. Li Xiaojun laughed. "Your father has already convinced you. Why are you still not convinced? Do you want to fight again?" Although Li Hu was very dissatisfied, he did not dare to provoke Li Xiaojun again. He could only curse Lin Xiao in his heart and at the same time, blamed everything on Lin Xiao. He couldn't afford to offend Li Xiaojun, but Lin Xiao didn't know that Li Hu had completely hated him. Lin Xiao, who was in an independent space, had no idea that many things had happened outside. At this time, he was concentrating on studying the skills left by his master. As he continued to study, he discovered that this technique was so powerful. and it is all-encompassing, including martial arts, medical classics, alchemy, etc. In short, it dazzled him. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes and couldn't help but smile. Then he closed his eyes again and began to comprehend once more. Time passed minute by minute. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xiao opened his eyes again. But he couldn't hide the joy in his expression. He could feel that this place was beginning to reject him, which proved that he had been practicing for 100 days. Then, Lin Xiao stood up and said with a smile, "After missing for a day or two, my parents must have been worried sick." But he had no idea that so many things had already happened. As he spoke, he lightly pressed his hand in a certain direction, and a door suddenly appeared in front of him. He looked back and walked out. Lin family. Tang Fenglian had already burst into tears at this moment, while Wang Cuihua and Zhao Haiteng were trying their best to persuade her. "Fenglian, don't be sad. Xiao Xiao is not the same as before. He must have gone somewhere, or something urgent happened. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to find him after 2 days of searching." Wang Cuihua also spoke. "Yes, it's no use crying here. You'll only make yourself sick. It's dark now. Let's get more people to look for it tomorrow morning. Uncle Lin is also injured now, so you should have a good rest. Who knows, he might be back when you wake up tomorrow." Tang Fenglian understood their good intentions very well and choked up. "Second sister-in-law, Aunt Wang, you don't know. This child has never been like this before. It was the same before. Now he finally figured it out. And when we were about to live happily together, he disappeared. And I couldn't get through to him when I called him. How can I not be anxious? I always feel that something must have happened to this child. Woo-woo. Why is my life so miserable? I have been looking forward to it for so long. Finally, I have hope. Oh my God, how can I live like this?" On the other side, when Lin Xiao just returned to the room, he heard a cry coming from the room. Listening carefully, isn't this his mother's voice? Suddenly, a bad premonition arose in his heart. He didn't care about anything else and ran into the house in one breath. At this time, Tang Fenglian was crying non-stop, and Wang Cuihua and Zhao Haiteng were comforting her on the left and right, and they didn't notice Lin Xiao coming in at all. "Mom, I'm back. What happened to you?" Hearing the voice, Wang Cuihua and Zhao Haiteng quickly raised their heads, and when they saw it was Lin Xiao, there was a hint of reproach in the two's eyes as they spoke at the same time. "You kid, you still remember to come back? Where have you been? Look how worried your parents are." Hearing this, Tang Fenglian also raised her tearful face. When she saw Lin Xiao, she quickly stood up, rushed over and hugged Lin Xiao in her arms, saying with concern, "You're finally back. Where have you been? Are you okay? Do you know how worried Mom is about you?" Chapter 30. The King Returns. Feeling her mother's heartfelt concern, Lin Xiao's eyes couldn't help but become moist. Just like that, Tang Fenglian held him and asked him if he was injured, if he was in danger, etc., without saying a word of blame. But the more this happened, the more guilty Lin Xiao felt. He simply found an excuse to fool them, but Wang Cuihua didn't seem to believe it. She asked with a little confusion, "Are you serious? You said you fell into a pit, so how did you climb out?" Lin Xiao was a little confused for a moment, but he still thought of a solution. "Aunt Wang, I was just taking a walk at night. It was too dark and I fell in. I waited for 2 days, and today someone happened to come by, heard my cry for help, and pulled me out. Look, I ran back as soon as I got here." Although Wang Cuihua still had some questions, Lin Xiao's words seemed to be correct. There is indeed a big pit at the east end of the village. She fell into it last year. Because of this, she broke her leg and went to the hospital. But Lin Xiao was intact. She knew how deep the pit was, and this was what puzzled her the most. She really wanted to ask, but was interrupted by Zhao Haiteng. "Xiao Xiao, I'm glad you're back. By the way, go check on your dad and the others." "My father?" Lin Xiao's heart suddenly tightened, and he asked quickly, "Second aunt, my dad. What happened to my dad?" Zhao Haiteng sighed when he heard this. "You disappeared, and your father and his friends thought it was Li Hu and his friends who were responsible, so they went to argue with your second uncle and his friends, but they were beaten and seriously injured. Luckily, we have Xiao Jun. Otherwise, you might not be able to see your father and his family again." After hearing what the second aunt said, Lin Xiao felt a surge of anger in his heart. He stood up with a very gloomy face, and his fists were clenched so hard that they made a squeaking sound. "Li Hu, you are such a jerk. If I don't teach you a lesson, you really think we are easy to bully." Having said that, he turned his head to look at Tang Fenglian, smiled slightly, and said, "Mom, I'm going to go see my dad and my second uncle first. Don't worry. I promise you today that from now on, no one will bully you anymore." After saying that, he glanced coldly in the direction of Li Hu's house and went to the inner room. Lin Jinsen was seen lying there with a layer of white gauze on his head and blood oozing out, receiving in 4 drip. Li Xiaojun was there too, but he was leaning there and seemed to have fallen asleep. Lin Xiao walked in, but his footsteps also woke up Li Xiaojun. When he opened his eyes and saw that it was Lin Xiao, he quickly stood up and smiled. "Brother, you're back? Where have you been these past 2 days?" Uncle Lin and the others were so worried. Lin Xiao smiled slightly, bowed slightly to Li Xiaojun, and said gratefully, "Brother Xiaojun, I know everything. Thank you. Thank you for saving my dad and the others. As for Li Hu, I will never let them go." Seeing this, Li Xiaojun quickly dodged and laughed. "Brother, what are you doing? Don't be so polite. As for Li Hu, haha, he broke his arm. He'll probably have to stay in the hospital for a few days." At this time, Lin Jinsen, who was originally asleep, was also awakened by the sound of their talking. After he turned his head slightly and saw that it was Lin Xiao, his heart was finally at ease. He smiled and said, "You're back, little bastard." Lin Xiao stepped forward and held his hand, saying with some guilt, "Dad, I'm back. I'm sorry for making you worry." As he spoke, he raised his hand and gently stroked the gauze on Lin Jinsen's head, saying with concern, "Dad, does it hurt? Don't worry, I will make Li Hu and the others pay you back double for the injuries you suffered today." Lin Jinsen shook his head and said, "Forget it. It's all over. Dad is fine. This little pain is nothing. Okay, don't worry about me. Go check on your second uncle. He's injured too." Lin Xiao nodded, and after spending some time with Lin Jinsen, he comforted him. "Dad, then you take a good rest. I'll go see my second uncle." "I'm fine, don't worry, go." Lin Xiao nodded, stood up and prepared to leave. Li Xiaojun laughed. "Well, Uncle Lin, you should have a good rest. Brother Lin Xiao and I will go see Uncle Jin Hai together." Lin Jinsen nodded slightly, then closed his eyes and rested. Lin Xiao and Li Xiaojun walked out together, said something to their mother, and prepared to go to their second uncle's house. Zhao Haiding stood up and said, "Fenglian, Xiao Xiao is back, so I'll go back too. I think your second brother has almost lost all his water." Seeing Zhao Haiding stand up, Wang Cuehua also said goodbye. Just like that, except for Wang Cuehua who went home, Lin Xiao and others came to Lin Jinhai's house together. As soon as I entered the room, I saw Lin Jinhai sitting there smoking silently with water stuck in his arm. When he saw Lin Xiao coming in, he spoke. "You're back? Where have you been these past 2 days? Do you know that your parents were almost worried to death?" Lin Jinhai's tone was a bit harsh. Every time he moved, the injuries on his body were agitated and he gasped in pain. Lin Xiao said guiltily, "I'm sorry, uncle, because I made you suffer. Don't worry, I will definitely get you back the injuries you and my dad suffered." As he said that, he repeated to Lin Jinhai what he had said to Tang Fenglian and others before. After listening, Lin Jinhai first looked at him, then spoke. "The big pit at the east end of the village is 5 or 6 meters high. How come you are not hurt at all after falling into it?" "Uncle, I slid down the side, and my leg was injured and it hurts a little, but everything else is fine." After hearing this, Lin Jinhai finally believed it. But Li Xiaojun is different. Logically speaking, he wouldn't be so agile with an injured leg. But Lin Xiao had just walked over with him, and he didn't notice anything unusual. He glanced at Lin Xiao. For some reason, he felt that Lin Xiao had changed, but he couldn't tell what had changed. He didn't say anything, but quietly observed Lin Xiao's every move. It's true, through his observation, he discovered more details. That is, Lin Xiao seems to have really changed. First of all, his temperament gives people a mysterious feeling if you look closely. The second thing is his appearance and figure. His appearance seems to be more handsome and resolute. His figure has also changed. Lin Xiao used to be thin and frail, but now he is very tall and straight. Lin Xiao also noticed that Li Xiaojun was looking at him intentionally or unintentionally, so he smiled. "Uncle, where are you hurt?" "Fortunately, I know some medical skills. I can help you take a look." Lin Jinhai sighed. "I'm fine. I went to the village clinic and got some treatment. I'm much better now. Go back and check on your dad more often. Your dad's injury is more serious than mine." Chapter 31 shows off his skills for the first time and shocks everyone. Zhao Haiding laughed. "You, just take good care of your injuries. We just came from there." Lin Xiao also smiled and agreed. "Uncle, I'm free anyway, so I'll help you first." Have you forgotten that I cured Chen Yueying? Lin Jinhai nodded upon hearing this. Then show it to me. Lin Xiao nodded, then smiled at Li Xiaojun and others. Brother Xiaojun, please step aside for a moment. I'll check my uncle's injuries. Li Xiaojun smiled, then tactfully walked out with Zhao Haitang. Seeing this, Lin Xiao looked up at Dian, who was about to lose all his money, and said, Uncle, I'll remove it for you first. Don't worry, I'll make sure you can walk normally tomorrow after I finish the treatment. Hearing this, Lin Jinhai felt somewhat expectant, as he was a person who could not sit still. Besides, there is still farm work to be done in the fields. If it can really get better, he will definitely be willing to do it. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel a little excited and nodded. Seeing this, Lin Xiao walked over, unplugged the infusion device, and said, Uncle, take off your clothes and lie down. Lin Jinhai was in a dilemma. He spoke a little embarrassedly. My second uncle is in so much pain all over his body that he can't even turn around. This? Haha. Second uncle, let me help you. Having said that, Lin Xiao sat down and began to unbutton Lin Jinhai's shirt. He moved very carefully, for fear of hurting Lin Jinhai. After a while, Lin Jinhai's shirt was taken off. Although it was very little, Lin Xiao was afraid of hurting him, so he took it off very slowly. Once a piece of clothing is taken off, it is almost impossible to wear it. Some parts are so painful that Lin Jinhai has to tear them off. After taking off his clothes, Lin Xiao's face gradually became gloomy, because Lin Jinhai had very obvious bruises on his back, shoulders, and other parts of his body. No wonder he said it hurt so much that he couldn't turn around. Seeing this, Lin Xiao was so angry. But the first priority now is to heal his injuries. After staying in this space for 100 days, his medical skills have already changed. This injury is nothing to him. After he helped Lin Jinhai lie down, he slowly raised his right hand and touched Lin Jinhai's sleep point. Suddenly, Lin Jinhai fell asleep, and soon after, the sound of his even breathing could be heard. After taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Lin Xiao slowly raised his right hand and moved it around his back. And the strange thing was that wherever his hand passed, the bruises on Lin Jinhai's back miraculously disappeared. Lin Xiao's smile was not surprising, as no one knew how much he had changed in the past 100 days in the space. But what he didn't know was that there was a pair of eyes outside the window watching this scene carefully and clearly. He was Li Xiaojun. He had always felt that Lin Xiao was different, so he took a look out of curiosity and actually discovered a big secret. Lin Xiao actually has true energy. You have to know that he has been practicing with his master for such a long time, but he has only mastered a little bit, and the spiritual energy released by Lin Xiao was even more than that of his master. This time, Li Xiaojun finally confirmed all the guesses in his mind, and at the same time, he looked a little lost. He had been practicing for such a long time, but had only achieved a little bit. Although he didn't know how long Lin Xiao had been practicing, he had already surpassed him by far. At this moment, an idea came to Li Xiaojun's mind. That is, to follow Lin Xiao wholeheartedly in the future. But Lin Xiao didn't know this. After his efforts, Lin Jinhai also recovered completely. Then, he released Lin Jinhai's acupoints. After a while, Lin Jinhai woke up. He was confused at first, and then he found that the pain in his body was gone. He quickly got up and stretched himself, and he was indeed healed. This made him so happy that he almost jumped up on the spot. Xiao Xiao, you are really amazing. I'm actually healed. Completely healed. Haha. Thank you, Uncle. You are really becoming more and more capable. Uncle, don't be so polite. I can treat this injury, and you got hurt because of me. If you want to thank me, I should thank you, Uncle. Just as the uncle and nephew were happily praising each other, Zhao Haitang and Li Xiaojun heard the noise and walked in. They looked at the lively Lin Jinhai, and Zhao Haitang exclaimed, Xiao Xiao, your medical skills are so amazing. You really cured your uncle. Haha. This way, if we have any problems in the future, we can just come to you directly and save you money. Second aunt, if you have anything to say, just come to me. Lin Jinhai said proudly. Haha. Our Xiao Xiao is becoming more and more capable now. It looks like the third child will also be able to enjoy a peaceful life without playing in the future. Who says it's not? Xiao Xiao, you must help your brother Lin Yu more in the future. Uncle, aunt, don't worry. We are all family. Hearing this, Lin Jinhai and Zhao Haitang nodded vigorously and said firmly at the same time, Yes, we are all family. After chatting with him for a while, Lin smiled and said, Uncle, aunt, I'll go back first. I'll go check on my dad's injuries. Lin Jinhai and Zhao Haitang naturally did not dare to keep them. So the couple sent them to the door before turning back. On the other side, Lin Xiao and Li Xiaojun returned home, and Tang Fenglian watched Lin Jinsen receiving an infusion. After seeing them come back, Tang Fenglian stood up and said, "I'm back. How's your uncle?" Lin smiled and said, "Mom, my second uncle is fine now. I cured him." Tang Fenglian exclaimed, "How is this possible? Your second uncle is also seriously injured." Lin Xiao was just about to speak when Li Xiaojun interrupted him and said solemnly, "Aunt Tang, it's true. Uncle Jin Hai is already well and alive and well." After hearing what Li Xiaojun said, Tang Fenglian had to believe it, and she urged, "Then you should treat your father quickly, so that he will be well tomorrow." Lin Xiao nodded and was about to speak when he saw Li Xiaojun smiling. "Aunt Tang, let's step aside for a while." Lin Xiao couldn't help but glance at Li Xiaojun. Looking at his expression, he seemed to guess that Li Xiaojun might know something, but he didn't care. Through this experience, he was also willing to make friends with Li Xiaojun. But now, the most important thing for him is to heal his father Lin Jinsen first. Since Lin Jinsen only injured his head, it was convenient, and he didn't have to take off his clothes. When he came to him, Lin Jinsen just opened his eyes for a moment and then closed them again, as if his eyelids were very heavy. Lin Xiao directly pressed his sleeping point, unplugged the infusion device, and began to carefully remove the gauze. As he continued to dismantle it, his mood became increasingly solemn. Chapter 32. Why did you stop me just now? Because his father's injuries were more serious than he had imagined, and the conditions in the village clinic were limited. The treatment was not very good, pus and blood appeared in the wound, and the gauze was stuck directly to the head. Judging from the location of the pus and blood on the gauze, my father's injuries must be very serious, otherwise he wouldn't be so sleepy all the time. Seeing this, Lin Xiao stopped. He first used the internal energy to seal Lin Jinsen's blood vessels, and then began to unseal them for him. He was still very careful throughout the whole action, and until the gauze was completely removed, Lin Xiao's face changed again. I saw that his wound was infected, and pus had accumulated in the wound, which was about 10 centimeters long. Lin Xiao suppressed the anger in his heart and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he checked it himself. If he had delayed it until it became serious, the consequences would have been disastrous. He did not hesitate any longer, got up and found some new cotton, then brought in a bottle of wine and opened it. Then he poured out some of it, dipped it in cotton, and began to carefully clean the pus for him. After everything was done, he found a pair of scissors, lit some alcohol to burn the scissors, and then removed all the simple stitches on his head. Instantly, a small amount of bright red blood flowed out of the wound. Lin Xiao was not panicked. He circulated the internal energy in his body and checked his mind first. But he found that he had a slight concussion. He no longer hesitated and took a long time to fix the problem in his mind. Then he did not stop, but continued to heal his wounds with his true qi. Another 10 minutes passed. Lin Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Because the wound on Lin Jinsen's head has been completely healed under the treatment of Lin Xiao's true qi. Seeing this, he finally laughed. At the same time, he untied Lin Jinsen's acupoints. After waking up, Lin Jinsen was also confused, and then he was surprised to find that his wound no longer hurt. He subconsciously raised his hand to touch the wound, only to find that it had already healed. How could he not be surprised? He closed his eyes and tried hard to recall but found that he could not remember anything. He looked at Lin Xiao, who was sitting there looking at him with a smile on his face, and said in surprise, "My wound is healed? How did you do it?" Lin smiled and said, "Dad, do you remember the last time I treated Chen Yueying's injury? In fact, my master also taught me some very powerful medical skills. I used the methods he passed down to save you." Lin Jinsen was extremely surprised and happy at the same time, so he didn't ask any more questions. Because this is his, Lin Jinsen's son. The more capable he is, the more glorious he will be as a father. Then, he looked at Lin Xiao with indescribable pride in his eyes. Finally, he said several good things in a row and said proudly, "Son, no matter what time it is, you must be low-key. The more capable you are, the more low-key you should be. Next, find a time to settle your marriage first, so that your mother and I can rest assured. By the way, where's your mom?" Lin Xiao glanced outside and was about to speak when Tang Fenglian walked in. She exclaimed when she saw Lin Jinsen, who looked full of energy. "Baby's father? You actually recovered? This is simply a miracle." As she spoke, she rubbed her eyes. When she was sure that she was not mistaken, she looked at Lin Xiao, somewhat hesitantly. "Son, You, you actually cured your dad. That's great. Lin Jinsen glanced at Lin Xiao, revealed a proud smile and said, Oh my, you women. You really have long hair and short vision. How can such a small thing make you so excited? Isn't it because we have a good son? Tang Fenglian nodded, and this time she rarely refuted. Lin Xiao glanced behind her and said, Mom, where's brother Xiaojun? Why didn't he come in? Your brother Xiaojun went back and said that you just came back so we can talk. He will come to see you tomorrow morning. Lin Xiao nodded and said, Dad, Mom, it's getting late, so you should go to bed early. I'm going to bed too. Tang Fenglian opened her mouth and was about to call out to Lin Xiao, but was stopped by a look from Lin Jinsen. He laughed. Xiao Xiao, go and rest first. You are exhausted after the day. Lin Xiao nodded and said, Dad, Mom, you guys should get some rest early. I'm going back to sleep first. It was not until Lin Xiao left that Tang Fenglian said with some complaints, Why did you stop me just now? Lin Jinsen glared at her fiercely and said, Your son is grown up now. He should have his own secrets. Don't ask him about certain things. He will tell us when he wants us to know. Didn't you hear him say that he found a master in his dream? Don't take some things so seriously. He is our son. If you ask him, have you ever thought about whether he will be embarrassed? Okay, go to bed. Don't think too much. I believe that one day, he will tell us. Even if he doesn't, we just need to remember that he is our son. Tang Fenglian nodded. She also felt that her man was right, so she smiled and joked. Oops, I didn't see that. I used to think you were so honest, but I didn't expect you to be so eloquent when it comes to reasoning. Lin Jinsen smiled but said nothing, which did not mean that he was very eloquent or sensible now. It's because he has finally put down the stone that was blocking his heart, and he naturally feels relaxed. Unlike before, the reason why he was silent at that time was because he couldn't hold his head up in front of others. But now, with Lin Xiao's change, all of this no longer exists. When they talk about their son now, their eyes are filled with pride and relief. After returning to the room, Lin Xiao, lying on the Kong, found that he could not fall asleep no matter how hard he tried. So, he went to the space again. Seeing that the locust plague season was approaching, the only thing he had to do now was to store food as much as possible. With Lin Xiao's hard work, his points are increasing. A silent night. The next day, after Lin Xiao finished his meal, Lin Jinsen called him over and said, Son, do you still have the corn I mentioned earlier? I don't have much to do at home these days, so I'll take some and sell it. Lin Xiao didn't expect that his injured father was still thinking about this matter, so he spoke. Dad, I'm always available, but your injury has just healed. You should take a good rest first, and we'll talk when you're better. Who knew that Lin Jinsen would just stand up, move around a bit, and say with a smile, Look, Dad is fine now. Besides, I can earn more money to marry you a wife, right? Chapter 33 Heartbroken. Lin Xiao was touched and smiled. Dad, it doesn't matter now. You can take a day off today, and we can talk about it tomorrow. But wasn't my second uncle injured as well? It would be a shame if you didn't go and take a look, right? After all, second uncle was injured because of our family's affairs. Lin Jinsen nodded when he heard this. He felt that Lin Xiao was right. After the two chatted for a while, he took a plate of eggs and went to Lin Jinhai's house with Tang Fenglian. Lin Xiao was bored, so he went back to his house and lay down. After a while, Li Xiaojun came. He stayed with Lin Xiao for a while, but he seemed to talk much less than before. Lin smiled but didn't point it out. Sure enough, Li Xiaojun was the first to lose his temper. After hesitating for a long time, he spoke cautiously. Brother, can I ask you something? Lin smiled and said, Brother Xiaojun, you said we are brothers. Just ask if you have anything to ask. Li Xiaojun looked at Lin Xiao nervously for a long time before he spoke. Brother, are you a warrior? Having said this, his expression became even more nervous. He stared at Lin Xiao, and seeing that he didn't speak, he continued speaking somewhat awkwardly. Brother, don't get me wrong, I don't mean anything else, because I am also a half-step warrior. As he spoke, Li Xiaojun took the lead in showing off his weak true energy. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but have a light flash in his eyes, and finally nodded. Seeing this, Li Xiaojun finally laughed, but he didn't say anything else because he already knew the answer. Lin Xiao said, Brother Xiaojun, do you have anything to do today? Li Xiaojun quickly shook his head and said, Nothing. Then please come with me to town. In town? Lin Xiao said, That's right. I'll go find this fierce guy. My dad and my second uncle can't be injured in vain. Li Xiaojun's eyes lit up and he said quickly, Then I'll drive over to pick you up. Haha, Brother Xiaojun, since you treat me as a brother, let's not be so polite in the future. I'll go with you. Hearing this, Li Xiaojun was delighted and smiled. Okay, then we'll go together. As long as you don't despise me, from now on, we'll be good brothers for life. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand. Lin Xiao also smiled and shook hands with him generously and said, Brother Xiaojun, some things only need to be known between the two of us. I haven't figured out how to tell my parents yet. Li Xiaojun quickly assured. Don't worry. If you don't tell me, I won't know anything. Lin Xiao nodded and smiled with satisfaction. Brother Xiaojun, let's go. Li Xiaojun nodded, and then the two of them closed the door and walked out. When they arrived at Li Xiaojun's house, no one was there, so the two drove his tricycle towards the town. When the car was not far out of the village, Lin Xiao took a casual look and found a person standing on the top of the mountain in front. When he looked more curiously, he found that it was a woman, and she looked a little familiar. He quickly patted Li Xiaojun and signaled him to stop the car. Li Xiaojun didn't ask any more questions. As soon as he stopped, Lin Xiao pointed to the top of the mountain not far ahead and said, Brother Xiaojun, look, there's a person over there. She looks so familiar to me. It seems to be Chen Yueying. Li Xiaojun took a look and found that it was indeed Chen Yueying. Then he asked in some confusion, Strange, what is she doing standing there? Lin Xiao also felt something strange, and suddenly, he had a bad feeling. Because there was a very high cliff below where she was standing, and combined with what had happened before, Lin Xiao seemed to have thought of a possibility. She's not going to jump, is she? After hearing what Li Xiaojun said, Lin Xiao also felt that this was possible, then jumped out of the car and said, Brother Xiaojun, let's go and take a look. Li Xiaojun did not hesitate any longer. After getting out of the car, the two ran towards the mountain where Chen Yueying was. The advantage of living in a mountain village is that it is surrounded by mountains on all sides, and the scenery is particularly beautiful in summer, with beautiful mountains and clear waters. A few minutes later, the two finally arrived at the mountain and saw Chen Yueying standing there staring at the valley with lifeless eyes, not knowing what she was thinking. Seeing this, Lin Xiao spoke directly. Chen Yueying, what are you doing standing there? Hearing the voice, Chen Yueying turned around slightly and saw Lin Xiao, the person she had been thinking about day and night. For some reason, ever since Lin Xiao saved her, all she could see in front of her eyes in countless dark nights was Lin Xiao. The look in her eyes when she looked at Lin Xiao was filled with resentment, guilt, surprise, helplessness, and deep self-blame. She just gave a miserable smile and spoke slowly. You're here. Very nice. I will be satisfied even if I die if I can see you one last time. Lin Xiao, do you know? You are the person I feel most sorry for, and you are also the person I hate the most, but you saved me. I became the laughing stock of the village. My parents didn't even dare to leave the house because of this. Having said this, she could no longer stop crying, but there was no emotion in her voice. It was very cold. Lin Xiao also felt a little reluctant. He didn't expect things to turn out like this, so he spoke. Chen Yueying, it's dangerous there. Come back first. We can talk slowly about what's going on, okay? As he spoke, Lin Xiao took a step forward. Who knew that Chen Yueying would immediately speak indifferently? Don't come over here. Don't come over here. The first sentence sounded very cold, but by the second sentence, her tears seemed to be even greater and her voice seemed weaker. Then, he shook his head and said heartbrokenly, There's no going back. Nothing can go back. You know what? Just because you saved me, I can't hate you anymore. I hate myself so much. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been so obsessed with plotting against you, maybe things wouldn't have turned out this way. The things that happened in the past few days wouldn't have happened, you know? I was just thinking, if I could see you before I die, I would say sorry to you in person. When she said this, she burst into laughter. I didn't expect that God would be so kind to me and let me actually meet you. Lin Xiao quickly spoke. Chen Yueying, I know. Now let's not talk about who is right or wrong. Just come here and listen first. You can't be so selfish. Think about the people who care about you. Think about your parents. Be obedient and come here quickly. Let's sit down and talk. Who knew that after hearing this, she laughed miserably again, and then seemed to be lost in her memories. She realized that the person she felt most sorry for during all these days was her mother. Feeling the deep love from her mother, she felt particularly guilty. But what about father? He seemed to have never given her a good look, and she could feel the deep disgust in her father's eyes. Chapter 34 is so weird and puzzling. Whenever she thought of this, her heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. She knew that her father felt that she had discredited him and brought shame to the Qin family. But when I saw my father going to Li Hujia to argue again and again, and finally coming back dejected, Chen Yueying finally mustered up the courage and felt that she should let it go. Maybe her departure will allow all this to start anew. She hated Li Hu even more. Every time she thought of the vows they made to each other, she would feel sad when she saw his ugly face later. Chen Yueying felt how stupid she was, and she wanted to fight Li Hu to death many times. But what can she, a weak woman, do? The most ridiculous thing is that I actually calculated other people's property, but in the end, I just became a plaything of others. Fortunately, she did not give birth to the child. Otherwise, she would not dare to imagine what would happen in the future. When she thought of this, Chen Yueying's expression was filled with endless despair. After thinking it over again and again for several days, she felt that only by leaving could everything be completely settled. Thinking of this, Chen Yueying, who was already very close to the cliff, took a step back again, causing the gravel on the edge of the cliff to fall down with a noise. Lin Xiao said quickly, "Chen Yueying, don't be impulsive. You are still young. It's no big deal. Everything will be fine. Believe me." Hearing this, Chen Yueying seemed to have a glimmer of hope rekindled in her expression, but it was quickly shattered. I just saw her shaking her head and saying, "No, you lied to me. There is no place for me in this village anymore, and if I live, I will only be a disgrace in my father's eyes." "Who said that? Chen Yueying, you're wrong. How can parents not love their children? Think about me and what I have been through over the past few years. I am the same as you, but I have changed now, so you can too, believe me. As for Li Hu, I will not let him go. I will help you settle all the old and new debts he owes you." Li Hu. When she heard this name, Chen Yueying gritted her teeth and roared angrily. "He is a scumbag, a beast. It's him. He is the one who ruined me. If it weren't for him, how could I have ended up like this? I hate him so much. Even if I turned into a ghost, I wouldn't let him go." Having said that, Chen Yueying took a greedy deep breath, tidied her hair, and said, "Lin Xiao, brother Xiaojun, goodbye." Chen Yueying, don't do anything stupid. Yueying, be obedient. If you don't mind, brother Xiaojun will marry you." Hearing this, Chen Yueying smiled sweetly and looked at Li Xiaojun and said, "Brother Xiaojun, I'm not worthy. I'm already dirty. If you stay with me, you'll never be able to hold your head up. In the next life, if there is a next life, let's make another promise." After saying that, she took a last lingering look around and said softly, "Goodbye, Kaoshan village. I'm sorry, Mom. Please forgive my daughter's unfilial behavior." After saying that, Chen Yueying opened her arms and jumped down without any hesitation. This scene was also seen by Qin Dahai and Li Xianghong, who happened to arrive. Qin Dahai couldn't help but let out a sad cry. "Yueying, don't." Li Xianghong collapsed to the ground and burst into tears. "Yueying, my poor child, how can I live with you? How can you be so cruel? How can you bear to abandon your mother? Yueying, my poor child, if you are gone, what is the point of your mother living?" Having said that, Li Xianghong stood up and rushed towards the edge of the cliff. Fortunately, Lin Xiao and Li Xiaojun were quick-witted, otherwise 2 lives might have been lost today. Li Xianghong, who was stopped, collapsed on the ground in grief, and finally fainted from excessive crying. At this time, many villagers rushed over after hearing the news, but it was already too late. Finally, they organized themselves and started looking for Chen Yueying's body. Lin Xiao and Li Xiaojun also joined the team. After this incident, they could no longer go to the town. Finally, they took great pains and began searching at the bottom of the valley. But no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find Chen Yueying's body, not even any bloodstains. But they did not give up, and until it was almost dark, they still found nothing. This made the villagers who came down to look for him feel strange. Lin Xiao and Li Xiaojun were in the same boat, and they also felt extremely confused. Lin Xiao raised his head and looked upwards, then walked forward and returned to the starting point to search carefully. Li Xiaojun followed quietly behind. He wanted to ask several times, but finally he held back and followed Lin Xiao to search carefully. After a long time, Lin Xiao discovered something fishy among the rocks. He looked up again and finally confirmed that if Chen Yueying jumped down, she would land here. But now I can't find anything, which is the strangest thing. Li Xiaojun also looked at it carefully for a long time, but did not see anything suspicious. Just as he lowered his head to ask, he saw Lin Xiao holding a strand of snow-white hair in his hand and looking at it intently. He couldn't help but speak. "Did you discover anything?" Lin Xiao nodded. handed the hair in his hand to Li Xiaojun, pointed to a few drops of blood next to it, and said, "Brother Xiaojun, take a look here first." As he spoke, he touched the dried blood stain with his finger and put it to his nose and smelled it. He was surprised to find that it had the same smell as the white hair he handed to Li Xiaojun. Li Xiaojun watched his movements, then squatted down and imitated Lin Xiao's movements. He pondered, "Brother, this shouldn't be human blood, and there is actually a trace of weak energy in it." Lin Xiao nodded with the same serious expression and said, "You're right, I feel the same way. It seems like something is fishy. I can't find any trace of Chun Yueying here, so where did she go?" Li Xiaojun said doubtfully, "Did the monster eat it?" Having said that, he suddenly looked at Lin Xiao and spoke, "Do you think it's possible that he was taken away by a monster?" Lin Xiao also felt that this was possible, but when he thought about it carefully, it seemed a little unrealistic. If it was taken away by a monster, there would definitely be bloodstains on the ground, but now there is nothing. This made him puzzled. At this moment, the voice of the spirit of the weapon suddenly came. "Master, I feel a very strong energy fluctuation here. Since you can't find her here, there is a possibility that she was taken away by a powerful being." Chapter 35, "Then you will be buried with her." After listening to this, Lin Xiao also felt that this was possible, but he also felt that it was unrealistic. If there really is a monster, falling from such a high place will definitely kill it. As if sensing Lin Xiao's thoughts, the spirit of the weapon smiled. "Master, you don't know. I can feel that there is something different here. Perhaps in the near future, all of this will have a perfect explanation." After listening to the words of the spirit of the weapon, Lin Xiao stood up and said, "Brother Xiaojun, let's go back." Li Xiaojun asked doubtfully, "So we're not looking for it anymore?" Lin Xiao smiled bitterly. "Don't look for it anymore. We can't find it." Then the two of them followed the villagers and symbolically searched for a while, until it was completely dark, and then they reluctantly returned to Chen Yueying's house. After returning, Li Xianghong cried heartbreakingly when she learned that her daughter was not found. Everyone kept persuading her until she fainted from crying. A silent night. The next day, the group searched for most of the day but still found nothing. However, Lin Xiao found two obvious claw marks at the place where he picked up the hair last night. Combining what the spirit of the weapon said, Lin Xiao finally firmly believed one thing. That is, Chun Yueying was probably taken away by something, and it was a mixed blessing. In the end, the villagers who came to search returned empty-handed. On the way, Lin Jinhai asked, "Xiao Xiao, don't you think this is weird? A healthy person jumped down and nothing was left. Don't you think this is weird?" Lin Xiao just cooperated and said a few words before returning to the village in silence. He thought a lot along the way, but in the end he was not sure. In the end, he could only keep it in his heart. For the next 3 or 4 days, everyone in the village was talking about Chen Yueying. Lin Xiao didn't go to the town either, because he felt that Chen Yueying's death was more or less related to himself. That day, he went out for a walk, but he ran into Li Hu as soon as he stepped out of the door. I saw Li Hu's arm was tied up with bandages. When the two met, it was like enemies meeting, and they were extremely jealous of each other. When Li Hu saw that it was Lin Xiao alone, he immediately felt happy and said sarcastically, "You useless bastard. You still dare to go out? Why didn't your bodyguard Li Xiaojun follow you today?" Lin Xiao was already in a bad mood, and when he heard his words, he sneered, "Get out of the way. A good dog doesn't block the road. I don't want to do anything to you today." When Li Hu heard this, he suddenly felt like he had laughed his teeth off. He laughed for a long time before stopping, and immediately revealed a trace of contempt and disdain. "Haha, this is the funniest thing Tiger Lord has heard today. You still want to attack me? Bah! You useless thing, my saliva tastes good, right? Don't say I look down on you. Why don't you try to touch me and see?" Lin Xiao gently wiped the saliva off his face. He moved. He punched Li Hu's injured arm directly. "Ah! You piece of shit, you fucking bastard. You actually hit my injured arm. I'm not done with you." However, before he could finish his words, another scream came out of his mouth. "My arm. You piece of crap. You actually broke my other arm? I'm going to make you die miserably today." Lin Xiao looked at him coldly and said, "I was going to not do anything to you today, but you came up here. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of Chun Yueying." Having said that, Lin Xiao didn't even give him any chance and slapped him in the face. Soon, Li Hu was beaten so hard that he screamed in pain, and his face was beaten to a pulp. Li Hu was completely stunned. He didn't expect Lin Xiao to really hit him. But he had no idea that Lin Xiao had been completely transformed. If he had known, he might not have done that. Looking at Li Hu, who was beaten into a pig's head, Lin Xiao said coldly, "Since you are here, let's go somewhere." As he said that, he took out his somewhat worn-out cell phone and called Li Xiaojun. After a while, Li Xiaojun came with his car. As soon as the car stopped, Lin Xiao pushed Li Hu into the car without saying a word and said, "Brother Xiaojun, take us to the place where Chen Yueying left." When Li Xiaojun heard this, he immediately knew what he meant, so he started the car and drove away. After a while, they arrived at the place where Chen Yueying jumped off the cliff. Lin Xiao pulled Li Hu down and said, "You did a bad thing. You should repent here today." As he said that, he grabbed Li Hu's collar and dragged him to the edge of the cliff. Looking at the cliff in front of him, Li Hu couldn't help but feel frightened and exclaimed, "Lin Xiao, what do you want to do?" I tell you, I'm still injured." Lin Xiao glanced at the bottom of the cliff and said calmly, "Li Hu, do you know why I brought you here?" Li Hu shook his head in fear and said, You pull me back first. You are too dangerous. If I fall, you will be committing murder." Lin Xiao snorted coldly and pulled him forward again. Li Hu was so scared that his legs went limp, and he began to beg for mercy. No, Lin Xiao, we are from the same village. I was wrong. Please let me go." Lin Xiao swung his hand back, and Li Hu was thrown behind and rolled over. "Ah, my arm. My arm is broken. It hurts so much." Upon hearing that, Li Xiaojun came up and kicked him a few times, saying, "Li Hu, you also have a cowardly side. Aren't you very awesome?" As he said that, he kicked Li Hu directly in the crotch. Li Xiaojun showed no mercy with this kick. After Li Hu let out a scream, he instantly turned into a shrimp. "It hurts so much." "It's over, Li Xiaojun. You and the bastards." "Ah, it hurts so much." Li Hu kept screaming and wailing, his face turning the color of liver. He rolled over in pain and wanted to hold it with both hands. But then he realized that his arm was out of control. However, compared to the pain in his arm, he was truly in excruciating pain at this moment. He looked at Li Hu coldly and said, "Do you know why we brought you here?" As he said that, he pointed to the place where Chen Yueying jumped down and said, "Just a few days ago, Chen Yueying jumped from here. You destroyed her, so you will be buried with him." It's no wonder that Li Xiaojun hated him so much, because Li Xiaojun did have a crush on Chen Yueying. He confessed his feelings many times, but was rejected every time, until he discovered the secret between Chen Yueying and Li Hu. He let go and hated them from the bottom of his heart. For this reason, he got himself drunk and didn't go out for several days. But now, thinking of this, he grabbed Li Hu's ankle and dragged him forward. Seeing this, Li Hu became completely frightened. Chapter 36, Let it fend for itself. He is not worried about others, but he is really a little scared of Li Hu. It's not like he hasn't seen this guy get angry before. Therefore, the most important thing for Li Hu now is to surrender first, and then find an opportunity to retaliate. "Li Xiaojun, stop. I was really wrong. I called you brother. You can't do this to me." But at this moment, Li Xiaojun was determined to let him be buried with him. No matter how he shouted, Li Xiaojun remained indifferent. As a last resort, he could only beg Lin Xiao. No, Lin Xiao, just let me go. Look how miserable I am. I'm also very sad that Yueying is gone, so I'm going to go see her today." Lin Xiao stopped Li Xiaojun as soon as he heard it. "Brother Xiaojun, break his legs and make him kneel here for a day to make amends for Yueying." Li Xiaojun still listened to Lin Xiao's words. After he let go of Li Hu, he heard 2 clicks. Li Hu collapsed there completely. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. Lin Xiao glanced at him and said, "Brother Xiaojun, let's go back and let him fend for himself here." Li Xiaojun nodded, then touched his body, took out his mobile phone, took a look at it, and said, "It's good to have a father who protects corruption." His cell phone is a flip phone. Then he waved his hand and threw the phone to the bottom of the valley, and there was a sound of it breaking. Lin Xiao smiled slightly and said, "Brother Xiaojun, let's go back." Li Xiaojun nodded, and the two of them returned to the village shortly after they came down. In the afternoon, because Chen Yueying's body was not found, under Li Xianghong's crying, Chen Dehai had to invite a Taoist priest to build a cenotaph for Chen Yueying to rest in peace. After doing all this, the day is over. Night. Lin Xiao was lying on the Kong recalling what had happened recently. He found that as he continued to change, he had already let go of some things. He began to plan for the future, and now there are only 2 things left to do. First, he had to quickly settle his marriage with Yang Xiaomei, so that he could deal with the second thing that came next. As the weather gets warmer day by day, the crops in the fields are growing rapidly. The locust plague season is coming, and as the owner of the fairy field, what he must do is to store a large amount of food. It's true, some things just don't deserve to be talked about. Just as Lin Xiao was thinking about his wedding date with Yang Xiaomei, Wang Tuihua came. And the purpose of her coming was the marriage of Lin Xiao and Yang Xiaomei. After discussion, they decided to go to Yang Xiaomei's house 3 days later to set the wedding date first. On this side, Lin Jinsen and others naturally had no objections. After they discussed the details, Wang Tuihua left. It was already late at night, and Lin Xiao returned to the house after talking to his parents. After coming back, Lin Xiao closed the doors and windows and went to the space. Then he started to get busy inside. Time always flies quickly, and before I know it, another night has passed. When Lin Xiao came out, his mother had already prepared dinner. After they finished eating, Lin Xiao was urged to go to the county town. They said they would prepare some things and go to Yang Xiaomei's house the day after tomorrow, which shows how much the parents care about this matter. Lin Xiao had no choice but to agree. Seeing this, Tang Fenglian went into the house. When he came out, he took out 700 yuan from a handkerchief and handed it to Lin Xiao, saying, "Xiao Xiao, I guess your father-in-law may also go to the county town today. When you see them, buy them some delicious food. We are all a family from now on. We also know their family conditions. We have to help them if we can. After all, the daughter they have raised for so many years will soon come to our house." Lin Xiao nodded. When he took the money his mother handed over, he felt heavy in his heart. He looked at his parents and felt a pang of sadness in his heart. He was already in his 20s and still had to rely on his parents. At the same time, I swore to myself that I must make more money and shoulder the burden of the family. Dad, Mom, thank you. Thank you. I will never let you down in the future. Tang Fenglian looked at him lovingly and said, "My child, as long as you are happy and healthy, your father and I will be satisfied. Okay, hurry up, otherwise there won't be any cars left." "It's okay, Mom. I'll go call Brother Xiaojun and send Xiaomei and the others home later." Lin Jinsen lit a cigarette, took a puff, and said, "Go quickly. By the way, if you often use someone's car, don't forget to give them some gas and money. You've already troubled your Aunt Wang enough, but you can't let your brother Xiaojun suffer as well." "I understand, Dad. I'm leaving now." After coming out, Lin Xiao took a deep breath, and some things were also kept in his heart. He would repay Li Xiaojun's favor, and he had also given him money, but the other party refused to accept it. Lin Xiao didn't insist. After so many days of getting along, he felt that Li Xiaojun was a very approachable person, and he decided to help Li Xiaojun. Before he knew it, Lin Xiao had arrived at Li Xiaojun's house. As soon as he reached the door, Li Xiaojun happened to drive out. After Li Xiaojun stopped the car, Lin smiled and said, "Brother Xiaojun, what are you doing?" "I'm going to the county town. What about you?" Lin Xiao smiled slightly and said, "Haha, what a coincidence. I'm going to the county town too, so I came to see you." Li Xiaojun laughed. "Then get in the car. We'll go pick up Yuting's family, and then we'll go together." When Lin Xiao heard this, he asked quickly, "Brother Xiaojun, what's going on? Is anyone renting a car?" "Yeah, Yuting is going out to work today, and his family is going with him, so he asked me to send him off. This was all agreed in advance." "Brother Xiaojun, will it be okay if I go with you?" "Brother, what you said means that we are still brothers, so don't worry. If they have any objections, I will just stop taking them. Besides, this is a big car, so it's no problem for a few people to sit in it." When Lin Xiao heard this, he was moved and smiled. "Brother Xiaojun, I will remember your kindness. Let's go." After that, Lin Xiao got in the car, and Li Xiaojun started the car and drove to Yuting's house. As soon as they arrived, Yuting and her parents came out after hearing the noise. When they saw Lin Xiao, they were also a little surprised, but they didn't say anything. The group headed towards the county town in a mighty manner. On the way, Yu Haiquan laughed. "Lin Xiao, you are going to the county town too?" Lin Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, Uncle Yu. Are you going too?" "Well, let's follow Tingting to where she works. Look, Tingting has found a date outside and arranged some work for us." Lin Xiao nodded and couldn't help but glance at Yuting. Yuting seemed to feel Lin Xiao's gaze. She snorted coldly and turned her head away arrogantly. Chapter 37, Overconfidence. Lin Xiao glanced at the arrogant Yuting, smiled slightly, and said nothing. Yuting's mother Tao Haiying was too lazy to pay attention to Lin Xiao and just chatted with Yuting. However, there was a sense of nobility in their words, and they seemed to have never taken Lin Xiao seriously. But would Lin Xiao care? He simply closed his eyes and ignored what they said. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of his childhood. He still remembered that at that time, Yuting had two pigtails, a runny nose, and wore patched clothes. She followed him all day long, calling him Brother Lin Xiao all the time. Once, she was bullied by a boy, and it was Lin Xiao who helped her out. At that time, she began to pester Lin Xiao like a lark whenever she had free time. During the holidays, they played house together, and she even said that she wanted to marry Lin Xiao when she grew up. But now, after working outside for several years, things seem to have changed, and she seems to have forgotten everything that happened before. Today, Yuting is becoming more and more beautiful, with good facial features and figure. After being outside for a few years, I felt that Lin Xiao and I were no longer the same kind of people. So, when they met again, the two of them didn't even talk to each other, and Yuting didn't even look at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao could feel the disgust and rejection from her eyes. Lin Xiao didn't say anything, because everyone takes a different path and experiences different things. Lin Xiao would never take the initiative to lick anyone, nor would he alienate anyone. As long as you don't touch his bottom line and don't cause trouble for him, he can get along with anyone. No one is more advanced than anyone else in life. Some people are just passing by, and you can only see them for a fleeting glimpse. But some people are destined to be inseparable and cannot be cut off or sorted out. The car was driving slowly, and before we knew it, we arrived at the county town. Li Xiaojun sent Yu Haiquan and others to the long-distance bus station. But when they got off the bus, Yuting said with some dissatisfaction, "Li Xiaojun, we agreed to charter a car. You brought someone with you today. How do you think the fee should be calculated?" Li Xiaojun glanced at Yuting, then at Lin Xiao, who was sitting there and didn't want to get up. He seemed to understand something and asked, "Go ahead." Yuting said coldly, "We are from the same village, so I don't say anything if you give him a ride, but we can't charge the chartered car price. How about this? For the three of us, each of us gets $2. Hearing this, Li Xiaojun smiled coldly and said nothing. He went to the back of the truck and threw all their luggage down. Then he looked at Yuting coldly and said, "Okay, I don't want your money either. I just went out to work for a few years, didn't I? Yuting, look at you. You look neither Western nor rustic. I don't care about your few dollars. I tell you, Lin Xiao is no longer the same as he was before. You will regret it in the future." When Tao Haiying saw her daughter being talked about, she immediately became angry and acted like a shrew, putting her hands on her hips and said, "Li Xiaojun, what do you mean by that as a sports car driver? Let me tell you, my daughter is now the manager of a certain restaurant and is about to marry the boss's son. It's an honor for you to have her ride in your car. You're still being so arrogant. You should be happy even if we don't pay you a penny. What's more, you picked up someone else in the car we hired." Seeing this, Lin Xiao's expression also became unhappy. After all, this matter was all because of him. He looked at Yuting and said, "Okay, go ahead, I'll pay for it." Lin Xiao, who originally wanted to settle the matter peacefully, was refuted by Yuting as soon as he finished speaking. "Just you? How can a loser like you be so confident that you dare to act like a hero in front of me?" However, as soon as Yuting finished her words, a loud slap hit her in the face. Yuting let out a cry of pain and looked over. Tao Haiying and Yu Haiquan also looked over, and even Lin Xiao was no exception. When Tao Haiying saw her daughter being beaten, she immediately became angry and started cursing. "Li Xiaojun, you son of a bitch, how dare you hit my daughter? I have never hit my daughter before. Do you know who my daughter is? I'm going to fight you today." Li Xiaojun sneered. "You'd better not come over here, otherwise I don't mind teaching you a lesson too. Also, I tell you, it doesn't matter whether you get paid or not. Don't think you're so awesome. I'm telling you, Brother Lin Xiao is no longer what you think he is. He is my brother, and it's fine if you insult me, but if anyone says anything about him again, I'll kill you. Your daughter is so awesome. She's just a small supervisor. I thought she was a boss. Take your stuff and get out of here. I don't care about a few dollars." At this time, as they quarreled, more and more people gathered around to watch. When they understood the whole story, some people began to speak for Lin Xiao, and some also spoke for Yuting. Yuting covered her slightly swollen cheek with her hand, glared at Li Xiaojun and said, "Li Xiaojun, you actually dared to hit me. Do you know the consequences of hitting me?" Li Xiaojun sneered. "I don't know, but I do know one thing, that is if you keep saying mean things, I'll beat you up." "You?" Yuting glared at Li Xiaojun but did not dare to curse at him anymore. "Li Xiaojun, you are good enough. If you dare to hit me, just wait for the police to handle it." As she said that, Yuting took out her cell phone to call the police, but when she saw the time on the phone, she hesitated. Because she saw that the time was almost up, she had to rush back today. Because they were still waiting for her. Because someone said that her boyfriend had hooked up with her good friend while she was away. This is why she rushed over in a hurry. Yuting angrily put her cell phone in her pocket and said, Li Xiaojun, remember this, I will make you pay for this slap. Having said that, she turned her head coldly, looked at Lin Xiao and said, and you, we are no longer from the same world, you know that? So, people should know themselves and stop fantasizing about certain things. Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Yuting as if she was an idiot and laughed. This guy, he must not be too arrogant or too confident in anything he does. Yuting, you are too self-righteous. You are not naive enough to think that I have any intentions towards you, right? I find you ridiculous. Really? How long have you been out there, and you've already started to betray your roots? Look at yourself from head to toe. See how pretty you are. Not everyone will revolve around you, understand? Chapter 38 caused public outrage. Yuting didn't expect that Lin Xiao, who had always been a waste, had become so eloquent after not seeing him for a few days. At this moment, she instinctively thought of her childhood and how naive she was at that time. Bah! Yuting shook her head and quickly got rid of these messy thoughts. Now, in her opinion, they are no longer people of the same level. Thinking back on their childhood, it seems a bit ridiculous and even embarrassing. At this time, the crowd watching also began to blame her. Although she is a woman, her actions have aroused public outrage, especially that condescending expression, which even led to her parents being scolded. Something about lack of education, something about forgetting your roots after going out for a few days. In short, it sounds very unpleasant. Some people even started clapping and cheering, and these people were undoubtedly older. They are somewhat nostalgic by nature, and they believe that the things left by their ancestors are the best. So when they saw Yuting looking down on her country girl status all the time, they were extremely angry. Tao Haiying looked at everyone arguing against them and cursed angrily. I say, you guys are really meddling in other people's business. What do you think of us? Look at how old you are. You probably have never been out of this remote place in your life. However, her words also completely aroused the anger of the crowd, and several older men had already begun to roll up their sleeves and prepare to beat them. Seeing this scene, Yu Haikuan had no choice but to make amends and apologize to everyone one by one, thus avoiding a storm. In the end, they could only leave in disgrace. After the incident, Li Xiaojun found a place to park the car, and the two of them began to stroll around the county town. They want to find young Xiaomei's family in this way. There is no way, because young Xiaomei's family still does not have a mobile phone, and they have to use their neighbors' phone numbers to communicate. Fortunately, their hard work paid off and the two saw young Xiaomei, her mother, and her younger brothers and sisters at the entrance of the farmer's market. The two of them hurried over, and looking at Lin Xiao who suddenly appeared, young Xiaomei had a hint of longing in her eyes. Lin Xiao greeted Wang Jinfeng, then looked at young Xiaomei's two younger brothers and sisters and gave each of them 10 yuan, saying, Xiaoju Xiaohai, just go buy whatever you want to eat. Having said that, he looked at Wang Jinfeng again and said, Mom, you haven't eaten yet, right? There's something to eat here, let's eat together. Wang Jinfeng kept saying it. We've eaten before, so we're not hungry now. Yang Xiaoju spoke. Brother-in-law, I want to eat hand-rolled noodles. Lin smiled and said, Mom, Xiaomei, let's go eat some hand-rolled noodles. Brother Xiaojun and I are hungry too. In the end, young Xiaomei took her mother, and they went to the snack stand in the market together. Each person ordered a bowl of hand-rolled noodles. I have to say, the sour, numb, and spicy feeling was really good. The taste was also amazing. As the bowls were not big, Lin Xiao and Li Xiaojun ate 2 bowls each before finishing. After paying the money, Lin Xiao accompanied them for a walk. Li Xiaojun smiled slightly, said something to Lin Xiao, and left. Afterwards, Lin Xiao accompanied the mother and daughter for a walk. Wherever they went, Lin Xiao found that young Xiaomei seemed to like the butterfly hairpin very much. She looked at it for a long time, asked about the price, and then reluctantly put it back. Lin Xiao remained calm, deliberately slowed down a step and whispered to the boss to pack it up. When Lin Xiao got up and caught up with them, young Xiaohai was looking at Wang Jinfeng embarrassedly and whispered, Mom, can you buy me a candy cake? Wang Jinfeng was also happy today, so she took out 10 yuan and handed it to young Xiaohai, saying, Didn't your brother-in-law give you $10? Add this and buy $20 worth of food and share it with everyone. Young Xiaohai nodded and went to buy sweets and cakes happily. At this time, Lin Xiao gently pulled young Xiaomei, then took out a small bag from his arms and handed it to her, saying, For you. Yang Xiaomei took it curiously and asked, "What is this? Why is it so mysterious?" Lin Xiao smiled slightly and said, "You'll know when you open it." Yang Xiaomei smiled slightly, then curiously opened the bag, and exclaimed when she saw that inside was his favorite butterfly-shaped hairpin. "Isn't this the hairpin I saw before?" How come it's in your hand?" You bought it?" Lin smiled and said, "Do you like it?" "For you." Yang Xiaomei said a little embarrassedly, "It looks good, but it's a bit expensive." "Oops. You should return it right away." Lin Xiao laughed. "Xiaomei, you will be my wife soon. This is the first gift I give you. Please accept it." Yang Xiaomei felt particularly warm in her heart, and as she looked at Lin Xiao's eyes, she became even more determined. She carefully rewrapped the hairpin and whispered, "Don't waste your money in the future. This one costs several dollars." Lin Xiao agreed with his mouth, but he felt a little distressed in his heart. "Silly girl, we have only just arrived. I will definitely buy you more beautiful things in the future, as long as you are happy." Unknowingly, they arrived at the department store again. Lin Xiao bought a short-sleeved shirt for Yang Xiaoju and Yang Xiaohai, and a pair of shoes for Wang Jinfeng. Yang Xiaoju and Yang Xiaohai were naturally very happy, but Wang Jinfeng refused to accept it. In the end, it was Lin Xiao who persuaded Yang Xiaomei, and she finally accepted it. After doing all this, Yang Xiaomei looked at her mother and said, "Mom, don't you still need to buy something? Then you buy it here. Lin Xiao and I will go for a look first and come back to find you guys later." Wang Jinfeng nodded. "Okay, then you guys come back after a while. We'll wait for you here after we buy the things." Yang Xiaomei nodded and walked out with Lin Xiao. She couldn't help but recall the scene when they last came here, and she lost the mood to continue shopping. Lin Xiao smiled slightly, gently took her hand and said nothing. He raised his head and glanced upwards, swearing in his heart, "Xiaomei, I'm sorry, I can't do anything right now. Believe me, I will definitely buy this place and give it to you. I will do what I say, and that day won't be too far away." Yang Xiaomei didn't know, because she didn't know when she had completely adapted to the feeling of being with Lin Xiao. In the past, she would feel shy when Lin Xiao held her hand, but now, when she was held by Lin Xiao, she actually felt an unprecedented sense of security and happiness. The two of them walked around casually, called Li Xiaojun, and then came back to the department store. When they arrived, Wang Jinfeng and others were already standing at the door waiting. Chapter 39: The Sound of Rapid Breathing. Lin Xiao let go of Yang Xiaomei and walked towards them, and Wang Jinfeng also saw them. Yang Xiaomei asked, "Mom, is everything done?" Wang Jinfeng nodded and said, "Okay, should we go back home? Your dad is probably starving to death at home. Well, Brother Xiaojun will be here soon. He will take us back." "Oh, it's okay to always trouble your brother Xiaojun. Mom, don't worry. I'll give Brother Xiaojun some money when the time comes." Wang Jinfeng said earnestly, "Son-in-law, you still have a long way to go. You have seen the conditions of our family. You should save some money so that you will not be wronged." Lin Xiao naturally knew that she was thinking about him and Yang Xiaomei, so he could only nod and agree. At this time, Li Xiaojun also came. After he came over and greeted a few people, he said that the car was coming and was not far away. Afterwards, Li Xiaojun helped Lin Xiao and others carry large and small bags to the car. After everything was ready and they got in the car, Li Xiaojun started the car and headed towards Nanping Village. It's true that the road from Wusu County to Nanping Village is much easier and shorter than the road to Kaoshan Village. They reached Nanping Village in less than 40 minutes. Because the car couldn't go up, they finally parked the car and walked up. When I arrived home, my father-in-law Yang Wangkai was not at home. He was probably working in the fields. Wang Jinfeng asked Yang Xiaomei to accompany Lin Xiao and others, while she went to cook for them. Yang Xiaoju and Yang Xiaohai couldn't help but want to try on their new clothes. I am quite familiar with Li Xiaojun in Nanping Village, and he also wants to go out for a walk. At this point, only Yang Xiaomei and Lin Xiao were left in the room, and for a moment, the atmosphere became a little tense. Finally, it was Lin Xiao who broke the silence first. "Xiaomei, will we be legal tomorrow?" Yang Xiaomei nodded with a red face, lowered her head and said softly. Seeing this, Lin Xiao came up to her and slowly took her hand. Lin Xiao instinctively felt that Yang Xiaomei was a little nervous and could even hear her slightly rapid breathing. "Xiaomei, I will definitely make you happy." Yang Xiaomei still kept her head down. Her face flushed and she looked very nervous, because she found that she had completely accepted Lin Xiao without knowing when. Now that the two of them were alone, she felt indescribably nervous, like a deer beating in its tracks. Looking at Yang Xiaomei at this moment, Lin Xiao unexpectedly took a step forward. Seeing this, Yang Xiaomei nervously took a step back. Just like that, she was forced against the wall. Lin Xiao stretched out his arms and hugged her tightly. Seeing this, Yang Xiaomei did not dodge, but because of nervousness, her body stiffly closed her eyes. After hugging for a while, he slowly separated Yang Xiaomei and saw that her eyes were closed and her face was so red that blood seemed to drip out. At this moment, Lin Xiao found that Yang Xiaomei was actually very charming, like a ripe grape that made people want to taste it. He slowly approached and kissed Yang Xiaomei's red lips. As soon as they touched, Yang Xiaomei was so nervous that her long eyelashes trembled slightly. She did not push Lin Xiao away, because she had already accepted this husband in her heart. Then, her hands gradually wrapped around Lin Xiao's waist and cooperated with him. No, don't. Yang Xiaomei exclaimed, quickly pushed Lin Xiao away, and said shyly, "No, you can't touch that place. You have to wait until our wedding night. I will give it to you completely. Give me some time, okay?" Yang Xiaomei was also a little nervous. After she finished speaking, she looked at Lin Xiao cautiously, fearing that he would be angry or dissatisfied because of this. Lin Xiao scratched her nose gently and said, "Silly boy, you are all mine, don't worry. I will be responsible and follow your advice." Yang Xiaomei blushed and tidied her messy clothes, saying apologetically, "Well, I'm going to help my mother cook. You stay for a while." As she said this, she ran out the door as if she was afraid that Lin Xiao would eat her. Lin Xiao looked at her back and swore in his heart that he would be good to her forever. After Yang Xiaomei came out, she did not go to the kitchen first, but went to the bathroom. She hid behind the room to calm herself down for a long time. Just when she was about to come out, Yang Xiaohai walked in. He looked at Yang Xiaomei, whose expression was a little unnatural, and asked in confusion, "Sister, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red?" Yang Xiaomei quickly stroked her cheeks with both hands and said, "No way, you're just talking nonsense here. By the way, what are you doing here?" Yang Xiaomei looked around, and when she was sure that she was not in the wrong place, she said, "Sister, I need to go to the bathroom." Yang Xiaomei turned around and said, "Go to the toilet quickly," and then walked out quickly. I don't know how long it took, but Li Xiaojun and Yang Wangkai were coming together. Hearing the voice, Lin Xiao also came out and greeted him. "Dad, are you going to work? Have you finished?" Yang Wangkai laughed. "Not much, just some odd jobs. Just do it casually. When did you come?" "We just got here too." At this time, Yang Xiaomei also came out and said, "Dad, wash up quickly. The meal will be ready soon." As she spoke, she did not forget to look at Lin Xiao. Her face turned red, and she went into the kitchen. After a while, the meal is ready. The hand-rolled noodles made by Wang Jinfeng are really delicious. Lin Xiao and Li Xiaojun each had 2 large bowls. After they finished their meal, Yang Xiaomei helped to clean up. After they had packed up, they chatted for a while, and then Lin Xiao and Li Xiaojun said goodbye. Yang Xiaomei and her family did not try to persuade them to stay, because they knew that Lin Xiao and others would have to come early the next morning. Then the family sent them to the village entrance and went back reluctantly. Here, Lin Xiao and his companion took more than an hour to reach the town. After buying some things, it took them more than an hour to return home. When we came back, it was already dark. When they entered the house, Lin Jinsen, Lin Jinhai, his wife Zhao Haiteng, and Wang Tsuehua were all there. There were a few cold dishes on the table, and Lin Jinsen and Lin Jinhai were chatting. After a while, Li Xiaojuan's father, Li Shuijin, also came. Lin Jinsen quickly invited them to take a seat, and looking at everyone present, Lin Jinsen smiled. "Everyone is here. Let's sit for a while today. First, we want to celebrate my son's transformation from evil to good. Second, we'll have to trouble you to go to Nanping village with us tomorrow. My son and Xiaomei will hold a formal gift-giving ceremony tomorrow. Today, we will simply entertain everyone at home." As he spoke, Lin Jinsen raised his glass and expressed gratitude. "I'll drink first as a sign of respect." After finishing a glass of wine, Lin Jinsen poured himself another one and raised his glass, saying with a smile, "First of all, I want to thank Aunt Wang for helping us to make this marriage happen." Chapter 40, Eternal Pain. After Lin Jinsen thanked everyone, he looked at Lin Xiao and said with relief, "Son, come, let's have a drink together. From tomorrow on, you will be the adult in the family." Belch. "Dad, the only thing I ask of you is that you be a responsible man, a man who would rather break than bend and stand tall. Come on, do one." Lin Xiao raised his glass and said gratefully, "Dad, thank you. From now on, I will never let you and Mom down, and I will remember your teachings in my heart." After saying this, the father and son looked at each other, smiled, and drank it all in one gulp. After Lin Xiao filled his own glass, he stood up with the cup in hand and said, "Today, all of you here are my elders. I was ignorant before and failed to live up to your expectations of me." Having said that, he turned his gaze to his parents and said, "Because of me, my parents can't hold their heads up in the village anymore. Because of me, I have completely disappointed those who care about me. Here, I say goodbye to my past self. From now on, I will work hard and make myself stronger. I will make my family, friends, and people who know me feel proud when they mention me." After saying that, Lin Xiao picked up the bottle of wine, walked to the door, filled 3 cups in a row, knelt at the door and poured the wine on the ground, saying in a trembling voice, "Uncle, are you okay in heaven? My child is getting married soon. Uncle, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have left us. I am a completely different kid now. You are watching me from heaven. I will definitely be your pride." After saying that, Lin Xiao kowtowed a few more times before wiping away his tears and smiling. When he came to the table again, everyone present looked solemn, for they all knew what had happened that year. If it weren't for Lin Xiao's uncle who desperately protected him, there might not be a person named Lin Xiao anymore. At this time, none of them spoke, but Lin Xiao poured the wine again and said, "Today, I would like to use this glass of wine to toast my parents, my second uncle, and all the elders present here. I'll drink first as a sign of respect." After everyone finished drinking, at this moment, they really looked at Lin Xiao with new eyes. At this time, Lin Xiao poured himself another full glass and clinked glasses with Li Xiaojun. Tang Fenglian's eyes were red, and she tried hard to hold back the tears that were about to burst out and said, "Son, eat some food first." Lin Jinsen didn't say anything, but with red eyes he clinked glasses with Lin Jinhai and Li Shuijin. Before we knew it, it was already past 10 o'clock. Although everyone felt a little dizzy, they were not drunk. Because they had to get up early the next morning, Lin Jinsen offered a glass of wine to smooth things over, and the party ended. Wang Tsuehua and Li Shuijin also stood up to say goodbye, and finally Tang Fenglian and Zhao Haiteng saw the 3 of them off to the door. Inside the room, Lin Jinsen said with a sad look as he looked at everyone leaving, "Second brother, have the eldest sister-in-law and her family contacted you?" Lin Jinhai sighed, shook his head and said, "No, ever since my eldest brother passed away, my eldest sister-in-law took Lin Nan away in a rage and has not been heard from for 20 years. I guess my sister-in-law doesn't want to go through this sadness again. She even doesn't want the child to recognize us." When Lin Jinsen heard this, he felt even more guilty. He began to beat his chest and blame himself. Why? Why not me, second brother? Do you know? I have nightmares almost every day. I dreamed that my elder brother was covered in blood and looked at me. I felt so desperate and helpless. When he said this, Lin Jinsen burst into tears. Lin Xiao walked over, knelt down, hugged Lin Jinsen's legs, and said with the same self-blame, "Dad, this is all because of me. Don't worry, no matter how difficult it is, I will definitely find Aunt and the others, as well as Sister Lin Nan. I will protect them for Uncle and make amends for my sins. I will also shoulder the responsibility of taking care of them for Uncle." Lin Jinhai also had red eyes, patted Lin Zhao's shoulder, and said, "Good boy, since you have this heart, your uncle's sacrifice to save you is not in vain." As he said this, he comforted Lin Jinsen a few more words and said, "Okay, it's all over, and we don't need to blame ourselves." Fortunately, Xiao Xiao finally came to her senses. "Next, we will find Nan Nan and the others and take care of them for Big Brother as much as possible. Okay, it's getting late. Let's go to bed early. We have to go to Namping Village early tomorrow morning." Lin Jinsen also calmed down, wiped away his tears, and together with Lin Xiao, he sent Lin Jinhai to the door. When he came back, Lin Xiao returned to the house by himself. After lying on the bed, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. A scene appeared in front of his eyes. That was the scene of his uncle Lin Jintao saving him. Lin Xiao was only 6 years old at that time. He had been very naughty since he was a child and often ran to the water below the east end of the village to catch fish. Once, when he was having a great time, it suddenly started to rain heavily and the river upstream was also swept down. At this moment, Lin Jintao was rushing back when he saw Lin Xiao crawling out of the water. As the eldest uncle, Lin Jintao naturally couldn't just sit there and do nothing, so he put down the farm tools in his hands and ran over. At this time, the flood from upstream had already rolled down in huge waves. Lin Jintao didn't care about his own safety. He shouted Lin Zhao's name frantically and ran towards him desperately. Finally, when the flood arrived, he hugged Lin Xiao with all his strength, and when he saw that he was about to be thrown out, he did so. And he was also swept into the surging and roaring flood, and his whereabouts are unknown. Lin Xiao screamed desperately for his uncle, but it was no use, as the river was widening and spreading. Seeing this, Lin Xiao ran away. When he returned, he told Lin Jinsen what happened and was beaten up. Finally, Lin Jinsen hurriedly called Lin Jinhai and asked the whole village to look for him together. Finally, after a day and night of continuous searching, Lin Jintao was found in a field 5 or 6 kilometers away from Kaoshan village. But at this time, he had already lost all the signs of life. Lin Xiao will never forget that scene, the scene where his uncle stared at him. Later, Lin Xiao would often wake up from nightmares, and it was not until many years later that he was able to get rid of these nightmares. The aunt complained about this for a long time, and finally took Lin Nan away from Kaoshan village overnight, and never came back for more than 10 years. Thinking about it now, Lin Xiao still feels very guilty. He vowed to do his best to find them. And the most important thing now is to wait for an opportunity to make money. He swore that he would make sure his family members lived a good life. Thinking of this, he felt the pressure increasing, and then he drilled directly into the space. Chapter 41. Visiting to express love. After arriving at the space, he began to work without distraction, because only in this way can he earn more points, so that he can exchange them for more fairy fields. The most important thing is that here, no matter how hard it is, as long as he gets out, he will be as energetic as if he had been injected with chicken blood. With his continuous efforts, and with the occasional help from the weapon spirit, not only did he gain more and more, but most importantly, his points also continued to rise. Now, the fairy fields are full of lush green crops. There is no need for any fertilizer, and they are growing very strong. 200 acres of land yield nearly 30,000 kilograms of harvest every day. At this time, Lin Xiao thought of another plan. That is to set aside some land to grow vegetables, then you can sell them directly, right? After having this idea, he decided to start implementing it after tomorrow. Before I knew it, the night had passed. Lin Xiao, who had worked hard all night, did not feel tired at all. After he came out and washed up, Lin Jinsen asked him to call Wang Tsuehua and Lin Jinhai to come for dinner. Lin Xiao agreed and went out. When Lin Xiao arrived at Lin Jinhai's house, he found that they were getting ready to go out. After he said something, he came out and prepared to go to Li Xiaojuan's house. Then he smiled because he knew he didn't have to go over there. Because Li Xiaojuan's car honked, it proved that they had arrived. Lin Xiao waited at the intersection. Lin Jinhai and his wife came over and looked at Lin Xiao and said, "What are you doing here?" "Uncle, I'll wait for brother Xiaojun and the others. You and aunt can go first." Lin Jinhai and his wife nodded and left. Not long after, Li Xiaojun drove over on his tractor with Wang Tsuehua on board. After seeing Lin Xiao, Li Xiaojun stopped in front of him and smiled. "What are you doing?" Lin Xiao first greeted Wang Tsuehua, then smiled. "Brother Xiaojun, aren't I going to invite you guys? I heard the sound of your car and I was waiting here." "Haha, then get in the car." "No need, brother Xiaojun, it's just a few steps. You guys go first and I'll go over there." "Come on up. I've stopped." Lin Xiao smiled slightly, then stood at the location connecting the carriages and came to his house. After coming in, Lin Jinsen had already washed the oxen at home and was trimming their hair. When he saw them come in, Lin Jinsen quickly put down the work in his hands and welcomed them into the house. At this time, the food was already ready on the table. Wang Tsuehua laughed. "Uncle Wang, Aunt Wang, you guys are really in high spirits because of the good news. I didn't see you stop so early in the morning." Tang Fenglian laughed quickly. "Aunt Wang, what I made is just a small amount. I will feel relieved if you can have some at home." "Haha, his aunt, what are you saying? Are you worried that your in-laws won't give you food when they go there?" "Sister Tsuehua, look at what you said. I'm just afraid of missing dinner if I go there." "Haha, I was just kidding. Let's eat. We can go over there right away after we finish eating." After dinner, Tang Fenglian took out a brand new set of clothes and asked Lin Xiao to change into them. Afterwards, Li Xiaojuan's car was responsible for pulling people, and Lin Jinsen's tricycle was responsible for pulling cattle. After they got the cows on the cart and tied them up, they headed towards Namping village. Along the way, Tang Fenglian, Wang Tsuehua, and Zhao Haitang were talking and laughing, while Lin Xiao only occasionally spoke a few words to Lin Jinhai. Before we knew it, the car had arrived at Namping village, and we saw people waiting at the village entrance from a distance. When they came closer, they found that it was Yang Wangkai, and there was another person who looked somewhat similar to him standing there. Li Xiaojun and others stopped the car and said a few words to Yang Wangkai, who then quickly guided them home. At the same time, a burst of firecrackers sounded, as if welcoming their arrival. They arrived at the place, parked the car, led the cow down, and then went to his home accompanied by Yang Wangkai. Today, there are a lot of family members here, and everyone is dressed very formally. As soon as we entered the door, we saw several older people sitting in the main seats. Yang Wangkai began to introduce them one by one. After the introductions, Lin Xiao also greeted them one by one. The three older men were Yang Xiaomei's grandfather, great-grandfather, and third-grandfather, and Wang Cuihua was also the daughter of Yang Xiaomei's great-grandfather. Next, several elders gave some warnings one by one. After a while, plates of cold and hot dishes were served. There were 2 tables in total. When all the dishes were served, Yang Xiaomei's great-grandfather spoke. Cuihua, you are the matchmaker today. You should sit with us. Wang Kai, you and your father-in-law should hold the ceremony next. The 2 of them understood each other, then came to the table in the main hall, took out 2 incense sticks, lit them, and handed them to Lin Xiao and Yang Xiaomei. Following their instructions, Lin Xiao and Yang Xiaomei began to worship from the main gate, all the way to the main hall, performed the kowtow ceremony, and then inserted the incense into the incense burner. Next, he and Yang Xiaomei began to kowtow to all the elders. After this part was over, Yang Xiaomei's great-grandfather laughed. Okay, since we have lit the incense, it means that from now on our Yang family and Lin family will be one family. I hope you two can get along well in the future, Yang Mei. When you get to the Lin family, you are not allowed to lose your temper, be lazy, or talk back to your parents-in-law. You must be a filial, kind, and virtuous wife and mother. Xiao Xiao, if Xiaomei comes to your house, you must treat her well, like your own daughter. The child is still young. I hope that when she makes mistakes sometimes, you can understand and guide each other. After this meal today, we will completely hand Xiaomei over to your Lin family. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinsen and Tang Fenglian also made a promise that they would treat Yang Xiaomei as their own daughter. Several elders, including Yang Wangkai and his wife, were completely relieved. Yang Xiaomei's great-grandfather continued. Then let's eat first. Under his leadership, everyone started to move. Lin Xiao and Yang Xiaomei both started toasting everyone one by one. Suddenly, there were more laughter and joy in the room. After 3 rounds of drinking, Yang Xiaomei's great-grandfather stroked his beard and said, Cuihua, you are the key today. Won't you say a few words? Hearing her father's words, Wang Cuihua quickly shook her head. Dad, just tell me what you want. There's no problem on my end. Cuihua, you are wrong. You are the matchmaker. Today, regardless of seniority, you are equal to us old guys. Wang Cuihua couldn't refuse, so she handed the agreed betrothal gift to Yang Wangkai. Wangkai, this is what we agreed upon. You can count it. You can rest assured when Xiaomei marries him. Chapter 42. Happy together. After Yang Wangkai took the bag, he handed it directly to his wife Wang Jinfeng. He is not such an ignorant person. He still has to give trust to others. Cousin, I feel relieved with you in the middle. I don't have anything to say. It just so happens that we can set the wedding date today, so our 2 families can have less worries. Wang Cuihua laughed. It's natural. As she said that, she looked at Lin Jinsen again and smiled. Uncle, is there anything wrong with your side? Haha, we are a family from now on. What else can I have a problem with? Well, I'll ask someone to pick a good day, and we can have the banquet early. Wang Cuihua laughed. Okay, since neither of you 2 families has anything to say, let's just leave it at that. After you find someone to pick an auspicious date, we will have the wedding banquet. For a moment, everyone was happy and everything went smoothly. Everyone chatted with each other and drank a lot of wine. Several elders were a little drunk, stroking their beards and talking about their wedding days. Happy times always make people linger, and it was already noon. The banquet is coming to an end. Father Yang, Father Lin and others were also chatting very happily. They supported each other and walked out, talking and laughing. Wang Jinfeng kept talking to Tang Fenglian, Zhao Haiteng, and Wang Cuihua, as if they were sisters who hadn't seen each other for many years. Lin Xiao, Yang Xiaomei and others followed behind. Seeing them getting along so well, they were very happy. When they arrived at the gate and sent the elders away, because Lin Jinsen had been drinking, they could only go back in Li Xiaojuan's car. Because they still have one most important thing to do. After the Yang family lights the incense, they have to go back to the Lin family to light the incense before the ceremony is completed. 2 hours later, they finally arrived at Kaoshan village. After returning home, Tang Fenglian and Zhao Haiteng began to prepare food for everyone. Lin Xiao and Yang Xiaomei had to complete the ceremony, and with their previous experience, they naturally did it with ease. After they finished bowing one by one, Lin Xiao looked at Yang Xiaomei and smiled. "From now on, you are my wife." Yang Xiaomei blushed, said she would go to the kitchen to help, and ran out with her head lowered, obviously a little shy. Yang Wangkai laughed. "My dear relatives and son-in-law, don't worry. This child is just like this. He has been shy since he was young, but he is very sensible." Lin Jinsen laughed. "My dear relatives, look at what you said. We will not get involved in the baby's affairs. Come, let's sit on the Kong. Aunt Wang, all of you get on the Kong, don't stand." Wang Tsuehua laughed. "You all get on the Kong and leave me alone. I'll go to the kitchen to see if there's anything I can help with." Lin Jinsen quickly stopped her and said with a smile, "Aunt Wang, it's okay at other times, but not today. Today you are the benefactor of our family. How can we possibly ask you for help?" Wang Tsuehua had no choice but to sit down on the Kong and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll listen to you today." After settling down, Lin Jinsen looked at Lin and smiled. "Son, go call your Uncle Li and ask him to come over and sit with us." Lin Xiao nodded and walked out. After coming out, he trotted all the way to Li Xiaojuan's house, only to find Li Shuijin eating a steamed bun. Lin smiled and said, "Uncle Shuijin, I'm sorry. I'm a bit busy today, so I asked you to eat steamed buns at home." Li Shuijin laughed. "What's the big deal? Isn't this how we all got here? Is everything going well for you guys back?" "It's going well, Uncle Shuijin. Well, my dad asked me to come over and invite you to our house for a while." Li Shuijin nodded and said, "Okay, you go first, I'll be there in a minute." Lin Xiao smiled slightly and said, "Well, Uncle, I'm not in a hurry. Just lock the door and we can go over together." Li Shuijin laughed. "You go first, and you guys are having a family dinner today. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to go. I'll go have a drink with your dad another day." "Uncle Shuijin, what you said is wrong. Auntie is busy in and out for my affairs, and brother Xiaojun is always there for me. Plus, after Xiaomei and I are together, we will be a family. It would be inappropriate for you not to go. My dad will come here in person when I go back." Li Shuijin looked at Lin Xiao with relief and said, "You have really grown up and become much more sensible." As he said that, he stood up and locked the door, then followed Lin Xiao to his house. Seeing Li Shuijin come in, Lin Jinsen hurried down, chatted with him enthusiastically for a while, and then pulled him to the Kong. At this time, the cold dishes were ready and served, followed by the hot dishes. At this time, Lin Jinsen also began to invite everyone to start eating. At the same time, he started pouring drinks for everyone. Lin Jinhai was also half the master of the family, so he also started to greet them. "Father-in-law, Uncle Li, we have to have a good drink today. Come on, come on. On behalf of the third brother's family, I would like to toast you all and thank my father-in-law for raising such a good daughter. Come on, let's do one." Yang Wangkai raised his glass first and said with a smile, "We are all a family from now on. Come on, cheers." Others also smiled and gave their blessings, and clinked their glasses with each other. After drinking, Lin Xiao picked up the bottle and poured wine for them. Lin Jinhai laughed. "Good things come in pairs. I'm toasting to everyone." After everyone had finished drinking, Lin Xiao refilled their glasses and started checking everyone's drinks one by one. By the time he finished reading, Li Xiaojun was also very sleepy, and Yang Xiaomei couldn't be left behind. After the three of them finished, Wang Tsuehua picked up the wine bottle and said with a smile, "This is a good thing and a happy event. I hope we can live in harmony in the future, just like we do today. Today, I have to toast to everyone and express my gratitude. Let's have good things come in pairs." Lin Jinhai laughed. "Haha, we have to drink the matchmaker's wine. Come on, everyone, let's clink our glasses together." In this round, Wang Tsuehua was originally watching the wine, but everyone started to make a fuss, saying that without her, there would be no such wonderful event today, and they insisted that she should accompany them no matter what. There was no choice, but Wang Tsuehua could only drink two with him. The next step was to express themselves freely. They talked and laughed, and had a great time chatting over cups and glasses. Before they knew it, they had all drunk too much, but their relationship was getting better and better as they got along. They talked about everything from the present to their own era. It was so touching. It seemed like they had endless topics to talk about. The drinking party lasted from around 2 o'clock in the morning until around 8 o'clock in the evening. Lin Xiao and Zhang Xiaomei started to send Li Shuijin and the others back because the three of them had drunk a lot. Lin Jinhai also had more and was supported by Zhao Haiding back. Before leaving, she said, "Feng Lian, You clean up first. I'll come over after I send your second brother back. Chapter 43. Sleeping in the same bed. Tang Fenglian said quickly. Sister-in-law, no need, there's nothing to do. I can just clean it up. Zhao Haiding said. You and your mother-in-law will sleep at my house tonight. There are many empty rooms in my house. I'll go over and change and tidy up. Let Jinsen and my father-in-law sleep here. Then you guys go ahead and I'll get your second brother back first. Okay, sister-in-law, then be careful on the road. Zhao Haiding responded and helped the staggering Lin Jinhai out. Tang Fenglian started to clean up. Originally, she didn't want Wang Jinfeng to help, but she wouldn't listen to anything she said. She even said it would be faster if they worked together. So she helped to clean up. On this side, Lin Xiao and Yang Xiaomei sent Li Shuijin and his family back and then left. On the way back, Lin Xiao naturally took Yang Xiaomei's hand and said, Xiaomei, I feel so happy today. How about you? Yang Xiaomei also nodded and hummed softly. Afterwards, Lin Xiao took her for a walk in the night. It's true, walking in the night actually has a different kind of romance. The two of them didn't say anything, just felt the breeze passing by, and began to enjoy the bright future in their hearts. Xiaomei, are we considered husband and wife now? Yang Xiaomei nodded, then shook her head and said, I don't know either. Lin Xiao clenched his hands tightly. Only now did he feel how soft Yang Xiaomei's hands were. At this moment, Lin Xiao stopped, turned around and looked at her. Xiaomei, I will definitely let you live a good life. Yang Xiaomei nodded and said firmly, I believe it. Lin Xiao took a step forward and said gently, Xiaomei, can I kiss you? Yang Xiaomei blushed and whispered shyly, Yes, someone will see us. So, let's go back. I'll let you kiss me when we get back. Xiaomei, you are so beautiful. Watching Lin Xiao getting closer and closer, Yang Xiaomei swallowed nervously, looked around, closed her eyes and whispered, Just for a moment. Lin Xiao smiled slightly and kissed him slowly. In the dark night, the two of them hugged each other and kissed. This feeling was so intoxicating that the two kissed for a long time before separating. At this time, Yang Xiaomei had already fallen. Her shyness was mixed with sweetness, and her heart was about to jump out of her body. Let's go back. Lin Xiao nodded and took her back home. As soon as they arrived at the door of their house, they ran into Tang Fenglian and Wang Jinfeng who were going out. Tang Fenglian laughed. You guys are back? Your Uncle Li and the others are asleep, right? Yes, Mom. Brother Xiaojun wasn't drunk. We came back after we sent them back. By the way, it's so late. What are you and my mother-in-law doing? Your father and your father-in-law will sleep at home, and your mother-in-law and I will sleep at your second aunt's house. Hearing this, Yang Xiaomei whispered, Mom, then, what about me? Wang Jinfeng laughed. Silly child, you are already a grown-up. You and Xiao Xiao are now legally together, so of course you should follow him wherever he goes. This? Mom, we? Looking at her daughter who was so nervous, Wang Jinfeng smiled. Girl, this is how everyone gets through this, and this is what everyone has to deal with. Mom has no other requirements for you, only one thing, that is to be a qualified wife and take care of your husband and children. Go. It's getting late, you should go to bed early. After saying that, she looked at Tang Fenglian and smiled. Mother-in-law, let's go. Tang Fenglian looked at Lin Xiao and the others and smiled. Then she and Wang Jinfeng went towards Zhao Haitang's house. At this moment, it would be a lie if Yang Xiaomei said she was not nervous or afraid, because she knew what would happen next. Although she was a little afraid of these unknown things, she knew that she would have to face them sooner or later. Then, she followed Lin Xiao back home. When they arrived at Lin Xiao's room, everything in the room had been replaced with new ones, and they were red. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiao said gently, Xiaomei then, let's take a break. Yang Xiaomei stood there and calmed down for a while, then nodded. After getting on the Kong, Yang Xiaomei wrapped herself in the quilt and went to sleep without taking off her clothes. Seeing this, Lin Xiao took off his shirt and pants, lay down in bed, and turned off the lights. The moonlight playfully sprinkles in through the window. The two people on the Kong were full of worries. Although Lin Xiao really wanted to go over, he was afraid of scaring Yang Xiaomei. Yang Xiaomei was worried about whether Lin Xiao would come over, and what would happen to her if she came over. She was still somewhat afraid in her heart because she was not ready yet. The two of them just remained silent, and no one was willing to speak to break this balance. But they also knew that neither of them could sleep at this moment. Gudong. The silence was completely broken by the sound of swallowing saliva. Xiaomei, are you asleep? Yang Xiaomei was so embarrassed at the moment that she whispered quickly, I fell asleep. You can still talk when you're asleep? I fell asleep right away. Lin Xiao was silent for a while, then spoke. Xiaomei, I'm going to take you to a place tomorrow. Can you keep it a secret for me? Lin Xiao said, and moved gently towards her and said, this secret cannot be told to anyone, not even our parents. Feeling Lin Xiao getting closer, Yang Xiaomei became more nervous, and she hurriedly said, well, then I'd better not know it. Lin Xiao moved closer to her again, and this time, he could hear Yang Xiaomei's nervous breathing. Yang Xiaomei was the same. She was also hesitant, but in the end, she didn't care. Anyway, I have chosen him, so I will give it to him sooner or later. Since it's all given, let it all depend on God's will. So, she just closed her eyes and stopped talking. Just then, she felt someone touching her arm through the quilt. This made her even more nervous, and her whole body was tense. Seeing that Yang Xiaomei did not resist, Lin Xiao spoke. Xiaomei, can I hold you while sleeping? Yang Xiaomei didn't say anything. She was nervous, but at the same time, she started to complain in her heart. If you want to hug me, just do it. You won't hug me even if I don't let you. You keep asking me. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. Lin Xiao didn't know what Yang Xiaomei was thinking, so he asked, Xiaomei, are you asleep? Yang Xiaomei didn't say anything, but you could tell how nervous she was from her trembling eyelashes. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Lin Xiao pulled her quilt. At first, Yang Xiaomei pressed it down, but then she held on tightly. But slowly she let go because she had completely accepted Lin Xiao. After feeling her actions, Lin Xiao slowly pulled open her quilt and crawled in. Chapter 44. So sensible that it makes people feel distressed. The moment he went in, Lin Xiao clearly felt Yang Xiaomei's body tremble slightly. When he slowly raised his hand and stroked her shoulder, Yang Xiaomei instinctively tensed herself up. Lin Xiao didn't dare to move anymore. He just held her shoulders and said, Xiaomei, are you nervous? Don't worry, I will love you and cherish you in the future. As he said that, he stretched out his arms and hugged Yang Xiaomei. The physical contact made Yang Xiaomei even more nervous, and even her breathing became rapid. She felt relieved, then slowly turned around, faced Lin Xiao and asked, will you really love me forever? Lin Xiao felt her breath so close to him and said firmly, meeting. Hearing this, Yang Xiaomei finally smiled and found that she was not so nervous anymore. Looking at Yang Xiaomei, who was so close, Lin Xiao moved closer and kissed her red lips again. At this moment, Yang Xiaomei no longer resisted, and she was ready to hand herself over. Then he hugged Lin Xiao's neck and began to respond. I don't know if it was because of nervousness or something else, but there was a sound of their teeth colliding several times. Unconsciously, Lin Xiao's hands also skillfully rose to the position. Yang Xiaomei tensed her body, resisted slightly, and then gave up. Gradually, the buttons of her plaid red shirt were unbuttoned. Through the moonlight, you can vaguely see her exposed skin and shoulders. At this time, without any obstacles in her heart, she began to prepare to welcome the beauty between them. Lin Xiao is no longer a novice who knows nothing. He has experience from his previous life. Although it's not much, it's enough to make Yang Xiaomei confused. Soon, as the two of them rolled over, Yang Xiaomei's top was completely freed from its restraints. Lin Xiao kissed Yang Xiaomei's red lips and said, Xiaomei, you are so beautiful. Yang Xiaomei's face was already red enough to drip water. She said in a mosquito voice, be gentle, I'm a little scared. Lin Xiao looked at her affectionately and said, I'll be gentle. Yang Xiaomei nodded and closed her eyes. Seeing this, Lin Xiao started to take off her pants, but Yang Xiaomei held on tightly and refused to let go. Lin Xiao kissed her and said with a smile, let's go to bed. Yang Xiaomei didn't want to hurt the person she loved, so she whispered, I'm really a little scared, don't think too much. You help me. Lin Xiao smiled slightly. He didn't know why, but at this moment he had a very strong evil thought, which was to take the beauty in front of him. This evil thought became stronger and stronger, almost controlling all his desires. At this moment Lin Xiao felt as if his whole body was burning, but there was a rational voice in his heart telling him, no, you can't do that. This has to be consensual. Although you can possess her now, she will definitely feel regretful afterwards. You two are going to spend your whole lives together. As soon as this voice fell, another voice sounded. Take her. She's yours. She's yours. She's ready. And this voice seemed even more magical, causing Lin Xiao's hands to start wandering around young Xiaomei again. Suddenly, when Lin Xiao bit his tongue hard, he finally came to his senses. Then he lay down beside her, holding her in his arms, and said, Xiaomei, we can't do that. You said that your first time would be perfect only on our wedding night. I'm sorry. I got a little too out of control. Yang Xiaomei still closed her eyes, and at the same time moved gently into his arms and said, aren't you uncomfortable? Anyway, I am yours. If you feel uncomfortable, then just take me. Lin Xiao smiled slightly, hugged her arms tightly and said, Xiaomei, I don't want you to have any regrets. I'm fine. Just bear with it and it will pass. By the way, can you tell me about your childhood? Yang Xiaomei asked with some surprise. Why? Are you still interested in my childhood? Lin smiled and said, You are so virtuous and beautiful now. You must have been very sensible when you were a child, right? Yang Xiaomei seemed a little sad when she heard this. Lin Xiao said apologetically, I'm sorry. Did I make you think of something bad? If that's the case, forget it and let's go to bed. Puff. No. It's just that I'm a little embarrassed to say it. Actually, I was quite naughty when I was little. I even beat up boys. At that time, our family was poor, and we often had no food to eat or clothes to wear. Once a boy laughed at me and called me a little beggar, so I chased him all the way to his house. When saying this, Yang Xiaomei's eyes were always filled with memories and her face was filled with smiles, as if that was the happiest time. Lin Xiao listened attentively and was also laughed unconsciously. And what happened next? Later, the smile on Yang Xiaomei's face gradually froze. She changed her position and lay down, recalling, I was happy until I was 10 years old. At that time, my family was poor, and I helped with the housework as soon as I got home. And I studied very well at that time, and I was admitted to junior high school with excellent grades. Having said this, Yang Xiaomei seemed to choke up and paused. Seeing this, Lin Xiao naturally guessed something. So he gently held her hand and said firmly, Don't be sad, everything is over. Believe me, I will definitely let you live a good life. Yang Xiaomei said with some sadness, I'm used to it. Anyway, I haven't worn many new clothes since I can remember. Every time Chinese New Year comes, my parents take us shopping for clothes. But I know our family's situation at that time. I really wanted to have a new dress, but I couldn't. Every time I said I didn't have anything I liked. In the end, my parents bought them for my younger brothers and sisters, but I would always secretly shed tears when I got home. Later, my younger brothers and sisters went to school, which made our already poor family even more difficult. On so many dark nights, my parents would worry about our tuition fees and cry their hearts out because of their helplessness. I saw all of this. Later, my parents decided to give Xiaoju away. At that time, I didn't know what was going on and rushed out. Finally, I gave up and let my brothers and sisters go to school while I helped my parents with work at home, go to the mountains to dig medicinal herbs for money, and do work for other people's families. At this point, Yang Xiaomei had already broken down in tears, and it was difficult for her to continue. But Lin Xiao could imagine that difficult scene. Chapter 45 is so bad. Looking at the poor girl in front of him, Lin Xiao's heart was really hurt. He decided to tell her some of his secrets to cheer her up. He slowly stood up and kissed Yang Xiaomei on the forehead, saying with heartache, Xiaomei, put on your clothes, I'll take you somewhere. Yang Xiaomei was puzzled. She glanced at the dark room and said, Tomorrow. It's already so late and you're still going out. Lin Xiao looked at her steadily and said, Xiaomei, do you remember that I said I would take you to a place? That's my biggest secret. Be obedient and follow me. Yang Xiaomei put on her clothes hesitantly, and her perfect curves made Lin Xiao stunned. Yang Xiaomei seemed to have noticed something. She glanced at Lin Xiao and said shyly, Turn away and don't look at me. It's so embarrassing. Lin Xiao remained indifferent and kept looking at her with a smile on his face, which made Yang Xiaomei very embarrassed. Then she pulled the quilt over and wrapped herself up. After seeing the quilt surge, Yang Xiaomei smiled. All right. Lin Xiao nodded, gently grabbed her hand and smiled. Close your eyes and don't resist. Yang Xiaomei felt like she had walked a few steps and then stopped. She was a little curious and waited for a long time. When Yang Xiaomei saw that there was no movement, she asked curiously, Didn't you say you would take me somewhere? I've been keeping my eyes closed for a long time. When are we going? At this time, Yang Xiaomei herself didn't know that she had already been in the paradise she used to be. Lin Xiao stood in front of her and said softly, Open your eyes. Hearing this, Yang Xiaomei slowly opened her eyes, but what came into her sight was Lin Xiao's face. She asked with some confusion, "Where are you going to take me?" Soon, Yang Xiaomei discovered something was wrong. Through Lin Xiao, she saw the green area behind him, and more importantly, the air here. She gently pushed Lin Xiao away and exclaimed, "So beautiful! Where is this?" As she spoke, she trotted over to the wheat and gently stroked the grown ears. He ran to the corn, touched its thick branches, and exclaimed, "Wow, where is this? Why are there so many?" At this time, Lin Xiao slowly walked over and said with a smile, "This is my fairyland. Xiantian?" Afterwards, Lin Xiao briefly explained to her the function of the fairy field. Yang Xiaomei was so surprised that she could put an egg in her mouth. At this moment, he remembered that Lin Xiao had told her not to tell anyone. She also swore in her heart that she would never tell anyone. She was shocked for a moment before asking cautiously, "Can I take a look around?" Lin Xiao gently stroked her hair and said, "Of course, you are also half the hostess here." Yang Xiaomei was very touched. She felt that this was the second time she had been so happy since she was a child, except for the time when Lin Xiao gave her a hairpin. Then she came up and took a bite of Lin Xiao, then she ran inside cheering like an elf. Lin Xiao just watched her and felt happy for her from the bottom of his heart. "I don't know how much time has passed, but I can't feel the passage of time here." Yang Xiaomei sat in front of Lin Xiao, leaned lightly on his shoulder, and said with emotion, "Thank you." "Thank me for what?" Yang Xiaomei hugged his arms and whispered, "Thank you for trusting me so much. Don't worry, I will never tell anyone unless I die." Lin Xiao stretched out his arms, held her in his arms, and said gently, "Silly girl, I will definitely make up for all the hardship you've endured. Do you see this little empty space ahead? I plan to plant vegetables. After sending my father-in-law and others back tomorrow, we will start planting." Yang Xiaomei snuggled in his arms obediently and said, "I'll listen to you." Lin Xiao nodded and smiled. "Then let's go out. It'll be dawn soon." Yang Xiaomei slowly left his arms and closed her eyes consciously. Lin Xiao gently took her hand and said, "Open your eyes." As he spoke, a door appeared in front of him, and he pulled Yang Xiaomei in. When he appeared again, he was back in the house. Although it was beginning to get brighter outside, they did not feel sleepy at all. Instead, they felt much more energetic. Lin smiled and said, "Let's lie down for a while." Yang Xiaomei nodded slightly and got on the Kong and into bed. At this time, Yang Xiaomei seemed to have some changes, until Lin Xiao went up to her and lay down in the quilt. Yang Xiaomei actually took the initiative to speak. Are you asleep?" "No, I can't sleep." I can't sleep either." Can you hold me like before?" Only a fool would refuse an invitation from a beautiful woman. Lin Xiao rolled over and got into her bed. Feeling Lin Xiao's touch against her chest, Yang Xiaomei blushed and her heart started beating fast. Before, she always felt that Lin Xiao was a little unrealistic, but now, since she had seen his secret, she finally believed that what Lin Xiao said to her was true. At this moment, she completely gave herself to Lin Xiao, and she felt that this boy was so sincere. Something called a sense of security also filled her heart. If Lin Xiao did something to her at this time, she would definitely be willing. She even secretly expected Lin Xiao to touch her like he did before. But by this time Lin Xiao had already held back, and after a while, his even breathing could be heard. Gradually, Yang Xiaomei felt her eyelids became extremely heavy and she fell asleep in a daze. At this moment, she felt a hand actually reach into her clothes and skillfully grasp her forbidden area. Yang Xiaomei woke up instantly, and she moved slightly, as if to make it more convenient for someone. Just when Yang Xiaomei closed her eyes and waited for happiness to come, she found that the other party had not made any movement. She slowly opened her eyes a little and saw that the other person was sleeping soundly. At this time, she didn't dare to move, for fear of waking him up. Fortunately, she fell asleep soon. When she woke up again, she felt movement around her. When she opened her hazy eyes, she found that Lin Xiao had already gotten up and was lying beside her, looking at her. Yang Xiaomei blushed and smiled slightly, then she felt a chill on her chest. Yang Xiaomei couldn't help but move her eyes downwards, and she found that she had already exposed her naked body without knowing when, revealing a large area of whiteness. Yang Xiaomei suddenly felt shy, and quickly pulled up the quilt to cover herself, and said angrily, "Oh my, you are so mean, you just know how to bully me. Why don't you turn around? How embarrassing." Chapter 46. Then consummate the marriage. Lin Xiao said with a wicked smile, "You're mine, and it's not like I haven't seen it before. When young Xiaomei heard this, she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. She looked at Lin Xiao seriously, but he found out that this guy was a little bad, so he begged. Ouch, don't look at me. I'll be embarrassed. Lin Xiao also knew that she was thin-skinned, so he let her go. He put on his shoes and walked out, smiling. You can sleep a little longer. I'll call you when the meal is ready. Only after Lin Xiao went out did young Xiaomei get up. She quickly tidied her clothes and walked out. Tang Fenglian laughed. Girl, why don't you get some more sleep? Young Xiaomei smiled faintly and said, Mom, I can't sleep. Tang Fenglian laughed. Then you guys go wash up and have dinner later. Then what about you? Go change your sheets. As she said that, she quickly ran to Lin Xiao's room and began to search carefully on the bed sheets. But after searching for a long time, she became confused. Why is there nothing? As she spoke, she checked the quilt again and finally confirmed that the answer she wanted to find was not there. She walked out somewhat disappointed, looked at young Xiaomei, and then at Lin Xiao. She now has a lot of questions and can only find an opportunity to ask her son. Lin Xiao also called Li Xiaojun because he would have to send young Wang Kai and others off later. After a while, Li Xiaojun arrived. After the family had a meal together, Li Xiaojun drove the four-wheel vehicle to take young Wang Kai and others back home. Before leaving, Wang Jinfeng asked young Xiaomei if she wanted to go back, but young Xiaomei refused, saying that she would stay here for a while. With the help of Tang Fenglian, young Xiaomei stayed, while Lin Jinsen, young Wang Kai, and his wife and others went back. After coming in, Tang Fenglian started to clean the table. Young Xiaomei refused to let her move no matter what and started to clean up by herself. Lin Xiao naturally couldn't let her do it alone, so she helped. After everything was packed up, Tang Fenglian called Lin Xiao over somewhat embarrassedly and whispered, Son, tell me what happened between you two last night? Lin Xiao looked confused and asked in confusion, Mom, what are you talking about? Is there anything? Tang Fenglian was really embarrassed to speak for a moment, but she still asked, Have you ever slept together? Lin Xiao said a little embarrassedly, Mom, of course we sleep together. Where else can we sleep? Tang Fenglian sighed slightly and asked embarrassedly, Mom is asking you, did you guys have that? Oh, did you have any sexual intercourse? Although Lin Xiao was reborn, he was still somewhat embarrassed to talk about this in front of his mother, and for a moment he really didn't know how to start. Tang Fenglian's expression became serious. Son, do you feel that Xiaomei is different? Lin Xiao became even more confused, and then found an opportunity to leave. On this side, in order to confirm the answer in her heart, Tang Fenglian found young Xiaomei who was cleaning the kitchen. Young Xiaomei smiled when she saw Tang Fenglian. Mom, you're here, take a break. I'll be done soon. Tang Fenglian smiled, then pulled young Xiaomei and laughed. Xiaomei, there are some things that we as elders shouldn't talk about, but I have a question. You have to tell me the truth. Young Xiaomei smiled faintly. Mom, just ask. I'll tell you everything I know. Tang Fenglian nodded and said, Xiaomei, tell Mom, you and Xiao Xiao didn't have sex last night? Young Xiaomei immediately understood something and said a little embarrassedly, Mom, Brother Xiao and I have agreed that we will do that on our wedding night. When Tang Fenglian heard this, she finally put her heart at ease and said apologetically, Xiaomei, don't worry, Mom. I'm just asking casually. As she spoke, she took out something wrapped in floral cloth from her bosom. When she opened it, she found an antique silver bracelet inside. Tang Fenglian slowly picked it up, took young Xiaomei's hand and put it on, then said earnestly, Xiaomei, this bracelet is our family heirloom. Mom gives it to you today because she hopes you can be happy. Mom is still young. You and Xiao Xiao should hurry up and have a child, then your dad and I will have some fun. Young Xiaomei blushed and nodded, saying, Mom, I get it. Well, this bracelet is too valuable. I can't accept it. As she said that, young Xiaomei was about to take it off. But Tang Fenglian stopped her with a smile and continued, Xiaomei, this was passed down from your great-grandmother to me. Today, I give it to you, and you must pass it on to your daughter-in-law in the future. Be obedient and keep it. After you marry into our family, Mom will treat you as her own daughter. Hearing this, young Xiaomei's eyes turned red, and she threw herself into Tang Fenglian's arms, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Mom. Tang Fenglian gently stroked her hair and chuckled. This kid is being polite to his mother. Young Xiaomei smiled sweetly and said, Mom, go take a rest first. I'll be done with this soon. Tang Fenglian nodded, said a few words of caution, and then walked out with a look of relief on her face. After coming out, she finally felt relieved. Then she went into the house and looked at Lin Xiao earnestly. Silly boy, I'm telling you, don't be ungrateful for what you have. You must cherish a wife as good as Xiaomei. Don't let others get wronged, okay? Lin Xiao didn't understand why his mother acted today, so he could only nod. Mom, I know this, don't worry. Tang Fenglian laughed. Silly boy, now that you know, work hard and try to have a baby with Xiaomei. Your father and I are still young, so we can help take care of you for a few years. But when we get older, we won't be able to take care of you anymore. Lin Xiao knew that this was the wish of an old man, so he smiled. Mom, I know. Tang Fenglian said earnestly. Now that I know you're already engaged, let's consummate the marriage. Mom, Xiaomei and I have already agreed that we will keep it until we get married. Oh, Mom, please don't worry about this matter. We know what we are doing. I promise you, I will give birth to many children for you to take care of. After saying that, Lin Xiao was afraid that his mother would say something else, so he found an excuse to go out. Mom, well, let me go see if Xiaomei is finished cleaning up. I'll go and help. Looking at Lin Xiao's departing back, Tang Fenglian chuckled. You silly boy, you still feel embarrassed. When we were your age, you were already born. Chapter 47, completely melted. In fact, Tang Fenglian was telling the truth. They got married relatively early at that time, and she was only 20 years old when she gave birth to Lin Xiao. But she also understood that things are very different now than they were back then. She smiled, shook her head, and started to do the housework. When Lin Xiao came to the kitchen, Yang Xiaomei looked at him and burst out laughing. Lin Xiao asked in confusion, What are you grinning about? Yang Xiaomei glanced at Lin Xiao and started to clean up the stove. After Lin Xiao looked at the silver bracelet on her hand, he immediately guessed something and laughed. Well, did Mom talk to you about something? Yang Xiaomei blushed and quickly argued. No. Lin Xiao was not idle either. He picked up the broom and started sweeping the floor. Combining Yang Xiaomei's shy expression, he knew that his mother must have said something to her. After a while, the two of them finished packing and walked out together. Tang Fenglian was cleaning the yard at this time. She looked at the two people coming out and smiled. Xiaomei, take a break. This silly boy doesn't care about his wife at all. Yang Xiaomei smiled faintly. Mom, I'm fine. Is there anything else I can help you with? No more. Go and take a rest. Seeing this, Lin Xiao quickly spoke. Well, Mom, if everything is fine, Xiaomei and I will go out for a walk. Tang Fenglian laughed. Go ahead. You young people can improve your relationship if you get to know each other better. After Yang Xiaomei finished washing her hands, Lin Xiao took her away. The two of them once again came to the small river at the east end of the village. The only difference was that they were all legal now. Lin Xiao picked up a thin little stone and made a few splashes in the water. He clapped his hands and laughed. Xiaomei, do you still remember this place? Yang Xiaomei couldn't help but recall the scene when they first came here, and she started laughing as she thought about it. Lin smiled, squatted down, grabbed a handful of water, and sprinkled it on her face. Yang Xiaomei was shocked and quickly said angrily, Okay, you bully me. As she spoke, she went to the river and grabbed a handful of water, but Lin Xiao had already run away. Yang Xiaomei stamped her feet and laughed. Don't run. Stop right there. Haha, come chase me if you can. Don't run. Yang Xiaomei chased after him directly, so Lin Xiao naturally couldn't just stand there. The two of them started chasing and playing here, and before they knew it, Lin Xiao had a lot of watermarks on his body, and the same was true for Yang Xiaomei. But they were particularly happy at this moment and laughed constantly. You're playing tricks on me. As he spoke, Lin Xiao had already run into the river. The river was not deep, just up to the calf, and the water was not that cold even though it was nearly June. When Yang Xiaomei grabbed a handful of water, she found that Lin Xiao had already dived into the river. As she said that, she took off her shoes and chased after him, and the two of them started playing in the river. The water droplets they splashed up appeared particularly clear under the sunlight. The two of them splashed the water on each other, laughing and having a great time. After the two played for a while, they stopped after Lin Xiao was splashed a few times. Then, they walked barefoot on the stones, holding hands. When they came to a big rock not far away, Lin Xiao pulled Yang Xiaomei to sit down on the rock. He raised his arm and gently wiped the water droplets from her face, his eyes full of tenderness. At this moment, feeling his movements and looking at his eyes, Yang Xiaomei was melted once again. She gently picked up Lin Xiao's arm, leaned on his shoulder, and said with a trembling voice, Today is the happiest and most joyful day of my life. Thank you, husband. At this moment, Yang Xiaomei was completely melted, and even the way she addressed him changed unconsciously. At first, Lin Xiao thought he had misheard. He tilted his head to glance at Yang Xiaomei and said in disbelief, "Xiaomei, you?" Yang Xiaomei smiled faintly, no longer restrained at all. She hugged Lin Xiao's arm with a happy look on her face and said, "Husband." Lin Xiao was so happy that he stood up, held Yang Xiaomei's cheek and said, "Wife." As he said that, he came closer. For a moment, the two red lips touched each other. At this moment, everything is happening naturally. Women are like this. Once they give their heart to you, they can do a lot for you. At this time, Yang Xiaomei's heart was completely occupied by Lin Xiao, leaving no space at all. The sun was shining brightly, making the shadows of the two people very long. It was not until the cry of a cow and the sound of a bell that the two of them were awakened. Yang Xiaomei shyly hid in Lin Xiao's arms without saying a word. Lin Xiao looked up at the oxen walking towards him not far away, then looked at the person behind him and quickly greeted him. "Uncle Zhang, are you out herding cattle?" Old man Zhang looked up and smiled. "Isn't this the little kid from the Lin family? What are you doing here?" As they got closer, Old man Zhang laughed. "Did you fall into the water? Who is this girl?" "Uncle Zhang, this is my wife Xiaomei." Having said that, Lin Xiao introduced Yang Xiaomei to Old man Zhang. After Yang Xiaomei sweetly followed Lin Xiao and called Uncle Zhang, Old man Zhang was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling and praised him. "What a sensible and well-behaved kid." Lin Xiao looked at him carrying a basket of grass on his back and laughed. "Uncle Zhang, your health is getting better and better. You can't rest every day." "Ah, I am useless when I am old, but I am happy to see that you have changed me. By the way, when you have your wedding, don't forget to treat me to a drink." "Uncle Zhang, don't worry, you will definitely be indispensable when the time comes." "Haha, that's good. I won't bother you young people then." Having said that, Uncle Zhang drove the cows away with a smile. Lin Xiao and Yang Xiaomei stayed for a while and returned home. After a while, Father Lin Jinsen came back and said with a smile that he had found an auspicious day. That was a month and a half later, and there happened to be a good day. He had asked Wang Zuihua to notify Yang Wangkai. Then he asked Lin Xiao and Yang Xiaomei for their opinions, and they both said they had no objections. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye Yang Xiaomei has been staying at Lin Xiao's house for 5 days. These days, after the two of them finished their housework during the day, Lin Xiao took Yang Xiaomei out for a walk. After a few days, many people in the village knew that she was the daughter-in-law of the Lin family. That afternoon, Lin Jinsen called Lin Xiao into the house and asked, "Son, isn't everything fine these days? Give me some of your corn or something, and I'll sell it. That way I can make some money. You're getting married soon, and your family will have more places to spend money, and you can get a good price if you sell it now." Chapter 48. Do something? Lin Xiao could only find excuses to shirk his responsibility. He decided to collect some of the money and give it to his father tomorrow. Next, he will grow vegetables, but first he needs to make money. Because the locust plague was getting closer, he had to store a large amount of food. He firmly believed that he would make a fortune by then, because in the end he would have no place to buy these things even if he had money. He and Yang Xiaomei have been working in Xiantian almost every night these days, and his points are increasing rapidly without him noticing. Now, under the care of Lin Xiao and Yang Xiaomei, the fairy field has already been fully planted. That's 1,000 acres of land. If 1 acre of land produces 1,500 kilograms, then isn't that right? When Lin Xiao thought of this, he couldn't help laughing. He seemed to have seen huge piles of money flying towards him. Lin Xiao also felt that it was time to leave here because he needed to find a place to hide. In this way, he can make money in a legitimate way. You know, even if he just grows vegetables, he can still make a considerable income that day. It definitely won't work here, because when there are more things, he will need transportation. Over time, it will definitely cause some unnecessary suspicion, and leaving is the best option. In this way, after he makes money, he can come back and reward everyone. After having this idea, Lin Xiao was ready to put it into practice, and Yang Xiaomei already knew about it. The only thing left to do now is his parents, but he can't just take them away. We can only wait until he stabilizes before making any plans. After thinking about all this, he asked his mother and Xiaomei to prepare the dishes. He thought the sooner the better. Before he left, he planned to invite his second uncle and others to come over to his house. Lin Xiao said something and walked out. He first came to Li Xiaojuan's house. He said that he would take Yang Xiaomei to the county town to do some small business tomorrow, and he would sit with them today. Li Xiaojun agreed. He looked at Lin and smiled. "Brother, do you need anyone?" I want to go with you too. Lin smiled and said, Brother Xiaojun, don't worry. No matter who I forget, I will never forget you. When I settle down, I will definitely take you with me, and we will go through life together. Brother Xiaojun, then you, Uncle Li, and Annie all go over there. I'm going to go to second uncle's house. Afterwards, Lin Xiao came out of Li Xiaojun's house and went directly to his second uncle Lin Jinhai's house. At this time, second aunt was already preparing to start cooking, and he quickly stopped her and said, Uncle Aunt, don't cook tonight, come to my house for dinner. Zhao Haiding laughed. Oh, why bother? Just cook something simple for the two of us. Lin Xiao quickly explained. It's like this, second aunt. Xiaomei and I are going to the county town tomorrow to find something to do. Let's have dinner together today. I guess we won't see each other for several months. Lin Jinhai spoke. Aren't you planning on getting married before going out? Uncle, this is going to take some time. I want to take Xiaomei with me so we can earn some money. Lin Jinhai nodded, then turned and went into the bedroom. When he came out again, he had 1,000 yuan in his hand and handed it to Lin Xiao, saying, Take this first. You'll definitely need a lot of money when you go out. Just pay me back when you have it. Lin Xiao quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, uncle. As he said that, he took the money handed over by Lin Jinhai and said with some embarrassment, Uncle, can you lend me more? Zhao Haiding asked in confusion. $1,000 isn't enough? What are you going to do? After Lin Xiao expressed his thoughts, Lin Jinhai asked with some concern, Doing business is a good thing, so how sure are you? Lin Xiao looked at Lin Jinhai and said confidently, Uncle, I'm 100% sure. Don't worry, I will definitely pay you back as soon as possible. Lin Jinhai sighed. Your cousin just called my family a while ago, and I kept some money but I didn't use it. Is 5,000 yuan enough for me? Lin Xiao laughed quickly. Uncle, that's enough. I'll pay you back as soon as I make money. Lin Jinhai laughed. Then wait, I'll get it for you. It was not until Lin Jinhai left that Zhao Haiding spoke. Work hard when you get out. If you can't make it, come back and open a clinic in the village. With your medical skills, you will definitely be able to make a name for yourself. Lin Xiao nodded and said gratefully, Thank you, second aunt. Zhao Haiding patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder and said with a smile, Kid, we are a family. Why are you being so polite? Just don't forget us when you become successful. Lin Xiao nodded heavily and said, Second aunt, don't worry, I will never let you down in the future. At this time, Lin Jinhai came out and looked at the two people who were talking and laughing, and he was a little confused. When did his wife become so generous? In the past, when he lent someone a few $100s, she would complain for a long time. But today, how could he know that ever since Lin Xiao saved him and displayed his amazing medical skills, Zhao Haiding had taken a liking to him? In her opinion, if she helps him today, she can ask for his help in the future when she needs it. But what she didn't know was that in the near future, if it weren't for Lin Xiao, she would really be gone. Lin Jinhai came up, handed the 4,000 yuan in his hand to Lin Xiao, and patted him on the shoulder and said, Work hard and make a difference so that those who once looked down on you can see what's going on. Lin Xiao nodded and said seriously, Uncle Aunt, don't worry, I will never let you down. Lin Jinhai smiled and looked at Zhao Haiding and said with a smile, Wife, let's pack up and go over there, so we don't have to wait there any longer. Zhao Haiding laughed. Then you guys go ahead. I'll clean up and lock the door and then come over. Okay, then you come behind me. Having said that, Lin Jinhai and Lin Xiao walked out. When they arrived at Lin Xiao's house, Li Xiaojun and his family had already arrived and were waiting for Lin Jinhai and others. There were already 6 or 7 dishes on the table. Seeing Lin Jinhai coming in, Lin Jinsen quickly asked him to sit down and told Tang Fenglian to get some wine. By the way, second brother, why didn't second sister-in-law come? Let's eat first. Your sister-in-law won't be here for a while. Don't worry about her. At this time, Tang Fenglian also brought over the wine in the wine glass. Lin Jinsen took it, opened it, and started pouring. Well, second brother, brotherly, let's pick up our chopsticks. We are all hungry. Let's eat first. As he said that, he handed the poured drinks to them and started eating. After seeing everyone had taken a few bites, Lin Xiao picked up the wine glass and said, Dad, second uncle, Uncle Li, Brother Xiaojun, I offer you a glass of wine. My mom and Aunt Wang, please drink less. As he was speaking, Zhao Haiding walked in with a smile. Seeing this, Lin Xiao put down the wine glass in his hand, picked up an empty glass, poured wine while smiling. Second aunt, it's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. Come and sit down. Chapter 49. A dark and windy night. Zhao Haiding laughed. This kid, you asked me to drink as soon as I came in. You don't even think about your aunt. Seeing this, Lin Xiao quickly handed her a pair of chopsticks and said with a smile, "Second aunt, hurry up and eat something first." Wang Tsuehua moved back a little, pulled her to sit down and said with a smile, "Hurry up and eat first. You should be fined one drink for being late." Zhao Haiteng quickly smiled and said, "No, with my alcohol tolerance, I can't afford to be punished by you. So, I'll interrupt Xiao Xiao and toast everyone first, as an apology." Naturally, the others had no objections, and after Zhao Haiteng had chatted with everyone, Lin Xiao started. After Li Xiaojun finished, Li Shuijin suggested playing finger-guessing games, and then the three elders started to compete in drinking and boxing. Seeing this, Li Xiaojun picked up the cup and smiled. "Come on, brother. Let's drink." In this way, a group of people came and went, chatting, and before they knew it, it was late at night. It was already pitch black outside, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. There were more and more wine bottles on the ground, until the fourth bottle was taken down. Several people had almost finished drinking, and at this time, Lin Jinhai and Lin Jinsen were playing finger-guessing games, and the noises were getting louder and louder as they were having so much fun. Gradually, after drinking more than half of the fifth bottle, Li Shuijin was the first to become exhausted, and he was stammering something inaudible. Seeing this, Wang Tsuehua also stood up shakily and scolded with a smile. "I told you not to drink so much. Look, you talk a lot when you drink." Li Shuijin raised his hand and pointed at Wang Tsuehua, burped and said, You know what?" Having said this, his arms fell down uncontrollably and he stammered, but no one could make out what he was saying. Li Xiaojun had reached his limit by then and was sitting there with his head down, dozing off. Occasionally, when there was a loud noise of bargains, he would raise his head with drunken eyes and smile foolishly. Wang Tsuehua was furious when she saw this. Look, the father and son both behave the same way when they drink. Tang Fenglian also felt a little dizzy. They drank a few cups and then came down. He also began to persuade Lin Jinsen. It took a long time to persuade them to come down. Although Zhao Haiteng was a little dizzy, it was no big deal. She pulled Lin Jinhai down, put shoes on him, and took him back. When he went out, Lin Jinhai was still yelling, "Come on, continue. Six goes well?" Seeing this, Zhao Haiteng smiled awkwardly and helped him leave. Originally, Yang Xiaomei wanted to see him off, but Zhao Haiteng said he could leave on his own. Finally, Tang Fenglian and Yang Xiaomei sent Li Shuijin and his family back with flashlights. When they came back, Lin Jinsen fell asleep right there, and the same happened to Lin Xiao. Finally, Tang Fenglian and Yang Xiaomei worked together to help Lin Xiao back to the house, and everything was over. Afterwards, Tang Fenglian and Yang Xiaomei started to clean up, and it was already past 12 o'clock when they finished. Tang Fenglian looked at Yang Xiaomei and said with heartache, "Good boy, go and rest quickly, it's so late." Yang Xiaomei laughed. "Mom, then you should go to bed early too." After saying that, Yang Xiaomei returned to the room. After closing the door, she saw Lin Xiao lying there with his arms and legs spread out. She smiled slightly, took off his clothes, turned off the lights, and went to rest. I don't know how long it was before there was a sound of wind outside, blowing things in the yard to the ground. The wind is really strong tonight, and the night is very dark. There seems to be an unknown danger approaching. At this moment, two figures were sneaking towards Lin Xiao's house in the dark. After arriving at the door of Lin Xiao's house, one of the black shadows put down what he was holding and said, "Brother Tiger, shoo, you want to die? Don't call my name, just do what I say." If Lin Xiao was there, he would be able to recognize at a glance that the person in front of him was Li Hu. The two of them were wearing black night clothes, and it was obvious that they had nothing good to say. Another black man asked, "Brother, if I pour these 30 liters of kerosene, their whole family will be buried in the sea of fire. This is a matter of life and death. I'm a little scared." Upon hearing this, Li Hu kicked him directly and said, "I'm telling you, I gave you 20,000 yuan. If you don't do it, think about the consequences of offending me. Besides, they are already fast asleep by now. I have already checked before and found that they were drunk. Are you afraid? Hurry up, climb over the wall, pour kerosene on their door, light it and run." The man in black picked up the plastic pot and hesitated again. "No, big brother, I'm a little scared. If we are discovered, we will be shot. How about we wait until they are completely asleep?" "You fucking..." Li Hu realized that he was being impulsive and quickly covered his mouth and whispered, "Well, you go in, and as long as you do what I say, I'll give you another 50,000. "Another 50,000? Are you telling the truth?" Li Hu kicked him again and cursed with a smile. When have I ever lied to you? Go quickly. Hearing this, the man in black became bolder again. It is said that people die for money and birds die for food, and he is no exception. You have to know that it was 50,000 yuan. If you add what he gave before, that would be 70,000 yuan. 70,000 yuan is enough for him to go out and live a happy life. Thinking of this, he picked up the oil bottle, put it on the wall, and then climbed in. The wind was getting louder and louder, and the night was becoming terrifyingly quieter and quieter. Looking at the man who came in, Li Hu stared at the room with resentment on his face and said angrily, "You useless bastard! This is the price you pay for provoking me. You almost cost me my life, so I will send you to heaven today. Remember, when you get there, be smart. Don't worry, Lord Tiger will burn more for you. Have a good journey." As he said that, he looked again in the direction of Li Xiaojun's house and said, "Li Xiaojun, and you, just wait for me. After I deal with this loser's family, I will deal with you. Isn't he your brother? Don't worry, I will definitely reunite you two as soon as possible." At this moment, Li Hu couldn't help but think of the time when he was dragged to the cliff by Lin Xiao and his legs were broken by Li Xiaojun. If old man Zheng hadn't been there cutting grass for the cows and happened to save him, Li Hu couldn't imagine whether he could come back safe and sound. Whenever he thought of this, the hatred and anger in Li Hu's heart seemed to burn him to death at any time. After finally being discharged from the hospital, the first thing he thought of was revenge. He won't be able to feel at ease until this piece of trash Lin Xiao is dead, because ever since he met this piece of trash, things don't seem to be going smoothly for him. At this moment, a burst of fire awakened him, and a dark shadow also turned out and said, "Brother, run." Chapter 50 Blind. Li Hu was not in a hurry. Looking at the rising flames, he couldn't help but reveal a wicked smile. "You useless bastard, this is what happens when you offend me. Just enjoy this visual feast I give you." Having said this, he glanced at the man in black and said, "Retreat, remember to clean up your things, and wait for me in town tomorrow. I'll bring you the 50,000 yuan tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the black shadow nodded and left quickly. Li Hu didn't dare to stay for long and quickly left the scene. At this time, the fire in the yard was growing bigger with the help of the breeze, and black smoke was billowing. Inside the house, Tang Fenglian, who was sleeping soundly, felt choked. After she coughed violently a few times, she felt hotter and hotter, accompanied by a feeling of suffocation. When she subconsciously opened her eyes, she saw endless flames having reached the roof. At this time, Lin Jinsen was still sleeping soundly because of drinking. Tang Fenglian was anxious. She grabbed some clothes and put them on while calling out to Lin Jinsen. However, he just turned over and continued to snore, showing no sign of waking up. This made Tang Fenglian very anxious. She couldn't help but rush to the door and opened it. The fierce flames rushed towards me with the help of the breeze. Seeing this, Tang Fenglian was so scared that she quickly closed the door and started crying. She could only bang on the window desperately and shout Lin Xiao's name heartbreakingly. Yang Xiaomei, who was sleeping, seemed to sense something was wrong and woke up suddenly. She immediately realized something was wrong. There was already flames shooting up into the sky outside. She quickly got up and called Lin Xiao. Fortunately, Lin Xiao didn't drink much, and because of his special body condition, he was quickly woken up. He opened his eyes blearily and heard crying. Yang Xiaomei was extremely anxious and kept calling out to him. Lin Xiao rubbed his eyes and stood up suddenly, only to find that the outside was already ablaze with red. He didn't care about anything else and rushed down to open the door. The upper room where his parents were was already surrounded by flames. Hearing the mother's cry for help and heart-wrenching cries coming from the house, he could no longer care about anything else. He rushed into the house, hurriedly put on a pair of pants and said, "Xiaomei, don't resist." Having said that, he no longer cared about anything else and took young Xiaomei to Xiantian. After coming out, he no longer had any worries. At this moment, he only wanted to rescue his parents, even if it cost him his life. Lin Xiao was willing to do it. At this moment, the fire was getting bigger and bigger. The wood on the roof had already been completely burned and even collapsed. Under the influence of the breeze, his side also started to burn. Lin Xiao knew there was no time to waste, so he rushed into his room, put on a quilt, threw it on the ground when he came out, picked up 2 buckets of water by the wall and poured them over. Then he put the quilt on his head and rushed directly into the sea of fire. As the door was kicked open, it fell directly to the ground because of the fire. "Dad, Mom, how are you? Are you okay?" At this moment, Tang Fenglian felt that she was about to suffocate. When she heard her son's voice and saw the overwhelming sea of fire, she cried out anxiously, "Son, go away, go away. Don't come in, don't bother us." Lin Xiao's only thought at this moment was to rescue them, so he rushed in without caring about his own safety. In the light of the fire, I could see the mother curled up in the corner and the father she was protecting. Lin Xiao pulled back the quilt he was covering himself with and covered them with it, saying, "Dad, Mom, don't resist." As he said that, he took their hands and disappeared. In Xiantian, when Yang Xiaomei was waiting anxiously, she saw Lin Xiao coming in with his parents. Looking at Tang Fenglian, who was blackened by smoke, she could no longer restrain herself and threw herself into her arms, choking with sobs. "Mom, I'm so glad you're all okay. I was scared to death." At the same time, Lin Jinsen also became much more sober, and he hurriedly urged, "Son, the money, go get it quickly. It's under the quilt in the Kong cabinet." Hearing what his father said, Lin Xiao remembered that the 5,000 yuan given by his second uncle was also placed on the Kong. He knew it was dangerous, but he didn't care and just walked out. At this time, the house was completely on fire. He quickly got the money from the place his father said, then picked up the quilt beside him, put it on his head and rushed out. Because there is money in his room, which he borrowed from his second uncle, and he must get it. Just as he put it away and was about to enter the space, a piece of burnt wood fell from the roof. Lin Xiao moved sideways and entered the space, but his eyes were burned by the fallen wood. After coming in, Lin Xiao covered his eyes with his hands and lay on the ground, rolling around in pain. Seeing this, Lin Jinsen and Tang Fenglian rushed over. Looking at Lin Xiao in such pain, Tang Fenglian was so anxious that her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Seeing this, Lin Jinsen came over and hugged Lin Xiao. Looking at his burned eyes, his heart bled and tears fell completely. "No, you, don't scare me." Yang Xiaomei ran over and crawled over, took Lin Xiao, and cried desperately. Hearing their cries and feeling their worries, Lin Xiao endured the severe pain and burning sensation and revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. "Don't cry, I'm fine. I'll just need to rest for a while." "Dad, Mom, this is what I told you. Look, all you see in front of you are green crops. I was afraid that I would scare you, but now it's a good idea. This way, we can leave here temporarily." After hearing this, Tang Fenglian and Lin Jinsen turned their heads to look. All they saw was green, but they had no time to be shocked. Compared to these, Lin Xiao's safety is what they are most worried about. Tang Fenglian held back her tears and choked. "Son, don't talk. Have a good rest. Mom doesn't want anything. As long as you are safe, even if it means Mom has to live a few years less." "Yes, your mother is right, son. You should take good care of your injuries." Having said that, Lin Jinsen slapped himself several times in the face. "You were greedy for wine. If you hadn't been greedy for wine, this wouldn't have happened." Lin Xiao raised his hands in panic and waved them around, as if trying to catch Lin Jinsen. "Dad, this is not your fault. Don't blame yourself too much. This must have been man-made. I smelled a lot of kerosene when I went back just now. But it's okay. Don't worry. I will find the murderer and make him pay with blood." At this moment, a chubby little boy appeared out of nowhere. He looked at Lin Xiao nervously and said, "Master, what's wrong with you?" When the few people saw the little boy suddenly appear, they were instantly frightened. Everyone looked nervously at the little boy who suddenly appeared. The little boy glanced at them, then came over to Yang Xiaomei, who was equally shocked and squatted down. Chapter 51 Ignite Hope. Feeling their nervousness, Lin Xiao quickly began to explain. "Dad, Mom, Xiaomei, this is the spirit of this fairyland. I told you before that I had a dream in which an old man took me in as his apprentice. This is what he left for me." After hearing this, several people let down their guard against the spirit of the weapon. The spirit of the weapon squatted down and said, "Madam, let Xiao Ling take a look. Maybe there is still hope." When Yang Xiaomei heard this, hope lit up her face. She quickly put Lin Xiao on the ground and let him lie down, then she stepped aside. Xiao Ling walked up slowly, examined him first, and then her expression became serious. Through examination, it was found that Lin Xiao's retina was damaged. If this is not treated in time, it will be difficult for him to see the light again in the future. Lin Xiao was also aware of his own situation. He quickly communicated with the spirit in his mind, asking it not to say it out loud and to find a place to settle his parents first. He just drew a line with his hand, and a row of buildings appeared in the fairy field. After arranging Lin Jinsen and others, the spirit of the weapon said that he would take Lin Xiao to heal his wounds and then disappeared. In an independent space, the spirit of the weapon looked at Lin Xiao and said, "Master, your eye is seriously injured. I'm afraid. I'm afraid it can't be saved." Lin Xiao didn't seem to be too moved when he heard this, as if he already knew it. But it would be a lie to say that I'm not disappointed. He was still young and everything was going in a good direction, but he became blind. This gap formed a sharp contrast in his heart. Sensing Lin Xiao's depressed mood, the spirit of the weapon spoke. "Master, you don't have to be so pessimistic. It's not like you can't recover." When Lin Xiao heard this, hope immediately ignited in his heart. "Spirit of the weapon, you said that I can recover? Is that true?" "Yes, but it's a bit dangerous, and it's a 50-50 chance. Do you want to try it? Test?" "That's right, because I once saw my old master use this method, and the person he treated not only recovered, but also had a wonderful experience." Having said this, the weapon spirit's voice became softer, and he became less confident. "It's just that I haven't used it before, so it's a 50-50 chance. There's a chance that you can be cured, or there's a chance that you'll never see the light again." Lin Xiao fell silent when he heard this. After thinking about it carefully, he decided to give it a try. "Anyway, I am already blind. If I succeed, I will see the light again, and even have the adventure it mentioned. If I fail, it doesn't seem like there will be any loss to me now." Thinking of this, he spoke directly. "Xiaoling, then you give it a try." "Ah, that is very painful. Can you bear it?" Although Lin Xiao was a little scared when he heard this, he still felt that he should give it a try in order to see the light again. "Xiaoling, don't worry, I can bear it." Upon seeing this, the spirit of the weapon nodded and said, "Oh well." After he let Lin Xiao lie down, he reminded him, "Well, then I'll start." Lin Xiao nodded and clenched his fists tightly. It would be a lie to say that he was not nervous. Upon seeing this, the spirit of the weapon flipped its hand and suddenly a book appeared in its hand. After opening it, it started to learn in a serious manner. It's a pity that Lin Xiao can't see now, otherwise who knows whether he would get up and fight with the weapon spirit or run away. About a cup of tea later, the spirit of the weapon put away the book and looked at Lin Xiao nervously. "Master, then I'm really coming." "Well, come on. Don't be nervous. Anyway, I can't see now. Nothing can be worse than this. Don't worry and treat me." Upon hearing this, the spirit of the weapon patted its chest to calm itself down. "Yes, I'm not nervous, absolutely not nervous." As he spoke, he raised his hands, and a red flame suddenly danced at his fingertips and was split into two. "Go!" Following the weapon spirit's cry, the red flame instantly sank into Lin Xiao's eyes. "Ah! It hurts so much. It hurts so much." In just a moment, Lin Xiao covered his eyes and rolled over. 2 lines of blood and tears slid down from the corners of his eyes. "Master, hold on. As long as you can hold on, you will definitely see the light." However, Lin Xiao couldn't listen at all at this time. He pounded his head hard with both hands like a madman. "It hurts so much. Xiaoling, please stop now. I can't bear it anymore. It hurts. It hurts so much." "Ah?" On the other side, Lin Jinsen and his wife were full of self-blame, while Yang Xiaomei curled up on the side, her expression full of sadness and worry. They didn't know that Lin Xiao was suffering in human pain at this moment, but they were all praying for him. Outside the space, the fire was getting bigger and bigger, and Lin Jinsen's house had completely collapsed. It was not until the crackling sound of collapse was heard that the sleeping neighbors next door were completely awakened. When they came out to check, they discovered that the raging fire had completely engulfed Lin Jinsen's house, and they were also affected. Fortunately, they were discovered in time. Otherwise, they would have been in trouble. As they shouted frantically, they quickly fetched water to save the burned part of their house. At this time, more and more villagers were awakened by them. When they found that Lin Jinsen's house was on fire, they returned home and started to put out the fire with water. Finally, after half the night of hard work, the fire was finally put out. At this time, Lin Jinhai was shouting the names of Lin Jinsen and Lin Xiao, but they didn't dare to get close. Although the fire was out, the temperature inside was still terrifying. Zhao Haiding even started crying. The villagers felt sorry for Lin Jinsen's family and bowed their heads in silence. Li Xiaojun looked at the ruins of the Lin family, and even this tough guy shed tears. They were drinking together last night, but they didn't expect this to happen today. Suddenly, he looked at Lin Jinhai and said, "Uncle Jinhai, this fire happened so suddenly. Please call the police immediately. I'm going to go out for a while." Looking at the angry Li Xiaojun, Li Shuijin quickly grabbed him and said, "What are you doing? Dad, let me go. There's something fishy about this. It must be related to Li Qingshuo's family. I'm going to find this bastard and avenge my Uncle Lin's family. Seeing him like this, Li Shuijin pulled him tighter, fearing that he would act impulsively. Xiao Jun, you can't mess around. Wait until the police come. You can't frame someone without evidence. After all, this is a matter of life and death. Although Lin Jinhai was very sad and upset, he also came forward to dissuade them. Xiao Jun, don't be impulsive. Your father is right. Let's wait until the police arrive before we talk about anything else. At this time, the villagers also came up and tried to persuade Li Xiaojun. What they don't know is that in a dark place where no one is paying attention, someone is watching every move here. Chapter 52, extremely disappointed. He was taking in everything here, and then a cruel smile appeared on his face. This is what happens when you offend me. And you, Li Xiaojun, just wait for it. After saying that, he turned around and left quietly without anyone noticing. The villagers stood here, their faces filled with sadness and anger. Brother Jinhai, why did it catch fire when everything was fine? The person who spoke was Lin Xiao's neighbor Yang Chengshou. In fact, he was quite wronged as his good house had suffered an unexpected disaster. If he hadn't been a light sleeper, his entire family would have probably been burned to death. Lin Jinhai shook his head. I don't know either. We were drinking together last night. I didn't expect it's only been a few hours, and it's not even daybreak yet. At this point, Lin Jinhai squatted on the ground, holding his head and crying. The other villagers also talked about this strange thing one after another, and their words were full of regret for Lin Xiao's family. I don't know how long it took, but a jade-white sky rose in the sky. The villagers just sat quietly at the door, and no one left. Li Shuijin asked, Brother Jinhai, didn't you call the police? How long has it been? Why haven't they come yet? Lin Jinhai held his head in his hands, indicating that he didn't know either. Li Xiaojun stood up and said, It's normal. The rights of ordinary people have never been protected. If you ask where to get money, I think they would have already grabbed it. Li Shuijin sighed, took out cigarettes and distributed them to everyone. Just then, Li Qingshuo and Li Hu arrived late. When they saw the scene in front of them, Li Qingshuo spoke. What happened? Has the person been rescued? Yang Cheng put away his body and said, Village chief, you're here. Look, it's burned like this. I'm afraid the people are in danger. As he said that, he pointed to his burned house and said, Look, the house I just repaired has also been burned like this. Village chief, who should I go to for this matter? As soon as he finished speaking, a villager stood up and accused, Yang Chengshou, do you still have any humanity? The old Lin family is in danger, and you are still thinking about your little house? When Yang Chengshou heard this, he immediately quit. Zhao Jucai, it seems that nothing is wrong with your family, so you are here to make sarcastic remarks, right? Why can't I say a few words when my house is damaged? Li Qingshuo waved his hand to stop him. Okay, stop talking. Then he came to Lin Jinhai and asked, Jinhai, what's going on? After Lin Jinhai gave a brief account of the incident, Li Hu laughed. Haha, this is the retribution for meddling in other people's business. Hearing this, not only Li Xiaojun, who was trying hard to suppress his anger, but even the villagers stood up and blamed him. Li Xiaojun slowly stood up and pointed at Li Hu, saying coldly, Say it again. Looking at Li Xiaojun's cold eyes, Li Hu was instinctively a little scared and turned his head away, but no one saw the smile on his lips. Li Xiaojun obviously didn't intend to let him go. As he walked towards him, he said with a gloomy face, Say it again if you dare. If I don't kill you today, I'll take your last name. Who knew that Li Hu would just spread his hands in such a bachelor manner? If you ask me to say it, I will say it. Wouldn't that make me lose face? When Li Xiaojun heard this, he got furious. He stared at Li Hu angrily. Li Hu, don't let me know that this matter has anything to do with you. Otherwise, I will make your whole family be buried with my brother. Hearing this, Li Hu instinctively felt a chill on his body, and Li Qingshuo even felt like he wanted to pee. He quickly scolded Li Hu. You bastard! I raised you for nothing. How can you say such a thing in this situation? Even if we had conflicts with your Uncle Lin in the past, they are already dead. The dead are the greatest. Do you understand? Why don't you come over here and apologize? Li Hu wanted to refuse, but when he saw Li Xiaojun's unwillingness to give up, he compromised. He turned around, bowed, and said, I'm sorry, and wish you a pleasant journey. But my heart was already filled with joy, and I was secretly delighted in my heart. There's no point in apologizing to you. If you're born as a human being in your next life, remember not to mess with me, Li Hu. But how could everyone know what he was thinking? When Li Xiaojun saw that he had given in, he stopped talking. He didn't want to cause trouble here today. After Li Qingshou and Lin Jinhai discussed the matters, they prepared to excavate. Then Lin Jinhai would be responsible for the rights and interests, while Li Qingshou would take the lead in donating money. Just as they were about to split up, the sound of sirens was heard. Then 2 police cars came speeding over. When everyone saw this, they were extremely dissatisfied. It must have been at least 5 or 6 hours since the phone call. This group of people are simply parasites of the Dragon Country. With such efficiency, the murderer would have disappeared long ago. The car door opened, and 4 people in uniform got out of 2 cars, 3 men and 1 woman. One of the men walked over, and Li Qingshou hurriedly went up to him and said, "Hello, sir. I am Li Qingshou, the village chief of Kaoshan village." When she heard the name, the policewoman burst out laughing. Li Qingshou was also embarrassed. He couldn't help but blame his parents in his heart for giving him such a name. After he smiled awkwardly, the policewoman realized her mistake and stopped smiling. The leading sheriff continued to ask, "Who reported the case?" Seeing this, no one in the village seemed willing to pay attention, and the sheriff's tone became a little serious. "I asked you who reported the case?" Lin Jinhai stood up and said with the same dissatisfaction, "I reported it." Upon hearing this, the sheriff immediately showed a hint of displeasure. "Then why didn't you say anything when I asked you just now? What's the point of me telling you? Can people come back alive?" When the sheriff heard this, he immediately raised his voice, as he was surprised that this guy dared to talk back. "You sound like you're blaming me? You are officials. We small farmers have no right to blame you. But I tell you, after this incident, I will definitely sue you. As law enforcers, you don't deserve to wear this attire." Upon hearing this, the sheriff said sternly, "Oh, threatening the police officer? Then do you believe that I will arrest you right now? Officer, you are so arrogant. Do you really think that we, the villagers of Kaoshan village, are easy to mess with?" The case was reported at around 3 o'clock. Can you see what time it is now? Would you like me to read it to you if you don't know me? It takes you 20 minutes to get here from the town, but it took you 5 or 4 hours. I want to ask, what can we ordinary people expect from you? Collecting the bodies? Having said that, Li Xiaojun came up to Lin Jinhai and said without fear, "Aren't you going to arrest someone? Come on, I'm standing right here." Chapter 53. What are you doing? Seeing this, the villagers also rushed over, clamoring to arrest them together. After several incidents, potential changes are also taking place among the villagers of Kaoshan village. Before, they were all trying to protect themselves and mind their own business. But things are different now. After several incidents happened in the village recently, they understood one thing. That's cohesion. This also shows their transformation, otherwise they would not have the courage. In the past, they were a little in awe of Li Qingshou. Looking at the villagers who kept pouring in, the sheriff was a little shocked and shouted loudly, "What are you doing? Do you want to rebel?" Having said that, the sheriff couldn't help but look at Li Qingshou and said, "Village chief Li, it seems that your prestige as the village chief is becoming less and less. Look at what has become of the people in your village." Upon hearing this, Li Qingshou immediately acted like the village chief and tried to settle the matter. But can he handle it this time? After all, someone died. "What do you want to do? What are you doing here? Disperse." However, no one paid any attention to him this time. Lin Jinsen said in a bad tone, "We don't want to do anything. We've had enough of being ridden on and pissed on by others for so many years. Now, putting aside my identity as the 3rd child, there has been a murder in the village. And there are 3 lives lost. What are you doing as the village chief? We don't want to do anything, we just want justice. If this matter can't be resolved, I will sue everyone one by one. If the county doesn't work, I'll go to the provincial government. I don't believe there's no place where I can get justice." Hearing this and feeling their determination, not only Li Qingshou, but even the chief of police and several colleagues became solemn. Seeing this, the sheriff's tone softened. "Fellow villagers, please be patient. Please clear the way for our people to check and see if there is anything suspicious. Don't worry, I will give you an explanation for this matter." After he finished speaking, no one moved. Li Xiaojun spoke. "Everyone, disperse. Let's trust them for once." Upon seeing this, the sheriff ordered the people behind him to start collecting evidence. Upon seeing this, the police officer behind him went to the car, took the evidence collection tools, and entered the scene. Time passed by minute, and there was still a faint white mist in the collapsed ruins. The police officers searched around inside, marking any suspicious objects, taking samples, etc. After an unknown amount of time, the female team member discovered something, and she quickly called the sheriff in to check. Lin Jinhai and others were also worried as their hearts were in their throats. Fortunately, they came out not long after. Sheriff wrote, "We have obtained the certificate, and we will go for testing next, so it will take some time. Please be patient." After saying that, he looked at Li Qingshu again. "Village chiefly, then you should prepare to organize the search and rescue work. We still need to conduct tests, so we will leave first." Li Qingshu nodded, then took out a cigarette and handed it over, then asked, "Sheriff, what did you find?" "There are a few suspicious areas, but we still have to do some tests to find out." Li Qingshu nodded and sent them out. Lin Jinhai looked at Li Xiaojun and said, "Xiaojun, let's go and look for it too, to see if we can find anything." Li Xiaojun nodded, and then the group went in and started searching. They searched very carefully, especially in the upper room, which was almost destroyed. But after they stripped everything, they found nothing suspicious. Li Xiaojun, who had calmed down, seemed to suddenly think of something. He went to Lin Xiao's room and began to search carefully. Although this room was also on fire, it was obviously not a big deal. He also noticed the mess on the Kong and a piece of clothing scattered on the floor. Li Xiaojun immediately thought of something and started laughing. "That's what I said. How could you, who has cultivated true qi, die so easily?" But soon he began to feel confused again. Since the person was not dead, where did he go? Why he was nowhere to be seen despite such a big fire was what puzzled him the most. But he didn't know that Lin Xiao was suffering in human torture at this moment. It was much better now. After all, many hours had passed. His initial screams and wails had turned into groans now. At this moment, Lin Jinsen, Tang Finglian and others were also extremely anxious. They didn't notice at all that the crops behind them had automatically disappeared and grown again. But they didn't care at all, and each of them had endless sadness and worry on their faces. Yang Xiaomei's eyes were red and swollen, and she choked with sobs. "Dad, Mom, tell me, can Brother Xiao reply?" Tang Fenglian was also unsure, and her eyes were also bloodshot from crying. She hugged Yang Xiaomei in her arms with some heartache and comforted her. "Mom, believe me, my son will be fine. Look at that child. He is just like in the movies. He is so amazing even at such a young age. We have to believe in him." Lin Jinsen's eyes were also red, and he spoke in a hoarse voice. "Your mother is right, Xiaomei. Let's wait together. Didn't she say that?" And I saw that he was elusive, and he seemed to be really capable. As they were talking, Xiao Ling's figure appeared out of nowhere again. When the three of them discovered him, they stood up and surrounded him as if they had seen a life-saving straw. Tang Fenglian said anxiously, "Xiao, Senior, my son, is my son okay?" Xiao Ling smiled slightly. "Don't worry. The master has survived the most dangerous moment. If nothing unexpected happens, he will recover, but it will take some time." Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaomei quickly squatted down, held Xiao Ling's hand, and said excitedly, "Are you telling the truth?" Xiao Ling let her pull her and started to explain. After hearing Xiao Ling's explanation, the three of them finally put their minds at ease. Xiao Ling told them to help take care of the fairy field while waiting for Lin Xiao to wake up. Lin Jinsen and others quickly and happily agreed. Tang Fenglian looked back and exclaimed, "Her father, Xiaomei, look, this place was green just now. How come it has turned into seedlings all of a sudden?" Xiao Ling laughed. "This is the master's fairyland space. You can't feel the passage of time here, but every time something in the fairyland matures, a day will pass outside. Just watch it. If it matures twice more, the master will wake up. I just came here to tell you I'm safe. I have to go look after my master." After saying this, the figure of the weapon spirit disappeared right in front of them. Tang Fenglian pinched her face and said, "I'm not dreaming, am I?" Chapter 54, Li Qingshu's Cruelty. Lin Jinsen and others were also puzzled, and he didn't know what was going on. Then he said, "Didn't Xiao Ling tell us to take care of Xiantian? Why bother with so much? As long as our son wakes up, other things are not important and don't ask too much. Besides, didn't Xiao Ling tell us to take care of Xiantian? Then we will help take care of it. Isn't it just waiting for 2 days? As long as we are sure that our son is okay." As he said that, Lin Jinsen took the lead and walked into the field to start working. Tang Fenglian and Yang Xiaomei also put away their sadness and started to work. Time goes by fast, but it's slow here. Outside, Lin Jinhai and others searched for most of the day without any results, so they had to return home. Zhao Haiteng looked at the sad Lin Jinhai and said in a deep voice, "His father, Do you think that the third brother's family really met with such an accident? Lin Jinhai sighed. I'm not sure now. We've been searching for most of the day and haven't found anything suspicious. Xiaojun said they might be alive, but why are they nowhere to be found? You're right. How could there be a fire out of nowhere? Li Qingshou was at home. At this moment, Li Qingshou was looking at Li Hu sternly and said, Stinky boy, tell me, do you have anything to do with the Lin Jinsen family's affairs? Also, where have you been these past few days? What happened to your arm? Li Hu looked a little flustered, but he said, Dad, I'm not your biological child. How could I have done this? Chun Haiyan also questioned with dissatisfaction. Look at you. You always think about your son all day long. What's wrong? He is really not your biological son, right? Li Qingshou rubbed his temples with some pain and said, You are too kind-hearted. If you continue like this, you will kill him sooner or later. I am saving him. Do you know that? Save him? That sounds nice, but the truth is you are just trying to avoid getting implicated. Li Qingshou, I have discovered that after following you for so many years, you only have yourself in your eyes. Li Qingshou glared at Qin Haiyan and continued to question Li Hu. I'm asking you, does this have anything to do with you? Don't think you're smart. Why did the police officer go to collect evidence today? Didn't you see the will of the villagers? And I tell you, they have already taken samples. If it is man-made, they will definitely get to the bottom of it under pressure. If you don't tell me now, don't say I didn't warn you when something happens. I won't be able to save you even if I want to. And do you really think you did it perfectly? What did you do when you came back at midnight last night? Hearing this, Li Hu became a little panicked, as he thought he had done it perfectly. But Li Qingshou's next words forced him to admit it. You think you did a good job, but let me tell you, I happened to be awake at that time and heard your conversation with the other person. That's when I discovered the fire. Do you know why I went there at daybreak? You little beast, you are getting more and more daring. You actually dared to do such a heinous thing. Those are 3 lives. Aren't you afraid that they will come to your house in the middle of the night to claim your life? Li Hu felt a chill in his heart after hearing what he said, so he admitted it directly. Dad, aren't you asking about my arms and legs? It was Li Xiaojun who fought with that loser. As he spoke, he recounted what happened that day when Lin Xiao and Li Xiaojun dragged him to the mountain. Chen Haiyan was furious when she heard this. Serves them right. They were the ones who bullied me first. Li Qingshou sighed. You beast, you really can't keep quiet for even a day. If Qin Dahai were to sue you, you would have been in prison for a long time, but you still don't keep quiet. It's only been a few days and you actually... At this point, Li Qingshou became so angry that he started coughing. Chen Haiyan was about to speak when she was immediately scolded by the angry Li Qingshou. Shut up, woman, and go back to sleep. If you want him to die, just get involved here. Hearing this, Chen Haiyan felt a nameless rage rising up, but she was also frightened by Li Qingshou's words. Just listen to Li Qingshou continue speaking. As for the man you were with last night, find a way to make him disappear tomorrow, if necessary. At this point, Li Qingshou's expression turned fierce, and he made a gesture of wiping his neck. Also, don't come back these few days. No matter if you go to town or the county, stay quiet for a few days and don't cause any more trouble. Having said that, he looked at Chen Haiyan angrily. Hurry up and prepare some money for me. I'm going to town tomorrow. This time, Chen Haiyan agreed without any objection. Li Qingshou stood up and said, Wrap it up for me when you're ready. After saying that, he snorted coldly and went into the inner room. A silent night. The next day, when it was bright, Li Qingshou went out on his motorcycle. Li Hu didn't dare to stay any longer and left as well. And in the space, Lin Jinsen and others seemed to have seen hope. The crops have been harvested once, and after being planted again in the fields, new sprouts have already grown. Although there are some things they still don't understand, as long as Lin Xiao can wake up, they will do it even if it means sacrificing their lives. So the 3 of them are working diligently to take care of the fairy field. Here, they don't feel any tiredness. Since they had no food, they had to rely on corn for the time being, as they couldn't get out without Lin Xiao. Kaoshan Village. Lin Jinhai also didn't sleep all night, because he didn't find their bodies, so he was a little bit unconvinced. He didn't believe that the third brother's family would really meet with such an accident. Even though he knew he was deceiving himself, he still wanted to look more carefully. Afterwards, he called Li Xiaojun, and the 2 of them began to dig through the ruins carefully again. On the other side, after Li Qingshou arrived in the town, he went to the town government. They had a meeting this morning, and it didn't end until 11 o'clock. Li Qingshuo walked out with the two people with a slightly respectful look. The two men were of plump build, and their every move showed dignity and authority. One was wearing a jacket, the other was wearing a police uniform, and people greeted them wherever they passed. Hello, Mayor Luo. Hello, Director Kai. The two are the powerful figures in the town, Mayor Luo Ming and Director Kai Jian. The two of them were chatting among themselves along the way and had no intention of paying any attention to Li Qingshuo. After arriving at the office area on the second floor, Luo Ming left, and Li Qingshuo was also brought to the office by Kai Jian. As soon as he came in, Li Qingshuo immediately handed him a cigarette and complimented him. Director Kai, thank you so much for helping me get out of this situation today. Kai Jian didn't say anything until he sat down. Then he spoke. Oldly, this incident in your place is quite serious and has caused public outrage. What do you think of this matter? Chapter 55. They are all old foxes. Li Qingshuo first lit a cigarette for Kai Jian, then lit one for himself before saying with some regret, I have never been able to figure this out. How could a fire suddenly break out when everything was fine? Kai Jian looked at Li Qingshuo deeply and said, the test report is out, do you want to hear it? When Li Qingshuo heard this, his heart skipped a beat, but a hint of joy appeared on his face. Director Kai, that's great. This way we can give justice to the Lin family, and they can finally rest in peace. Don't be so quick to sigh. You haven't heard what I said yet. What if there is a grievance? Having said that, Kai Jian looked at Li Qingshuo intently, as if he wanted to see something. But who was Li Qingshuo? Although he was just a small village chief, he had become extremely thick-skinned after so many years of hard work. How could he be easily seen through? Li Qingshuo sighed. Director Kai, just tell me clearly. Hey, you don't know, after this incident, I, as the village chief, feel really guilty. Oh. So, village chiefly has a change of heart. Based on the materials we provided, after testing by a professional technical department, we were able to extract kerosene from the remaining material. And the only thing we can conclude now is that this is not a natural disaster but a man-made one. Later, I sent people to your village again and found footprints on the wall of the house that was on fire. And we have already conducted the final test. If nothing goes wrong, we will have the results tomorrow. Hearing this, Li Qingshuo finally lost his composure and asked excitedly, Director Kai, this is great. This way, the Lin family won't die unjustly. By the way, Director Kai, what are the chances of catching him? Kai Jian snorted in his heart and laughed. If the sampling is complete, based on our current technology, the probability of catching it is as high as 70%. After hearing this, Li Qingshuo finally couldn't sit still anymore. And his every move was watched by Kai Jian. Oldly, what's wrong with you? Li Qingshuo also realized his own gaffe and quickly explained. Director Kai, I've had a hemorrhoid attack recently. I felt something was wrong after sitting all morning. Kai Jian didn't say anything. He just glanced at Li Qingshuo, put out the cigarette in his hand, and said, Oldly, we have been friends for many years, right? Yes, Director Kai. We have known each other for more than 10 years. Oldly, I feel like you know something. Let me tell you this. We are still testing. If you really know something, it's not too late. Once the test is completed, it will most likely be sent directly to the county. After all, there is no such thing as a wall that is impenetrable, don't you think? Li Qingshuo became even more confused after hearing this. Kai Jian was really smart. This disguised hint was already very obvious. But who is Li Qingshuo? He is also an old fox, and now the battle is to see who is more cunning. He just stood up and smiled. Director Kai, it's already noon. Let's eat first, and then I have to go back. There are still a lot of things waiting to be dealt with in the village. Hey, everyone says it's good to be an official, especially an official like me who is as small as a sesame seed. I have to lead by example in everything. Kai Jian looked at his watch and smiled. It's almost 12 o'clock, don't tell me. I'm hungry too. Afterwards, Kai Jian called Luo Ming, but Luo Ming had gone out for something. Finally, Kai Jian drove the car and Li Qingshuo rode a bike, and the two arrived at the farmhouse in the town. After coming in, the two asked for a secluded private room and ordered a local chicken. Li Qingshuo laughed. Hey Director Kai, if you don't have anything to do today, how about we have a drink? That's fine. We haven't had a drink in a long time, and we don't have anything to do in the afternoon. Okay, Director Kai, please take a seat first. I'll go get the wine. After saying that, Li Qingshuo came out. When he arrived at the door, he took a long breath of fresh air, and then he found that he felt a lot more relaxed. After looking around to see if there was anyone around, he took out his phone and called Li Hu. The call was connected quickly, and Li Hu's voice came from the other end. Li Qingshuo looked around again and said, "Find a way to get rid of that person, otherwise there will be trouble." After saying that, he hung up the phone. At this moment, Li Hu, who was originally eating and drinking with a group of friends, immediately lost his mood. He glanced at the time and said he had something urgent to go out for. After coming out, Li Hu quickly came to where Shouho lived, and he was also the person who followed Li Hu that night. But he was one step too late. When he arrived, the skinny monkey had already disappeared. Seeing this, Li Hu complained to Li Qingshuo, saying that he should have told him an hour earlier so that he could have just handed the money to the other party. But now the person had disappeared and no one knew where he had gone. Seeing this, he could only angrily call Li Qingshuo to explain the situation. On this side, Li Qingshuo had already returned from shopping. He first went to the store to buy a bottle of good wine, then went to the tea shop to buy a tea box, and then returned to the farmhouse. After coming in, he went to the toilet, and when he came out, he had a tea bag and a bottle of wine in his hands. Looking at the tea in his hand, Li Qingshuo picked it up and was about to leave when the phone rang. He took it out, looked at it, and picked it up. "How about it?" "Dad, the person has already run away." Li Qingshuo was silent for a while, then hung up the phone, angrily. "Why did I give birth to such a loser? He can't do anything. Sooner or later, I will die in his hands." After saying that, Li Qingshuo calmed himself down for a moment, then lit a cigarette and went to the box. "Director Kai, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Oldly, there are no outsiders here. I'm a few years older than you, so just call me Brother Kai. I feel more intimate this way." Li Qingshuo quickly laughed. "Then I'll shamelessly climb up to him." As he said that, he handed the tea in his hand to Kai Jian and said with a smile, "Brother Kai, my friend sent me this year's new tea from their home. I was reluctant to drink it, so I decided to give it to you as a gift." Kai Jian smiled and took it. When he was about to open it, Li Qingshuo picked up the wine and said with a smile, "Brother Kai, what do you think of this wine?" When Kai Jian saw it, he immediately laughed. "Oldly, you really understand me. How do you know I like this wine? Let me tell you, even though this wine is a little expensive, you get what you pay for. This wine tastes especially good to me." At this time, the iron pot stewed native chicken they ordered was also served. Li Qingshuo saw this and laughed. "Haha, thanks to Brother Kai, I can finally have a taste today." Having said that, Li Qingshuo opened the wine and started to fill their glasses. "Brother Kai, come here, I'll toast you." Chapter 56 feels very strange. The two began to clink glasses and chat, testing each other with their words, but both of them were old foxes, so they all understood each other tacitly. It was already afternoon after drinking. Kai Jian did not go to work. Instead, he parked his car here and took a taxi back. Li Qing followed a different rule. He went straight to someone's house after making a phone call. The person who opened the door was a charming woman. After she welcomed Li Qingshuo in, Li Qingshuo looked around warily. The woman laughed. "It's just me. Look how scared you are. You really have the will but not the guts to do it." As he said that, he came up and hugged Li Qingshuo's neck, and the two of them were like dry firewood and a raging fire that could not be stopped. As a result, this time, Li Qingshuo ended the battle in just 1 minute, which caused the woman to complain a lot. A night is always short. In the space, Lin Jinsen, Tang Finglian, and others were looking around with anticipation. Because today is the day Lin Xiao returns, the three of them are looking forward to it. In a mysterious little space, Lin Xiao was still lying there. But he wasn't in as much pain as before, and he lay there motionless. If it weren't for the ups and downs of his chest, I would have thought he had. Xiao Ling was guarding quietly on the side. He was also a little expectant, wondering what kind of ability Lin Xiao would gain. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes, and 2 golden lights flashed across his eyes. Then he seemed a little uncomfortable and closed his eyes again. About 3 minutes later, he opened his eyes again, but his eyes were as calm as water. Xiao Ling was also shocked because he had just caught the change in Lin Xiao's eyes. But he always felt something was wrong, and saw its little hand waving in front of his eyes. "Master, can you see it?" Lin Xiao smiled slightly and stood up and said, "Of course, thank you, Xiaoling. By the way, where are my parents? They are very worried about you and have been helping you take care of the fairy fields." "Then I'll go see them." Tang Finglian was looking at Lin Jinsen with some concern and said, "Her father, do you think your son can recover? Why hasn't he come out yet?" Lin Jinsen lit a cigarette, took a puff, and said weakly, "I don't know either. Now we can only wait." Yang Xiaomei squatted there with a dazed and sad look on her face. Just when she looked up, she found that the person she had been thinking about day and night was walking towards them. "Brother Xiao," Yang Xiaomei exclaimed softly, then stood up and went to meet him. Lin Xiao opened his arms and held her in his arms, as if expressing his endless longing for her. Upon hearing this, Tang Fenglian and Lin Jinsen also stood up and looked at them with a smile on their faces. Lin Xiao slowly separated from Yang Xiaomei and said with a smile, "Dad, Mom, I made you worried." It's all right. Lin Jinsen said with red eyes. "Son, so your eyes can see now?" Lin Xiao nodded and chuckled. "Mom, it's okay. I can see." In fact, not only could he see it, but he also had quite an adventure. "That's good. Your dad and I will go check on the fields. You talk to Xiaomei. This child hasn't slept much these past few days." Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaomei blushed immediately. "Mom, no way." Lin Xiao went over, took her hand, and said gently, "Xiaomei, I'm sorry. I made you worry. As long as you are well, I will be relieved. Honey, the house is on fire. What should we do?" Thinking of this, a hint of coldness flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes. "This matter is very strange. I will definitely get to the bottom of it. No matter who it is, if anyone dares to hurt you, I will make him pay with blood. But now we have no choice but to leave here. After all, there is such a big fire. If we go out now, it will definitely cause some unnecessary trouble. When we come back, I will get to the bottom of this matter." Yang Xiaomei nodded. But now how to leave has become a problem. In the end, they could only wait until the dead of night and leave. After a long wait, it was finally late at night. Lin Xiao and others came out of the space and looked at their home, which had become a waste. Their faces looked very ugly. Lin Jinsen was even crying as he looked here and touched there. Tang Fenglian just stayed with him throughout the whole process without saying a word. The night was very quiet and dark, with only the occasional barking of domestic dogs. Lin Xiao glanced at the time and saw that it was already 3 o'clock in the morning, so he spoke. "Dad, Mom, we have to go. It will be dawn soon. I will bring you back soon. I promise that I will give you and Mom a better and bigger house when I come back." Under normal circumstances, the couple would just think that he was comforting them, but since seeing Lin Xiao's fairy field, the couple completely believed it. They just felt reluctant to leave this place where they had lived for half their lives. Lin Xiao certainly knew their feelings and concerns for this place, and promised that they would definitely come back. Afterwards, the family left the Kaoshan village where they had lived for many years without disturbing anyone. Lin Xiao looked back at the Kaoshan village, which was getting farther and farther away, and swore in his heart, "When I come back, everything will be revealed. Then I will make those who hurt us pay a heavy price." 2 hours later, they finally reached town. Compared with Kaoshan village, this place is much more convenient, and there are many buses going to the county town. They didn't dare to stay any longer, for fear of meeting familiar people, and finally spent 30 yuan to rent a car to the county town. After arriving in the county town, they immediately bought a bus to leave the county town. Lin Xiao glanced at the time. It was almost 7 o'clock, and there was only half an hour left before the departure. After that, they ate something at the station entrance and took a bus to leave Wusu County. At this moment, they finally felt relieved. After relaxing and feeling tired, they soon fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how long it was before the car stopped and the driver shouted, "Temporary parking. Go and relieve yourself if you need to. We will leave soon." The passengers woke up one after another and started to get off. Finally, Tang Fenglian called Yang Xiaomei and told her to get off. Lin Jinsen also wanted to go, so he asked Lin Xiao, but Lin Xiao said he didn't want to go. 10 minutes later, people returned one after another and the bus began its long journey again. After a while, Yang Xiaomei fell asleep again, leaning on Lin Xiao's shoulder. It seemed that she was exhausted. Lin Xiao hugged him and looked out the window intently. I don't know how long it was before the bus suddenly braked and stopped. I saw a group of people setting up roadblocks on the road, and after the bus was forced to stop, they surrounded it with ferocious looks. Upon seeing this, the driver locked the car door to prevent them from coming in. The passengers in the car were also completely awakened, and each of them looked frightened. After the road bully pulled the car door several times and found that it wouldn't open, he raised the stick in his hand and started hitting the car door and windows. Chapter 57: Robbery on the Road? This scene scared the other passengers on the bus so much that they covered their packages one by one, and the smart ones even took out their valuables and hid them. Yang Xiaomei hugged Lin Xiao's arm nervously and said, "Husband, what should I do?" Lin Xiao gave her a reassuring look, then changed positions with her and held her tightly in his arms. At this time, They were beating more and more fiercely, and then a bald man cursed angrily. I asked you to open the door. Can't you hear me? I'll tell you one last time. If you don't open the door, we'll smash your car today. The driver had no choice but to open the car door. Suddenly, a group of big men rushed in, waving sticks in their hands and said, "Don't move, lie down there, and take out all your valuables." As he said that, the bald man started to snatch things from the first row. Naturally, some people refused to cooperate, so they were beaten up and had no choice but to pay some money to avoid disaster. Wherever they go, no one dares to refuse to give. Soon, Baldy and others came to Lin Xiao, and after seeing Lin Xiao sitting there calmly, they started to scold him. "Boy, if you don't want to die, take out your valuables. Hurry up." Lin Xiao was about to stand up, but another big man immediately warned him. "Sit there and don't move. I told you to get something, but I didn't let you get up." Lin Xiao smiled calmly. "How can I get you the money if you don't let me get up?" As he said that, he stood up and took out 1,000 yuan from his pocket and said nervously, "Brother, this is all the belongings of the four of us." As he said this, he took out 200 yuan and gave the rest to the bald man. "Brother, I'll keep 200 for us to live on, and the rest will be yours." The bald man was delighted that this fat sheep actually had so much money, so he snatched it all away and said viciously, "Stop talking nonsense. If you say one more word, I'll kill you." "Anything else?" Lin Xiao said with some embarrassment. "Brother, these are all our belongings. You have to leave us a way out." Upon seeing this, the bald man pushed him down on his seat and said viciously, "Just sit there and don't move. We're only after money. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you." Lin Xiao sneered in his heart, but said with fear and trepidation, "Okay, I won't move." At this time, they came to Lin Jinsen and Tang Fenglian, and they were also frightened by the scene. Lin Xiao said quickly, "Brother, they are my parents. I'll give you all the money." The bald man smiled slightly when he heard this and suddenly praised, "You are very tactful, not bad." As he said that, he took out 100 yuan from his bag and gave it to Lin Xiao, saying, "Take it. It's enough for you to eat." Lin Xiao quickly pretended to be flattered, and after taking it, he was full of gratitude and flattery. The bald man seemed to enjoy it very much. After collecting them one by one, he came to Lin Xiao and said with a smile, "You are very good and capable. Are you interested in following your brother?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately pretended to be interested. His goal was to take them down. There was little space in the car, and there were too many people, and they all had weapons in their hands. In order to avoid accidental injuries, Lin Xiao could only cooperate in the acting. "Brother, I want to make money, and I want to go with you, but my parents and my fiancée are here." The bald man glanced at young Xiaomei. A wicked light flashed in his eyes. Then he took out the money given by Lin Xiao and handed it to Lin Jinsen, saying, "You two old men take the money and find something to do. From now on, he and I will be brothers. Don't worry, I won't treat them unfairly." Having said that, he looked at young Xiaomei and touched his bald head and said, "You come with us too. I will protect you from now on." Young Xiaomei was about to say something when she was interrupted by Lin Xiao. "Well, big brother, she can't go. I'll go with you guys. My parents are not in good health, so we have to go to a big city for a checkup this time. Let her go with my parents first, and I'll bring her back after the examination." The bald man seemed a little unhappy, but in order to get Lin Xiao to join the gang, he could only endure it for a while. He could take her down later. He hadn't seen such a pure and lovely girl for a long time. In order to leave a good impression on her, the bald man took out a handful of money and handed it to young Xiaomei. He took the opportunity to move it on her thigh and smiled. "Little sister, this is the first time we meet, and as a brother I have to show some respect." After saying that, he stood up, regained his dignity, and warned, "I'm telling you, this money is for my sister. If any of you want to take advantage of her, I will kill you." As he said that, he turned around and said, "Let's go." "Son." Lin Xiao stopped walking, turned back and smiled. "Dad, Mom, don't worry about me. You can go to see a doctor wherever you want." After saying this, he gave young Xiaomei a reassuring look and walked away. As he passed by the cab, he nodded to the driver imperceptibly. After getting off the bus, Lin Xiao immediately asked the driver to close the door, and Baldy and others immediately realized something was wrong. But he didn't say anything, and started ordering his men to remove the roadblocks and let people pass. Who knew that Lin Xiao would move at this time? He first knocked down a big man in front of him and snatched the weapon from his hand. At this moment, The roadblock had just been removed and the bald man reacted. He saw his brother lying on the ground in pain. A fierce light immediately appeared in his eyes and he said sternly, "Boy, you are looking for death. Do you know who I am, Feng Biao? How dare you touch my steamed bread? I think you are an old man who wants to hang himself for a long time." Lin Xiao sneered. "Feng Biao, right? You're the first person who dares to rob me. Then do you know who I am?" Feng Biao, who was about to take action, stopped, because this kid did give him a different feeling. If he offended someone he shouldn't, it would be troublesome. I saw his eyebrows jump and said coldly, "Who are you?" Lin Xiao laughed. "I'm your nemesis if you meet me." The bald man looked ferocious. He didn't know that he was being fooled, he said angrily. "Nemesis, Naima, brothers, kill him for me." Seeing this, the brothers behind him immediately surrounded Lin Xiao with sticks in hand. Lin Xiao didn't think so. He also wanted to see the results of his practice. He didn't waste any words. Looking at the people who were walking towards him like ferocious monsters, he simply clenched the stick in his hand and rushed forward to swing it. At the same time, he was surprised to find that he could actually see the location and trajectory of their attacks. Wow, with this ability, he knocked down more than a dozen big men in less than 3 minutes. This shocking scene stunned not only Baldy and the others, but also everyone in the car. Chapter 58. Are you worthy? Everyone in the car held their breath, with a hint of anticipation in their eyes. Many people were still complaining in their hearts, despising and cursing Lin Xiao's family. And now, after Lin Xiaogan destroyed this group of road bullies, what they lost might be recovered. Seeing this, they began to praise Lin Xiao, and also praise Lin Jinsen and others. But the bald guy and the others didn't know that at this moment, they were all looking at Lin Xiao with fear on their faces, not caring at all about their brothers lying there wailing. Lin Xiao revealed a hint of sarcasm and said, "You guys are too weak. I just said I'm your nemesis. What about now?" As he spoke, he dragged the stick and slowly walked towards the 3 bald men. As Lin Xiao got closer, the 3 bald men felt as if a big drum was beating in their hearts. They failed this time. They didn't expect to meet such a tough guy like Lin Xiao. If they had known this earlier, they would not have intercepted the car, but there is no medicine for regret in the world. They were more worried now because Lin Xiao was getting closer and closer to them. "No, we are wrong. You are our nemesis. Let's go now." As he said that, the bald man quickly took out the money he had just robbed and smiled. "Brother, this is a gift to you. We are blind and don't know what a great man is. Please be magnanimous and let us go this time. We will be grateful." "Oh, are you scared now? Weren't you guys quite impressive just now? What? Are you becoming cowardly after seeing my skills?" Having said that, Lin Zhao's expression turned cold and said, "How many times have you done something like this?" The bald man quickly said flatteringly, "Brother, we have nothing to do, so we want to come out and make a living. This is our first time doing this too." Lin Xiao raised the stick and tapped his left hand lightly, sneering, "Is this really the first time?" The bald man met Lin Zhao's gaze, and looking at his younger brother lying on the ground groaning in pain, he instinctively shrank his neck and stretched out 3 fingers with trembling hands. Lin Xiao continued tapping his left hand, and the frequency became slightly faster. Upon seeing this, the bald man couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat and quickly spoke, "Brother, it will definitely not exceed 10 times. This time I am telling the truth." Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes and revealed a dangerous light. "It seems like you guys have made a lot of money." When the bald man heard this, he immediately understood what Lin Xiao meant and quickly took out all the money he had on him. He also asked all his brothers to take out the money they had on them. In order to protect themselves, they dared not complain or hide anything. A big man next to the bald man saw this, swallowed his saliva, suppressed the fear in his heart, and collected the money from everyone one by one, which was estimated to be several thousand. Lin took it with a smile, patted his shoulder and said, "You are great. You can take them away." Upon hearing this, Baldy and the others dared not stay any longer, for fear that they would be a little slow. However, Lin Xiao only called out to the bald man. He didn't dare to hesitate and quickly smiled and said, "Brother, what else do you want me to do?" Lin Xiao said coldly, "Others can leave, but you can't." When the bald man heard this, he immediately panicked and couldn't help but curse in his heart. "Get lost, you've got all the money." At this moment, the bald man was really about to cry. "This time I didn't get anything out of this trip, but instead lost several $1,000s. That would be fine, but the important thing is that more than a dozen brothers were injured, and that's all money. but he could only hold it in, not daring to express it. He forced out a smile that he thought was very cool and said, "Brother, if you have any other instructions, I will do it." Lin Xiao couldn't help but reveal a hint of strangeness and laughed. "Really? You can do anything?" After hearing this, the bald man started to brag about himself. "Brother, let's not talk about anything else. In this area, no one dares to say anything against me, Feng Biao. Just tell me, what do you want me to do?" Looking at the confident Feng Biao, Lin Xiao said slowly, "I want your arm." Feng Biao agreed without hesitation, but he soon realized what was happening. "Isn't this bad? I've given you all the money and given you enough face. Your request is a bit too much." Lin Xiao shook his head. "No, I don't think it's too much. I'll let you break one of your arms as the price for touching my fiancée. You've thought about it. If I take action, the effect might be different." The bald man's expression finally changed. "My friend, this is a bit too much. I admit that you are strong, but you can't bully others like this, right? If you push me into a corner, the worst that can happen is that both of us will be destroyed." Lin Xiao sneered. "So you're not going to cooperate and you want me to do it?" The bald guy was really angry and asked him to break his arm. What a joke. If he really did that, how would he survive in the future? His expression became ferocious. He took out a switchblade, pointed it at Lin and laughed. "Don't push me. Will Lin Xiao be afraid?" He just sneered and walked over dragging the stick. Seeing this, the bald man knew he couldn't escape today, so he took the initiative. Lin Xiao stopped and just watched him rush over. When everyone in the car saw this, their smug expressions were instantly replaced by fear. Especially Tang Fenglian and Yang Xiaomei, they were both worried about him. I even shouted in the car, asking him to run. Lin Xiao seemed to have not heard anything at all. He just stood there and looked at the bald man coming towards him with a smile. When the bald man saw that Lin Xiao did not dodge, a hint of cruelty appeared in his eyes. He thought that Lin Xiao had never seen such a scene before and was scared silly. So his speed increased again, and he said proudly, "Go to hell." "Ah, my hand." It turned out that Lin Xiao made his move when he was less than 1 meter away from him, and he saw the bald man's flaw at a glance. After being hit by the stick, the bald man was stunned and his head was buzzing. He looked at the stick coming down, as if he was asking himself to be hit. Before he could even react, the knife in his hand had already fallen to the ground. After Lin Xiao knocked him down with another stick, he threw away the stick in his hand, as if he had done something insignificant. He approached the bald man step by step. The bald man was so scared when he saw him approaching him that he kept kicking his legs and backing away. His face was full of fear. "You, what do you want to do? I'm telling you, don't come over here, otherwise I..." Having said this, the bald man felt like there was something stuck in his throat and couldn't continue. Because at this time, Lin Xiao had already arrived in front of him, looked at him coldly and said, "Is this what you call a fight to the bitter end? Now tell me, are you qualified? I told you. Today that hand touched me. I want your hand. Even Jesus can't save you. I told you." Chapter 59. Take them away. The bald man was frightened and begged for mercy quickly. "Brother, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I have parents and children to take care of. From now on, I will recognize you as my elder brother. Whatever you say is what I will do." Lin Xiao said coldly. "Unnecessary." As he said that, he kicked the bald man hard. The bald man screamed in pain. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. Lin Xiao glanced back and said coldly, "Take them and get out of here." Seeing this, the others didn't dare to stay at all, and they supported each other and left, with resentment in their eyes. Lin Xiao ignored them and got into the car with his bag. As soon as they got on the bus, the whole car was filled with applause. When Lin Xiao returned their things, everyone burst into tears of gratitude. Afterwards, Lin Xiao distributed the money he earned from the illegal activities to them, and the driver also benefited a lot. After this episode, Lin Xiao undoubtedly became a hero in their eyes. Many people were looking for opportunities to chat with him, and his parents were also treated this way. Listening to all kinds of praise, Mr. and Mrs. Lin Jinsen were so happy that they couldn't stop smiling the whole time. Time always passes quickly when you are having fun. In the blink of an eye, it was already afternoon, and they ate something in the car. The passengers who had received the favor were so enthusiastic towards Lin Xiao's family. When they saw that they didn't bring any food, they spontaneously contributed what they had brought. Lin Jinsen and Tang Fenglian's faces were flushed with joy, and a feeling of pride grew in their hearts. Before they knew it, the car had arrived at their destination, Kaiyang City. It was already 3:30 in the morning. Lin Xiao waved goodbye to them and took his parents to a hotel to stay. After a whole day's drive, everyone was already exhausted. After a quick wash, they rested. They slept very soundly and didn't wake up until 10 o'clock. After Lin Xiao and Yang Xiaomei tidied up, they went to their parents' room. But I found that my parents had been waiting for a long time. After coming down, they ate something and started walking around. It's true. It's worthy of being a city. The pace of life here is many times faster than that of Wusu County. Among the tall buildings and the busy traffic, people of all kinds are walking around. All of this refreshed the visual impact of Lin Xiao and others. Even though Lin Xiao has lived 2 lives in his previous life, because Chen Yueying kept a close eye on him and due to his health condition, they found a place in the town with good support to live in. Now, this is his first time to come to the city in the true sense. Finally, they asked about the vegetable market and came straight over. There are more people here, of all kinds. There are stalls everywhere at the entrance, and the sounds of hawking, introductions, and various bargaining can be heard. When Lin Xiao and his companions arrived at the market, they found that all the stalls had been categorized. When Lin Jinsen and Tang Fenglian also gathered around the vegetable stall to buy something, they realized that they had no place to cook. Then they were a little confused. Since they couldn't cook, why did Lin Xiao bring them here? It was Tang Fenglian who lost her patience and asked first, "Son, we have no place to cook right now. Why did you bring us to the market?" Lin smiled and said, "Mom, I'm just taking a look and getting to know the market." Lin Jinsen laughed. "Do you know the market? Son, do you want to buy some groceries?" Lin smiled and nodded, then shook his head. "You kid, you're nodding and shaking your head. You've really confused your mother." Lin Xiao smiled mysteriously and said, "Mom, to be exact, I'm planning to do wholesale, so let's find a place to stay first." Lin Jinsen and others could only follow. Tang Fenglian said with a smile, "Xiaomei, why don't you speak?" Yang Xiaomei laughed. "Mom, I just need to listen. I support his decision." In fact, she had already guessed something since Lin Xiao came in. When she saw Lin Xiao asking about the price and saying wholesale, she finally confirmed it. Because Lin Xiao told her that he wanted to grow vegetables, she didn't say a word. After coming out, they walked around for a while, trying to find a bigger yard. Finally, after asking around, they arrived at a place on the outskirts of Kaiyang City. There are independent courtyards here just like those in Kaoshan Village, but the houses here are better. The most important thing is that it is less than 5 kilometers away from the vegetable market. Then they looked around and asked if there were any yards for rent. They finally found one, but it turned out that no one was there. Just when they were about to leave, the neighbor of this house happened to come out. The person who came was a middle-aged woman, about 50 years old. She wore a black 3/4 skirt and a plum blossom t-shirt, and had black curly hair. At first glance, she gave people a very gentle impression. She looked at Lin Xiao and others who seemed a little unfamiliar and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Lin Xiao laughed quickly. "Hello, Auntie. It's like this. We heard that this family's house was for rent, so we came to take a look, but we found no one there." The auntie seemed to be interested as well and smiled. "You guys are renting a house? What kind do you want?" When Lin Xiao heard this, he asked quickly, "Auntie, do you want to rent out your house? I want one with a yard and closer to the food market." The aunt smiled slightly, and seeing that Lin Xiao was so polite, she started chatting with him. "My niece's family does have a yard for rent, but it's not here. They bought a house in the city, so the yard has been empty and unused." "Auntie, where is this yard you mentioned? Is it far from the vegetable market?" "Haha, it's not far away. Their house is in the alley behind the vegetable market, and it's also an independent yard. Do you want to go and take a look?" When Lin Xiao heard this, he immediately agreed. The aunt laughed. "Then come to my house and drink some water. I'll call my niece and ask her to pick you up." "Okay, thank you very much, Auntie." The aunt was also a straightforward person. She took them home while saying it was no trouble. Then she called her niece, poured them some water and said, "You guys drink some water first. My niece happens to be free today. She said she'll be here soon." After saying thank you, Lin Xiao sat here with his parents and waited. About 10 minutes. A graceful and elegant woman walked in. She greeted the aunt first, and the aunt smiled. "Ting Ting, it's them. They want to rent a yard. Isn't yours the one they want to rent?" Ting Ting smiled. "Yeah, it's been empty for a long time." As she said that, she looked at Lin and smiled. "Then I'll take you there to have a look. Let's see if you guys like it first. If you do, we can talk later." As she said that, she turned around and looked at the aunt and smiled. "Aunt, I'll take them there first, and I'll come see you when I have time." Chapter 60 is a big shock. After coming out, Ting pointed at a black car next to her and said, "Get in the car. I'll take you there." This was the first time for Lin Xiao and others to ride in a car, as well as their parents. After getting on the car, they were full of curiosity and even a little reserved. Lin Xiao saw all of this and silently swore in his heart that he would buy them one in the future. Soon, the car turned a corner and stopped in front of the gate of a courtyard. After getting off the car, Ting opened the door and said, "You guys take a look first. We haven't lived here for a long time, but we often come here to clean." After opening the door, they walked in. The yard was very clean and tidy, and the upper room and two side rooms were kept quite neatly organized. Lin Xiao took a liking to this place at first sight. After entering the house, all the things inside were covered up. The ground is very clean, giving people a very comfortable first impression. Ting took them around, and they were even more satisfied. The equipment here is also very complete. The kitchen uses gas and electricity, and there is also a shower area. After the rotation, Ting asked, "How is it? Are you satisfied?" Lin Xiao nodded. "It's very nice and clean. How much do you want to rent this yard?" Ting stretched out 2 fingers and said, 2,000 a year. 2,000? You have to know that they only make about 500 yuan a year in their town and just over 1,000 yuan in the county, but here it costs 2,000 yuan. That's the difference. Lin smiled and said, "Beauty, can you please give us a discount? We just got here and don't have much money." Ting hesitated for a moment and said, "Well, since you are honest people, if you are sincere in renting, I will give you 1,800. Lin Xiao nodded, took out some cash, counted it, took out 3 bills and said, "That's settled then, count them." Ting took the money, counted it, and put it in her pocket. At the same time, she handed them the keys to the front door and the house, left her contact information, and left. After Lin Xiao and the others started to clean up, they went out to buy bed sheets, quilt covers, and bowls and chopsticks. Finally finding a place to stay, Lin Xiao and Yang Xiaomei went to the hotel to check out and move their things back. After doing all this, he went out and found a shop to buy some rapeseed. I also bought a scale for daily needs and spent a few $100s to buy a second-hand electric tricycle. Everything finally came to fruition, and the next step was to grow vegetables and start a business to make money. After cleaning up, the mother went out to buy things with her father, while Lin Xiao took Yang Xiaomei into the fairy field and started planting vegetables there. When all the rapeseed was planted, they withdrew and the meal was ready. After the group finished their meal, Lin Xiao couldn't wait to go out. He went to a hardware store and bought a lot of pipes, and then divided them into sections of about 1.3 meters. Because he planted cabbage, cucumbers, and tomatoes, in addition to cabbage, tomatoes, and cucumbers need to use racks. Afterwards, he chatted with his parents for a while, and then they transported all the brackets to the space together and started to get busy. The spirit of the weapon also came to help. Before they knew it, they had finished all the work. The cucumbers and tomatoes have already bloomed. At this rate, these things will be ripe inside in about 4 hours outside. Baikai is even faster. Roughly speaking, it may be less than 4 hours. After knowing this, Lin Jinsen and Tang Fenglian were so excited that they wanted to live there. Finally, Lin Xiao asked the spirit of the weapon if it could be operated with just 1 click. The spirit of the weapon shook his head and explained, "1 key is a privilege that can only be used on a large scale. It is impossible to use it on 1 or 2 acres of land." Finally, the spirit of the weapon said that it could help him complete the harvest, and fortunately the storage space was available. Because you don't have to worry about the things you put in it going bad or spoiling. Because this is an independent space, it contains some of the same things as this world. The only difference is that this world breathes air, while the space is filled with spiritual energy. That night, Lin Xiao hardly slept and got up 3 times. Fortunately, the cucumbers and tomatoes didn't need any sleep because they were nourished by the spiritual energy and would not wither. They were enough to last for a day. All he needed to do was plant cabbages. Lin Jinsen and Tang Fenglian were even more anxious than him and woke up almost at the appointed time. With their help, and the help of the spirit of the weapon, they had a great harvest in 1 night. Looking at the cabbages and other things stored in the space, Lin Xiao and others were so happy. Looking at the mountains of vegetables, Lin Xiao knew that the next step was to find a market for them, and he didn't have to worry about the supply at all. Next, they went out to set up the stall. After they carried out several hundred kilograms of cabbage, cucumbers, and tomatoes, they went out with Lin Jinsen. When they arrived at the vegetable market, it was already past 7 o'clock, and the market was already bustling. After they found a spot and set up their table, someone immediately came over to ask questions. Lin smiled and introduced and explained them one by one, but they all felt that they were a bit expensive. Cabbages at the market cost 30 cents a pound, but Lin Xiao bought one for 50 cents. Cucumbers cost 80 cents, but he bought one for $1. Tomatoes cost 1.5 yuan, but he bought one for $2. After an old lady asked, she immediately said that their things were too expensive. Lin Xiao didn't think so. He patiently told the aunt about it. And it was indeed as he said, his stuff was not only fresh, but also of much better quality than those. But it was no use. The other stalls were crowded, and I asked a lot of questions here, but bought very few. At the end of the day, he had only sold over 100 kilograms of cabbage and about 100 kilograms and 50 kilograms of tomatoes. After returning home, there was still less than 300 yuan left, but Lin Jinsen said with some worry, "Son, do you think we should agree on a price with them? Look, their products are selling very well, but they think ours are expensive." Lin Xiao laughed. "Dad, we are not in a hurry. You get what you pay for. I believe that in the near future, our products will become very popular because our vegetables do not contain any additives or pesticides." When Lin Jinsen heard this, he felt that what he said made sense and stopped trying to persuade him. After eating, they went to bed early because there was no need to plant. After returning to the house, Lin Xiao couldn't fall asleep. He was thinking about the ins and outs of sales. Yang Xiaomei turned over, hugged him gently, and smiled. "Hubby, I believe in you. And I believe that our vegetables will get better and better. Don't think too much, let's go to sleep." Lin Xiao smiled slightly, turned over to face her, and said confidently, "Xiaomei, I feel the same way." Chapter 61, Collecting Protection Money? Then, Lin Xiao kissed Yang Xiaomei gently and said with a smile, "Go to sleep." Yang Xiaomei nodded and fell asleep while holding Lin Xiao. A silent night. The next day, Lin Xiao got up early. He first found a piece of cardboard and wrote a line of words. He remembered that when he bought vegetables in his previous life, he was told that in addition to ordinary vegetables, there was also a kind of pure, natural, and pollution-free vegetable. So, he followed suit and wrote a line. "These are pure, natural, and pollution-free vegetables. Please feel free to buy them." At this time, Father Lin Jinsen also stood up. Then the two of them loaded a cart with vegetables and went out early. Today, they were still placed in the same position as yesterday. Since it was still early, there were not many people. Lin Xiao went to buy some buns and came back to eat with Lin Jinsen. Gradually, more and more people came, and more people came to buy things from them. At this time, an old lady came over. Lin Xiao recognized her. She was the old lady who asked the price yesterday and finally bought 2 cucumbers. As soon as she came over, she immediately said happily, "My boy, your cucumbers are so delicious. I bought 2 yesterday, and my whole family rushed to eat them. Not only is it crispy and sweet, but it's also very juicy. No, I have to buy more today." After saying that, the aunt asked for 10 yuan and said she would come back after she finished eating. When I left, I didn't forget to give him an advertisement. Don't look at it anymore. You get what you pay for. His stuff is really good. After saying that, he left with a smile. After the auntie said this, more people gathered around his stall. This scene made Lin Jinsen secretly happy. As he watched the things becoming less and less, he couldn't help but feel excited. Just then, a few young men came over, looked around and laughed. "Boss, business is good." Lin Xiao took a look at them and knew that they were definitely not good people. So he said, "Whatever you want to eat, just take it and eat it yourself." One of the young men picked up a cucumber, took a bite and praised, It's really good, crispy and sweet." As he said this, he didn't forget to start promoting it here. Soon, more than 100 yuan was sold, and at this time, there were fewer people at the stall. The young man laughed. "Boss, you have done a good job with this sign. This area is under our management. You have to pay a fee for setting up a stall here." Lin Xiao heard it and asked with a smile, "How much?" "They're all 30, and so are you." Lin Xiao nodded, thinking it was reasonable, and handed it to 30, and they left. On this day, Lin Xiao made a good harvest, nearly 400 more than yesterday. This is a good sign. He has seen hope, and his parents and others are also very happy. That night, Lin Jinsen excitedly pulled Lin Xiao to drink a little, but after what happened last time, the two of them only drank 1 bottle of beer. After returning to the house, Yang Xiaomei fetched some foot-washing water and insisted on washing Lin Xiao's feet. Lin Xiao refused. He laughed. "Xiaomei, I can do it myself." As he said that, he started to wash himself. Seeing this, Yang Xiaomei came behind him and gently massaged his shoulders. Lin Xiao said gratefully, "Xiaomei, you've been working hard too. Take a rest." "I'm not tired. You and Dad work so hard every day to support the family. I'll give you a massage when you come back to relieve your fatigue. Lin Xiao found a comfortable place to lean back and began to enjoy himself. Yang Xiaomei's face turned red instantly, but she did not dodge. Instead, she pressed him with a happy look on her face. 10 minutes later, feeling the water temperature drop, Lin smiled and said, Xiaomei, it's done. You've worked hard. I'll give you a massage after I pour the water. Yang Xiaomei smiled, then came down, picked up the basin and walked out. When she came back again, she closed the door and went to bed. Lin Xiao hugged her gently and said softly, Xiaomei, come here, lie down. I'll give you a massage. You've been working so hard. Yang Xiaomei was touched. She felt that all her efforts were worth it. At least he really cared about her. Although she was a little embarrassed, she still turned around. Lin Xiao sat up and started to massage her. Before I knew it, I could hear Yang Xiaomei's even breathing. She had actually fallen asleep. At this time, Lin Xiao stopped, covered her with a quilt, turned off the light, and went asleep. The next day, he got up early again, but found that Yang Xiaomei was gone. Lin Xiao was confused for a moment. After putting on his clothes and walking out, he found that the kitchen light was on and the sound of pots and pans rustling came from inside. Lin Xiao walked over and saw Yang Xiaomei was making breakfast in the kitchen. This scene moved Lin Xiao so much that he felt heartbroken. He walked up to her and gently hugged her from behind, feeling touched. Xiaomei, why don't you get some more sleep? What are you doing up so early? Yang Xiaomei felt his heartbeat and a happy smile spread across her face. Hubby, you and Dad work so hard every day. I'll get up and make you some breakfast, so I can rest assured after you finish eating. I can't help you with anything else. This is the only thing I can do for you. Silly boy, Dad and I will go out and buy some food. Don't do this anymore. Get more sleep. I'm really fine. Food outside is expensive, and I can't eat enough anyway. Okay, don't feel sorry for me. I'm not a delicate princess. You are my man. I just want to give you all my love. As she said that, she pushed Lin Xiao out with a happy look on her face and asked him to wash up. At this time, Tang Finglian also came out. She saw this scene and a smile appeared on her face. Looking at this sensible and virtuous daughter-in-law, she felt so happy. Yang Xiaomei and Lin Xiao also noticed her and shouted, Mom, at the same time. Tang Finglian responded with a smile, then washed her hands and went in to help. Who knew that when she went in, Yang Xiaomei had already done everything. She was moved and gently stroked her hair, saying with a look of heartache, Xiaomei, I'll take care of this from now on. You should take a good rest. You can't rest well during the day, and you have to get up so early. How can your body bear it? Yang Xiaomei laughed. Mom, I'm fine. I'm really fine. I'm not tired at all. I've done everything. You guys go wash up and eat. My dad and the others have to go out soon. At this time, Lin Jinsen also came out, listened to their stories, and watched Yang Xiaomei's performance. He was so happy. He said this with concern and then started to wash up. By the time they finished washing up, breakfast had been served on the table. They started eating, and Lin Xiao felt that this meal was the most delicious and flavorful one he had ever had today, because he felt full of love from this meal. Chapter 62. Got tricked. After the meal, Yang Xiaomei was about to clean up when Tang Finglian stopped her, insisting that she take a rest, and then she started to clean up. Seeing Tang Finglian's firm attitude, Yang Xiaomei compromised. She was very happy in her heart. It turned out that it felt so good to be loved and cared for. Lin Xiao said gently, Xiaomei, take a rest. Dad and I will go load the truck first. Yang Xiaomei nodded, tidied his clothes, and started to clean up the house. Soon, Lin Xiao and his father Lin Jinsen finished loading the car, said hello to them, and went out. Today, they were still at the same place, and today they brought about 100 kilograms more vegetables. After he set up the stall, people soon came to buy food, and they were all acquaintances. After they bought and ate the food, they felt that his dishes were very fresh and delicious, and even his family members' appetites increased. Soon, a crowd gathered at Lin Xiao's place, and they didn't even have to choose because there wasn't a single defective item. An hour later, Lin Xiao and Lin Jinsen laughed at each other because today was much better than yesterday. In just 1 hour, half of the things in the car were gone. Just as they were secretly rejoicing, a voice came over. Boss, business is booming. Lin Xiao took a look and saw that these were the young men from yesterday, and they also came to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao took out 30 yuan and gave it to them, but this time the young man shook his head and laughed. Boss, 30 yuan was yesterday's price. Today's price has increased, just like you sold more today than yesterday. A trace of displeasure flashed across Lin Xiao's face. He was willing to exchange 30 yuan for peace. After all, Business requires harmony to bring wealth. But if they are greedy and embarrassed, that is another matter. He suppressed his displeasure and asked, "How many?" The young man smiled and stretched out a finger, saying, 100. Lin Jinsen was instantly furious after hearing this. What? 100? Why don't you go and rob it? The young man looked at Lin Jinsen calmly and continued with a smile. Uncle, what you said is wrong. We are doing this as a legitimate business. If you don't believe me, ask them. Lin Xiao said in a deep voice. 100 is indeed a bit too much, and I can't give it to you. If you still press 30, I won't say anything. When the young man heard this, his expression gradually changed and he said in a cold voice, "So you don't plan to give it to me? Do you believe that I can't let you put it here?" Lin Xiao sneered. I really don't believe that there is no law in this world. You are extorting money, don't you understand? The young man smiled coldly and glanced at the brand on Lin Xiao's car. Nice ad. I wish you could stay here. After saying that, the young man called his brothers and left. Seeing them leave, Lin Xiao was surprised. He thought something was going to happen, but they didn't make any trouble and just left. He didn't care at all and continued selling. About another half an hour later, he had sold another 100 pounds of vegetables, and there were still many people choosing. Just then, a group of people in uniform surrounded the place, and the leader came out. Who told you to set up a stall here and deceive people into buying under the guise of selling organic vegetables? Having said that, he directly persuaded those who continued to buy vegetables to leave. He didn't care about their dissatisfaction at all and directly detained Lin Xiao and his son along with their car. Soon, they were taken to the market department, and they were even more ruthless. Not only did they confiscate all their vegetables, they were also fined 3,000. Lin Xiao immediately became unhappy and questioned directly. They are all there. Why do you care about us? The staff glanced at him casually and said with disdain. First, they are all operating legally. Second, you deceived everyone by claiming to sell organic vegetables. It's that simple. Cheat. You are really amazing. I don't use any pesticides or fertilizers on my vegetables. How can you say you are cheating? And I believe you have professionals in this field. You can just do a test and you will know. The staff immediately became dissatisfied and yelled, "Do I still need you to teach me how to do this? I told you that you are not qualified, so you are not qualified, understand?" Lin Xiao also got angry and started arguing with them right there. This scene also alarmed their leader. After he came in and asked a few questions, he had someone take it for testing. Then he spoke. "You guys go back first. I'll let you know when there's a result." Lin Xiao said in a deep voice, "Give me the car keys and keep the vegetables for testing." The leader said seriously, "The ticket has been issued. You can take the car after paying the fine. If you don't pay, you can only wait for the result. If the result comes out that we have wronged you, then we will apologize and let you go. If it is proven that you are indeed a liar, not only will we confiscate all your belongings, but we will also increase the punishment." When Lin Xiao heard this, his face immediately darkened. He knew that there was no hope today, so he left angrily with his father. After coming out, Lin Jinsen asked nervously, "Son, what do you think we should do?" After a brief thought, Lin Xiao knew that someone must be behind this, and since he hadn't offended anyone, the only explanation was the young man who collected protection fees. Based on the expressions on their faces when they left, Lin Xiao concluded that there must be cooperation between them. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao's face turned pale. Just because they charged random fees and he didn't cooperate, they were going to cut off his source of income? Lin Xiao was really angry at this moment, as the saying goes. Destroying someone's financial resources is like killing his parents, and the fault is not yours. If they don't charge exorbitant fees and just follow the 31 days limit, even though I'm unhappy, I can still keep quiet. You have to know that 30 yuan a day is equivalent to the wages of 2 people. In order not to worry his parents, he decided to go home first and visit them in the evening. After returning home, Tang Finglian immediately started asking questions when she saw Lin Jinsen looking a little dejected. When she learned that her vegetables and car were confiscated, she was so angry that she started cursing right there. Lin Xiao instantly became even angrier, and he turned around and went back to the house. Yang Xiaomei also followed him in, sat down next to him, held his hand without saying anything, and seemed to be cheering him up. Lin Xiao smiled gently, stroked her hair, and said softly, "I'm fine, don't worry." Yang Xiaomei nodded, smiled slightly, and was about to speak when she heard a very pleasant voice. "Hello, is anyone home?" Chapter 63A Natural Beauty. This sudden voice broke all the peace, but he didn't know that there was a bigger surprise for him. Tang Fenglian came out to greet them first, but when she saw that the person coming in was a very beautiful stranger, she asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Hello, Auntie. I'm looking for the stall that's been setting up in the market these days. Is this the one?" Lin Xiao, who originally didn't care, rushed out after hearing this. When Lin Xiao saw this woman for the first time, he was immediately impressed by her temperament and appearance. The woman was very beautiful, wearing a white professional suit and beige high heels. She looked like a business elite. She has a pair of long and straight, beautiful legs, an angelic face, a slender waist, and most importantly, a pair of heavy and plump breasts. One glance is enough to make you fall in love with her. She is truly a peerless beauty. However, such a woman is extraordinary at first glance, especially her powerful aura, which makes people intimidated. It is noble and elegant, seemingly peaceful, but gives people a feeling of being kept at a distance, making people feel it is a blasphemy to look at it for a second longer. Lin Xiao came back to his senses and smiled. "Hello, this is me. What can I do for you?" The woman's smile is as charming as 100 kinds of charm, making everything else pale in comparison. "Hello, boss, I finally found you." As she said that, she took a step forward and stretched out her hand. "Hello, my name is Xiaomei. Nice to meet you." Lin Xiao was confused at first, for he couldn't remember where he had seen such a peerless beauty, but he still extended his hand politely. "My name is Lin Xiao." The two of them separated in a flash, but this scene made Lin Xiao's heart uneasy for a long time. What kind of hands are these? What kind of touch is this? What can I do for you? The woman smiled and introduced herself. After the introduction, Lin Xiao finally understood that she was the owner of Tianxiang Hotel. The reason she looked for him was because of the cabbage and cucumbers her mother bought. She admitted that these were the best vegetables she had ever eaten in all those years. She took the remaining vegetables to the hotel for promotion, but they were quickly sold out. This made her immediately see the business opportunity. She went home to ask her mother for the address and rushed here without stopping. However, she didn't expect that they didn't come today. Finally, she used some connections and finally found his address and came over. After listening to her introduction, Lin Xiao was shocked. She could even find the place he had just rented, which showed how powerful this woman was. "Boss Xiao, can I call you that?" Xiaomei smiled faintly. "If Mr. Lin doesn't mind, just call me Sister Mei." Lin Xiao was naturally willing, as he just happened to have encountered some problems. This woman seemed to be very unusual. If I really get involved with such a strong woman? Thinking of this, he laughed quickly. "Sister Mei, let's talk in the room." Then a few people entered the house, and young Xiaomei made tea for them. Looking at the pure and lovely young Xiaomei praised, "My sister-in-law is really beautiful." Young Xiaomei was a little embarrassed by the compliment. She said honestly, "Compared with my sister, I am like heaven and earth. My sister is the most beautiful woman in the world." This was the truth. The first time she saw Xiaomei just now, she felt a little ashamed as a woman. For this reason, she was a little jealous. But she soon felt relieved. Lin Xiao could never reach such a woman. Now that she heard her praising herself, she blurted out everything in her heart. Xiaomei smiled. "Sister, you will definitely be prettier and more eye-catching than me in the future." After a short episode, Xiaomei directly stated her purpose. She asked about the source of the vegetable and said that she was interested in purchasing a large amount of this vegetable, and the price she offered was quite attractive. When Lin Xiao heard this, he was extremely happy, but then he looked embarrassed. But he was soon caught by Xiaomei, who asked curiously, "Brother Lin, what's wrong? Is there any difficulty? Or is the price too low?" Lin Xiao pondered for a moment and spoke. "Sister, to be honest." After he told everyone what happened today, he continued, "Sister, I grew this myself. You want a large quantity, so I have to come here every day to get it." When Xiaomei heard Lin Xiao say that the car was confiscated and that he was making all kinds of difficulties, she smiled faintly. "Since you call me sister, leave this matter to me. I will make sure you get the car back later." Having said that, Xiaomei changed the subject and continued, "Well, I'll give you 1.5 yuan for cabbage, and 100 kilograms will be delivered every day. I'll give you 3 yuan for cucumbers, and 100 kilograms will be delivered every day. I'll give you 5 yuan for tomatoes, and 100 kilograms will be delivered every day. But I have a condition, that is, you cannot supply goods to any other restaurant in Kaiyang City except me. Of course, retail sales are fine, and I promise you, I'll only ask for more in the future. By the way, have you ever thought about opening a retail store?" Lin Xiao had thought about this, but when he thought of the high rent and complicated procedures, he backed off. Xiaomei seemed to see through his thoughts and smiled. If you have this idea, I can help you. I'll take care of the storefront and the formalities, and you just need to ship the goods. You get 60% of the profits and I get 40%. What do you think? Lin Xiao didn't say anything. He looked at Xiaomei quietly and said, Sister, why are you helping me so much? Xiaomei smiled nonchalantly. I am a businessman. I only see profit, but I see potential value in you. As she said that, she took out a business card of hers and put it down, then stood up and said, Then I won't bother you anymore. Go get the car later. And as for the matter of opening a store I mentioned, call me when you've made up your mind. After saying that, she said goodbye to Lin Jinsen and others and left. Lin Xiao walked her all the way to the door and only turned around and walked back after she got into the car. After getting in the car, Xiaomei did not leave. She took out her phone and called, telling the other party about Lin Xiao's situation. The other party said that they would do it right away. Xiaomei said a few words of thanks and hung up the phone. Then she made another call. Mr. Xiao, what a rare guest. Dongwu, is this area of the vegetable market under your jurisdiction? That's right, Mr. Xiao. It's indeed under my control. That's good. First of all, your subordinates are charging random fees. You should focus on dealing with this matter. Second, from now on, there is a father and son named Lin Xiao and Lin Jinsen who set up a stall here. Not only must you give them the best position, but you must also ensure that they are not bullied from now on. Chapter 64, Taking Advantage of the Situation and Building Momentum. Dongwu heard this, not to mention how shocked he was. Xiaomei, who was always selfless and known as an iceberg beauty, actually asked him to take care of others today. He was particularly curious about who Lin Xiao was, who could actually win the favor of Xiaomei, the #1 ice beauty in Kaiyang City. You must know that this is the first time this has happened. So who is Xiaomei? He could predict that this guy named Lin Xiao would definitely skyrocket from now on. This also made Dongwu curious, and at the same time, he felt a sense of friendship with Lin Xiao. After hanging up the phone, Dongwu also started to take action and ordered someone to touch Lin Xiao's bottom. As the person involved, Lin Xiao didn't care about this. Who knew that suddenly a strange phone call came in? Hello, Mr. Lin. We are from the Market Bureau. Please come over. We have made a mistake in the inspection, and you have been wrongly accused. Lin Xiao was shocked, agreed, and quickly hung up the phone. Lin Jinsen looked at his constantly changing expressions and asked curiously, Son, who called? Lin Xiao took a few deep breaths, calmed himself down, and then uttered a few words. Marketing Bureau. When Lin Jinsen heard this, he immediately asked nervously, Why are they calling? Isn't it about a fine? Looking at the somewhat nervous Lin Jinsen, Lin Xiao actually laughed. Dad, they called and said I was wrongly accused and asked us to go over and get the car. Lin Jinsen exclaimed. Real? It was not until Lin Xiao nodded again that he finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. Well, let's go over there. Oh, this is good news. It should be because of Boss Xiao. Yes, Dad. It's definitely because of her. She must have helped us. Afterwards, the father and son excitedly came to the Market Bureau. This time, there was a huge change. The director was personally waiting at the door to greet them, which surprised Lin Xiao and the others. From this point of view, Xiaomei's connections are really extraordinary. Otherwise, how could they have such treatment? Seeing the two people coming, the director of the Market Bureau quickly came forward, stretched out his hand and smiled warmly. Oh, Mr. Liu, I'm so sorry. The flood really washed away the Dragon King Temple. After our continuous testing, we found that your product is really a pure natural green food. As he spoke, he gestured to the person behind him. Lin Xiao recognized this person. It was the staff member who slammed the table at him in the office. After receiving the signal, he hurriedly walked out with a smile on his face, so fawning that he almost knelt down to Lin Xiao. He first complimented Lin Xiao and his son, then took out something from his arms. Mr. Lin, in order to make up for our mistake, our Market Bureau specially made this brand for you. With this brand, it proves that your products are truly pure green food. As he said this, he handed over a sign that read, Pure Green, Pollution-Free, Safe Product, with their seal at the end. Seeing this, Lin Xiao guessed that they might be under pressure. Having lived 2 lives, how could he not know how to take advantage of the situation? He slowly pushed the sign back, showing a hint of embarrassment and gratitude. Well, we are already very grateful that you can return the car to me. As for this, we dare not take it. What we bought is a fake. If you do this, I guess no one will dare to come to my house to buy things. Thank you for returning the car to me. Don't worry, we will sell the car to get some money for the trip home. We promise not to show up here again. After saying that, he did not forget to give Lin Jinsen a wink. Dad, push the cart and let's go right away. Don't cause them any trouble. After saying this, he expressed his gratitude again and prepared to leave. When the director saw it, he immediately became anxious because the higher-ups had given a death order. If he couldn't satisfy Lin Xiao and the others, today might be their last day at work, so how could he let them leave at this time? He stepped forward to block Lin Xiao and said enthusiastically, Mr. Liu, please wait a moment. You can't leave. You are right. We really didn't expect this. Our mistake has caused you trouble. Don't worry, we will remedy the situation right away and help you publicize this matter. I guarantee that your business will be better than before. When Lin Xiao heard this, his heart immediately beamed with joy, but he still spoke with embarrassment. Director, I've already troubled you enough, so I think we should just forget about it. I'll treat you guys to a drink when I make some money later. The director was so furious, but he didn't dare to lose his temper and could only put on a smile. What's the trouble? It's just a matter of a word. This is all as it should be. Besides, I also want to make friends with you. As he said that, he turned around and scolded the staff. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and give the sign to Mr. Lin. Lin Xiao smiled, but this time he did not refuse. He accepted it, said thank you to the director, and left with his father Lin Jinsen. When he came out, Lin Jinsen still felt confused and thought to himself that all this happened too suddenly. On this side, after seeing Lin Xiao leave with satisfaction, the director quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, patted his chest and said with fear on his face, It's saved, it's saved. Then he glared at the people behind him and shouted, A bunch of good-for-nothings. What are you guys doing here? Use the media now to publicly apologize to Mr. Lin and prove their product if it displeases the person behind him. Not to mention you, even I will get out of here. After saying that, he snorted coldly and walked into the office without looking back. After coming in, he picked up the phone and dialed it. It seemed that he was going to report on his work. After coming out, Lin Jinsen rode his bike with Lin Xiao. He looked up at the blue sky and felt that it was great to have power. Son, since they have helped us so much, shouldn't we treat them to a meal or something? Lin Xiao nodded and thought that this was the right thing to do. So he took out his business card and called Xiaomei according to the number on it. After a while, the call was connected, and Xiaomei's charming voice came from the other end. You are brother Lin, right? Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment. He didn't say anything, but the other party immediately recognized it was him. This also. Xiaomei seemed to sense his confusion, so she explained with a smile. Little brother, don't think too much. I rarely give my phone number to others. I always leave notes for important ones. And your number is not a local number, so I guess it must be you. What? Have you figured out the idea of opening a store? Chapter 65 Young, Xiaomei takes the initiative. Lin Xiao couldn't help but have a little more respect for this strong woman. This woman is so scary. Lin Xiao then told the story of getting the car back, expressing gratitude. Sister Mei, I want to invite you to dinner. Do you have time? Xiaomei looked at her watch and agreed, because she really had nothing to do in the afternoon, so she smiled. Well, I'll pick you up later. I'll treat you. Lin Xiao refused. He understood that Xiaomei might be trying to save money for him, or she might be afraid that he would have no money. But he had to treat this meal no matter what, even if it meant spending all his savings. Not for any other reason, just because she helped you. And most importantly, Lin Xiao also wanted to get to know this all-powerful woman. Seeing that he was so persistent, Xiaomei stopped forcing him and took the initiative to say that the food in their home was delicious. Lin Xiao understood immediately and laughed. Sister Mei, if you don't mind, I will invite you to my home. Xiaomei smiled immediately. Okay, it's settled then. See you there. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiao went to the vegetable market with his father, bought some ingredients, and returned home. Tang Fenglian was so happy when she saw that they really got the car back. When she heard that they were going to invite Xiaomei to dinner at their home, she agreed with both hands. Although young Xiaomei was happy, she didn't know why she felt a strong sense of crisis. After all, Xiaomei is so beautiful, coupled with her unique temperament. It is really difficult for ordinary people to resist her terrible lethality. This made her a little worried. Then, she looked at Lin Xiao with a guilty look on her face, and left after saying that she would wash the vegetables. As a woman, how could Tang Fenglian not understand young Xiaomei's thoughts? Looking at young Xiaomei who was leaving, she asked earnestly, Son, what do you think of Xiaomei? Lin Xiao glanced at his mother. He didn't understand why his mother asked this, so he could only speak honestly. Mom, why do you ask this? I feel that Xiaomei is the best and most virtuous woman in the world. We all see her efforts. Tang Fenglian nodded with satisfaction and smiled. Son, if you think so, then Mom is relieved. In Mom's eyes, Xiaomei is also my only good daughter-in-law. Mom will talk to your dad about something, and you go and help Xiaomei. Lin Xiao smiled slightly, nodded and walked out. Looking at Lin Xiao who was leaving, Lin Jinsen looked at Tang Fenglian with a puzzled look. What are you telling me? Why are you so mysterious? Who knew that Tang Fenglian smiled and spoke? You. They say you men are rough and uncouth, and that's absolutely true. Didn't you see Xiaomei's expression? This? Lin Jinsen immediately understood that this was the case, so he scratched his head and grinned foolishly. On the other side, Lin Xiao came to the kitchen and helped young Xiaomei pick vegetables. Seeing this, young Xiaomei slowly raised her head, smiled slightly, and asked what was on her mind. Hubby, what do you think of Sister Xiaomei? Lin Xiao slowly raised his head and chuckled. Very good. Not only very beautiful but also very capable. Listening to Lin Xiao's praise, young Xiaomei felt inexplicably lost and said a little sourly, Yes. Only women like this will be liked by men. Lin Xiao immediately heard her hidden meaning, put down the vegetables in his hand with a smile, gently grabbed her hand and said gently, Silly girl, you are overthinking it. She is out of my reach in my heart. I envy her ability to do anything, and I also dream of becoming someone like her one day. But you are different. In my heart, you are my everything. You are the only one I want to walk hand in hand with for the rest of my life. There are some people she can only admire and regard as her goals, and can only watch from afar. Hearing his words, young Xiaomei was so moved that at this moment, all the little thoughts in her heart had disappeared without a trace. Not for anything else, just because she believed in him. Oh, get out now. I can do it myself. What are you doing in the kitchen? A grown man? Lin Xiao smiled mysteriously, looked at her, and said affectionately, Xiaomei, I'll cook today's meal. I'm a good cook. As my woman, I will not only make you the happiest woman in the world, but I will also spoil you to the heavens. I'd be proud of that. Lin Xiao scratched her nose lightly and said with a smile, I like. Okay, Xiaomei, help me. I promise to surprise you today. Young Xiaomei smiled faintly and nodded happily. Soon, Lin Xiao started. He first processed the local chicken and then chopped it into small pieces. Today he was going to make a chicken stewed with mushrooms. Hearing the jingling sounds, Tang Fenglian knew it was time for her to make her debut. When she came over, she was stunned by this scene. Looking at Lin Xiao who was cooking there in an extremely serious manner, she was so surprised. Because in her impression, Lin Xiao had never been in the kitchen, but his movements seemed very skillful. Xiaomei-san, you guys? Young Xiaomei thought Tang Fenglian was unhappy, so she quickly explained. Mom, he asked me to help him and he will cook today's meal. This? Lin Xiao also turned around and explained. Mom, just keep chatting with my dad. I'll show you my skills today. Tang Fenglian wanted to ask him, but she was afraid of discouraging her son's enthusiasm, so she spoke tactfully. Son, we have guests coming today. You? How could Lin Xiao not hear the worry in his mother's words? So he smiled confidently. Mom, don't worry. I will definitely give you a surprise today. Tang Fenglian looked at Lin Xiao who was so confident, and said nothing more and prepared to help. However, Lin Xiao stopped her and told her to take a rest while he and young Xiaomei would finish the task today. Tang Fenglian had no choice but to turn around and leave, but she was so happy in her heart. Soon, Lin Xiao started to do it in a very professional manner based on his experience working in a restaurant in his previous life. At first, young Xiaomei kept watching him, fearing that she could tell him if he didn't understand something. But when she saw his focused and skillful movements, young Xiaomei actually began to look forward to it. This scene fascinated young Xiaomei deeply. She discovered that Lin Xiao was so handsome when he focused on one thing. Before coming to his house, she had learned about Lin Xiao's situation. At that time, she heard how lazy he was. She had also thought about backing out in her heart, but his parents were very nice. So she thought about coming here and slowly changing them because of a cow. But after she came into contact with them, she found that what those people said seemed to be wrong. Only after getting to know him did she realize how outstanding he was. Subconsciously, she took the initiative to hug Lin Xiao from behind, with a big smile on her face. Chapter 66 I Don't Agree. Lin Xiao felt the softness on his back and also felt a sense of happiness. In this life, he vowed to protect these precious things well. Just as the two were being affectionate, a luxury car stopped at his door. After the car door opened, the first thing that came into view was a pair of beautiful legs, and then Xiaomei walked down. The beauty is still so breathtaking. The light pink t-shirt and off-white trousers show off her perfect curves to the fullest. After she came down, she opened the trunk, took out a few gift boxes, and then walked in. The sound of her closing the car door also alarmed Lin Jinsen and Tang Fenglian. When the two came out, they saw Xiaomei had already walked in. Lin Jinsen laughed quickly. "Boss Xiao is here. Hurry, come inside please." Xiaomei chuckled as she walked. "Uncle, just call me by my name or Xiaomei. This way it will sound more friendly to me. By the way, uncle, where is Lin Xiao?" Tang Fenglian quickly smiled enthusiastically. "Well, he's in the kitchen cooking." Xiaomei showed a hint of surprise and said curiously, "He can cook too? Sister Mei is here." At this time, Lin Xiao, who heard the voice, also came out. Young Xiaomei also greeted with a smile. Seeing Lin Xiao, Xiaomei smiled. "Oh my, I didn't realize I can cook. Haha, this is my first time too. Please don't despise me later, Sister Mei. Well, go sit inside for a while. I'll be ready soon." Xiaomei nodded and handed the thing in her hand to Tang Fenglian. Tang Fenglian smiled a little embarrassedly. "You said you just come and bring so many things. You have helped us so much, and we should be grateful enough. Sister Mei, please go inside and sit down for a while and drink some water. I'll be right there." Xiaomei nodded and followed Tang Fenglian into the house, while Lin Xiao started to get busy in the kitchen. After entering the house, Tang Fenglian immediately poured water for Xiaomei. At this time, Lin Jinsen remembered what he had forgotten. "Wife, please stay with Boss Xiao for a while. I'm going to go out for a while." After Lin Jinsen left, Tang Fenglian started chatting with Xiaomei. Gradually, the two became familiar with each other and talked more and more. After a while, Lin Xiao had prepared the meal and was looking at the table full of delicious food. Even Xiaomei, the restaurant owner, couldn't help but praise it. When Lin Xiao saw that his father was not there, he asked, "Mom, where's my dad?" He said he was going out for a while. Look, he came back just after I told him about it. I really can't talk about people behind their backs." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xiao and others couldn't help but laugh. After Lin Jinsen came in, he looked at everyone with smiles on their faces, then looked at Tang Fenglian awkwardly. "I just went out to buy something, and you said something bad about me, right?" Lin smiled and said, "Dad, you are wrongly accusing my mom. She didn't say anything. The meal is ready. Please sit down and eat." Lin Jinsen smiled and brought over the drinks and beer he bought and said with a smile, "Boss Xiao, don't be disgusted by this home-cooked meal. Well, what would you like to drink?" Xiaomei smiled faintly. "Uncle, I'm driving so I can just drink some drinks. Besides, I also like to eat home-cooked meals." Lin Jinsen laughed. "Then eat it quickly, or it won't taste good if it gets cold." As he spoke, he handed them the large bottle of orange juice he had bought, while he and Lin Xiao each had a bottle of beer. Lin Xiao looked at Xiaomei and smiled. "Sister Mei, try my cooking." Xiaomei smiled and picked up the chopsticks and took a bite of the cold cucumber. She couldn't help but take a second bite. "Tasty." "Well, Uncle and Aunt, Xiaomei, please don't look at me while I eat. I'll be embarrassed." Lin Jinsen picked up the chopsticks with a smile and kept saying something about eating. After Lin Jinsen took a bite of the chicken, his eyes immediately lit up. "Wife, Xiaomei, please try it quickly, it's really delicious." Having said that, he started moving right away. When Tang Fenglian heard this, she also started praising it after taking a bite. For a moment, Lin Xiao felt a little embarrassed by their constant compliments. When everyone had almost finished eating, Lin Xiao picked up the beer and said with a smile, "Sister Mei, welcome to my home. Thank you for helping us. I toast to you." "Dad, Mom, Xiaomei, let's toast to our family's benefactor." "Oh, I feel so embarrassed when you say that. Come on, let's clink glasses." After drinking it, Xiaomei praised, "Brother, I can't tell. Your talent for cooking is really extraordinary. Where did you learn it? Look, this chicken tastes better than the ones in our store. And these shrimps, I think you can open a restaurant." Lin Xiao scratched his head a little embarrassedly. "Sister Mei, please stop teasing me. I just figured it out on my own. I hope it doesn't taste bad." "Fumbling around? Oh my God. Brother, if you tell this to others, I'm afraid those professionals will be unhappy." "Haha. Sister Mei, if you like it, eat more." Xiaomei nodded and looked at young Xiaomei and chuckled. "Sister, you will be blessed in the future. Sister, you don't know that we are all thanks to you. Otherwise, we wouldn't know that the food he cooks is so delicious." The few of them ate and chatted, and soon they became familiar with each other. After a good meal, Xiaomei's affection for Lin Xiao is growing. I'll call you Xiaoti. What do you think of the store I told you about earlier? I can tell you, if you open a vegetable shop, it will definitely be a big hit. You have to trust my judgment. Lin Xiao was indeed tempted, and he thought this was feasible, so he spoke up. Sister May, I've thought about what you said, but I don't have the money to open a store right now. Oh, you said sister has already told you. I will handle the store formalities, you will be responsible for shipping, and we will split the profits 40% and 60%. But if you agree, I will start making arrangements right away. Of course, I don't mean anything else, sister. I am a businessman. Do you think my sister would do a business that would lose money? I'm telling you, don't disbelieve me. The quality of your vegetables is already top-notch. If they are packaged in specialty stores, they will definitely reach a new level. The price can be several times higher. Besides, I think it's a shame to sell such a good thing on a street stall. After listening to Xiao Mei's words, Lin Xiao had to calm down and think about it. Xiao Mei didn't disturb him, but waited patiently. After pondering for a long time, Lin Xiao slowly spoke. Sister Mei, I agree to open a store, but I don't agree with the profit-sharing plan you mentioned. Chapter 67 Take Me. When Xiao Mei heard this, she immediately showed a hint of surprise and felt a little unhappy in her heart, and even the tone of her voice changed. Then tell me, how much do you want? In fact, Xiao Mei was already a little disappointed when she said this, so no matter how Lin Xiao spoke, she would refuse. She had thought that Lin Xiao would be a sensible and visionary person, but now it seems that she had misjudged him. Lin Xiao also noticed Xiao Mei's subtle change and began to explain. Sister Mei, I think this is unfair to you. Oh. Xiao Mei was obviously a little surprised. Why? Sister Mei, look, you find the store, you handle the formalities, and even you pay the rent. And me? I'm just a vegetable, so I think this is very unfair to you. I have a suggestion. If you think it's okay, we can cooperate. If not, then we can only end it here. Xiao Mei also seemed to be interested. She looked at Lin Xiao and smiled. Tell me about it. Lin Xiao smiled slightly and expressed his thoughts. When Xiao Mei heard Lin Xiao say this, she suddenly felt a little guilty, because just now, she was thinking that Lin Xiao would definitely ask for a huge amount of money. But I didn't expect that I would actually. Xiaoti, I don't think this is appropriate. Let's do as we said, you take 6 and I take 4. After all, my sister has a big hotel. Who knew that Lin Xiao was more determined? He shook his head. Sister Mei, this is my bottom line. You did everything, and I only provided the vegetables, so the 50-50 split cannot change. If you agree, then we can cooperate. If you don't agree, I will still thank you, sister. And I will continue to run my stall, and when I have money, I might consider opening a shop. Xiao Mei looked at Lin Xiao quietly. For some reason, she found that this man was indeed very special. She nodded happily and agreed, then stood up and said goodbye. Uncle and Aunt, Xiaoti, sister-in-law, thank you for your warm hospitality. I won't bother you for now. I'll call you when I'm done. By the way, please deliver the food I ordered to me tomorrow. After saying that, Xiao Mei left, and Lin Xiao and young Xiao Mei sent her to the door together. When they came back again, Lin Jinsen was so excited that he pulled Lin Xiao and insisted on finishing the box of beer. After drinking, Lin Jinsen kept talking, saying how happy he was today. Something like today is the most proud day of his life. Finally, it was Tang Fenglian who spoke. I say, are you two going to chat until dawn? What time is it? Go to sleep. You'll have things to do tomorrow morning. Only after his wife spoke did Lin Jinsen let Lin Xiao go, and he said good night and returned to the house. At this time, young Xiao Mei had already prepared hot water and was determined to wash Lin Xiao's feet today, saying something like it was a reward for him. Xiao Mei, just this once, don't do this again. I feel bad. Young Xiao Mei smiled sweetly, her face full of happiness. Hubby, you've been busy outside, and when you come back I just want you to enjoy the warmth of home to wash away your tiredness of the day. As she spoke, she wiped Lin Xiao's feet clean, poured some water, and then lay down. Today, it seems a little difficult for them to sleep, young Xiao Mei said shyly. Husband, are you asleep? I don't. As he spoke, young Xiao Mei turned over and looked at him. For some reason, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Husband. Lin Xiao also turned over, and the two of them lay face to face. Xiao Mei, what's wrong? This time, young Xiao Mei did not dodge, but asked generously. Although she mustered up her courage, her heart was beating like a deer. Honey, do you remember what you said? Lin Xiao nodded. Although he didn't know what Yang Xiaomei was talking about, his promise to Yang Xiaomei would never change. Seeing Lin Xiao nod, Yang Xiaomei blushed, then moved her body and got into his arms. Feeling his strong heartbeat, she spoke again. Will you always be good to me and stay with me forever? Lin Xiao nodded and reached out to hug her. Silly girl, if I don't treat you well, who will I treat well? I will always love you and spoil you. If this life isn't enough, let's meet in the next life. Hearing this, Yang Xiaomei was completely melted, and even her eyes became red unconsciously. She gently hugged Lin Xiao's waist and whispered, "You'll have me tonight." Lin Xiao was obviously stunned. He always felt that Yang Xiaomei seemed strange today, so he asked with concern, "Xiaomei, what happened to you today?" At this time, Yang Xiaomei's eyes were filled with tears, and she responded again, "You'll have me tonight. I want to be your real bride. I'm ready." Lin Xiao stroked her hair gently and felt distressed when he saw her. "Silly girl, go to sleep obediently. I said I would stay until the day of your wedding. I'm waiting, and I'm looking forward to that day." Yang Xiaomei couldn't stop her tears from falling anymore. She choked. "Do you dislike me?" Looking at the pitiful Yang Xiaomei, Lin Xiao hugged her in his arms and explained, "Silly girl, how could I possibly dislike you? I can't even stop loving you." Yang Xiaomei looked at him with tears in her eyes and said with some disappointment, You haven't touched me these past few days. I thought you disliked me." "How could that be? It's because you're so beautiful. I'm afraid I won't be able to help but make a mistake." Puff. Yang Xiaomei burst into laughter. "Then don't endure it. Who told you to endure it?" As she said that, she took the initiative to kiss the corner of Lin Xiao's lips. Seeing that Yang Xiaomei had taken the initiative, Lin Xiao revealed a wicked smile and said, "You made me make this mistake." After saying that, he turned over and pressed her under him, and after a brief eye contact, the two kissed passionately, and Yang Xiaomei tried her best to cooperate, enjoying the arrival of this happiness. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xiao's hands started to become naughty. After Yang Xiaomei sensed his intention, she resisted slightly and then let go. Then she wrapped her arms tightly around Lin Xiao's neck and cooperated with him. Before she knew it, her clothes had been stripped off, revealing a large expanse of snow-white scenery. At this time, two blushes had already appeared on Yang Xiaomei's face, which looked very beautiful. As time went by, the two had already become honest with each other, and Lin Xiao looked at her affectionately. "Xiaomei, are you ready? I'm coming." Yang Xiaomei hummed in a mosquito-like voice, and everything had already been settled. Just as Lin Xiao was about to proceed, his phone rang. Chapter 68. Lin Xiao was depressed. Lin Xiao showed a trace of apology, then went over and took out his phone and saw that it was Xiaomei calling. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. "Sister Mei, your phone call is really..." After pressing the answer button, Xiaomei's voice came over. "Shouty, I'm sorry for not disturbing your rest so late." Lin Xiao was so depressed that he shouted in his heart, "Sister Mei, I'm not disturbing you, but you've made me question my life." But he still pretended to be a little unnatural. "Don't bother me. I'm just about to take a break." "Well, I called to tell you that I've asked someone to find out about that store. Let's go check it out together tomorrow." "That's it. I won't disturb your rest." The two said a few more words and then hung up the phone. When Lin Xiao turned around, Yang Xiaomei had already wrapped herself up. When Lin Xiao got into bed again, Yang Xiaomei had already put on her clothes without her knowing. "Xiaomei, shall we continue?" Who knew that Yang Xiaomei smiled cunningly and said, "Oh no, go to bed and wait for next time. I'm so sleepy." Lin Xiao was speechless for a while, pointed at himself and smiled bitterly. "Xiaomei, then I? Hee, then there's nothing I can do. This is God's will." Lin Xiao instantly felt like he had suffered a critical hit of 10,000 points, and he felt extremely depressed. This phone call didn't come earlier or later, and it caused me to lose my happiness at the critical moment. Lin Xiao felt so miserable that he could not even cry, but he was helpless. He couldn't force Yang Xiaomei. In the end, he could only recite this unknown mantra in his mind for a long time and couldn't fall asleep. He didn't even know when he fell asleep. He only knew that after he counted more than 10,000 sheep and more than 20,000 stars, he was finally too tired to fall asleep. But after a while, he was called up by Lin Jinsen. Looking at Lin Xiao with two dark circles under his eyes, Lin Jinsen asked puzzledly, "Son, what's wrong with you? Why are you so listless? Did you not sleep all night?" Lin Xiao was speechless for a while. He couldn't say that he was so upset that he didn't sleep all night. Dad, I'm fine. I was just thinking about opening a store, so I went to bed a little late because I was thinking about something. Lin Jinsen laughed. I see. Well, after you pack the dishes, you can go back to sleep. I'll go set up the stall first, and then I'll deliver it to Boss Xiao when I'm done. Dad, no, I'm fine. Let's load the food first. After confirming it again and again, Lin Jinsen agreed, and soon, the two of them had packed the dishes. At the same time, he also weighed Xiao Mei's and packed them together before going out. When they arrived at the vegetable market, they were still positioned in the same place as before. Who knew that just as they were setting up their position, the young man who had collected protection fees before came over with a group of people. When Lin Xiao saw them, he thought they were here to cause trouble, so he prepared to teach them a lesson today. Who knew that the young man would come over and apologize? I'm sorry, Boss Lin. The flood really washed away the Dragon King temple. Please don't take it personally. After saying that, he looked at his brothers behind him and said, What are you guys still standing there for? Why don't you help Big Brother move his things? When the younger brothers saw this, they rushed forward and prepared to move the things, but they were stopped by Lin Xiao and Lin Jinsen. What are you doing? The young man laughed. Don't get me wrong, your position here is a bit remote. Brothers, I have chosen a good position for you. It is guaranteed to be the best position. Lin Xiao refused. No, I think this place is fine. Who knew that the young man did not give up and immediately began to introduce himself enthusiastically. Boss Lin, you don't understand. The better the location, the more people there are. The more people there are, the more money you make. No one can resist money, right? Afterwards, they ignored the dissuasion of Lin Xiao and others and directly moved the car and all the things over. Lin Jinsen whispered, Son, what do you think they want to do? Lin Xiao shook his head and said, Dad, I don't know either. Let's go over and take a look first. Then they followed the young man and walked over. Sure enough, the location here is particularly advantageous and is a must-go place for all pedestrians. After a while, a middle-aged man came over, and when he saw that his seat was taken, he immediately refused to work and shouted angrily, This is my position. Are you tired of living and dare to take my position? The young man turned around and said in a deep voice, You are so arrogant. Who do you say you are? When the middle-aged man saw this, he immediately became intimidated and apologized quickly because he couldn't afford to offend the young man. But he also didn't understand that he showed filial piety to his parents every day. The young man smiled coldly, hugged his neck and came to the side, saying something unknown. When he came back again, the middle-aged man saw that Lin Xiao and his son's faces had changed. He didn't say any more nonsense and went directly to the position where Lin Xiao had been. At this time, the young man raised his voice. Listen carefully, from today on, Boss Lin has the final say here. Whatever you gave me before, you will give him in the future. If you still want to make money here, be polite to them when you see them. If anyone dares to cause trouble to them, don't blame me for being rude. No one else dared to say no, and they all expressed their opinions immediately. The young man seemed very satisfied. He chatted politely with Lin Xiao and his son for a while, and then left. After they left, many people started to approach Lin Xiao and his son to establish relationships with them. Lin Jinsen was confused the whole time, but Lin Xiao was different. He thought of Xiao Mei instantly. He was still brooding over what happened last night, but who knew she would give him another big gift today? Seeing this, the unhappiness in his heart had long disappeared. Since she was trying hard to build momentum for him, if he didn't know how to take advantage of the momentum, wouldn't that disappoint her? Thinking of this, he also began to flatter the merchants who came to him to establish a relationship with him. He also said that if there is anything in the future, he will definitely do his best as long as he can help. For a time, the father and son became celebrities here, and many merchants began to pay him stall fees. This made Lin Xiao and his son stunned. After understanding the whole story, Lin Xiao shouted, Dear brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts, it's not easy for all of us to come out here. We all do this to support our families. I also have a principle, that is, I only earn the money I deserve. If the booth fee cannot be given to me, I cannot accept it. Whoever you handed it to before, it will be the same in the future, including me. You have to hand it over as it should be. Since Pingtu has told you to hand it over to me from now on, then I'll make the decision. I'll exempt you all today. From tomorrow on, we'll hand it over to him as before, okay? As a result, his proposal naturally received applause and cheers. But what he didn't know was that at this moment, Pingtu was standing respectfully behind someone, watching all this. Chapter 69. Be a principled person. Lin Xiao didn't know that Pingtu and others were observing him, but he understood one thing, that is, to stop when enough is enough. Since others have given you enough face, you should give others more face. He is a person who always responds to soft words rather than harsh ones, and he understands that being kind to others will benefit oneself. But he didn't know that everything he did made Pingtu and others in the dark look at him with admiration. This will bring him immeasurable benefits in the future, but of course that's all later. The man asked without even turning his head. Flathead, what do you think of this young man? The flat-headed man hurriedly said respectfully, the people that Big Brother chooses are never bad. Listening to the flattery of the flat-headed man, the man just smiled slightly. Let's go. By the way, make an appointment with him for me this afternoon. Don't disturb him from doing business now. The flat-headed man nodded, then followed the man away. On this side, more and more people started to arrive early. Soon, Lin Xiao's stall welcomed customers. One of the middle-aged ladies picked up a cabbage, looked at it and exclaimed, "Oh my, you're not the one that was on the news last night?" As she spoke, the old lady did not forget to look up and around, as if she was looking for something. Soon, she saw the pure green and pollution-free sign issued by the Market Bureau on Lin Xiao's car. The auntie saw this and waved. Everyone come on. Did you watch the news last night? The vegetables they sell are very fresh, and the Market Bureau has personally issued a pollution-free label. As he said that, he took some cabbages, cucumbers, and tomatoes and smiled. Young man, help me weigh it. Oh, we should support conscientious merchants like you. With the auntie's introduction and shouting, the place was soon surrounded by people. After a short while, most of Lin Xiao's vegetables had been sold, which made them really happy. It seems that the Marketing Bureau's advertisements are really effective. It can be considered a blessing in disguise. At this time, I saw a lot of people gathered here, many of whom came to watch the fun. But when they found out that the Marketing Bureau was promoting their products, they spontaneously bought some. Just like that, in more than an hour, about 1,000 pounds of things in Lin Xiao's car were all rolled away. Looking at the more than 1,000 yuan in their hands, the father and son were so happy. However, there are still some people who didn't buy it, and an uncle asked with some dissatisfaction, "Young man, I, an old man, have been waiting here for almost an hour. How come there is no one here when I come?" Lin Xiao really wanted to take out the things packed in the car and continue shopping, but after thinking about it carefully, he gave up. Scarcity makes things valuable, so he decided to play the long game to catch a big fish, so he clasped his fists apologetically. "I'm really sorry, everyone. I didn't expect it to be so popular today, and I didn't prepare enough. Tomorrow I will definitely prepare more, and then everyone can come again. I guarantee that everyone can buy a piece." Someone spoke. "Young man, you see we have been waiting in line for quite a while. Don't you have some space in your car? Just take some out and we can pick some to try." Lin Xiao clasped his fists and said, "I'm really sorry. These were ordered in advance by others, and the money has been paid. Do you think it's appropriate for me to do this? As the saying goes, a man without integrity cannot stand. I'm really sorry. Just buy whatever you want today, and I'll make sure you can buy everything tomorrow." After Lin Xiao's persuasion, the onlookers had no choice but to leave unwillingly. Lin Jinsen asked with some confusion, "Son, it's still early. Why don't you buy all of these? We can pack them when we get back in no time." Lin Xiao didn't think so, and then he told Lin Jinsen his idea. In the end, he was also confused and didn't insist. Afterwards, the two of them packed up and prepared to go home, but at this time, Pingtu and his men came over and said with a smile, "Boss Lin, business is good, right?" Lin Xiao said gratefully, "Thank you. If it weren't for you today, I probably wouldn't have opened yet." As he said that, he took out 30 yuan and said with a smile, "This is my booth fee." Seeing this, Pingtu quickly refused. "Boss Lu, you might as well just beat me up. I've already said that from now on, all the booth fees here will be given to you. I won't ask for a penny more. I'm determined to be your friend." Lin Xiao did not insist. He took the money and said seriously, "This won't work. Every industry has its own rules. How can you just collect the money normally like before? I promise to hand it in on time every day. If you insist on asking me to collect it, I will not come here starting tomorrow." Pingtu laughed when he heard it. "Okay, then I'll listen to you, and from now on I'll be the same as before." Having said that, he turned around and spoke loudly. "Everyone, listen up. After discussion between Boss Lu and I, starting from tomorrow, each stall in the key area will be charged 30 yuan a day, the medium-sized stalls will be charged 20 yuan a day, and the marginal stalls will be charged 10 yuan a day. and the price will be fixed. There will be no more chaos like before. Boss Lu will be in charge of supervision. Do you have any objections? If not, then it's settled. Everyone was so happy to hear this. This was a huge reduction from before. Seeing this, they all shouted, "Boss Lu is awesome." And thank you, Boss Lu. For a moment, Lu Ergu was once again magnified in the eyes of these vendors, and they were grateful to Lin Xiao from the bottom of their hearts. Flathead looked at this scene and laughed. Boss Lu, your prestige here will become higher and higher in the future, which will be of great benefit to your stall. By the way, our boss said he wants to meet with you this afternoon. Do you have time? When Lin Xiao heard that it was the boss with a flat head, he knew that he was definitely not an ordinary person, but he had an appointment with Xiao Mei to go to the store in the afternoon. This, as if seeing his embarrassment, Ping Tu smiled. If you have something to do, just go ahead and do it. In this way, we will leave contact information and contact you when you are done. Lin smiled and said, Okay, I happen to have something important to do this afternoon. I'll call you when I'm done. After that, the two exchanged contact information, and Lin Xiao and Lin Jinsen went home. Looking at the two people who came back so early, Tang Fenglian felt something was wrong and started asking, Why did you come back so early today? Did something happen again? Lin Jinsen laughed. You just think about random things all day long. Can't you hope for something good from us? Tang Fenglian immediately refuted when she heard it. Why didn't I hope you were well? I was worried when you came back so early. Chapter 70 Encounter. Seeing this, Lin Xiao came out to smooth things over. He took out a wad of money and said with a smile, Mom, look, let me tell you. We can sell out in about 2 hours. When Tang Fenglian saw it, her brows immediately lit up with joy, and she said to young Xiao Mei, who was standing beside her with a smile, Look, my son is still better, right? Having said that, he did not forget to roll his eyes at Lin Jinsen and continued, Unlike his father, who is completely useless. After hearing this, Lin Jinsen immediately quit. What you said, can my son's success be separated from my contribution? I am half responsible for it. Tang Fenglian did not refute and smiled. Son, what's going on? Why are things selling so fast today? Haha, Mom, today we have to thank the Market Bureau for what happened. Didn't they take our car away earlier? Having said that, Lin Xiao quickly told them the whole story. After hearing this, Tang Fenglian was so happy that she thought about the TV in the house, which they had never watched since they moved in. After Lin Xiao turned it on for them and selected a channel, he discovered that the station happened to be replaying the video of the Market Bureau publicly apologizing and admitting their vegetables. After reading the whole story, Lin Xiao finally understood. At the same time, he wanted to open the store even faster. He believed that this advertisement would bring him considerable benefits. Seeing this, he said he was going to deliver the food and left. Soon, he arrived at Tinxiang Hotel. This location was so easy to find. He happened to have seen it when he was looking for a house before, so it was easy to find. After he arrived and explained the situation, someone immediately received him. After weighing it and issuing a receipt, they asked him to wait for a moment, saying that their boss would be here soon. Lin Xiao nodded and sat down. The waiter politely brought him a cup of tea. 10 minutes later, Xiao Mei came. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Lin Xiao sitting there and smiled. Brother, you are really on time. As she spoke, she walked over. She was even more charming today, as if she could amaze everyone every time she appeared. Pair it with a pure white shirt, a royal blue blazer and black flared pants. Especially with a pair of beautiful legs set off by the black high heels, her entire aura is doubled. Even though Lin Xiao had lived 2 lives, he couldn't help but be amazed. Sister Mei is becoming more and more like a queen. Hey, my little brother's mouth is getting sweeter and sweeter. As she spoke, she leaned over to Lin Xiao's ear and smiled sweetly. So are you fascinated by your sister? Smelling the fragrance of her hair and body, Lin Xiao suddenly felt distracted, and even his blood began to boil. He knew the gap between him and her. How could he touch such a beauty? He also knew that Xiao Mei must be teasing him. As he said this, he moved slightly without leaving any trace and smiled bitterly. Sister Mei, please stop teasing me. Well, I've brought you the food. It's already been signed for. As he said that, he quickly handed the documents in his hand to Xiao Mei to ease the embarrassment in his heart. Xiao Mei smiled faintly and gave up the idea of continuing to tease. She took the receipt without even looking at it and called over a woman who looked like a manager. Informed the finance department to settle his bill. Also, from now on, when his food arrives, all the money will be settled in person. Okay, Mr. Xiao, I'll arrange it right away. Having said that, the manager looked at Lin Xiao meaningfully and left. Xiaomei smiled faintly. Brother, haven't you eaten yet? Forehead. Lin Xiao always felt something was wrong, but he still answered truthfully. Sister, I just finished setting up my stall. I'm in a hurry to bring you some vegetables. I'm so touched. Let me go to a meeting first, and then I'll take you to eat something delicious. As she spoke, she patted Lin Xiao's shoulder and chuckled. Then you just wait for me here obediently. After saying that, Xiaomei left. Lin Xiao looked at her disappearing back and couldn't help but curse her inwardly. What a witch! Time passed minute by minute, and a man walked in with a woman in his arms, talking and laughing. Lin Xiao didn't take it seriously, but when he raised his head, he was stunned. He actually knew the person who came, and it was his high school classmate Zhao Wei. It's been a few years since I last saw him, but it seems that this kid is doing well, dressed in a suit and looking very radiant. Especially the woman in front of him. She is also a real stunner. With her snow-white exposed body, she looks very well endowed. Zhao Wei seemed to not care about Lin Xiao at all, or rather, he didn't care that there was someone sitting here. Until they passed by him, Lin Xiao couldn't help but call out his name. Zhao Wei. Hearing someone calling him, Zhao Wei stopped unhappily. When he turned around, he saw Lin Xiao walking towards him and asked in confusion, "Who are you?" Seeing this, Lin Xiao's smiling face gradually changed. He couldn't help but recall the scenes when they were in high school. At that time, he and Zhao Wei were close friends. Together they skipped classes, climbed over walls, fought, and even climbed through a female classmate's window. Although they have lost contact after graduation, there is no need to pretend not to know each other. Then, Lin Xiao smiled apologetically. Sorry, I got the wrong person. As he said that, he turned around, but was stopped by Zhao Wei, etc. Are you Lin Xiao? Hearing that he recognized him, Lin Xiao turned around and nodded. Yes, it's me. After Zhao Wei let go of the woman, he looked him up and down and smiled. Is it really you? Long time no see, old classmates. Lin Xiao was very happy to meet an old friend in a foreign land. He put aside the unhappiness before and walked over with a smile and stretched out his hand. Old classmate, long time no see. Zhao Wei shook hands with him. At this time, the woman next to him walked up to him with a charming look and said with a sweet smile, Brother Wei, this is your classmate? Why don't you introduce him to me? Zhao Wei quickly hugged the woman and smiled. Qianqian, he is my high school classmate Lin Xiao. As he said this, he introduced Li Qianqian to Lin Xiao, not forgetting to show off. Old classmate, how is it? Isn't my girlfriend pretty? Lin Xiao nodded, looked at him and smiled. It's really beautiful. Are you guys coming here to eat? Wang Wei laughed. I hosted a dinner for my friends here at noon. By the way, are you eating here too? Lin Xiao spread his hands and smiled. I'm here to deliver food. Delivering food? Hearing this, Zhao Wei's expression changed immediately, and he even quietly wiped the hand that Lin Xiao had held on his clothes. And her girlfriend Li Qianqian went even further. She turned her face away and even fanned him with her hand, showing her disgust. The same went for Zhao Wei. He thought Lin Xiao was also coming here to eat. But I didn't expect. Chapter 71, Innocent Ning Shui. You should know that a meal at Tianxiang Hotel is very expensive, and those who can come here are either rich or noble. Zhao Wei originally thought that Lin Xiao was also here to eat and wanted to make some friends with him, but who knew that he was actually here to deliver food? At that moment, his expression changed immediately, and he even took a step back, his face full of disgust. He looked at Lin Xiao with some displeasure and said sarcastically, Old classmate, I didn't expect that you were useless when you were in school, and you haven't changed even now. Why are you delivering food? As he said this, he straightened his suit and showed off. Look at me. This suit is all branded. It costs more than $1,000. What do you think? Have you never heard of it? Let me tell you, I am now the sales manager of Tianxiang Group. I am afraid you will never be able to earn more than my monthly salary and benefits in your entire life. After saying that, he pointed at the Tianxiang Hotel and laughed. See this? Tianxiang Hotel, this is one of the best hotels in Kaiyang City. Is it also someone like you who comes here? Besides, you're a waiter. Why are you sitting here if you don't want to go and deliver food? Lin Xiao was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that his classmate would change so much after hearing that he was delivering food. To be honest, he was somewhat disappointed and was about to ignore him, but his action completely angered the other party. Did I let you go? I am a guest after all. How can you treat a guest like this? Do you believe that I will complain to you and prevent you from delivering the food? Lin Xiao said, "Whatever," without even turning his head, then returned to his seat and sat down. Seeing this, Zhao Wei felt very embarrassed and shouted, "Security! Where's the security? Are you all dead? Why are you letting anyone in?" Seeing this, the security guard hurriedly came up and apologized to Lin Xiao. "I'm sorry, sir, I scared you." After saying that, he also apologized to Zhao Wei because he couldn't afford to offend anyone. A person is a boss's guest. A person is a customer in his store. He can see the relationship between the former and the boss. So he could only explain to Zhao Wei, "Excuse me, sir. This person is our boss's guest." However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a hard slap from Zhao Wei. "The boss's guest? I see you don't want to do this anymore. Do you know who I am? I'm the sales manager of Tianxiang Group. How can a loser like him be worthy of being the boss's customer? Oh my God." As he said that, Zhao Wei raised his hand, ready to hit the security guard, but his hand stopped halfway. It turned out that it was Lin Xiao who took action. He grabbed Zhao Wei's hand, slowly stood up, and shook it hard. Zhao Wei was thrown heavily to the ground. Lin Xiao slowly stepped forward and said coldly, "Zhao Wei, we've been classmates for 3 years after all. Is it necessary to be so ruthless in your conduct?" Upon seeing this, Li Qianqian hurriedly helped up the cursing Zhao Wei and glared at Lin Xiao. "You piece of trash, how dare you hit him? Why don't you apologize to him? Otherwise, you're dead." Zhao Wei also climbed up with a resentful look on his face, glaring at Lin Xiao with a gloomy face. "You good piece of trash, you actually dare to hit me. If I can't kill you today, I'm not called Zhao Wei." As he said that, he walked over, pointed at Lin Xiao and sneered, "Well, I don't have time to bother with you today. As we are classmates, if you kneel down and apologize to me, I will let you go for now. Otherwise, I will let you know the consequences of offending me, Zhao Wei, today." At this moment, another elegant and sexy woman wearing burgundy high heels walked in. She saw this scene and took off her sunglasses to reveal a delicate oval face. "Isn't this Senior Zhao Wei? What happened?" Lin Xiao recognized her at the first sight. She was none other than Ning Shui, the school beauty from their high school days. Seeing this, Zhao Wei's eyes flashed with greed, and he hurried forward. "Oh my, isn't this the campus beauty of Ning University? By the way, look who this is." Ning Shui followed her gaze and saw Lin Xiao and exclaimed, "Are you Lin Xiao?" Lin smiled and greeted her. "Long time no see, Ning Shui." Ning Shui nodded. "Are you here for the class reunion too?" "Class reunion? I'm talking to the campus beauty of Ning University. How can a waiter like him be qualified to attend our class reunion? Oh, by the way, I heard that he was lying in bed at home for many years. I didn't expect to meet him here today." Ning Shui calmly put on her sunglasses and spoke. "Zhao Wei, we are classmates, so let's go together now that we have met." Who knew that Zhao Wei had no intention of letting Lin Xiao go, so he explained, "Ning Shui, you don't know. I invited him with good intentions just now, but I didn't expect that this guy not only didn't appreciate it, but also threw me to the ground when I was not prepared. Do you think we dare to be with such a person? Besides, you are the school beauty here, and this boy has had feelings for you since school. What if he has bad intentions?" Ning Shui looked at Lin Xiao with some displeasure. "Look at you. They invited you out of kindness. How could you do this? Just apologize to Zhao Wei and let this matter go." Lin Xiao looked at Ning Shui in surprise, not expecting her to be so gullible, and sneered, "There is absolutely no possibility of an apology. We cannot work together if we do not share the same ideals. As for whether I pushed him or not, the innocent are innocent. It's up to you guys then." Ning Shui was really angry. Couldn't this guy see that she was helping him out? But how could she know the truth? Zhao Wei pointed at Lin Xiao and sneered, "Kneel down and apologize, and I'll consider taking you out to see the world." As he said that, he moved closer to Lin Xiao and whispered obscene words into his ear. "Don't you like the beauty of Ning University? I can also take you in and see how I make her enjoy herself under me today." Lin Xiao turned his head and glanced at Zhao Wei, who was so close to him. At this moment, he felt that Zhao Wei was really annoying and deserved a beating. Without saying a word, he pushed him away and kicked him. The kick was so powerful that it knocked Zhao Wei to the ground. Looking at Zhao Wei lying on the ground, Ning Shui questioned him unhappily. "Lin Xiao, what are you doing?" Lin Xiao smiled coldly and asked back, "What?" "Ning Shui, you are so naive. Why don't you ask him what he just said?" Zhao Wei was kicked so hard that he grimaced in pain. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, he stood up, holding his stomach, and said, "I say, you bastard. You made me angry today. Today I'm going to kill you, no matter who comes to plead for me." At this moment, a cold voice came from behind him. "You are so arrogant. Who do you want to kill?" Chapter 72. Extremely disappointed. Lin Xiao looked up and saw the people coming. They were Xiao Mei and the female manager. Upon hearing this, the others turned around and looked at the same time. When seeing that the person coming was a character girl, even Ning Shui, the school belle, felt a little jealous. When Zhao Wei saw the person coming, his face was full of disbelief and fear. That's right, it was fear, and even a little respect. Just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by a look from the other party. Zhao Wei swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue, quickly changed his expression, and greeted him respectfully. "Xiao, Mr. Xiao, why are you here?" Xiao Mei ignored him and continued to ask with a stern face. "I'm asking you, who do you want to kill?" Before Zhao Wei could speak, the charming woman next to him said angrily, "Hey, do you know who you're talking to? You're the boss here, right?" As she said that, she pointed at Lin and smiled. "There's a toad here, and it's affecting our appetite. Since you're the boss here, then you should kick him out." Xiao Mei ignored her and continued to look at Zhao Wei and questioned, "Is that what you mean?" At this moment, Zhao Wei was so scared that he broke out in cold sweats. He glared at his girlfriend with some dissatisfaction, and there was even a hint of disgust in his eyes. Does this big-breasted and brainless thing want to kill him? He quickly smiled and said, "Boss Xiao, that's not the case." As he said this, he told Lin Xiao how he bullied and beat him. Xiao Mei immediately revealed a thoughtful expression and looked at Lin Xiao. "Is what he said true?" Lin Xiao nodded and said calmly, "He deserves to be beaten. Why doesn't he tell me why he was beaten?" Zhao Wei's face turned black and he yelled, "You are just a waiter. You have no right to speak here. Why don't you shut up?" Xiao Mei sneered. "So, you look down on his status as a food delivery man? Hey, I told you to kick him out. Why are you here removing this for us? Do you still want to open this store?" "Shut up." This time, Xiao Mei and Zhao Wei spoke at the same time. The former was because she was angry, and the latter was because he was afraid. When the woman saw it, she immediately felt aggrieved. "You are so mean to me, Zhao Wei. I am helping you." As she said that, she looked at Xiao Mei again. A hint of jealousy flashed in her eyes, as if she understood something, and continued to make trouble unreasonably. "You are such a good fellow, Zhao Wei. I was helping you, but you were seduced by this vixen, and you were so mean to me." However, before she could finish her words, Zhao Wei gave her a five-finger mountain. "You bitch, get out of here. If you keep saying that, I'll kill you." The woman covered her cheek in disbelief and looked at Zhao Wei with resentment. "You are so good, Zhao Wei. You actually dared to hit me. Well, we are done. It's over." After saying that, she covered her face and ran out angrily. Zhao Wei ignored the woman and looked at Xiao Mei with fear and trepidation. "Mr. Xiao, I'm sorry. She didn't mean it. Please don't be angry." Xiao Mei didn't care about these, but asked, "I just asked you, do you look down on people who buy groceries?" Zhao Wei didn't know why Xiao Mei cared so much about this, but he didn't dare not answer. "Mr. Xiao, no. How could I look down on him? It's just that we are classmates, so we just chatted for a while. Who knew this guy would actually attack me directly? This is what happened." Xiao Mei simply ignored him and walked towards Lin Xiao's position and said with a smile, "Xiao brother, is this really what he said?" Lin Xiao smiled slightly and told what had just happened again. At this time, Zhao Wei was already extremely scared, and cold sweat was running down his cheeks. Just because of Xiao Mei's little brother, he never thought that Lin Xiao, who was a waste in his eyes, would actually win Xiao Mei's favor. Seeing this, he hurriedly and enthusiastically came up to Lin Xiao, grabbed his hand, and smiled kindly. "Oh, old classmate, it was all just a misunderstanding. It just so happens that we met today, so we have to sit together no matter what? Come on, I've already booked a private room. Let's go up first. The classmates should be here soon." Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, a group of handsome men and beautiful women walked in, talking and laughing. Ning Shui became the focus, and they quickly developed feelings for Ning Shui, the school beauty. But soon, after they saw Xiao Mei, and then looked at Ning Shui, the school belle, they realized that she was actually mediocre. "Huh? Isn't this our squad leader, Zhao?" Soon, a sharp-eyed classmate spotted Zhao Wei and came up to say hello, but his eyes were always on Xiao Mei. He was about to go up and say hello to her, but he was turned down. It turned out that Xiao Mei had never even looked at him straight in the eye, which was a huge blow to him as he thought himself to be very handsome. But when he saw Lin Xiao with Zhao Wei, he became curious. Who is this? Seeing this, Zhao Wei enthusiastically wanted to hug Lin Xiao's shoulders, but Lin Xiao pushed him open. He sneered. No, do I know you well? Zhao Wei was extremely angry, but he didn't expect that Lin Xiao had such a good relationship with Xiao Mei. Just for this reason, even if Lu Ergu really has something wrong, he will not despise it, and may even kneel down and lick him. Who made me work at Tianxiang Company? As long as he could curry favor with Lin Xiao, and he would say a few good words to him in front of this young lady, wouldn't that be? Thinking of this, he quickly introduced Lin Xiao to his classmates with a smile, who knew it would lead to laughter and ridicule, because Zhao Wei had already told them everything about Lin Xiao. Haha, who was I thinking? Turns out to be Lin Xiao. Haha, who said he wasn't? If I were him, I would have found a crack in the ground to hide myself. Who knew he would actually come to our party? Who said it wasn't? You're just a piece of trash. How can you be worthy of joining our circle? Listening to them talking about himself, Lin Xiao became completely disappointed with them and prepared to leave. Who knew that Zhao Wei would speak up? Shut up, all of you. Lin Xiao has changed drastically now. He is no longer what you thought he was. But the classmates didn't buy it, and one of the girls laughed sweetly. Squad leader Zhao, what's wrong with you? Earlier you told us how decadent and useless he was, but now… Zhao Wei was so angry that he wanted to go over and slap the person who spoke. At this time, a petite woman came up and asked tentatively, You are Lin Xiao? Chapter 73 is different. Lin Xiao will never forget this woman, and she doesn't seem to have changed much over the years, still so pure and simple. She was Lin Xiao's desk mate Tianjing. The past scene flashed before his eyes again. Lin Xiao stretched out his hand and said with a smile, Old classmate, long time no see. Tianjing also shook hands with him generously, and the two separated immediately. Tianjing's eyes were full of disbelief. Lin Xiao, where have you been all these years? Why haven't you contacted us? As he said that, he introduced Tianjing to Xiao Mei. Sister Mei, this is my high school desk mate, Tianjing. Tianjing also looked at this incredibly beautiful woman, smiled and stretched out her hand. Hello, I'm Tianjing, nice to meet you. Xiao Mei smiled and shook hands with her, then looked at Lin and said with a smile, Shouty, let's go. It seems that you are not so welcome here. Besides, there is no point in such a party. Lin Xiao nodded and didn't want to have anything to do with these guys who were ambitious but incompetent. Upon seeing this, the female manager quickly handed the 1,000 yuan in her hand to Lin Xiao and said with a smile, Mr. Lin, this is your food money. Lin Xiao took out 50 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the female manager, saying with a smile, My meal bill is 950 yuan in total. This is my change from you. The female manager glanced at Xiao Mei and was a little at a loss for a moment, because this was something Xiao Mei had instructed her to do personally. Xiao Mei also looked at Lin Xiao seriously and smiled. Shouty, just take it. I won't suffer any loss this way. Who knew that Lin Xiao shook his head and said seriously, Sister Mei, I can't have this. I'll just take back what I deserve. It's what we agreed on. Xiao Mei was moved by Lin Xiao's seriousness, and she couldn't help but look at Lin Xiao with a higher opinion. She said to the female manager, Kick these people out. Our Tianxiang hotel will not accept them from now on. Also, your name is Zhao Wei, right? Go to the finance department tomorrow and settle your salary yourself. I can guarantee that I won't check you, and you can get away with it unscathed. After saying that, he glanced at Tianjing and smiled. You're great. We're going to have dinner together. We haven't seen your classmates for a long time. Let's go together. Tianjing nodded, glanced at the dumbfounded Zhao Wei and the confused classmates, and followed them out in disappointment. After coming out, Xiao Mei said that there was a Western restaurant that was particularly delicious, so she took them there. When she arrived at the door of the store, Tianjing was a little hesitant, because this was the only high-end Western restaurant in Kaiyang City, and the prices were quite high. Tianjing didn't like extravagance and waste, so she felt that this meal was not worth it. Xiao Mei seemed to see what she was thinking and smiled. Don't worry, Boss Lin will treat us today. Tianjing looked at Lin Xiao hesitantly and was finally pulled in by Xiao Mei. As soon as you come in, you will find that the decoration here is really unique, and with the light music, it instantly makes you feel relaxed. Since this was Lin Xiao's first time here, Xiao Mei had to make all the arrangements for the whole process. After asking the two of them, she ordered 3 steaks, pasta, and dessert. Since there weren't many people at the time, the food was served very quickly. But Lin Xiao was a little confused when he looked at the knife and fork in front of him. How could he eat with this? Soon, Xiaomei smiled and demonstrated it herself. Although it was Tianjing's first time here, she had already adapted to the pace of the big city. Lin Xiao smiled bitterly and could only learn it in an imitative manner. After taking a few bites of it, he felt it was too much trouble and just picked up a big piece and ate it. As a result, he was burned and grimaced in pain. This scene made Xiaomei and Tianjing laugh. It would be strange if you don't get burned if you eat like this. You have to eat this slowly and savor it carefully. Forehead, Lin Xiao felt that he was completely ashamed, but in the next scene, he made the two girls laugh again. I saw him just pick up a mouthful of pasta with a fork and start eating it just like eating noodles. After taking a bite, he immediately spat it out and was choked by the taste of black pepper. He muttered, "Why is this thing so unpalatable? And it tastes weird." Xiaomei picked up the fork and started to teach him. She turned the fork around in the food a few times, then put it directly into her mouth, looking as if she was savoring the taste. Lin Xiao lost his composure, and finally he could only focus on the steak. After finishing the meal, he was very satisfied with the dessert at the end, so he ate a few more. After coming out, Xiaomei looked at Lin Xiao's expression, and she found that he was really a treasure boy. So interesting. Tianjing thanked the two of them, exchanged contact information with Lin Xiao, and then went back. After Xiaomei and Lin Xiao arrived at the hotel and got in the car, they made a phone call and went to see the store. When I arrived at the place and parked the car, someone was already waiting. After greeting them warmly, the other party took them to open the door and take a look. The location of this place is not bad. The shops are big, clean and tidy, and most importantly, there are many residential areas nearby. Xiaomei asked, "What do you think of this place?" "Sister Mei, I think it's okay." Xiaomei smiled. "Then let's go here." After they signed the contract, it was finally settled. The next step was to decide whether to make the signs or the shelves. The two went to the hardware market and ordered some shelves. Afterwards, he found an advertising shop and made a sign. Thus, the Lin's Organic Vegetable Store, which would become a future business tycoon, was officially established. By this time, it was already afternoon and they both felt a little hungry, so they found a snack bar and ordered 2 servings of rice noodles. At this time, Xiaomei looked at Lin Xiao and asked, "Xiaodi, don't you want to ask me something?" "Sister Mei, I'm not interested in anything else. What I admire and respect is your character." Xiaomei smiled faintly. "Tianxiang Group is our family's business, and Tianxiang Hotel is just a part of Tianxiang Group. The reason why Zhao Wei was afraid of me today is because I am the eldest daughter of Tianxiang Group." Lin Xiao didn't find it strange, because he knew that Xiaomei was very powerful, so all this was within his expectations. Xiaomei looked at Lin Xiao and asked curiously, "You seem to have known my identity for a long time. If others heard that I was the eldest daughter of Tianxiang Group, they would definitely be surprised. Why are you so calm?" Lin smiled and said, "Sister Mei, from the first time we met I knew you were extraordinary and had a very powerful background. To be honest, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't shocked. It's just that this is still within my tolerance range." Xiaomei smiled faintly and said in a charming way, "Hee, you really are different and special." For some reason, Xiaomei also felt that it was easy and comfortable to be with Lin Xiao. At least she was the most real now. Chapter 74, Is This Your First Time? After a day of running around, he was sent straight home after eating rice noodles with Xiaomei. Originally, Lin Xiao wanted to go riding a bike, but Xiaomei said that the bike had been sent back. After getting off the car, Lin Xiao wanted to invite Xiaomei to come in and sit for a while, but Xiaomei said she had something to do. However, before leaving, she told Lin Xiao that the store would be renovated in 3 days at most, and asked him to take care of things within these 3 days, as he might not be able to set up a stall in the future. After returning home, Lin's father, Lin's mother, and young Xiaomei were all sitting there. "Son, how was your visit to the store?" Lin Xiao immediately told his father the whole story. When Lin Jinsen heard that the contract had been signed, he was so happy. No matter what, Tang Fenglian must have an extra meal today to improve the food. Lin Xiao looked at the time, and it was already 5:30. He suddenly remembered the agreement with Ping Tu. Then he took out his phone and called. After the call was connected, Flathead's voice came over. "Boss Lin, are you done with this?" "Yes, I just finished my work and I'll call you back right away." "Okay, Boss Lin, I'll pick you up right away." "No need, just give me the address and I can go there myself." "It's okay, I'm near you right now, just come out, I'll be there soon." Lin Xiao responded and hung up the phone. After hanging up, he said a little embarrassedly, "Dad, Mom, Xiaomei, well, you don't have to wait for me for dinner tonight. I'm going to go out for a while." Lin Jinsen did not stop him. but instead gave a warning. Son, you are not a child anymore. Be careful when you go out and pay attention to your own safety. Lin smiled and said, I understand, Dad, Mom, Xiaomei. I'm leaving now. After saying that, he walked out. On the other side, Pingtu had just returned after calling his boss and saw Lin Xiao coming out. He rolled down the window and laughed. Boss Lin, get in the car. Our boss is waiting for you. Lin Xiao nodded and got into the car. Pingtu stepped on the gas and the car sped away. Lin Xiao asked, by the way, who is your boss? Why does he have to see me? The flat-headed man smiled mysteriously and said, you'll know when you get there. 10 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a club and Lin Xiao, led by Flathead, came to a private room on the second floor. When I entered the room, there were 2 beds, one was empty, and a middle-aged man was lying on the other, with a young woman in thin clothes massaging his back. At this time, the middle-aged man raised his hand to signal the woman to stop, sit up and smile. I guess you are Boss Lin Xiaolin? Nice to meet you. As he said this, he pointed to the bed opposite him and laughed. Sit down and enjoy it first. Lin Xiao was a little nervous, as this was his first time in such a place, and then he sat down opposite him. After the man pointed to the flat-headed man, he immediately understood. Brother Boss Lin, you two can chat for a while. I'm going to leave first. Lin Xiao had no choice but to sit down and asked straight to the point. Boss, why did you ask me to come here? The man smiled and lay down again. I just want to get to know you. Brother Lin, although this is the first time we meet, I have heard of you and I admire you very much. Lin Xiao looked at the middle-aged man and found that he was by no means simple. He had a slicked back hair and a square face. Perhaps because he had been in a high position for a long time, he actually gave him a sense of oppression. He said he admired me very much, but he couldn't figure out where he had seen him before no matter how hard he tried. The man seemed to see his confusion and laughed. Brother Lin was favored by the eldest lady of Tianxiang Group at such a young age. I wonder what your relationship is. When Lin Xiao heard this, he immediately understood that all the feelings were because of Xiao Mei. Sister Mei and I just met by chance. The specific reason might be because the vegetables I grow are delicious. Oh. Haha. I understand. My name is Dongwu. Nice to meet you. Lin Xiao smiled slightly and changed the name directly. Brother Tiger. Haha. We are brothers from now on. If you have anything to say, just let me know. I am confident that I still have some power in Kaiyang City. Lin Xiao pretended to be flattered and expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Well, Brother Wu, I'm leaving now. I'll make arrangements for you when I have time. No, brother, now that we are here, the service here is still very good. Just then, the door of the room was pushed open and a young woman in thin clothes walked in. The woman was very beautiful, with an oval face and big eyes. She bowed slightly. Technician number 8 Xiaohong is at your service. Dongwu laughed. I'm leaving this brother to you. If he's not satisfied or something, your store will be over. Xiaohong naturally recognized Dongwu. She knew that he definitely had this ability, so she smiled charmingly. Hey, Brother Wu, are you still not satisfied with my skills? Lin Xiao quickly refused somewhat embarrassedly. Well, Brother Wu, there's really no need for that. I'm a little uncomfortable with it. Brother, I treat you as a brother, but you don't take me, Dongwu, seriously? Noticing that Dongwu was a little unhappy, Lin smiled and said, Brother Wu, what are you talking about? It's just my personal reasons. Dongwu seemed to understand something immediately and laughed. Brother, this isn't your first time in a place like this, is it? Seeing that his secrets were exposed, Lin Xiao could only nod honestly and smile awkwardly. Brother Wu, it's true. Haha, that's not surprising. You'll be a little nervous the first time, but once you enjoy it once, you'll never want to come back again. It's settled. Just follow my instructions this time. Xiaohong, take my brother to the next door. Remember, you must make him satisfied. Afterwards, Lin Xiao was actually dragged out by Xiaohong. Coming to another room, Xiaohong simply turned on a dim light, causing a unique style and a decadent smell to permeate the room. Xiaohong gently pulled Lin Xiao to sit down, gently took off his shoes, and said with a smile, Boss, don't be nervous. Just take off your clothes and enjoy yourself. I promise it will be worth your trip. Lin Xiao quickly stopped him. No, just sit here and chat with me for a while. I will give you a good review and say I am very satisfied. When Xiaohong heard this, she said with some embarrassment, Boss, you're going to make it very difficult for me. If the boss finds out, he'll fire me. Lin Xiao directly took out 100 yuan and gave it to her. If you don't tell me and I don't tell anyone, no one will know. Don't worry. Seeing his firm attitude, Xiaohong stopped talking and then sat down next to Lin Xiao and started chatting with him. However, this also made her have a different opinion of Lin Xiao from the bottom of her heart. Chapter 75. I'm a little excited. In this way, Lin Xiao stayed here for 40 minutes. When he came out, Dongwu was already waiting for him in the lobby. Looking at Lin Xiao coming down, Dongwu laughed. Brother, how's it going, isn't it? Lin Xiao glanced at Xiaohong behind him and nodded. It's really good. The technique and technology are impeccable. Xiaohong finally felt relieved and smiled sweetly. Welcome to come again next time, boss. Seeing this, Dongwu also laughed and praised. You're great. As he said that, he took out 200 yuan and handed it to her with a satisfied smile. This is a reward for you. Xiaohong was a little hesitant, but Lin Xiao smiled. Go ahead. Brother Wu will be unhappy if you don't take his reward. Xiaohong nodded and could only go over to take it guiltily and bowed. Thank you, Brother Wu. At this time, Dongwu stood up with a sly smile on his face and walked close to Lin Xiao and whispered, Brother, how is it? Does it taste good? Lin Xiao could only say vaguely that it was very good and comfortable, but in fact he did nothing at all. Dongwu was very satisfied. He put his arm around Lin Xiao's shoulders and smiled. Come on, brother, let's go have a barbecue. I'm sure you'll be my brother. As he said that, he called Pingtu again and asked him to wait for him at the door. When I came out, Pingtu was already waiting. Afterwards, they found a place, ordered some barbecue and beer, and started eating. As they continued to communicate and get to know each other better, Lin Xiao also felt that Dongwu was a good person worth making friends with. Before they knew it, the two of them had drunk 7 or 8 cups of beer. It really is true that when you meet a good friend, 1,000 cups are not enough. Before they knew it, the two of them had drunk a bit too much, and finally Lin Xiao got up to pay the bill. Who knew that I wouldn't dare to accept it no matter what the boss said, and finally just waived the bill. Lin Xiao had no choice but to walk back. After a while, the boss came over and said with a smile, Brother Wu, I'm sorry I'm so busy. I'll toast to you guys. After drinking, the boss left. Dongwu burped and said, Brother, there is some money you can't spend if you come out with me. It's not that I'm doing well, and they all need my help, so places that know me generally won't accept it. Besides, it's a bit unreasonable for my brother to bring you out and ask you to spend money. Brother, I treat you as my brother, so let's not be so polite to each other. Come on, let's continue drinking. Before they knew it, they had finished 2 more glasses of draft beer. This time, both of them had reached their limit and really couldn't drink anymore. After finishing the last glass, Lin Xiao also felt a little dazed. Brother Wu, belch. I'm very happy today, but I can't drink anymore. Let's drink another day. Dongwu had the same idea and had to admire Lin Xiao's drinking capacity. Then Pingtu sent Dongwu to the hotel and sent Lin Xiao back home. When I came back, everyone in the family was already asleep. Lin Xiao shook his head vigorously and felt much more sober. Then he tiptoed back into the house. As soon as he pushed the door open and walked in, the lights came on. Yang Xiaomei slowly sat up and said with concern, You're back. As she said that, she was about to come down, but Lin Xiao stopped her. Xiaomei, no need, just lie down, I'm fine. How much did you drink? As Yang Xiaomei spoke, she came over to support Lin Xiao. Xiaomei, I'm really fine. I just had a few beers. Belch. As he spoke, Lin Xiao also got on the bed and lay down. Yang Xiaomei twitched her nose and asked with concern, Smell the alcohol on you. I'll pour you some water. Lin Xiao smiled slightly, then hugged her in his arms and said with a smile, Xiaomei, don't bother, let's go to bed. Yang Xiaomei could only nod with a blushing face, turned off the lights and lay down. Feeling Lin Xiao's heavy breathing, Yang Xiaomei's heart beat faster. At this time, Lin Xiao's hand holding her began to move randomly. After a while, Yang Xiaomei realized something was wrong. She felt that her clothes were getting fewer and fewer. An important position had been lost. Yang Xiaomei protected the key point with one hand, held Lin Xiao's arm with the other, and begged, Don't do this, you're drunk. I'm scared. I'll wait for you. Wait until you sober up, okay? Lin Xiao was indeed a little impulsive tonight, due to the effects of alcohol and the excitement in the club. Although he did nothing, that looming object was the most deadly. This almost caused him to lose his mind, but fortunately Yang Xiaomei's pleading helped him recover a lot. He looked at Yang Xiaomei with some apology. I'm sorry, Xiaomei. Lin Xiao suddenly found himself with a lump in his throat, and after talking for a long time he could not come up with anything. Yang Xiaomei hugged him gently and smiled. Then let's go to bed. After a small episode, there was no conversation that night. The next day, Lin Xiao got up early, and after getting up, he found that young Xiaomei got up even earlier than him. After washing up, breakfast was ready. They ate together and went out early. Lin Xiao brought more today, nearly 2,000 kilograms of cabbage and cucumbers. Even the tires were a little deformed by them. After arriving at the market, he discovered that there was already a queue in front of his stall. When they saw him coming, someone immediately spoke excitedly. "Young man, you're here. I didn't get any yesterday, so you came early today. No matter what, I have to buy more today." Lin smiled and said, "Okay, sir, just buy more today. I might not be here in 2 days." As soon as he finished speaking, someone spoke up. Don't you know that since eating your food, our family has obviously become more fond of eating? If you don't buy such good food, what will we eat?" "That's right, boss. My wife keeps praising your food for being delicious." "That's right. Ever since eating his food, my son and daughter-in-law no longer eat out. I call them early to let them prepare food." "Oh, it's true. Since eating this dish, my grandson's appetite has improved. As a result, he has been eating meat these days." Listening to their praises, Lin Xiao suddenly felt very contented. He said gratefully, "Dear uncles, aunts, brothers and sisters, I opened a specialty store at the entrance of Hongfu community. If you want to eat it, come find me there. I'll be here for another day tomorrow, so you can prepare more in the next 2 days." At this time, Lin Jinsen had already set up the stall, and Lin smiled and said, "I won't bother you guys from choosing food." When they heard that there was still 1 day left tomorrow, and that he was planning to open the store, everyone felt relieved. They have become accustomed to the taste of this dish in the past few days, and they are really afraid that they won't be able to find it. Afterwards, they joined the buying craze, and in just over an hour, all the vegetables on the truck had been sold out. There were still some that hadn't been bought yet, so Lin Xiao could only smile and comfort them. Chapter 76, Beautiful Wu Yin. Today's harvest is still very considerable, and more than 1,000 yuan has been deposited into the account. After they came back, Tang Fenglian and others were very happy to hear that their dishes were so popular. After Lin Xiao sat with them for a while, he went to deliver food to Xiaomei. There was nothing to do today. After I settled the bill, Xiaomei came over. Xiaomei asked Lin Xiao to wait for her here, and then arranged for someone to serve him some food. Lin Xiao didn't want to eat it at first, but it would be a waste not to eat it since it was served. Just like that, he ate while waiting, and half an hour later, Xiaomei came over with a smile. "Xiaodi, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Let's go." Lin Xiao nodded, and then the two of them walked out and drove away in her car. After a while, they arrived at the bottom of Hongfu community and parked the car. Xiaomei spoke. "The shelves will be here soon, and the billboards will be installed this afternoon. In fact, we can open for business tomorrow." Lin Xiao laughed. "Sister Mei, tomorrow won't work. Let's do it the day after tomorrow. These few things we have are a bit monotonous. I'll make some more dishes tomorrow." Xiaomei looked at Lin Xiao hesitantly and said, "Brother Xiao, can I ask where you grow your vegetables? As far as I know, you rent this house now, so I'm a little curious." "Of course. If it's inconvenient, just pretend I didn't ask." Naturally, Lin Xiao couldn't talk about the matter of Xiantian, so he just made up a reason and said, "Sister Mei, I know a boss who specializes in wholesale of organic vegetables. I got the stuff from him." Xiaomei nodded and didn't ask any more questions. After a while, the shelves were delivered. Lin Xiao helped them unload the goods. After assembling them, it was already 12 o'clock. Xiaomei called the advertising store again, and the other party said that they could only come around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There were still 3 hours until 3 o'clock, so the two found a very nice restaurant to have dinner. When they came out, there were still 2 hours until 3 o'clock. Xiaomei suggested, "Xiao brother, let me show you around." Lin Xiao shook his head. He wanted to give young Xiaomei a surprise today, so he said, "Sister Mei, I want to check my phone." "Oh, do you want to buy a mobile phone?" "Well, I want to buy one for Xiaomei and my mom. They don't have cell phones, so it's inconvenient to contact them." Xiaomei glanced at Lin Xiao meaningfully and said with a smile, "Then I'll take you there. I happen to know someone who can give you a discount." After hearing this, Lin Xiao said thank you and drove to the communications plaza with Xiaomei. After parking the car, Xiaomei smiled. "Let's go. This is the mobile phone market. There are all kinds of mobile phones." As they were talking, the two of them had already arrived at the lobby on the first floor, and the first thing they saw was a variety of dazzling mobile phones. The prices also ranged from a few hundred to 1 or 2,000. When the staff saw them, they started to sell them even more enthusiastically. Xiaomei smiled faintly. "Let's go." Lin Xiao nodded, then followed Xiao Mei directly to the second floor. There are far fewer stalls here than on the first floor, and it looks much more upscale as it has become a store. Xiao Mei brought Lin Xiao to a shop that looked pretty good. At this time, a staff member immediately came up to greet them, and at the same time a tall woman came out from behind. The woman was very beautiful, about 1.7 meters tall, and was wearing a casual off-white t-shirt, which made her look very elegant. She came up to Xiao Mei in a charming manner and smiled sweetly. "Hey, Boss Xiao, what brings you here?" Xiao Mei also smiled. "I came here with him to spend money." "What? Are you not welcome?" "Oh, what are you talking about? I feel honored to have you here. How can I not welcome you?" As she said that, she looked at Lin Xiao carefully and thought he was very handsome at first sight. She smiled and made a face at Lin Xiao, then turned to look at Xiao Mei and joked meaningfully. "Oh my, our beautiful iceberg girl finally came to her senses. Could this be your boyfriend?" Xiao Mei blushed at what she said and quickly rolled her eyes at her. "Wu Yin, what are you talking about? This is one of my brothers. If you say anything nonsense again, I'll leave." As she said this, she deliberately turned around. Wu Yin quickly hugged Xiao Mei's arm affectionately and smiled at her. "Oops, look who I am kidding you with." As he said that, he pulled Xiao Mei inside, and at the same time did not forget to turn around and smile at Lin. "Little brother, you can choose whichever sister you like and give it to you." Xiao Mei said unhappily when she heard this. "Xiaodi, you have to take a few more and make her feel bad." Seeing the two of them being as close as sisters, Lin Xiao could only nod with a blushing face, and at the same time admired Xiao Mei very much. She knows people wherever she goes, and naturally, those who can play with her are not bad either. At this time, a clerk came over after serving a customer and introduced himself to Lin Xiao. There are many models here, and they are all brand new models. Not to mention the upper flip and lower flip models. The key point is that there are also color screen phones. Listening to her introduction, Lin Xiao covered his pockets a little embarrassedly. He felt that his little green screen was no longer useful. After taking a look at Xiao Mei and Wu Yin, who entered the inner room, Lin Xiao started to make a choice. After the staff's introduction, he actually took a fancy to two models, a pink flip-top color screen and a keypad phone. After a long time, Xiao Mei and others also came out. Wu Yin smiled. "Little brother, how is it? Do you like anything?" Lin Xiao pointed at the two mobile phones that he liked and said with a smile, "I want to buy these too." "Oh, little brother, you have good taste. This is a new model in our store." As she said that, she told the clerk to pack it up. Lin Xiao took out the money and was about to pay the bill, but Wu Yin smiled meaningfully. "Oh, I told you I'm giving it to you. Why are you giving me money?" Lin Xiao looked at the phone that was handed to him, slowly pushed it back, and chuckled. "Sister, how can this be possible? You are also running a business. It's good enough that you can give me a discount, but if you give it away for free, then I don't want it." Wu Yin looked at Xiao Mei with a smile on her face and chuckled. "Hey, this little brother is very interesting. He is really special to be favored by Miss Xiao." Xiao Mei glanced at Wu Yin, who was hinting at something, and said with dissatisfaction, "Wu Yin, he is really my brother. Hurry up, don't talk nonsense and wrap him up." Wu Yin smiled, twisted her waist, and did it herself. Soon, Lin Xiao paid 800 yuan for the two mobile phones, which was already very cheap. According to the price she sold it was at least $500 cheaper. Seeing that it was finally bought, Xiao Mei said something directly and walked out with Lin Xiao. "I'll call you tonight and we'll go out and play." Xiao Mei just waved her hand and walked outside with Lin Xiao, but they don't know that they have been targeted as fat sheep by others. Chapter 77, Trembling in Despair. Soon, Xiao Mei and Lin Xiao arrived on the first floor, and at this time several men came up to chat with them deliberately. Xiao Mei was used to this kind of scene, so she just didn't say anything to them, so they turned their attention to Lin Xiao. And this time their target was naturally Lin Xiao, because they had targeted him when he was paying just now. Just then, someone came over from behind holding something. "Please make way." After hearing this, Lin Xiao took a look and was about to give way, but who knew that he would actually bump into him? Lin Xiao and Xiao Mei were knocked back a step. Before Lin Xiao could say anything, the man said with some dissatisfaction, "I told you to move aside. Can't you hear me?" Xiao Mei rubbed her hurt arm, and Lin Xiao took a look and saw that the skin was broken. This time, he got angry and stared at the man coldly. "You hit us, didn't you? You said give way, and we were about to give way, but you had already bumped into us. Now you are the first to complain? I'll give you a choice, apologize to my sister." When the man saw that Lin Xiao was so arrogant, he was ready to reason with him. Then he saw the few people who had chatted with Lin Xiao before winked at him and left. In order to avoid further fuss, the man apologized to Xiao Mei, but when he looked at Xiao Mei, the look in his eyes seemed a little familiar. But there was no time for him to think, and he left quickly. The two of them didn't care about it anymore. After coming out, Lin Xiao just felt a chill on his legs. He looked down and found that his pants had two big holes in them without him noticing. He quickly glanced at the handbag in his hand. Suddenly it felt a little light, and he couldn't help but open it to take a look, only to find that there was only an empty box inside, which was different from the previous one, and the phone was gone. Lin Xiao touched the money in his pocket, only to find that he had nothing in it. At this moment, he had no idea that someone had replaced him with someone else. The person who bumped into him was obviously a bait, deliberately attracting their attention and creating an opportunity for others to attack. Xiao Mei also noticed the change in his expression and asked quickly, "What's wrong?" Lin Xiao said with a serious face, "Sister Mei, we were picked up by a pickpocket. All my cell phone and money were gone." At this time, Xiao Mei lowered her head and saw his torn clothes at a glance. Her expression turned cold and she comforted him. "Leave this to me." As she spoke, she took out her cell phone, found a number and called. Then she said a few words into the phone, but Lin Xiao was so angry at this time that he didn't care at all and walked straight inside. After Xiao Mei finished the call, she found that Lin Xiao had entered the communications plaza again. With no other options, Xiao Mei followed in. They began to search frantically on the first floor and then asked people, but no one knew them. After a while, a group of people rushed in and ran into Lin Xiao and the other person. "Brother, what's going on?" Seeing the person coming, Lin Xiao told Dongwu the whole story with a serious face. After listening, Dongwu sneered and promised, "Brother, leave this to me. I'll give you an explanation within 10 minutes. When Lin Xiao heard this, he immediately looked at Dongwu Dao with gratitude. "Brother Wu, thank you for your help." Dongwu nodded and gave a few instructions to the brothers around him. Soon, they started asking questions at each stall one by one. Suddenly, a brother thought for a moment and came up and said respectfully, "Brother Wu, there is a man named Ma Zi in this area. I think this matter must be related to them. From what I know, this guy brought a group of unemployed young people to do some sneaky things in this area." Dongwu said in a deep voice, "Can we contact them?" The younger brother nodded, then took out his cell phone, looked up a number and called. In a basement not far from here, a bald man with pockmarks on his face was dividing the loot with a group of young men when his phone rang. Mazi took it out and took a look at it. He quickly made a gesture to keep quiet, pressed the answer button, and smiled obsequiously. "Brother Wei, why did you think of calling me?" "Mashko, where are you?" "Brother Wei, I'm in the internet cafe. I'm at the communications plaza. Be here in 3 minutes." When Ma Zi heard this, he quickly hung up the phone and looked at his brothers who were still dividing the loot and said, "Don't worry about this shit anymore. Do you know who called just now?" When the younger brothers heard this, they stopped what they were doing and asked curiously, "Brother Matzi, who is it?" Ma Zi showed a hint of longing. "Haven't you always wanted to join the Blood Wolf gang? The one who called me just now was a small leader there." As he said that, Ma Zi grabbed all the money and said, "What the hell are you still standing there for? He said we should get there in 3 minutes. Why don't you hurry up?" A thin young man suddenly stopped him and asked uncertainly, "Brother Matzi, we just did a job in the communication plaza, and now Brother Wei wants us to go there. Don't you think there's something fishy here?" Mazi thought about it and said in deep thought, "You mean they might be here for this?" The young man continued, "Brother Matzi, I was busy working, and I just remembered that there was a very beautiful woman next to the fat sheep we just ate. Now that I think about it, she seems a little familiar." Having said that, he suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "I remember now, that woman seemed to be Miss Xiao Mei Xiao." When Ma Zi heard this, he was so scared that he kicked him to the ground and cursed him angrily. "Idiot, bastard, are you looking for death? You dare to touch Miss Xiao. If you don't want to live, don't drag us along." Another equally thin man with glasses asked tremblingly, "So, Matzi brother, shall we go? Shall we go?" The other yellow-haired guy quickly scolded him, "Are you looking for death? It seems that Paigu's analysis is probably true. We only have one way now, and that is to escape. The farther the better." Mazi rubbed his bald head with some pain, looked at him like an idiot, and shouted in despair, "Escape? Can you escape? Four Eyes, you don't understand the Blood Wolf Gang's methods. No one in the entire Kaiyang city can escape from their clutches." After hearing this, Several people were so scared that they sat down on the ground, feeling despair in their hearts. I thought that I had the support of the Blood Wolf gang and that my career was just around the corner, but who knew this would happen? Now they are in trouble, and their only hope is to survive unscathed. Paigu asked nervously. Brother Matsi, then you should quickly come up with some ideas for the brothers. Chapter 78. Let's leave it to fate. Mazi was now completely desperate, and he hated Paigu bitterly in his heart. This bastard, you could have provoked anyone else, but now you have ended up hurting yourself. What now? By this time, 3 minutes had already passed and Mazi was at a loss. What they don't know is that a bigger crisis is heading towards them. When Brother Wei saw that they were nowhere to be seen after 3 minutes, he asked his brothers to search nearby and at the same time sent more people. At this time, there were some unidentified men in black at each station, and they seemed to be looking for something. After a long time, Mazi could only laugh miserably. The only thing we can do now is to go and apologize to them. As for the consequences, that's up to God. However, knowing the consequences, they naturally would not deliver themselves to the door. For them, running away is their only option now, while they have not yet reacted. Thinking of this, they didn't dare to stop and took action directly. Who knew that as soon as they went out, their sneaky appearance immediately attracted attention and they were stopped. They also told Brother Wei about this. Upon hearing this, Brother Wei quickly whispered a few words to Dongwu. Dongwu nodded, then looked at Lin and smiled. Brother, our people found some suspicious people. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xiao nodded and followed them out. 5 minutes later, Lin Xiao finally saw them in an alley. He recognized this guy at a glance. He was the young man who had just started chatting with him. Brother Wu, this is the guy. He was the one who approached me just now. Dongwu nodded and waved his hand, then heard screams from them. Tell me, where is the other person? Several people had already been scared to death by the scene. After they quickly told them the location, they were dragged away by the group of people like dead dogs. Seeing that the person had been found and there was no need to go down, Lin Xiao started chatting with Dongwu upstairs. 5 minutes later, Brother Wei came up with something in his hand and handed it to Lin Xiao respectfully. Mr. Lin, can you check if it's yours? And check if there's any money missing? Lin Xiao confirmed and nodded. It's mine, thank you so much. As he said that, he took out the extra 1,300 yuan and handed it to Brother Wei, saying, This money is not mine, Brother Wei. Take it and take your brothers out to get some water or something. Brother Wei naturally didn't dare to accept it. He could only look at Dongwu for help, and the latter smiled. Brother, let's not be so polite. Just take the extra money. It's just right for you to use as compensation for mental damage. Lin Xiao said gratefully. Brother Wu, I'm not giving this to you. My brothers have worked hard for a long time, so I want everyone to buy some water. Don't refuse me, otherwise I won't dare to ask you for help in the future. Dongwu looked at Lin Xiao deeply and nodded. Then take it. Buy some water for the brothers. At this moment, Xiaomei's cell phone rang. After answering the call, Xiaomei looked at Lin and smiled. The installer is here. We have to go over there. As she said that, she turned around and looked at Dongwu and smiled. Brother Wu, thank you so much for this time. I'll treat you to a meal later. We have something to do right now, so? Dongwu quickly smiled and said, somewhat flattered, Mr. Xiao, please go ahead and do your work. These are just small matters. We will go back then. After a few greetings, Xiaomei and Lin Xiao said goodbye and left. Looking at Xiaomei and Lin Xiao walking away, Dongwu said coldly, These ignorant people broke one hand each. I will let them go this time, and let them be more careful next time. After saying that, Dongwu also turned and left. Brother Wei turned around and coldly said, Follow me, and led the way to the basement. On the other side, Lin Xiao and Xiaomei had already arrived at the door of the store, and the decoration master was already waiting there. After coming over and opening the door, they started to put out the tools and started to get busy. Afterwards, he had dinner with Xiaomei and went home. It was already 7:30 when I got home, and my parents and others were sitting there watching TV. Lin Xiao laughed quickly. Mom and Dad, Xiaomei, I'm back. Look what I brought you. As he spoke, he handed the mobile phones he had bought to his mother Tang Fenglian and young Xiaomei. Seeing this, the two exclaimed at the same time, Cell phone? This is for you. Do you like it? Although they were very happy to hear this, they felt sorry for him spending so much money. In the end, it was only after Lin Zhao's various consolations that they finally accepted it. At this time, Tang Fenglian asked hurriedly, Son, have you eaten? We left the food in the pot for you. I'll get it for you. Yang Xiaomei quickly stood up and said, Mom, I'll go. Lin Xiao quickly stopped them and laughed. Mom, Xiaomei, well, I ate something outside, so you don't have to bother me. Seeing that he had already eaten, Tang Fenglian ignored him and lowered her head to study her cell phone. When he encountered something he didn't know how to do, he would take the initiative to ask Lin Xiao or Lin Jinsen to teach him. Yang Xiaomei also couldn't let it go, and the two of them began to explore there. When Wu Yin bought the phone, she had already put a card in it, and the card came with free phone credits. So naturally they didn't have to worry and just started operating right there and called each other and saved their numbers. Lin Jinsen complained with some jealousy. Look, now you don't sleep anymore because of your cell phone? Tang Fenglian joked with a smile. See? Your dad is jealous. Okay, go to sleep now. I'll lie down and study slowly. After saying that, he stood up and walked in with a smile. Yang Xiaomei also put away her cell phone and returned to the bedroom with Lin Xiao. After arriving at the bedroom, Yang Xiaomei brought Lin Xiao some foot washing water, but Lin Xiao refused her idea and finally washed himself. Yang Xiaomei lay on his shoulders and gave him a gentle massage. Then he said with a happy face, "Thank you, husband. Thank you. You made me feel warm and also made me feel the feeling of being cared for and loved." As she spoke, she slowly stopped what she was doing and gently hugged him from behind. Lin Xiao looked back slightly, raised his hand and slowly placed it on her hand and smiled. "Don't worry, I will only spoil you more and more in the future. I will make up for everything you lost in your childhood." Because he loved the girl so much, he always worked hard and silently for his family and never complained. She is extremely sensible and never fights for anything. She feels very happy when something left behind by her younger brothers and sisters is given to her. Now, Lin Xiao swore in his heart that he would never let her suffer any injustice from now on. Chapter 79. What you wish for comes true. At this moment, Yang Xiaomei felt a happiness she had never felt before. She felt that the greatest happiness in her life was meeting Lin Xiao's family. Because here, she actually felt that she was living like a human being, and she silently swore in her heart that she would protect this family with her life for the rest of her life. Soon, Lin Xiao finished washing, and he pulled Yang Xiaomei to wash her. As a result, this scene moved Yang Xiaomei so much that she cried for a long time. When Lin Xiao came back with the water, she was still sitting there motionless, with only a slight tremor in her shoulders. Lin Xiao walked to the bed, reached out and rubbed her hair, and smiled. "Silly girl, let's go to bed." As she said this, she gently picked her up in a princess hug, put her on the bed and pulled the quilt over her. Yang Xiaomei didn't say anything, just looked at him quietly. At this moment, she was finally sure in her heart that this man was worthy of her life. After Lin Xiao went to bed, Yang Xiaomei actually took the initiative to get into his bed, gently hugged him, and said affectionately, "Thank you, husband. You're so nice to me. I will be twice as good to you in the future, and I will love you with my life." Lin Xiao also hugged her tightly and gently sniffed the fragrance from her hair. He felt very satisfied. This happy moment was what he had been looking forward to for a long time. After the two hugged each other for a while, Yang Xiaomei whispered shyly, "Honey, can you please kiss me?" Lin Xiao slowly separated her, then gently stroked her cheek for a moment and then kissed her. Yang Xiaomei slowly closed her eyes, and two blushes appeared on her cheeks unconsciously. She also stretched out her hand and hugged Lin Xiao's neck tightly, perhaps because she was nervous, or perhaps because she was deeply in love. In short, she hugged him very tightly and did not let go until both of them were out of breath. Lin Xiao gently touched her tempting red lips and praised her. "Xiaomei, you are so beautiful." Yang Xiaomei blushed and simply closed her eyes, because at this moment, she was completely ready to give herself to him. Lin Xiao naturally understood what she meant, then gently lifted her chin and kissed her again. At the same time, his hands were not idle and he directly occupied her position. Before we knew it, Yang Xiaomei was once again completely beautiful, like a work of art. Lin Xiao began to admire it. After Yang Xiaomei felt his sadistic gaze, she subconsciously covered her eyes and said shyly, "Don't look at it. It's so embarrassing." At this time, Lin Xiao also began to take off his equipment and soon, the two of them became frank with each other. After feeling Lin Xiao's intention, Yang Xiaomei felt a little scared and shy. Gently, I'm a little scared." Lin Xiao nodded, and then with Yang Xiaomei's scream, everything went smoothly and came to fruition. Tang Fenglian seemed to have heard something, pushed Lin Jinsen and said, "His father, did I just hear Xiaomei crying?" Lin Jinsen smiled bitterly. You just make a fuss all day long. Go to bed." But this night was destined not to be peaceful, as Lin Xiao and Yang Xiaomei ate the forbidden fruit. Yang Xiaomei also completely transformed from a girl into a woman, and the two of them finally established a relationship naturally. I don't know how long it took, but the two people in the room finally stopped, but the dejection floating in the air did not dissipate for a long time. The two of them hugged each other, experiencing the beauty of what had just happened with each other, and no one took the initiative to break the tranquility. After a long time, Lin Xiao kissed her forehead gently and then held her tightly in his arms. Yang Xiaomei gently moved her somewhat lazy body and hugged Lin Xiao tightly. Hiss, hiss. The two of them actually cried out in pain at the same time. What's wrong with you? Again, the two of them asked at the same time. Lin Xiao felt a burning pain on his back, and he knew that it was caused by Yang Xiaomei's scratches. Yang Xiaomei also completed the transformation from a girl to a woman. In this way, the two of them rested for a long time. At this moment, Lin Xiao, who had tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time, suddenly felt the urge again. A most primitive war began in this small space. I don't know how much time had passed, but the waning moon shone faintly through the window. The two people on the bed still don't feel tired at all and are having a great time. Finally, everything came to an end as the man and the woman expressed their pleasure at the same time. After finishing the act, both of them were already exhausted and fell asleep in each other's arms. They actually slept until very late. If their mother hadn't come to call them, they would have probably slept until noon. After the two got up, they quickly put on their clothes. At this time, Yang Xiaomei saw the scratches on Lin Xiao's back, and she gently stroked it with heartache and said, "Does it hurt?" Lin Xiao kissed her gently and shook his head. "It doesn't hurt. I didn't even feel it." "And you?" Yang Xiaomei blushed and nodded. "A little bit. I'm afraid I can't walk today." Having said that, she gently hit Lin Xiao and said with a blushing face, "Oh no, it's all your fault. Now my parents will definitely laugh at me. Oh no, this is so embarrassing." "Silly boy, everyone has to go through this once. Not only will my parents not laugh at you, they will be very happy. You lie down for a while. I'll go out first," said he. Then he put on his clothes and went out. Tang Fenglian looked at Lin Xiao who came out, looked behind him, and asked in confusion, "Son, where is Xiaomei? Why didn't he come out? Is he feeling unwell?" Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment and finally said, "Xiaomei has a cold." "Are you kidding?" He couldn't just tell his mother that they consummated their marriage last night. That's too embarrassing. Just then, Yang Xiaomei discovered the mark on the bedsheet, quickly pulled it off and walked out, but the way she walked was a little weird. When Tang Fenglian saw it, she immediately guessed something in her mind. She was an experienced person, so she naturally understood what it meant. Then she came over and asked with concern, "Xiaomei, go back and have a rest." Yang Xiaomei smiled stubbornly. "Mom, I'm fine. Well, I'll go cook." But she tried to endure the pain, and her face turned red and pale in an instant. Tang Fenglian said with heartache, "Son, it's okay. Mom has been through this before. It will be painful the first time. Just rest for a day or two and you'll be fine. Mom has already prepared the meal. You guys should wash up and eat." As she said that, she looked at Lin Xiao with some resentment and said, "You little brat, you don't even know how to feel sorry for your wife." Lin Xiao could only smile awkwardly and then went to support Yang Xiaomei. Yang Xiaomei was so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Chapter 80. Little Girl Lingling. After they went in, Tang Fenglian went to their room and found the bed sheets thrown on the floor. She picked it up, took a look at it, smiled, took it out and put it in the laundry tub. After breakfast, Lin Xiao and Lin Jinsen loaded a cart with vegetables and went out early. Because it was the last day of setting up the stall, they brought more today than ever before. After arriving at the venue, many stall owners also came and greeted the Lin father and son enthusiastically. Lin Xiao nodded in response throughout the whole process, while Lin Jinsen waved to everyone with pride, occasionally saying a few words to them with a smile. When I arrived at the stall and just set up the stall, people had already come to buy things. Those who came were old customers. While buying vegetables, they praised Lin Xiao for his good vegetable growing skills. Before I knew it, it was already daybreak and the stall was already surrounded by people. Although there were a lot of people, they were very orderly. Here, Lin Jinsen and Lin Xiao were weighing them at the same time, and they were very busy. They were so busy that 2.5 hours had passed by the time they had time to relax. I can finally take a break, and at this time there are probably about 100 pounds of things in the car. There are still a few people choosing, but 2 people are no longer needed at this time. Lin Jinsen can handle it all by himself. At this moment, Lin Xiao saw a little girl about 10 years old from a corner not far away. The little girl just stood there, staring intently. When she noticed Lin Xiao noticed her, she took a step back in fear, but her eyes never left the stall. Lin Xiao smiled slightly and walked to the little girl curiously, squatted down, and gently grabbed the girl's 2 hands. Then I realized that her hands were covered with soot from the bottom of the pot, and her clothes were dirty as well. When Lu Ergu slowly raised his head, he saw a pair of clear and innocent big eyes looking at him with some fear. She had 2 pigtails, which made her look very cute and lively. There was also some dust on her face, which made her look more mature than her age. When Lin Xiao gently wiped the soot off her face with his hand, the little girl took a step back nervously again. Lin Xiao looked at her softly and smiled. "Don't be afraid, kid. Uncle is not a bad person." The little girl seemed to have calmed down at this time, and there were actually some tear marks in her bright big eyes when she looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao grabbed her little hand and smiled kindly. "Can you tell me what you are looking at? By the way, Uncle still doesn't know your name. Can you please tell me your name?" The little girl looked at Lin Xiao quietly for a while, and after making sure that he would not hurt herself, she spoke crisply. "My name is Lingling." "Lingling? It sounds good. By the way, Lingling, where are your parents? Why are you here alone?" Hearing this, a hint of sadness appeared in Lingling's young eyes. Lingling doesn't have a dad. Lingling only has one. Having said this, tears could no longer hold back and fell from her clear eyes. Mom is sick too." Lin Xiao looked at this sensible and sympathetic little girl, and he couldn't help but gently hold her in his arms. "Lingling, don't cry. Be good. Can you tell Uncle what happened?" "Woo-woo. Dad died when Lingling was very young, and Mom was driven out by Grandma. They also beat my mother and called her a jinx. They all said Lingling was a wild child." Having said that, Lingling left Lin Xiao's arms, raised her head, and looked at Lin Xiao with clear little eyes. "Uncle, Lingling is not a wild child. Lingling is not? But Mom has been sick for a long time, and Lingling hasn't had a full meal for a long time. These past few days, Lingling has earned some money by picking up bottles." As she spoke, she took out a few worn dimes from her pocket, handed them to Lin Xiao, and asked pitifully in a low voice, "Uncle, can I buy some cabbage?" Lin Xiao touched her little head and chuckled. "Of course, Uncle's food is very cheap. You can buy a lot with this money. Uncle will take you to buy it, okay?" Lingling nodded, and then was led by Lin Xiao to their stall. Lin Jinsen looked at the little girl and asked with some confusion, "Son, she is?" Lin Xiao explained it briefly, then took a bag and filled it with some vegetables for her. After doing all this, Lin Xiao said to his father, "Dad, if I can't make it back in time, please help me deliver some food to Tianqiang Hotel?" Lin Jinsen nodded. At this time, the little girl handed the few cents in her hand to Lin Jinsen and spoke crisply, "Grandpa, this is the money for food. This is all Lingling has." Lin Jinsen laughed quickly. "Child, you are a good child. Grandpa gives you those vegetables for free." When Lingling heard this, she waved her hands and backed away. "Grandpa, Lingling doesn't want that anymore. Mom said we can't just take other people's things. If we do that, Lingling will be scolded when we go back. Mom will say that Lingling is not well behaved." Lin Jinsen felt distressed looking at such a sensible child. He took a dime from her hand and said with a smile, "Kid, this dime is enough." Lingling lowered her head and thought for a moment, then nodded, and Lin smiled and said, "Lingling, let Uncle take it back to you. You can't carry these things." Lingling nodded, turned around and bowed to Lin Jinsen and Lin Xiao, and said seriously, "Grandpa, you and Uncle are both good people. Lingling will remember you." As she said that, she led the way, with Lin Xiao in front and carrying the vegetables behind her as they walked towards her home. At this time, an old lady next to him spoke to Lin Jinsen. "Oh, this child is so pitiful. I heard that the mother and daughter were driven out, so her mother brought her here and worked day and night. She was so exhausted last year, but the child is also very sensible." Lin Jinsen sighed. "How cruel this person must be. How could he kick out such a good child?" "Boss, you are good people too. Good people will be rewarded." Lin Xiao followed Lingling. When they passed by a breakfast shop, Lingling took a look at the steaming buns and swallowed her saliva. Her stomach protested. Lin smiled and said, "Lingling, Uncle didn't eat breakfast this morning. Can we have a meal here?" Lingling nodded, then quickly shook her head and said, "Uncle, Lingling is not hungry. Go and eat. Lingling is waiting for you here." But she spoke the following words in a very low voice, and her stomach started to growl again. Lin Xiao took her little hand and said with a smile, Lingling, uncle has a habit. That is, when he eats, he needs someone to accompany him. Otherwise, uncle won't enjoy the meal. Chapter 81 Helpless and Desperate. When Lingling saw the fragrant buns, she followed Lin Xiao in as if possessed. Lin Xiao ordered 3 baskets of steamed buns, porridge and eggs, and a bowl of wontons for Lingling. After the food came, when Lin Xiao put a bun in her small bowl, the little girl had no resistance anymore and picked up the chopsticks to eat. While eating, she kept saying that it was delicious. Looking at the little girl wolfing down the food, Lin Xiao said with heartache, Eat slowly, don't burn yourself, if you don't have enough, there's more. The little girl stopped, picked up a bun, and put it in Lin Xiao's bowl. Uncle, you should eat it too, it's really delicious. Lin Xiao rubbed her head lovingly and said with a smile, Then eat more and eat slowly so you don't choke. After a while, the little girl burped and said happily, Uncle, Lingling is so full today. Lingling hasn't eaten such delicious food for a long time. Thank you, Uncle. As she spoke, she looked at the remaining buns and whispered hopefully, Uncle, are you full too? Lin smiled and nodded. Uncle is full. Lingling took a look at the remaining buns on the table and said embarrassedly, Uncle, can you take the remaining Lingling back to Mom? Of course you can. Lingling is so sensible, what a good child. As he spoke, Lin Xiao asked the boss for 2 more baskets of buns. After paying the bill, he followed Lingling to their house. Only when I got here did I realize that the place they lived in was actually where other people stored their belongings. The house was small and shabby, with only a worn-out wooden bed inside. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the woman lying on the bed slowly opened her eyes and asked weakly, Who are you? At this time, Lingling hurried out and said with some fear, Mom, this is a kind uncle. Lingling used the bottle she picked up to buy groceries, and this kind uncle saw that I couldn't carry it, so he brought it back to me. Mom, eat this. Uncle bought this for us. It's delicious. Only then did the woman notice the vegetables in Lin Xiao's hand and the buns in Lingling's hand. Then she propped up her weak body and said, Thank you. Thank you. Then he hurriedly tidied the bed and said weakly, My benefactor, please sit down. Lingling, please find a stool for your uncle to sit on. Lin put down the things in his hand and said with a smile, Don't bother with that. Lingling is a good kid. When the woman heard this, she couldn't stop her tears from falling anymore and said with a look of self-blame on her face, It's all my fault. I'm the one who got the child into trouble. As she said this, she glanced at the sensible Lingling and continued crying. I don't know how this child will live after I'm gone. Why doesn't God give me a few more years to watch her grow up? Looking at the woman crying, Lin Xiao decided to help her. He first used his golden pupil to observe her body and discovered that her lungs had already been severely filled with water and even showed signs of suppuration. If he hadn't met Lin Xiao, he might not have lived long. Sister-in-law, don't be so pessimistic. I believe that good things will happen to you. Oh, I know some medical skills. I can help you. The woman shook her head and said sadly, No need. To be honest, I am the one who has burdened the child. She is still so young. I know my own situation. The doctor also told me that it can be cured, but it costs a lot of money, but we can't afford it at all. I clearly feel that I am getting worse day by day, and I just can't bear to leave this child. Having said that, the woman forced herself to stand up, knelt on the bed and begged, My benefactor, I can feel that you are a good person. Please, if I leave, can you please adopt Lingling as your child bride, or make her your servant? That way I will feel relieved. At least she doesn't have to beg and go hungry. Lin Xiao hurried over to help her up and comforted her. Big sister, believe me, I am 80% sure I can cure you. Anyway, it's already like this. If it can't be cured, I promise you that I will definitely raise Lingling as my own child. When the woman heard this, she burst into tears of joy and immediately expressed her gratitude in various ways. Lin Xiao comforted, Sister, lie down first. Let me check you out. The woman nodded, then lay down with Lin Xiao's help. Lin Xiao began to take her pulse. The reason for doing so was to reassure her. A few minutes later, Lin smiled and said, Sister, I can cure your illness, but… When she heard that Lin Xiao could cure her, great hope suddenly emerged in her heart. But when I heard that he seemed to be hesitant to speak, the hope that had risen up in me was dashed again, and I smiled bitterly. My benefactor, I also know my situation, so you don't have to feel any burden. The one I'm most worried about right now is Lingling. Lin Xiao knew that she might have misunderstood, So he explained, "Big sister, you misunderstood. I can heal you, but you just need to take off your shirt. But don't worry, I'm a doctor, and the only thing on my mind right now is to heal you." The woman agreed after a slight hesitation. She was a dying person, so why would she be so reserved? Even if that was true, the fact that he agreed to take care of his daughter could be considered a way of repaying him before he died. She just nodded gently and closed her eyes. Seeing this, Lin Xiao glanced at Lingling beside him and said, "Lingling, be good, turn around. Uncle won't let you turn around, so you can't turn around, okay?" Lingling nodded obediently, then turned around, squatted down and started drawing circles there. Seeing this, Lin Xiao took a deep breath, turned around and said, "Sister, take off your shirt yourself." The woman nodded, then blushed and whispered, "You don't have to turn around. I can't reach the back by myself. You help me." Lin Xiao took a deep breath and then helped her take off her top. At this time, the woman's face had already turned red. "Sister, lie down." The woman nodded, slowly lay down and closed her eyes. Lin Xiao glanced at her, then gently pressed her sleep point, and the woman fell asleep peacefully. Lin Xiao adjusted his breathing, then gathered his spiritual power in his palms and slowly moved it around her body. What he had to do now was to use his spiritual power to eliminate the edema in her body. This part lasted for about 15 minutes. Lin Xiao slowly withdrew his palm, then turned her over and let her lie on her side. Then he looked around, found a basin and placed it on the ground. What he had to do now was to use his spiritual power to completely force out the blood stasis in her body. Chapter 82. Rescue and Take Action. Then, he once again gathered his spiritual power in his palm and moved it around her back. As he continued to swim, the woman finally opened her mouth and spit out a mouthful of green stuff. Then she spit out the second mouthful, and by the time she spit out the third mouthful, the woman's face had some blush and was no longer as pale as before. Seeing this, Lin Xiao withdrew his hand and finally laughed. He used his golden pupil to check her body again and found that the edema had completely disappeared. At this time, he untied the woman's acupuncture points, prepared a glass of water for her, and then started playing with Lingling. 10 minutes later, the woman slowly woke up. She first looked around the room in confusion, and at this moment she actually felt more relaxed than ever before. Out of curiosity, she glanced sideways and saw the man squatting there playing with Lingling. Although she didn't know his name, at this moment she was filled with infinite gratitude towards the man in front of her. As she slowly stood up, she actually felt as if she had returned to the time before she fell ill. After she got out of bed, she knelt on the ground and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Rainbow, for saving my life." As she spoke, she began to kowtow to Lin Xiao continuously. Lin Xiao slowly stood up, went over and helped her up, saying with a smile, "Sister, how do you feel?" Su Kaihong moved gently and said gratefully, "My benefactor, I feel completely healed now, and even more energetic than before I got sick." Lin smiled, then pointed at the water on the table and said with a smile, "Big sister, drink some water first, then eat something. You're still a little weak because you didn't eat much?" Su Kaihong nodded, and when she turned her head, she found that there was a pungent smell in the basin beside the bed. Her face suddenly turned red, and she suddenly realized that something seemed wrong in her mouth. She hurried over, picked up the dried water, rinsed her mouth and drank a few sips. Sure enough, she felt that she seemed to be more energetic. Then she asked Lin Xiao to sit for a while she took the basin and went to deal with it. At this time, Lingling came over, took Lin Xiao's hand, blinked her lovely eyes and asked, "Uncle, Mom, is Mom really okay?" Lin Xiao squatted down and scratched her little nose and said with a smile, "Okay, from now on Mom will always be with Lingling." "Wow, that's great." Lingling is so happy. Lingling finally doesn't have to become a wild child anymore. Looking at Lingling jumping around, Lu Ergu felt distressed. What a sensible child. In fact, she always knew it, but she was sensible enough to keep it in her heart. Now that she saw her mother was completely recovered, she finally burst out. Just then, Su Kaihong also walked in. She felt distressed when she saw Lingling jumping around. Then she put down the basin in her hand and squatted down, and she could no longer control her tears. "Lingling, come here. Let Mommy hug you." When Lingling saw her mother crying, she immediately started crying and called out, "Mom," and threw herself into her arms. At this moment, Su Kaihong burst into tears. She hugged Lingling tightly and cried, "My dear daughter, I'm sorry. Sorry." It's mom who made you suffer. It's all mom's fault. As she spoke, she kept rubbing Lingling's cheek gently with her own, her face full of joy at surviving a disaster. Mom, Uncle said that he cured you, and you will never leave Lingling again, right? No, Mommy won't leave. Mommy will never leave my baby daughter again. Lin Xiao was also very happy standing there. She could see that the woman loved her daughter very much. And if this hadn't happened to me, then the consequences. At this moment, the woman pulled Lingling and quickly knelt down in front of Lin Xiao. Lingling, come on, join Mom in thanking our family's savior. Lingling obediently followed suit and kowtowed. Thank you, Uncle. Thank you, benefactor. Lin Xiao hurried over and helped the mother and daughter up. Big sister, don't do this again. Lingling is a good child. Raise her well. By the way, big sister, now that you're well, what are your plans? The woman said a little embarrassedly. My benefactor, please don't call me elder sister. Just call me by my name. My name is Su Kaihong. Thank you for giving me a new life. Lin Xiao laughed when he heard it. Then don't call me benefactor. Call me Lin Xiao. From now on, I will call you Sister Rainbow. The woman nodded and expressed her gratitude again. Thank you. I really don't know how to thank you. Gudong dong. At this moment, her stomach actually protested. Lin smiled and said, Sister Rainbow, eat something first. You just recovered and need to replenish your energy. Su Kaihong bowed and said gratefully, My benefactor, I will find a job soon, and I will definitely thank you for saving my life then. Sister Rainbow, let's not talk about it for now. Let's eat at the restaurant first. Su Kaihong nodded, then sat down and prepared to eat. Who knew that at this moment? 3 burly men kicked the door open and walked in. They looked at the room, then looked at Su Kaihong who was sitting there and were surprised at first. Huh? You're not dead? That's great. Pay me the 5 months rent you owe me today, or get out of here. Seeing this, Su Kaihong was frightened and begged quickly. Brother, please give me a few days' grace. I have just recovered from my illness and I will go find a job right away. I will definitely give it to you as soon as possible. ASAP? The bald man in the lead sneered. 5 months. What did you tell me then? I don't care. Either take the money now or... At this point, the bald man glanced at Lingling beside him and smiled evilly. Either I take her away and sell her to pay off the debt. It's your choice. I'll only give you 1 minute to think about it. Lin Xiao slowly stood up, glanced at them and said coldly, I'll pay you whatever she owes you, then apologize and get out. At this time, the big man glanced at Lin Xiao and sneered. Hey, I didn't realize that you, a dying man, actually found such a handsome guy? What's wrong? Can't stand the loneliness? As he said that, he walked over and pushed Lin Xiao, speaking in an unfriendly tone. Where did you come from? Does what happened here have anything to do with you? You are so talkative and make me very unhappy. You are very rich, right? Okay, if you give me $1,000, I'll let them go. Can you afford it? As he said that, the big man raised his hand and was about to hit Lin Xiao, but before he could hit Lin Xiao, he was caught by Lin Xiao. He looked at the big man and said coldly, Say your apology again, and I'll give you money and get out of here. Seeing this, Su Kaihong immediately begged. Chapter 83 Adding insult to injury. Because she knew that these people were not easy to deal with, Su Kaihong would not let them hurt her benefactor no matter what. So she spoke. Brother Chen, it's clearly 50 yuan a month, which is only 250 yuan. How come it has become 1,000 in the blink of an eye? Having said that, Su Kaihong showed a hint of determination. This matter has nothing to do with him. Let him go and I can agree to your request. Having said that, Su Kaihong hugged Lingling and said sadly, Lingling, I'm sorry. It's my fault that I'm useless. The man called Brother Chen was named Chen Fei. He spent his days idling around, eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. In the end, his wife chose to divorce him in anger. And he often bullied this orphan and widowed mother on a daily basis. Chen Fei sneered. What about the interest? Besides, the market is so good right now, everything has gone up in price. Shouldn't the price of my house go up as well? You have 30 seconds left. My patience is limited. Either you take the money, or I will sell your daughter to pay off the debt today. Your choice. Having said that, he glanced at Lin Xiao coldly and pointed at him with a fierce look on his face. As for him, I will break one of his legs today, and let him know the consequences of offending me, Fei Chen. Lin Xiao sneered when he heard this. Yeah, it seems like you don't want to walk out standing. When Chen Fei heard this, he felt as if he had heard a huge joke. He pointed at Lin Xiao and laughed arrogantly at the 2 people behind him. Haha, did you hear that? It really made me laugh to death. As he said that, he turned around and looked at Lin Xiao with a mocking look on his face. Boy, don't tell me that I looked down on you. I'm standing right here. Let's see who of us will get out on his stomach. Having said that, he spoke directly to the two people behind him. Brothers, beat him until he's got one breath left. Let him know that showing off comes at a price. Upon hearing this, the two of them took a step forward and walked over with ferocious looks on their faces. Seeing this, Lingling was so scared that she hid behind Su Kaihong. Su Kaihong didn't care about Lingling and rushed over to protect Lin Xiao, saying, "If you want to hit you, hit me. This has nothing to do with him." Having said that, she quickly turned around and looked at Lin Xiao nervously. "My benefactor, please go first. This matter has nothing to do with you. I am very grateful that you saved me. I don't want you to suffer any harm because of my family's affairs." As she spoke, she pushed Lin Xiao out and looked at the three people vigilantly. Pa pa pa. Chen Fei actually clapped and mocked. What a loving couple. What a pair of star-crossed lovers. I am so moved. I didn't expect that a loser like you, who can't even protect yourself, would still protect him like this. Having said that, Fade Chen's eyes flashed with ferocity, and he gave the order directly. Since the two of them have such a good relationship, let's make their wish come true. We can beat them both half to death, and then take this little bastard and sell him for money. Hearing this, Lin Xiao finally got angry. He first comforted Su Kaihong and told her not to worry, then slowly pushed her aside and looked at Chen Fei and said, "Since you want to die so badly, I will grant your wish." As he said this, he spoke gently to Su Kaihong. "Sister Rainbow, protect Lingling and prevent her from seeing things she shouldn't see." After saying this, Lin Xiao was no longer polite. He was no longer the Lin Xiao who allowed himself to be bullied before. He knew that blindly tolerating some things would only make the other party worse. In this case, he would use his fists to teach the other party what truth is. Although Su Kaihong was very worried and scared, for some reason, when she heard Lin Xiao's words, she felt a long-lost sense of security in her heart. At this time, Lin Xiao also moved. Now as a warrior, these two small fry were effortless for him to deal with after just one encounter. The two of them screamed. One covered his hand while holding the blood running down his nose, and the other lay there hugging his arms while wailing. What's more important is that they didn't see how the other party attacked, which actually made them a little scared. Chen Fei was also shocked by this scene. Before he could react at all, Lin Xiao grabbed his neck and lifted him up. A fat man weighing 200 pounds was actually lifted up like a chicken at this moment. Not only the two people lying there, but also Chen Fei's heart was filled with fear. Su Kaihong, who heard the voice, turned around with a worried look on her face, suppressing her fear. What? Su Kaihong rubbed her eyes in disbelief, fearing that she might be hallucinating. Feeling her mother's abnormality, Lingling was about to look up when Su Kaihong hugged her in her arms. Lingling, don't look, be good. At this moment, this godlike figure could never be erased from her heart. It has been so many years that she couldn't even remember how many years it had been since she had this feeling of being protected. Thinking of this, her tears could no longer be held back. She just stared at the figure, as if she wanted to engrave him in the deepest part of her soul. On the other side, feeling the gradually increasing strength in Lin Xiao's arms, Chen Fei was frightened. At this moment, he felt that he was about to suffocate to death. He desperately grabbed Lin Xiao's hands with both hands. His face was flushed red. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the Blood Wolf Gang will never let you go. If you know what's good for you, just let me go. I can pretend this never happened." Lin Xiao increased his strength, and Fei Chun started coughing violently. He looked at Fei Chen coldly and sneered. "So you're not that great. You were so arrogant just now. What about now?" As he said that, he swung his hand and Chen Fei was thrown out fiercely. This time he fell heavily. Chen Fei endured the pain in his body and said sternly, "Okay, you're good, just wait for me." As he said that, Fei Chen climbed up with difficulty, glanced at Lin Xiao and Su Kaihong, mother and daughter, viciously and said, "Let's go," etc. "Did I let you go?" As he said that, Lin Xiao walked straight towards him. Looking at Lin Xiao's unhappy expression, Fei Chen subconsciously took a step back and said sternly, "Don't come over here. What are you doing?" Lin Xiao sneered. "What? Didn't you just want to break one of my legs? Look, you're leaving before you've even finished anything?" Chen Fei said in a deep voice. "You, don't go too far. I have the Blood Wolf Gang behind me. Do you know the consequences of doing this?" Lin Xiao was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, so he kicked him down. There was a loud click, followed by Chen Fei's scream like a pig being slaughtered. My legs, bastard. You actually broke my legs. I'm going to kill you. Lin Xiao revealed an evil smile and looked at him coldly. Kill me? Well, in that case I'll give you a chance. Don't you know the Blood Wolf Gang? Then call them over and I'll wait. Chapter 84. He is someone you can't afford to offend. Chen Fei took out his cell phone, stared at Lin Xiao and sneered. You asked me to beat you. Don't regret it. Lin Xiao looked at him coldly, but couldn't help but feel sympathy for him in his heart. Blood Wolf Gang. Isn't that Dongwu's power? He wanted to see what the Blood Wolf Gang could do to him. At this time, Chen Fei's phone also came through, and he was seen crying and complaining miserably. Brother Wei, I was beaten up at my doorstep, and the other party also insulted you and the Blood Wolf Gang. He didn't take you seriously at all. An angry voice came from the other end of the phone. Who is so bold as to not take our Blood Wolf Gang seriously? You wait there. I'll be there in 5 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Fei Chun said with a look of resentment, It's not too late for you to kneel down and beg for mercy now. Otherwise, I will make you know the consequences of offending me later. Lin Xiao took a step forward, squatted down and slapped him directly, then grabbed his collar and sneered. You're still too stupid to understand the situation. If I were you, I'd shut up. Otherwise, I guarantee you'll be carried out before they get here. Although Chen Fei was very angry, he calmed down after being slapped. He knew that the guy in front of him could definitely do it, so he simply lay there, closed his eyes and pretended to be dead. Lin Xiao patted his face and laughed. That's good. You're not stupid. As he said that, he stood up and walked to Su Kaihong and whispered, Sister Rainbow, don't be afraid. No one will dare to bully you when I'm here. By the way, aren't you hungry? Come sit down and eat something. The buns are getting cold. Su Kaihong looked at Lin Xiao with gratitude and let Lin Xiao pull her to sit down. At this time, Lingling took a look at the 3 people lying there, and in horror she threw herself into Lin Xiao's arms and hugged him. Uncle, Lingling is so scared. Lin Xiao rubbed her little head and laughed. Don't be afraid, they are all bad guys. Uncle beat them all down. Do you think bad guys should be beaten? Lingling nodded her head, looked at them secretly, and whispered, Uncle, bad guys will behave themselves if they are beaten, just like Lingling. When I am disobedient, my mother beats me and I will behave myself. Lin Xiao stroked her little head and praised her. Lingling is right. Lingling is so good. Come, let's eat something with Mom. As he spoke, Lin Xiao pulled Lingling to sit down, then looked at Su Kaihong who had a dazed look on her face and smiled. Sister Rainbow, eat. Come. Lin Xiao directly picked up a bun and handed it to her, then took out another one and handed it to Lingling. But Lingling's next words almost made the 2 of them die of shame on the spot. Lingling picked up the bun and blinked her eyes and said in a low voice, Uncle is so good to Lingling. It would be great if Uncle was my dad. Lingling, stop talking nonsense. Su Kaihong, who was just about to eat, almost choked by these words. Then she blushed and secretly looked at Lin Xiao, saying apologetically, I'm sorry. It's just a child's words, don't take it seriously. Lin Xiao was also embarrassed for a moment, but he didn't show it and just smiled. Sister Rainbow, it's okay, and I like Lingling too. But Su Kaihong soon misunderstood this sentence. She looked at Lin Xiao again with a red face and couldn't help feeling inferior. She knew that she was several years older than Lin Xiao, and he was so capable. Look at yourself again. She quickly decided on a place. He was her benefactor, and she loved Lingling so much that she would repay his kindness even if she was torn to pieces. At this moment, an angry voice was heard. How dare that blind thing insult my Blood Wolf Gang? Chen Fei quickly opened his eyes and shouted, Brother Wei is here. He pointed at Lin Xiao and said viciously, You useless piece of shit. Brother Wei is here. You're dead this time. As soon as he finished speaking, Brother Wei walked in aggressively with a dozen young men. Although Lin Xiao had his back to her, Su Kaihong was terrified. As an ordinary woman, she had never seen such a scene before, so she quickly prepared to stand up. But Lin Xiao got up first and pushed her down. He gave Su Kaihong a reassuring smile. Sister Rainbow, just leave the food to me. They can't do anything to me. Upon hearing this, Fei Chen immediately started shouting arrogantly, You useless thing. Brother Wei is here, and you are still pretending to be awesome. I think you are tired of living like a fucking old man. As he said that, he quickly looked at Brother Wei and said excitedly, Brother Wei, look at this. This kid doesn't take the Blood Wolf Gang seriously at all. and now he doesn't take you seriously at all. Brother Wei looked forward calmly. At first glance, the figure seemed a little familiar, but he couldn't remember it at once. Boy, you are so arrogant. Are you the one slandering our Blood Wolf gang? Blood Wolf gang. As he spoke, Lin Xiao slowly turned around. After seeing his appearance clearly, Brother Wei's heart was immediately filled with turmoil. No wonder he looked a little familiar. This person was someone that even their boss had to be polite to. Brother Wei glanced at Chen Fei fiercely and was about to speak when he was interrupted by him. At this time, the two people on the ground helped him up and came to Brother Wei. Before Chen Fei could figure out the situation, he pointed at Lin Xiao and angrily exaggerated it. Brother Wei, it's this bastard. Not only did he not take the Blood Wolf gang seriously, he also threatened that if you come, he will beat you so hard that your own mother won't recognize you. Look, we certainly wouldn't let him insult you and the Blood Wolf gang, but we ended up getting beaten like this. Brother Wei asked coldly. Yeah. Yes, Brother Wei. If you don't believe me, ask my two brothers. It's Nima. Pa. The angry Brother Wei slapped Chen Fei hard, and then came to Lin Xiao and said respectfully, Mr. Lin, why are you here? Chen Fei felt a burning pain on his face. Just as he was about to ask, he saw Brother Wei respectfully addressing Lin Xiao as Mr. Lin. At this moment, Chen Fei was completely confused. He really wanted to ask, who am I and where am I? He hurriedly limped over, supported by someone, looking aggrieved, and asked, Brother Wei, you? However, what responded to him was another slap in the face. This slap made Chen Fei feel dizzy, and the child felt unwell all over. Brother Wei looked at him coldly and said, If you say another word of nonsense, I'll fucking kill you. Is Mr. Lin someone you can mess with? Chen Fei was really about to cry. I called you here to calm the situation for me. Why does something seem to be wrong now? But he was still afraid of Brother Wei and could only ask in a low voice. Brother Wei, who is he? Brother Wei looked at him coldly, as if he were an idiot, and said impatiently, He is someone you can't afford to offend, understand? Chapter 85. Work like a slave. Hearing this, Chen Fei felt so aggrieved. Everything was fine. Once this woman died, it would be natural for him to take that little bastard away and exchange him for money. Now, not only did I ruin my plan because of a momentary impulse, but I might even end up dying here. There's nothing he can do about it. It's all because he's been unlucky lately and lost all his savings, so he started to have evil thoughts in advance. The reason was that they met a man who promised that if they sold Lingling to him, they would get a reward of 20,000 yuan. 20,000 yuan is enough for them to squander for a long time. So they came here early, but they didn't expect that things would turn out like this. The person who was supposed to die is alive and well, and the most important thing is that he encountered the variable Lin Xiao. At this moment, Feidchen knew whether he could escape unscathed or not. It all depended on Lin Xiao. Seeing this, Feidchen quickly put on a flattering face and begged Lin Xiao. Mr. Lin, oh no, Uncle Lin, I was wrong. It's all my fault for being blind and offending Uncle Lin. I promise I won't dare to do it again next time. As he said that, he immediately begged Su Kaihong again. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Well, I don't want the rent anymore. You can live here for free from now on. Oh no, there's an empty house in my yard. You and your daughter can move in there for free. Brother Wei said coldly. Feidchen, you are so brave. If Mr. Lin doesn't let you live today, even God can't save you. Then Brother Wei quickly looked at Lin Xiao and smiled. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. How do you think we can handle this? Lin Xiao glanced at Chen Fei casually and said calmly, What would have happened if it hadn't happened to me? You should never have thought of hitting on Lingling. This is unforgivable. Having said that, he looked at Brother Wei and said, Take them away and teach them a lesson. Don't disturb me while I'm eating here. Brother Wei laughed quickly. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll do it right away. After saying that, he turned around and said coldly, What are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear what Mr. Lin said? Take them away. When I saw this, a group of people surrounded them and dragged Chen Fei and others away. Brother Wei laughed when he saw this. Mr. Lin, I won't bother you anymore. It was not until Brother Wei took his people away that Lingling timidly ran over and threw herself into Lin Xiao's arms, saying fearfully, Uncle, Lingling is so scared. Lin Xiao comforted her tenderly and lovingly. Don't be afraid. The bad guys have been beaten away by Uncle, and they will never dare to bully Lingling again. Looking at this scene, Su Kaihong could no longer hold back her tears. Lin smiled and said, Sister Kaihong, it's okay. By the way, I opened a store in the basement of Hongfu Community on Danyang Road. It will open tomorrow. If you don't have a suitable job, you can come to my place. And you can't live in this house anymore. Find another house and move out later. Su Kaihong knew it very well, but her family had no money to rent a house now. But she remembered the address very clearly, and in the end, she insisted on inviting Lin Xiao to have dinner with her. After saying that, she took the vegetables Lingling bought and went to cook, and Lingling had no choice but to stay and play with her. Soon, a few simple dishes were ready, and she heated up the remaining buns and brought them over. Mr. Lin, Lingling, come over and eat first. Upon hearing this, Lu Ergu looked at Lingling and smiled. Let's go eat. As he said that, he walked over holding Lingling's hand. Su Kaihong smiled slightly and said, well, I'm going to go out for a while. You guys eat first. I'll be back soon. After Su Kaihong went out, Lingling pulled Lin Xiao and said with hope, Uncle, can you stay and play with Lingling? Lingling hasn't been this happy in a long time. Lingling, Uncle has something to do later, but Uncle promises you that I will come and play with you as long as I have time, okay? Lingling felt a little disappointed when she heard that, but being sensible, she quickly picked up a bun and put it in Lin Xiao's bowl. Uncle, eat buns. Lin Xiao also smiled and picked one up and put it in her bowl, saying with a smile, Lingling, eat too. Eat more so you can grow up quickly. After a while, Su Kaihong came back with 4 steamed buns in her hand. After sitting down, she gave the steaming buns to Lin Xiao and Lingling respectively, and she only ate some dishes. Lin Xiao saw this scene and decided to help them within his ability. After finishing the meal, Su Kaihong started to clean up. While she wasn't paying attention, Lin Xiao took out 500 yuan and put it on the table, saying, Sister Rainbow Lingling, I'll be leaving first. I have something else to do this afternoon. Although Su Kaihong was a little reluctant, she could only say words of thanks as she sent him to the door. Seeing this, Lingling ran over, grabbed Lin Xiao's hand and cried, Uncle, Lingling doesn't want you to leave. Lin Xiao smiled slightly, squatted down, stroked her head and said with a smile, Uncle promises you that I will come to see you whenever I am free, okay? Su Kaihong also quickly started to persuade. Lingling, be good. Uncle has his own things to do. We can't keep pestering Uncle, okay? After hearing this, Lingling sent Lin Xiao away sadly and said disappointedly, Uncle, you must come to see Lingling, otherwise Lingling will miss you. Lin Xiao assured her again and again, then said hello to Su Kaihong and left. Only when his figure completely disappeared did Su Kaihong come back holding Lingling's hand. After entering the house, she began to clean up because she had been seriously ill recently and the house was already in a mess. Just as she was cleaning the table, she found the 500 yuan that Lin Xiao had put down under a cup. Su Kaihong looked at the money and couldn't hold back her tears any longer. She slowly picked up the money and covered her chest with both hands, choking with gratitude. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you. I, Su Kaihong, will repay you for your kindness to my daughter and me even if I have to work like a slave. After coming out, Lin Xiao bought some rapeseed and went home. After returning home, parents and Yang Xiaomei were all sitting there watching TV. Seeing him come back, Tang Fenglian and Yang Xiaomei greeted him warmly. The two naturally listened to what Lin Jinsen said when he came back, and then asked about Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao did not hide anything and told them everything. When they heard about their tragic experiences, the two girls actually shed tears of sympathy. But when they heard that Lin Xiao had cured her, the two girls actually started laughing again. Tang Fenglian looked at Lin Xiao seriously and said, Son, since you have the ability to save the world, use it to benefit more people in need. We all support you. Chapter 86 New Store Opening. Lin Xiao nodded and kept his mother's words in mind. After they talked for a while, Lin Xiao prepared to plant vegetables. Lin Jinsen and the other two naturally had to go and help, and then they closed the door and the whole family entered the space. At this time, Xiaomei finished her work and was ready to find Lin Xiao to discuss the opening of tomorrow, but no one answered the phone after she called several times. This made Xiaomei a little confused. After she explained the rest of the things, she drove to find Lin Xiao. But Lin Xiao didn't know all this, and at this time their family was immersed in the joy of farming. As time went by, they finally planted all the vegetables, and he left the rest to the spirit of the weapon. Since the spirit of the weapon was freed from its restraints, it has been able to help Lin Xiao a lot. After the family came out, Lin Xiao found several more text messages on his mobile phone. Upon closer look, he found that they were all records of Xiaomei's phone calls. He quickly called Xiaomei back. Hey, where have you been? Why can't I get through on the phone? The door is locked and no one's home. When Lin Xiao heard this, he was shocked and quickly began to explain. Sister May, well, my dad and I just came back from buying some goods, and my wife and mom are at home. I don't know. Anyway, I knocked on the door for a long time and no one opened it. Well, maybe he fell asleep and didn't hear it. What about you? Why can't I get through on the phone? Lin smiled and said, Sister May, the place we're going to is a bit far from here. There might be no signal. By the way, Sister May, what's the matter with you calling me? Xiao Mei on the other end of the phone was so angry. What? I can't call you if nothing's wrong? Lin Xiao naturally heard Xiao Mei's unhappiness and quickly explained. How could that be, Sister May? Xiao Mei then asked, Are you ready for tomorrow's opening? Afterwards, Lin Xiao patted his chest and made a promise. The two chatted about the opening for a while and then hung up the phone. That night, after a busy night, Lin Xiao and others had stored a lot of vegetables. In addition to the 3 types of cabbage, several more varieties have been added. There are beans, eggplants, peppers, spinach, celery, etc. In short, Lin Xiao discovered that he had really obtained a treasure. No matter what is in this fairy field, as long as you plant it, it will grow well. But what he didn't know was that he had only seen the tip of the iceberg of the fairy field. It was not as simple as just growing vegetables, but everything could be grown. What's even more amazing is that it matures quickly and the harvest is so abundant. He firmly believes that as long as he keeps working so hard, he will be able to provide his family with a better living environment. With this motivation, Lin Xiao became more diligent, so much so that he took his family out before 6 o'clock. The reason is that today is the first day of business, so it is likely to be a bit busy. When I arrived at the store, there was no other shop open except the breakfast shop. A few people opened the door and came in, then closed it again because they wanted to take the vegetables out. Soon, more than a dozen kinds of vegetables had been laid out, and he had prepared more than 100 kilograms of each kind and placed them under the shelf. At this time, he opened the door again and went to buy breakfast and started eating. Time always passes quickly, and it was already past 6:30 after we finished eating. At this time, people were gradually coming onto the street. At around 6:50, Xiao Mei arrived, because they had agreed to officially open at 7:18. When Xiao Mei came in and looked at the neatly arranged vegetables, she praised Lin Xiao and the others highly. After chatting for a few words, Lin Xiao and others came out because Xiao Mei had brought firecrackers and fireworks in the trunk. When everything was neatly arranged, the clock moved to 7:17, less than a minute before the cannon was fired. At this time, people came over on their bikes one after another. They were all Lin Xiao's old customers when he set up a stall in the market. And at this moment, the time has just come. Lin Xiao and Lin Jinsen were responsible for lighting the firecrackers, and then they lit the fireworks. With a crackling sound, the business finally began. Many old customers offered their blessings and started to walk into the store. Lu Ergo laughed. Good morning, new and old customers. Today is the first day our store is open. To give back to new and old customers, buy 1 pound of cabbage and get 1 pound free. Everything else is 10% off. Anyone who brings 10 new customers back through the promotion can enjoy 3 free vegetables from our store, limited to 1 pound of each. As soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, there was an immediate round of applause, and then everyone started to choose. But they soon discovered that the prices here were a little more expensive than in the market. The cheapest cabbage and potatoes are $1 per pound, and the others range from $1.50 to $3.50. Some people thought it was too expensive and were about to leave, but someone next to them said that the price was justified and that the dish was really delicious. In the end, they bought it with the mentality of giving it a try. After a while, Su Kaihong actually came with Lingling. Seeing the mother and daughter, Lin Xiao quickly introduced them to his parents and Xiao Mei. Looking at the crowded store, Su Kaihong told Lingling not to run around and want to help. If something is missing, she can quickly fill it in. If something is messy, she can quickly put it right. More and more people came in, and many of them immediately thought of the advertisement that the marketing bureau had run a few days ago. When they asked and got a positive response, everyone was willing to buy it. A morning always passes quickly when you are busy. In the blink of an eye, it is already 11 o'clock, and people are still coming to the store one after another. Although it was very busy, the harvest was also very considerable. A conservative estimate is that I sold around 3,000 yuan in one morning. At this time, there were not many things on the ground, and they were all placed on it one by Su Kaihong, Tang Fenglian, and Yang Xiaomei. Looking at her sweating profusely, Tang Fenglian smiled. Girl, take a break. You haven't stopped all morning. After a morning, Su Kaihong became familiar with them and quickly smiled. Auntie, I'm not tired. You guys take a rest. I'll do the rest myself. Yang Xiaomei also spoke. Mom, go take a break. Sister Rainbow and I will be done soon. Just then, Xiaomei came in with something in her hand and smiled, looking at Lin and said, Boss Lin, how is business? Is it better than when you were in the market? Lin Xiao said gratefully, Sister Mei, I have to thank you for this. If it weren't for your advice, I would probably still be setting up a stall in the market. Oh, come on. Don't be so cheesy. Even without me, it's only a matter of time before you open a store. That's great. I asked the store to prepare a few dishes. Let's eat together. As she spoke, she handed the bag in her hand over and placed it on the counter. Chapter 87 Diligent Su Kaihong. Looking at the bag full of delicious food, Lin Xiao, who had been busy all morning, felt a little hungry. Then he began to invite everyone to come and eat, and the sensible Lingling even brought stools for Lin Jinsen and Tang Fenglian. Grandpa, Grandma, you've worked hard. Please sit down and eat. Looking at the sensible Lingling, Tang Fenglian liked her very much. Then she glanced at young Xiaomei and smiled. Xiaomei, while your father and I are still young, you should hurry up. Young Xiaomei blushed, glanced at Lin Xiao and nodded. Afterwards, due to limited conditions, except for the two elders Lin Jinsen and Tang Fenglian, everyone else could only eat while standing. This meal was quite luxurious, with 8 dishes, including fish, chicken, shrimp, and beef. Several people were so full that they hadn't finished their meal yet, so they packed up the leftovers to eat in the evening. At this moment, Lin Xiao recalled the scene of shopping in a supermarket in his previous life. There was everything there. Then, he expressed his idea, and Xiaomei immediately agreed with both hands. I think your idea is very good. The store is big anyway, so we can just do as you said and buy some seasonings. This way, people won't have to go to a second store after buying something. They did what they said. After that, Lin Xiao and the others worked for a while to clear out an empty space and prepare to put up shelves for the seasoning area. There was no need to worry about the supply. Xiaomei got it done with just one phone call. Then she and Lin Xiao went to the building materials market and bought 2 shelves. After I came back and installed it, the seasoning delivery person had already arrived. He didn't even need to arrange the items. He just arranged them neatly and put labels with the retail prices on them before leaving. Because the first batch of goods does not need to be settled, the first batch will be settled when the second batch is delivered. This is also to ensure that the product can be replaced in time if there is any problem. A little after 7 in the afternoon, all the items in the store were sold out. Lin Xiao counted the money and found that the daily turnover was close to 7,000. This is a good sign. If you think about it this way, doesn't it mean he also has a plan, which is to open a branch, but that is something that will come later. After a busy day, they returned home, washed up, and went to the space to plant some vegetables, then went to bed early. At this time, young Xiaomei looked at Lin Xiao and whispered, Hubby, we are now stable. I want to call my family. Otherwise, my parents will probably be worried sick when they hear that we are in trouble. Lin Xiao nodded. At this moment, young Xiaomei remembered that she left in a hurry and forgot to take the note with the phone number on it. Because of this, young Xiaomei suddenly became a little sad. Seeing this, Lin Xiao hugged her in his arms and comforted her. Don't worry, honey. I'll go back with you in a few days to have a look. Chu. At this moment, Wang Jinfeng and Yang Wangkai sneezed at the same time. Wang Jinfeng asked with red eyes. Her father, do you think our Xiaomei is sensing our thoughts over there and responding to us? Yang Wangkai sat there with a depressed look on his face, took a puff of his cigarette, and said, You just miss her too much. Look at how swollen your eyes are. Woo-woo. My poor child, my poor daughter, why is your life so miserable? You're leaving before we even get married. How am I going to live in the future? Wang Jinfeng cried even more sadly. Yang Wangkai comforted. Her mother, don't cry. Didn't Xiaojun say that our son-in-law is very capable? Didn't he doubt that they are still alive? Let's just trust him once. What if a miracle happens? Wang Jinfeng glared at Yang Wangkai fiercely and choked. You just know how to make sarcastic remarks. It's not like you didn't go there. Didn't you see that a good home was burned to ruins? My poor daughter, you must have suffered a lot, right? Here, young Xiaomei didn't know why, but she felt uneasy and couldn't fall asleep no matter how hard she tried. Lin Xiao knew that she was missing home. She must be worried about her family after not contacting them for such a long time. She was afraid that her parents would be too sad after knowing it. He then spoke. Xiaomei, isn't our wedding date coming up soon? Don't worry, I will take you back after a while, and by then, I will definitely get back double what we lost. Having said that, Lin Xiao glanced at the dark night with murderous intent in his eyes. No matter who you are, once I find out, I will make you pay a heavy price." As he said this, he held young Xiaomei in his arms and comforted her for a long time before she calmed down. At this time, Lin Xiao smiled evilly. "Wife, doesn't our mother also envy having a granddaughter like Lingling? Do you think we should try harder?" Yang Xiaomei nodded shyly, and seeing that she agreed, Lin Xiao took action. Soon, the heavy breathing of the two people could be heard, adding some color to the silent night. I don't know how long it took, but after the two of them had a refreshing and primitive communication, they fell into a deep sleep. The next day, at 5 o'clock, Lin Xiao got up. After getting up, he found that the light in his parents' room had been on for a long time. Hearing the sound of him opening the door, his father Lin Jinsen also opened the door and walked out. Tang Fenglian and Yang Xiaomei started to prepare breakfast, while Lin Xiaoza and Lin Jinsen began to go into Xintian to pack up. Today, they prepared more, including potatoes, cabbage, tomatoes, and cucumbers, which together weigh about 1,300 kilograms. The total weight of peppers, eggplants, beans, and other 7 or 8 kinds of food may be around 1,000 kilograms. If they're all sold out. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh. That was nearly 10,000 yuan. In this day and age, if he could sell it at this price in a day, he would become rich in no time. When the two came out, breakfast was ready. They had steamed buns and the remaining noodles made into rice soup, and there were also some simple side dishes. The family's happy breakfast began. After eating, Tang Fenglian and Yang Xiaomei began to clean up quickly. After doing all this, the family got on the tricycle and came to the store again. And at this time, it was not even 6 o'clock. They went in, closed the door, took out the vegetables and started to arrange them. At around 6:30, Su Kaihong came. She didn't bring Lingling with her today and said she would go back to pick her up later. It was only a 20-minute journey away anyway. Tang Fenglian said with heartache, "My dear, I'm sorry for your hardship. Have you eaten yet?" Su Kaihong laughed. "Auntie, I just had a quick meal. I'm not hungry yet. Let's get to work first." Having said that, she started to arrange the vegetables directly. Her movements were quite skillful. Upon asking, I found out that she had worked part-time somewhere else before. Tang Fenglian and others understood her situation and felt very sympathetic towards her. Chapter 88 Planning. Business Map? After several people worked hard, the shelves were neatly displayed. Lu Ergu smiled and bought some breakfast for Su Kaihong to eat. When they finished, it was exactly 7 o'clock. At this time, some people have already come out for a walk, and some people have come early to buy fresh vegetables. At 8 o'clock, more and more people came to the store. A few middle-aged women came in and said that they brought a few people with them. They asked if they could choose the same thing if there were not enough 10 people. After Lin Xiao generously said that it was no problem, they became even happier. After learning what had happened, the people around them also began to think about bringing their relatives and friends over. It's not for that pound of vegetables, but for letting my relatives and friends eat these fresh and delicious vegetables. As time went by, more and more people came and the store became very busy. Xiaomei came at around 9 o'clock. She brought one more person with her today, a purchasing agent for her store. As soon as she came in, she told me to come and pick it up myself tomorrow. Soon, they took the things and left. At this time, the store was still very busy. It was not until 10:30 that there were finally fewer people. Seeing this, Su Kaihong said she wanted to pick up Lingling, and Lin smiled and said, "Sister Rainbow, please wait in the store. I can go there quickly on my bike." Su Kaihong nodded and gave the key to Lin Xiao, who then left with a smile. After a while, Lin Xiao picked up Lingling and came to the store. It only took 20 minutes in total. After coming back, he went to buy some food, and the group sat down and started eating. After dinner, Lu Ergu told Xiaomei his thoughts. He felt that with the current trend, it was time for them to branch out and develop a chain sales model. He decided to run his business following the model of the chain stores he had seen in his previous life. Afterwards, he told Xiaomei all his plans, and Xiaomei fell into deep thought after hearing what he said. According to what Lin Xiao said, what follows will undoubtedly be a big gamble. However, after analyzing the current situation, she felt that she could take a risk. But Lin Xiao said that he wanted to build a cold storage for the purpose of facilitating storage. Xiaomei looked at Lin Xiao with some doubts and asked, "Opening a store is no problem, but can you guarantee the supply of goods?" Lin said with a smile, "Sister Mei, this is why I plan to build a cold storage. I will collect all the vegetables from them in the next few days. There will be at least dozens of tons. If possible, I think we should find some suitable places and open 10 stores for the time being. We will split the profits 50 to 50 as before." "Shouty, your idea is very good. I really admire you more and more. That's settled then. I'll have someone keep an eye on the place. The reason why Xiao Mei can succeed is that she is definitely not a person who drags her feet. As long as she decides to do something, she will do it no matter how many risks there are. Because she knows that there might be a chance of success if she does it, but if she doesn't do it, any idea will only be empty talk. Then, she took out her phone and made several calls in a row, then laughed. Shouty, let's wait for news. I have to tell you that my life and property depend on you. Lin Xiao promised. Sister Mei, believe me, I will never let you down. Xiao Mei smiled sweetly and said, Of course I believe you. How bad can the man Xiao Mei, like be? Sister Mei. Seeing this, Xiao Mei rarely showed a trace of girlish shyness and coughed dryly. Oh, well, don't get me wrong. I mean the person I like. Oh, anyway, I believe in you. Xiao Mei didn't dare to continue talking because she didn't understand what happened to her today, even though she was always so decisive. Just then, her phone rang. Xiao Mei took it out and took a look at it, then raised the phone with some pride and smiled. See? This is efficiency. After showing off for a while and getting Lin Xiao's praise, she picked it up with satisfaction. When she hung up the phone after a few words, she smiled. Hee, what do you think? Am I right? There really is a place that is suitable for cold storage, and the address is not too far away. How about we go over there and take a look now? Lin Xiao nodded, and after explaining something to his parents and others, he followed Xiao Mei away. In the car, Xiao Mei received a text message. He opened it and saw a phone number and dialed it. After the call was connected, she said she would go over and take a look, then chatted for a few more words and then hung up. 20 minutes later, when they drove to the place, a woman had been waiting for a long time. Then she took Lin Xiao and others to see the house, which was a large abandoned factory. According to her introduction, the people here just moved out not long ago, and the interior has been renovated. After coming out, Xiao Mei asked, Shouty, what do you think of this place? Lin Xiao nodded and felt that this place was pretty much as he had expected. Hearing this, Xiao Mei smiled and turned to start talking to the woman. With his last breath, he actually signed a 10-year contract, and the rent was only 50,000. This was definitely not a low amount at the time, but it was about the same. Xiao Mei then asked for the bank card and made a phone call to transfer the money. An hour later, the woman received the money, handed over the key with a smile, and left. Afterwards, the two of them went to a home appliance city, contacted a store that specialized in installing cold storage, negotiated the price, left their address and keys, and walked out with the boss's warm farewell. Not long after she came out, Xiao Mei's cell phone rang again, and this time she was on the road again. Soon, they came to the second house, but they failed to reach an agreement with this one. Then they went to the third one, and by the fourth one, they finally decided. At this time, Xiao Mei received a few more calls, but it was getting late, so they could only make excuses and say they would go to see it tomorrow. Just like this, 3 days passed. At night, Lin Xiao stayed in the space not only to grow vegetables, but also to be intimate with young Xiao Mei occasionally. After 3 days of busy morning rush hour, he and Xiao Mei set out on their journey to select a store. After 3 days of continuous and careful selection, they finally identified 10 stores, and the distance between these 10 stores was about 2 kilometers. After doing all this, they asked someone to take a look at the stores that they were not satisfied with, and found that they needed a simple renovation. After doing all this, they customized the shelves and finally could breathe a sigh of relief. Now that all the stores have been decided, it's time to worry about the staffing. Lin Xiao first focused on training Su Kaihong and Yang Xiao Mei. He planned to let them be responsible for managing one store each temporarily. But despite this, there are still several people missing. Chapter 89 Return to Wusu County. Xiao Mei smiled when she saw Lin Xiao was worried. I'll take care of the rest. Don't worry, the staff is absolutely reliable. In addition, we can install testing equipment like my hotel. After the two of them finalized the plan, they began to implement it. In the blink of an eye, another 4 days passed. They recruited a lot of merchandising staff, and all the stores were planned and completed. Xiao Mei also called to have the shelves delivered, and after arranging the stores they were responsible for, they began to clean up with their people. That night, Lin Xiao and his son came to the cold storage, turned on the storage mode, and stored a lot of things in it, roughly estimated to be dozens of tons. Here, Lin Xiao was handed over to his father Lin Jinsen, because at present only the most trusted person to handle this matter is the best choice. And Lin Jinsen, as a father, knew Lin Xiao's secret, so all this was natural. After doing all this, we will naturally prepare to open the business, and next we will need 1 or 2 delivery staff and vehicles. The next day, After the rush hour, Lin Xiao went to buy 2 more tricycles. On the third day, all the stores opened smoothly and the daily revenue reached tens of thousands. The days always fly by in the busyness, and before I knew it, 10 days have passed since the store opened. During these 10 days, business has been getting better and better. Together with the old store and 11 shops, the business earns nearly 100,000 yuan a day. Lin Xiao suddenly felt that his life had reached its peak. That day, after they divided the money, Xiaomei smiled. Boss Lin, have you ever thought about starting a company? This way, someone will take care of everything for you, and you can worry less. Also, I think you can go get a driver's license now, so that you can have a car and go anywhere easily. Lin Xiao just happened to have this plan, so he signed up for a driving school. At that time, the driving schools were not very strict, so thanks to a lot of connections, Lin Xiao got his driver's license in just 20 days. Finally, accompanied by Xiaomei, Lin Xiao bought the first car in his life, Santana 2000. At this point, Lin Xiao has finally taken a big step forward on the road to a well-off life. I have a successful career and I also own my first car in my life. You know, these are rare things and few people have cars in this era. Another 5 days passed, and it was almost a month since Lin Xiao started his business. All his things are on the right track, and now he just needs to start the company. The address was chosen to be an office building in the city center. After it was decided, we started to go through the formalities. Lin Xiao doesn't have to worry about all this. Xiaomei has taken care of it completely. 3 days later, the company finally opened for business. Everything went very smoothly and many friends came to congratulate, but they were all invited by Xiaomei. In the afternoon, they chose to hold a thank you banquet at Tianxiang Hotel. On this day, Lin Xiao came into contact with many senior leaders and business elites. Under Xiaomei's introduction, they all toasted to Lin Xiao to congratulate him. Lin Xiao dealt with and responded to them one by one. Finally, when he didn't know how many glasses of wine he had drunk, he finally stopped. At this time, Lin Xiao felt dizzy and even walked in a daze. I saw a middle-aged man sitting in the vice-host seat, raising his glass with a smile. Boss Liu, come here, let me toast you. You have achieved so much at such a young age, and your future is limitless. No wonder my precious daughter has been praising you so much. Today I see that you are indeed worthy of my reputation. As he said that, he did not forget to glance at Xiaomei beside him and chuckled. Am I right, girl? Girl? Who is he? Lin Xiao was almost sobered up by the call of girl. He looked at the man with some surprise. He was 7 feet tall, dressed in a suit and had an extraordinary appearance, which gave people a faint sense of oppression. He can be seen at first glance as a successful person or a leader. More importantly, Lin Xiao only now knows that he is Xiaomei's father, Xiao Tianxi. Xiao Tianxi seemed to see what Lin Xiao was thinking, raised the wine glass in his hand and smiled. Don't be surprised. I didn't let Xiaomei tell you because I wanted to see you. It turns out you're even better than I thought. Young man, keep going. I believe in you. If you have any questions, you can come and talk to me. Lin Xiao quickly picked up the wine glass, stood up, bowed with both hands, clinked wine with him, and smiled. Then thank you, Mr. Xiao. I don't have much experience, so I'll have to bother you in the future. Haha, no problem. Come on, cheers. Wu Yan also stood up, picked up the cup and smiled. Haha, brother Lin, do you still remember your sister? I didn't expect that you would be so impressed after just 3 days of absence. Brother Lin, please take good care of your sister in the future. Come, sister will give you a toast. I wish you better and better. Lin Xiao had a good first impression of this woman. He didn't expect to meet her again today, so he smiled and chatted with her. Afterwards, everyone started drinking, and it lasted until very late. Wu Yan suggested going out to play, and finally they found a very nice karaoke bar and started playing. The next day, Lin Xiao decided to take Xiaomei back first. After all, it had been such a long time, and now he could be considered returning home in glory. And those who burned down their own houses and made their families homeless should pay the price for it. In addition, his and young Xiaomei's wedding date is getting closer, so he should go back and settle some things. After the peak period, Lin Xiao arranged all the matters, went to Wu Yan to get 2 mobile phones, and then took his parents and young Xiaomei on the journey back to Kaoshan village. When they arrived in Wusu County, it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sky was gradually darkening. After traveling for most of the day, the group found a place to rest. Returning to Wusu County again, Lin Xiao was filled with emotion. When he left, he was almost on the run. Now that he was back, then the family ordered something to eat. At this moment, Lin Xiao saw through the window that a group of people were besieging a man, pinning him to the ground and beating him horribly. After seeing this, Lin Jinsen, Tang Finglian, and others couldn't help but become worried. Yang Xiaomei was so frightened that she turned her face away and didn't dare to look at all. Lin Xiao slowly stood up and said, "Dad, Mom, Xiaomei, please sit down for a while. I'm going to go out and take a look." Lin Jinsen spoke quickly. "Sit down and eat. It's none of your business. Why are you joining in the fun?" "Son, your father is right. There are so many of them. If you go there, what if they—" "Dad, Mom, don't worry. I'll go take a look. Besides, I'm not going to fight with them." Chapter 90. You only have one chance. In the end, his parents had no choice but to compromise and told him to call the police first and not to act impulsively and get hurt. Lin Xiao had no choice but to agree, otherwise they would never let him go. After coming out, Lin Xiao pretended to take out his phone, but in fact he knew that this kind of thing was completely useless. When he arrived, the man on the ground had been beaten into a ball. His face was unrecognizable and covered in blood. Seeing this, Lin Xiao could only step forward to stop it. "Stop it. If you keep hitting him, he will die. Don't you fear the law?" Hearing someone trying to stop them, everyone stopped. A burly man with tattoos all over his arms turned around and said coldly, "It's none of your business, get out of here, or I'll get rid of you too." "Oh, really? But I want to know why you hit him." The strong man sneered. "Why beat him? He lost money and refused to pay. Do you think people like him should be beaten? Why? You want to stand up for him?" Lin Xiao smiled slightly and said, "That's not the case, but if you beat him to death, can the money he owes be paid back? So I suggest that you let him go and let him find a job to earn money to pay you back. If someone really died, I think you would feel bad too, right?" The big man thought about it and felt that there was some truth in it, but he felt very embarrassed when someone else said it. His face changed and he scolded, "Get out of here now. It's none of your business to worry about my business. If you keep complaining, I'll punish you too." After saying that, he continued to give orders. "Brothers, hit me hard, just leave me alive." After receiving the order, I started fighting again, and soon the man started screaming again. Seeing this, Lin Xiao was also furious. He went up, grabbed one of the younger brothers and kicked him out. When the big man saw this scene, he couldn't help but sneer. "You are a martial artist. No wonder you dare to meddle in my business. But since you are looking for death, you can't blame me. Brothers, be ruthless and beat him to death. Let him know the price of meddling in my business." For a moment, everyone let go of the man and instead focused their attention on Lin Xiao. More than a dozen people surrounded him and started fighting without saying a word. For a moment, there were heavy fist shadows and foot shadows. When he arrived at the store, Lin Jinsen started cursing. "This brat, I've already told him, but he still goes out and shows off. You two sit here for a while I go and take a look." Tang Finglian also looked worried and hurriedly urged Lin Jinsen to go out and help. Yang Xiaomei was so nervous that her eyes were red. She bit her lips lightly, and her little hands were tightly grasping the corner of her clothes. Lin Xiao had no time to take care of all this, nor did he have time to think about what his parents had told him. He knew that if he didn't take action, this man would most likely be beaten half to death or even disabled. Since he has the ability to save people, he also understands the principle that saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. So he can't just ignore this matter. He just looked at the people who were besieging him. In Lin Xiao's eyes, their attacks were so slow and full of loopholes. Lin Xiao sneered and then began to explain the truth to them. In Lin Xiao's eyes, these people were like chickens and dogs. In less than a minute, they were all knocked to the ground and wailing. At this time, he looked up at the big man, slowly walked towards him, and asked with a smile, "Are you satisfied with this result?" Seeing how he could easily knock down more than a dozen of his men, the big man finally became a little frightened. Not only him, Lin Jinsen, who came out, stopped and saw this scene. He was also shocked. At this moment, he realized that his son was no longer the same as before. However, compared to the secret of Xiantian, he was no longer surprised. So he turned around and walked back. Tang Finglian and others naturally saw it as well, and at the same time they felt relieved. Lin Jinsen sat down again and smiled. "Let's eat. Our worries are unnecessary." This brat. Compared to the calmness of Lin Jinsen and others, the big man was retreating with a look of fear on his face. While looking at Lin Xiao, who was approaching like a devil, he threatened him with a trembling voice. "You, what do you want to do? I'm telling you, no matter who you are, this is our territory. If you dare to touch me, I guarantee you won't be able to leave Wusu County." Lin Xiao had no intention of stopping and asked back, "Really? Then I want to see it." Upon seeing this, the big man quickly took out a dagger from his waist and said viciously, "My friend, today we are here for this. You can take the person away. How about we keep our distance from each other?" Lin Xiaojue looked at him meaningfully and nodded. "That's up to you, but you only have this chance." After saying that, Lin Xiao turned around with a wicked smile, then raised his leg and walked towards the seriously injured man. Seeing this, the big man thought Lin Xiao was scared, and this was the best time to launch a sneak attack. He must regain some face, otherwise how can he survive here in the future and how can others obey him? Thinking of this, a hint of ferocity flashed in the big man's eyes, and he said sternly, "Go to hell." After saying that, he stabbed towards Lin Zhao's back with a dagger in his hand. Lin Jinsen and others who were concerned about the missing people here shouted in unison, "Be careful." Even the man lying there badly beaten shouted weakly, "My benefactor, be careful." However, Lin Xiao always maintained a wicked smile, as if he didn't hear it. Seeing this, even the big man revealed a cruel smile, and those younger brothers who were beaten down also revealed a hint of cruelty of successful revenge. At this time, the big man was less than 1 meter away from Lin Xiao, and just when everyone thought that this attack would hit, the big man also had a look of triumph on his face as he stabbed out fiercely, shouting at the same time, "Go to hell." However, at this moment, Lin Xiao seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, and he dodged the inevitable attack by slightly turning sideways. At the same time, the big man felt a pain in his back, and his center of gravity was unstable, and he rushed out and fell. Seeing this, everyone's expectations were completely frozen on their faces at this moment. Bang! The big man fell flat on his face, looking extremely miserable. At this time, the big man was also confused. He couldn't figure out how he could dodge it in such a short distance. He couldn't help but look up at Lin Zhao's smiling face. For some reason, he felt a chill all over his body when he saw this smile, and he said in horror, Are you a human or a ghost?" Lin Xiao looked at him with some sympathy and smiled. "Don't worry about whether I am a human or a ghost. Take care of yourself first. I just know that if you stay here for a while, you will bleed to death." Lin Xiao shook his head and said contemptuously, "I told you I only have one chance. Why don't you believe it?" Chapter 91, Unbelievable. Having said that, Lin Xiao no longer paid attention to him, but walked towards the man who was being beaten. The big man shouted loudly, "What the hell are you guys still doing lying there? Take me to the hospital." The younger brothers endured the pain and had to stand up to help the big man up. Another one took off his clothes and used them to cover his wound. Before leaving, the big man turned around and said coldly, "This matter is not over yet. I will remember you. We will see what happens." After saying that, he was helped away. Lin Xiao didn't pay any attention to his threat, but looked at the man lying there twitching and said, "Are you okay?" Hearing this, the man tried to get up several times, but the pain in his body prevented him from getting up at all. "Go to the hospital. Don't gamble anymore. You'll lose 9 out of 10 times. When you're healed, leave here and find a job to work hard." The man nodded, said thank you in a low voice, but lay there motionless. Seeing this, Lin Xiao was about to leave. At this time, the man called him and spoke weakly after hesitating for a moment. "My benefactor, I may not survive. They have taken all my money. I don't have the money to see a doctor. But before I die, I want to tell you a secret. This incident has left me unable to return home, and I am being hunted by people all the time. I had already left here, but every night I would be awakened by nightmares. I dreamed that the family that died in the fire came to take my life. I wanted to turn myself in, but in the end I didn't have the courage." Sea of fire? Hearing these 2 words, Lin Xiao couldn't help but think of what happened more than a month ago when his family was trapped in a sea of fire. If it weren't for the fairy field, his family would probably not have escaped the same fate. Just as he was fantasizing, he heard the man continue speaking. "More than a month ago, we were having dinner in a restaurant, and then Li Hu found me and said he wanted to give me some money to help him do something. Who knew that after I arrived at the place, I found out that he wanted me to set fire and kill people. I was a little hesitant, and he gave me a large sum of money. In the end, I was blinded by the money." When he said this, there was actually some regret in the man's eyes, while Lin Zhao's heart was filled with turbulent waves. "Li Hu. So, the place where you set the fire should be in Kaoshan village?" The man was also shocked and said in horror, How did you know?" Lin Xiao ignored him, emitting murderous intent. He stepped forward and stomped hard on the man's head. At this moment, he really wanted to kill him directly. But if you think about it carefully, he is just an accomplice, and the culprit is Li Hu. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao looked at him coldly and said, "You still have some conscience. I will spare your life, but I need you to do something for me. As long as you do this, I can spare your life, and you will have redeemed your sins." The man coughed violently a few times and asked weakly, You are? Who are you?" "It doesn't matter who I am. I just want to ask you one question. Will you do what I say or not?" The man didn't ask any more questions, because he had had enough of living without a home to return to, so he agreed. Seeing that he agreed, Lin Xiao resisted the urge to kill him, squatted down, and began to treat his wounds. At this time, Lin Jinsen and others also came over. They looked at Lin Xiao, who had a gloomy face, and did not disturb him. 10 minutes later, Lin Xiao slowly stood up and said in a deep voice, "Come with me." The man nodded, and when he slowly stood up, he found that his injuries were almost healed. At this moment, he knew that he had met a master, so he asked tentatively, "Can you tell me who you are?" Lin Xiao said coldly, "Don't talk nonsense, you will know it when you are supposed to know it." As they were talking, they got into the car together. Lin Xiao looked at Yang Xiaomei apologetically and said, "Xiaomei, I'm sorry, something happened. Let's go back to my house first, and then we'll go to your house." Yang Xiaomei saw that Lin Xiao was very unhappy and nodded sensibly without asking anything. Afterwards, Lin Xiao drove away directly. Because of the endless anger in his heart, he drove very fast and almost had accidents several times. Lin Jinsen and others in the car were so scared that they couldn't help but blame Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao also realized his mistake and dangerous behavior and quickly adjusted himself. An hour later, the man couldn't help but exclaimed in horror, "Is this Kaoshan village? Then who are you?" Lin Xiao did not respond to him, but spoke coldly, "Don't forget what you promised me. Come down when I need you later." The man now had a bad feeling in his heart, but there was no turning back, nor did he want to go back, so he could only nod vigorously. Lin Xiao ignored him and slowly drove the car into Kaoshan village. At this time, some villagers happened to pass by and saw a car. They had only seen it when they went to the county town, so they gathered around curiously. Seeing this, Lin Xiao slowly stopped the car and got out. Before he could say hello to everyone, he heard the aunt who was leading the group suddenly shouted in horror, "Ghost! There is a ghost!" Then he started running, and the other one was also scared and started to run as well. Lin smiled and said, "Aunt Li, Aunt Xiao, I'm Lin Xiao." When they heard the words Lin Xiao, they ran even faster, as if they were afraid that he would catch up with them. The two of them ran and shouted, which alarmed all the villagers. When Lin Xiao returned home, a large number of villagers had already gathered at his door. Lin Xiao stopped the car and got out. Looking at the wasteland in front of him, the anger in his heart was like a raging flame. "Are you really Xiao Xiao?" Just when Lin Xiao was about to explode, he saw Lin Jinhai walking towards him through the crowd, his face full of longing and disbelief. At this time, Lin Jinsen, Tang Finglian and others also got out of the car. "Brother, we are back?" Lin Jinhai rubbed his eyes in disbelief and said excitedly, You, what on earth is going on?" At this time, second Aunt Zhao Haiteng also ran over, and when she saw Lin Zhao's family, she asked excitedly, "Xiao Xiao, Fenglian, you are all still alive?" Tang Fenglian nodded with a sense of relief, and tears started to flow. She walked up and held Zhao Haiteng's hand, choking with tears. "Second sister-in-law, we? When she got to this point, Tang Fenglian couldn't say any more, and then she hugged Zhao Haiteng and started crying. Zhao Haiteng also burst into tears and cried while hugging Tang Fenglian. "I'm glad you're back. I'm glad you're okay." His uncle Lin, his aunt, you are all still alive? Chapter 92. Loving mothers often spoil their children. Hearing the voice, Tang Fenglian let go of Zhao Haiteng, then turned around and saw who was coming and cried with joy, "Aunt Wang, we are back. It's great to see you." Lin Xiao also turned his head and saw Li Xiaojun looking at him with red eyes. He smiled slightly and was a little moved. From this point of view, Li Xiaojun is definitely someone worth associating with. "Brother Xiaojun, long time no see." Hearing this, Li Xiaojun walked up excitedly and hugged Lin Xiao, crying and laughing. "Good boy, I knew you were lucky. You made me worry for so long in vain." Lin Jinhai stepped forward and said with a smile, "Xiao Xiao, you don't know that your brother Xiaojun has been worried about you. He has been searching for you here for several days and was even almost caught." Hey, stop standing here. Let's go to my house. Afterwards, Lin Xiao waved and greeted all the uncles and aunts and asked them to sit together for a while. He knew that the villagers must have contributed a lot after they disappeared. Then, Lin Xiao came to the car, tapped the window and said, "Get out of the car and follow me." The thin man slowly opened the door, glanced at Lin Xiao and the waist behind him, bowed deeply, and said with a sigh of relief, "I'm sorry. Now that I see you're safe and sound, I'm relieved." Lin Xiao could see that he really felt regretful, so his tone softened. "You are just an accomplice. You are able to recognize your mistakes, which is commendable. For this reason, I can give you a chance to redeem yourself and make meritorious contributions. Come with me." The thin man nodded, then followed Lin Xiao and others to Lin Jinsen's house. After coming in, Lin Jinhai hurriedly called Lin Jinsen and others to sit down and chat. Zhao Haiteng even pulled Tang Fenglian aside to ask how they escaped. Lin Xiao had explained all these things when he came back, so Tang Fenglian quickly evaded the question. After hearing this, everyone's face was filled with fear when they learned that it was Li Hu who hired someone to set the fire. Li Xiaojun said angrily, "It's just as I thought. I said it was done by that bastard Li Hu, but there was no evidence at that time. Now that I have evidence, I'm going to kill this scumbag." At the same time, the news that Lin Xiao and others returned alive also reached Li Qingshou's ears. At this moment, in the living room of the Li family, Li Qingshou was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, fidgeting with anxiety. Chun Haiyan asked even more anxiously, "Why don't you say something? Didn't they say that the entire Lin family was burned to death? Then how come they came back intact? What should we do now, Tiger?" Li Qingshou smoked a cigarette and said coldly, "What to do? You're responsible for this. What can I do?" Upon hearing this, Chun Haiyan became furious and pointed at Li Qingshou and cursed, "I'm asking you, are you still a man? Aren't you usually very capable? Why? Are you so weak now? Li Qingshou, are you still a man? Li Hu is the only legitimate heir of your Li family." Li Qingshou became even more upset by what he said and shouted angrily, "Shut up. Don't you have any responsibility for what happened to him? If you hadn't just let him do what he wanted and indulged him, would this have happened? Now you are here to blame me. It is said that loving mothers often spoil their children. It is you who is responsible for his current situation." Chun Haiyan was so angry at these words that she sat on the ground and started crying. "My poor child, if anything happens to you, how will I live? Cry, cry, cry. All you do is cry all day long. Sooner or later, I will either be pissed off to death by you or cry to death. I asked you to call that bastard, did you? Where is he?" Chun Haiyan said with tears in her eyes. "I called him, and he said he'll be back soon." Upon hearing this, Li Qingshou threw the cigarette butt to the ground and said, "Just pray. Pray that no one knows what he did, otherwise I can't protect him. Don't you have a good relationship with the leaders in town? Why don't you ask them if there is any solution to this problem? What can we do? Didn't I ask before? They have already suppressed the matter and closed the case. But no matter how much I planned, I never expected that the Lin family would not die. I hope they didn't see them." Just as Li Qingshou was turning around anxiously, everyone on Lin Zhao's side was also extremely angry. Lin Xiao spoke calmly, "Uncle, aunt, all uncles and aunts, I will handle this matter personally. Anyone who dares to hurt my family will pay a heavy price." Li Xiaojun stood up and said angrily, "Come on, brothers, let's go find this bastard." Lin Xiao waved his hand and said, "Brother Xiaojun, this is not urgent. I'll make a call first." Afterwards, Lin Xiao called the police directly. He felt that beating him would not satisfy his hatred, and he had to make him spend the rest of his life there. After doing all this, he, Li Xiaojun, and the thin man went to Li Hu's house together. Originally, Lin Jinsen and others wanted to go, but were stopped by Lin Xiao, who asked them to wait for news at home and then left. At this time, Li Hu also came back in a panic. He was having a great time at Widow Su's house, but he was so frightened by a phone call from Chun Haiyan that he ended the affair in a hurry and ran back in a disheveled state. As soon as he entered the door, Li Qingshou was furious when he saw him like this. "Pa!" Li Qingshou slapped him hard in the face and cursed him with a look of disappointment. "How could I have given birth to a little bastard like you? Look at what you have done." Li Hu covered his face and did not argue with Li Qingshou this time. Instead, he looked at Chun Haiyan in panic. "Mom, you said Lin Xiao. Is it true that Lin Xiao's family is back?" Chun Haiyan also started to scold him with some disappointment. "Asshole, How could I possibly joke with you about this? As she said this, she nervously grabbed Li Hu's shoulders with both hands and questioned, Son, tell me quickly, was anyone aware of you doing this? When Li Hu heard this, he thought Chen Haiyan was asking about what happened between him and Widow Su. So he quickly made the assurance, Mom, don't worry about this. I promise no one will find out. I climbed over the wall after making sure there was no one around. Pa. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Hu was slapped by Chen Haiyan again, and she said angrily, Who asked you this? I mean, when you went to the Lin family that night, it was already so late. You have such a mess in your head. When Li Hu saw his mother, who usually loved him very much, hitting him, he felt so wronged. But he knew this was a big deal and thought that Lin Xiao's family had died in the fire. Li Qingshuo used his connections to settle the matter, but who knew they would actually escape death? Chapter 93. Are you threatening me? Li Qingshuo said angrily. You'd better tell us the truth about this matter, otherwise we can't protect you. Li Hu is definitely authentic. Dad, I really didn't do that. The skinny guy who went with me would have been beaten to death by us if he hadn't run fast. No one else knows about this except him. Li Qingshuo said with a gloomy expression. So he's still alive? Does he know that you're the one who's sending people to get him? I didn't know before, but I know now. Li Hu, you bastard. I trusted you so much, but you actually wanted to kill me. Let's fight to the death. The three people in the room were startled by the sudden sound. Li Qingshuo suppressed his anger and said in a low voice, Did you leave the door unlocked when you came back? Li Hu didn't dare to look at him at all and walked out directly. But when he confirmed the people in the yard, a murderous intent immediately emerged in Li Hu's eyes, and then he smiled. Brother Skinny Monkey, why are you back? Not long ago I was worried about you and asked someone to look for you. Now it's great that you're back. Haha, Li Hu, I'm afraid you were looking for someone to kill me? If I hadn't been lucky that time, I would have been hacked to death by you guys in the bar. Fortunately, there is always a way out. I went out for a walk. You didn't expect me to come back secretly, did you? Li Hu heard this and stopped pretending. He was really a little scared. Coming back at this critical moment, the skinny monkey sneered. I heard that the family you asked me to burn to death is not only safe but has returned? Li Hu looked at the skinny monkey coldly and gently moved his feet to move forward. Seeing this, the skinny monkey sneered. What? Li Hu wants to kill you to silence you after seeing you like this. Li Hu stopped when he heard that. He was already thinking about how to kill him, but he smiled. Brother, look at what you said. How could I have such an idea? We are brothers. Brother? Li Hu, you are such a joker. I don't dare to make friends with a brother like you, or I will die without knowing how. Seeing this, Li Hu asked directly to the point. Skinny monkey, just tell me what is the purpose of your coming here? Upon hearing this, the skinny monkey smiled and pinched his fingers, saying, Nothing. I'm just short of money recently. Didn't you say we are brothers? That's great. Give me that little money to spend and I'll leave. Otherwise, I'll go tell them right now that you set the fire. I think they'll be more interested in that. Skinny monkey, don't push your luck. The skinny monkey sneered. So there's nothing to talk about? Okay, then I'll tell you everything. Having said that, the skinny monkey pretended to turn around and leave. Seeing this, Li Qingshuo quickly stepped forward and said with a smile, Wait, brother skinny monkey, isn't it just money? As long as you don't tell them, I'll give you money. How much do you want? After hearing this, the skinny monkey turned around and sneered. Look, there are still smart people out there. Li Hu, your father is much more experienced than you, so learn from him in the future. Having said that, he ignored Li Hu, whose face had turned completely black, turned around and looked at Li Qingshuo and smiled. I've heard that village chief Li is very wealthy. Today I see that his reputation is well-deserved. I've heard that village chief Li is so wealthy that he is very wealthy in Kaoshan village. Village chief Li, you look a little weird. Did I say something wrong? Li Qingshuo suppressed his anger and murderous intent and smiled. Little brother, what are you talking about? I am only concerned about the villagers and have never done anything like what you said. Just tell me, how much money do you want to completely forget about this matter? The skinny monkey smiled, then stretched out his hand and crossed his two index fingers to make a 10. Li Qingshuo said with a dark face, 100,000? You're asking for too much. However, the skinny monkey shook his head and sneered. Village chief Li, I don't think so. After all, it's several lives at stake. Li Qingshuo sneered. You are the only one who knows about this, and I can also sue you for frame-up for failed fraud and extortion. What can you do to me if we refuse to admit it? Ha ha ha. Village chiefly, you are really smart. Do you really think I don't have any backup plan? Li Qingshu just looked at him quietly for a long time and finally compromised. Okay, I can promise you, but I don't have any money at home right now, so I have to go get it for you. The skinny monkey sneered. Village chiefly really thinks I'm a fool. If that's the case, then there's no need for us to say anything. Having said that, the skinny monkey turned around and prepared to leave. Li Qingshu's face turned pale. He glanced coldly at Li Hu, who also had a dark face, and stopped the skinny monkey. Okay, I'll give it to you now, but after I give you the 100,000, you have to shut up completely and promise to leave here forever. The skinny monkey sneered. You don't admit it, do you? Why? Are you afraid sometimes? Having said that, he looked at Li Hu again and sneered. I didn't realize you were such a cruel person. You actually set fire to someone else's family for such a small matter. Aren't you afraid of walking on the road at night? Li Hu sneered. This is the price of provoking me. Whoever Li Hu, want to die will die. Oh, so I won't live for many more days? At this point, the skinny monkey's face changed and he said in a cold voice, Stop talking nonsense and take the money. If I don't see the money within 3 minutes, I'm sure I'll start shouting in this yard. Li Qingshu nodded and scolded Chen Haiyan, who was standing beside him. Why are you still standing there? Chen Haiyan rarely refuted and just turned and left. At this time, the skinny monkey sneered. Village chiefly, where did you, a farmer, get so much money? Don't tell me how much you earn. As far as I know, you've never been far away from home, and your family doesn't have any source of income. I have always had a question. If you can satisfy my curiosity, I promise to forget about it from now on. If it doesn't satisfy me, maybe I will tell you out loud when I am drunk one day. Li Qingshu said with a serious face. Are you threatening me? Haha, you are the local tyrant of Kaoshan village. How could I dare to threaten you? I'm just a little curious. Li Qingshu glanced at the skinny monkey coldly and was ready to satisfy him. In his eyes, the skinny monkey would not survive the night anyway. Just ask. The skinny monkey laughed. People say that village chiefly is a millionaire in Kaoshan village. It seems that this is absolutely true. Li Qingshu had been unable to hold back and wanted to kill him, but he couldn't do it now. We can only wait. Looking at the skinny monkey's expression of not giving up until he achieves his goal, Li Qingshu finally nodded. Looking at Chen Haiyan coming out, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Chapter 94, Why Should I Let Him Go? Looking at Chen Haiyan coming out, Li Qingshu slowly took the bag from her hand, and at the same time gave Li Hu a wink without leaving any trace. However, there was no way their action could escape the skinny monkey who was staring at them. Just as Li Qingshu turned around, the skinny monkey chuckled. Village chiefly, do you really want to kill me so that your secret can be kept forever? I'm telling you, I've seen through your little tricks a long time ago. Also, let me tell you, between you and your son, one is corrupt and the other is murderer. If any one of them were to be exposed, it would be enough for you to have 3 free meals a lifetime. Li Qingshu's face turned pale, and just as he was about to speak, the skinny monkey laughed. That's about it. I was just afraid that you wouldn't admit it, so I came in to test the waters first. Now that all your evidence is in our hands, how can you still argue? As he said that, the skinny monkey glanced at the door and smiled. I brought some old friends to you today. I guarantee you'll like them when you meet them. After saying that, he bowed towards the door. I have asked everything you want to know. You can come in now. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xiao and Li Xiaojun walked in with gloomy faces. Seeing this scene, Li Qingshu's family was so frightened that they couldn't even express it in words. Li Hu was so scared that he sat down on the ground. Looking at Lin Xiao and the other person who were slowly approaching, Chen Haiyan quickly stretched out her hands to block Li Hu and said in a trembling voice, You, what do you want to do? Lin Xiao asked back. Ask Li Hu what we want to do. Seeing this, Li Qingshu quickly took out a cigarette and said with a smile, Nephew, I'm really happy to see you alive. I was just about to go to your house to see you. Come on, have a cigarette first. Lin Xiao did not answer, but looked at Li Qingshu with a smile and said, Didn't expect we were still alive? In fact, we should thank your son for this. His fire was not strong enough, otherwise we would not have survived. Since I'm here today, let's settle all the old and new accounts together. Li Qingshu did not give up and quickly handed over a cigarette and said with a smile, Nephew, look at what you said. We are all from the same village. Since you are fine, That's great. We are willing to compensate you and repair your house as long as you can let us go. Before Lin Xiao could speak, Li Xiaojun spoke first. I call you a beast. Who are you calling nephew? Do you deserve it? You also know a whole village. If you know that, why do you still condone your son's murder and arson? And why aren't you the first to step forward when something happens? Are you scared now? You're thinking of negotiating now that the truth has been revealed? Are you dreaming? If I don't beat that bastard Li Hu to death today, I won't be called Li Xiaojun. Having said that, the hot-tempered Li Xiaojun went straight towards Li Hu. Seeing this, Qin Haiyan tried to stop Li Xiaojun, but Li Xiaojun grabbed her and she fell to the side. At this time, Li Xiaojun also came to Li Hu and kicked him in the chest. This kick knocked Li Hu to the ground. Before Li Hu could get up, he started kicking him wildly. Soon, Li Hu was beaten so hard that he screamed in pain. Li Qingshu saw this and shouted angrily, "That's enough. You came to our house to commit murder. Do you still respect the law? Do you still respect me as the village chief?" Lin Xiao couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. Li Qingshu, you still have the nerve to say this. What did you do in Kaoshan village? As the head of the village, what have you done for the villagers besides lining your own pockets? As he said that, he walked to the courtyard wall, picked up a wooden stick as thick as a baby's arm that was placed there, and walked over, saying angrily, "I gave you guys a chance, especially you, Li Hu. What did you do? You actually want to burn my whole family to death. Do you really think I'm so easy to bully?" As he said that, he came up to Li Hu, grabbed Li Xiaojun and said, "Brother Xiaojun, leave this to me." Li Xiaojun's anger subsided a little at this time, so he stepped aside and watched coldly. Lin Xiao picked up a wooden stick and hit Li Hu hard. When the stick hit him, Li Hu screamed and rolled on the ground. When Qin Haiyan saw this, she rolled over and hugged Lin Xiao's legs, begging, "Stop hitting him, you'll kill him. I beg you, we'll pay you back. You can do anything you want. I only have one son, and as long as you let him go, we'll do anything you want." Lin Xiao was not moved at all. He kicked Qin Haiyan away and said coldly, "I'm telling you, you can hurt me, but you should never touch my family. If I hadn't gotten up and saved them, I'm afraid my whole family would have died in the sea of fire. Anyone who touches the dragon's reverse scale will die. Tell me, why should I let him go?" After saying that, Lin Xiao picked up the wooden stick and hit him hard several times. This time, Li Hu was beaten so hard that he curled up and trembled all over. Lin Xiao obviously didn't intend to let him go, and he tried to kill him by picking up a wooden stick and hitting Li Hu on the head. Li Hu seemed to sense it and kicked his leg to avoid the attack, but the attack hit his leg hard. With a click, Li Hu began to wail again. "My leg, Lin Xiao. You broke my leg? Break your leg? What I want is your life." As he was about to continue, Li Qingshu ran over and hugged Lin Xiao, begging, "Stop beating him. I'm going to take him to turn himself in now. If you beat him to death, you won't be able to escape." Lin Xiao swung his body, and Li Qingshu, who was originally holding Lin Xiao, was thrown out. He looked at Li Qingshu lying on the ground and sneered, "What? Are you scared already? He wants to kill our whole family. Do you think I have any reason to keep him around and let him continue his revenge? Today, I must kill this bastard and make sure he can never hurt anyone again." Just as Lin Xiao was about to take action, a group of police officers in plain clothes and uniforms rushed in with weapons and shouted, "Don't move, put down your weapons." Seeing this, Lin Xiao could only throw away the stick in his hand and walk over. Seeing this, the plainclothes officer shouted loudly, "Squat down, put your hands on your head, come one step closer, or I'll be polite." Lin Xiao said with a serious face, "Officer, we are the victims. You treat us without asking any questions. Doesn't that seem unreasonable? I'll say it again. Get down on your knees and put your hands on your head, or we'll take action." Seeing that they were serious, Lin Xiao could only squat down slowly. After all, they were facing real guys and no one knew whether they would take action or not. Chapter 95. Are you threatening me? Seeing Lin Xiao squatting down, the leading plainclothes man nodded with satisfaction. Then he looked at Li Xiaojun and said, "You squat there and don't move." Li Xiaojun also did not refute, but squatted down with his head in his hands. The plainclothes man then walked towards Li Qingshu with satisfaction and asked, "Village Chief Li, what's going on?" When Li Qingshu saw that the person coming was an acquaintance, he went up to him, shook hands with him, and said excitedly, "Captain Zhao, why are you here? I'm sorry. This matter has alarmed you. I came here because one of you called the police. What is going on here?" "What happened to Li Qingshu?" After seeing a hint of provocation flashing in Lin Xiao's eyes, he began to confuse right and wrong. In short, they became victims, and Lin Xiao, Li Xiaojun and others became the murderers who came to cause trouble. Upon hearing this, Captain Zhao turned around and questioned Lin Xiao with an unfriendly tone. Is what he said true? Do you know that you have committed a crime by illegally invading his home without his permission? Lin Xiao slowly raised his head and sneered. If he says black, then black. If he says white, then white. Why don't you just convict others so easily without any investigation? Captain Zhao said in a bad tone. This is all obvious. Do you still need to investigate after you beat him up like that? At this time, Li Qingshuo hurriedly handed over the cigarette and spoke in an innocent tone. Captain Zhao, as the head of the village, I have always been impartial and have inevitably offended people. But what makes me most angry is that they dared to openly come to my house to commit crimes. This is completely provocative to the red line of the laws of my dragon country. I will definitely get to the bottom of this matter, and I must get justice. Captain Zhao nodded. Don't worry, we won't wrongly accuse a good person, and we will never let any bad guy go. Someone, take them all away. Wait. Lin Xiao stood up and glared at Captain Zhao, saying, Captain Zhao is such an impartial law enforcer, but this is how you enforce the law? Let me ask you something. If someone wants to kill or burn your family, what would you do? How dare you threaten law enforcement officers? I'm telling you, if I were you, I would keep my mouth shut. Otherwise, everything you say will become evidence in court. Having said that, he gave the order again. Take them all away. If they resist, they will be executed on the spot. After receiving the order, the subordinates all pointed their black guns at Lin Xiao and the other man. Seeing this, Lin Xiao was extremely disappointed with this scene. He glanced coldly at the complacently father and son, then looked at Captain Zhao and was taken away by them. After seeing that everyone had gone out, Li Qingshuo quickly opened the package, took out 20,000 yuan and secretly stuffed it into the pocket of Captain Zhao, saying with a smile, Captain Zhao, you've worked so hard. As a token of my appreciation, I'd like to invite you brothers to have a meal and some tea. Captain Zhao smiled slightly, did not refuse, and prepared to leave. Li Qingshuo quickly called him and said with a smile, Captain Zhao, I have a favor to ask. Captain Zhao laughed. Speak. Li Qingshuo nodded and spoke. That Lin Xiao may have recorded something on his phone, and that skinny guy is a repeat offender, so I think keeping people like him around is a nuisance. Oh, village chief Li wants me to do this? Upon seeing this, Li Qingshuo hurried back and handed him the remaining 80,000 yuan before continuing. I still have to rely on Captain Zhao for this matter. I don't want them to get out alive. I believe you can find a way. Captain Zhao shook the bag in his hand, put it away without leaving any trace, and said, I know what to do, I'll leave now. Li Qingshuo quickly sent him to the door before suppressing the joy in his heart and said, Captain Zhao, take care. I'll treat you to tea when I have time. Looking at Captain Zhao and others who were leaving, Li Qingshuo showed a smile of success and said to himself, You are too young to fight me. After saying that, he turned around and went back to the yard and closed the door. But they don't know that they will soon regret it and pay a heavy price for it. When she came back, Chen Haiyan was squatting down and asking about her son's condition with concern. Looking at the already dark sky, Chen Haiyan said quickly, His father, hurry up and call a car to take your son to see him. Li Qingshuo glanced at Li Hu coldly and shouted angrily, It would be better if he died, so that he wouldn't cause me any more trouble. I just cleaned up his mess all day long. At this moment, Li Qingshuo also felt heartbroken and went straight back to the house and locked himself up. No matter how Chen Haiyan scolded him, he didn't care whether Li Hu lived or died. At the Lin family, Tang Fenglian glanced at the time, and then looked at Lin Xiao who had not returned yet, and couldn't help but become worried. His father, go and see why these two children haven't come back yet? Lin Jinsen was also a little anxious, so he went to see it with Lin Jinhai. 10 minutes later, the two men came back with grim faces. Looking at their expressions, Tang Fenglian immediately realized that something bad had happened and asked quickly, Dad, what's wrong with you? Lin Jinsen had a sullen face and said nothing. Seeing this, Lin Jinhai spoke. Fenglian, we went to Li Qingshuo's house. His family member Li Hu was injured, but nothing serious. Xiao Xiao and Xiao Jun were said to have been arrested for provoking trouble. What? Tang Fenglian was so anxious that she collapsed to the ground in anger. Upon hearing this, Wang Tsuehua hurriedly questioned, What did you say? You said Xiao Jun and Xiao Xiao were arrested? What should we do? Zhao Haiteng and others were so anxious that they started asking questions immediately. At this time, Lin Jinsen's family was already at a loss. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. Wang Tsuehua asked quickly, Feng Lian, isn't your Xiao Xiao promising? You should quickly think of a way to see if he knows anyone in this field. Hearing this, Yang Xiaomei finally reacted and hurriedly looked at Lin Jinsen and Tang Fenglian tentatively. Dad, Mom, do you think Sister Xiaomei can help? When Tang Fenglian heard this, she immediately said excitedly, Yes, this child has great powers. Maybe he can be of help. Xiaomei, don't you have her phone number? Give her a try. Yang Xiaomei nodded, took out her cell phone and pressed the button. In Kaiyang City, when Xiaomei just returned to the office from the vegetable store, the phone rang. She took it out, looked at it and picked it up. Xiaomei, why did you think of calling me? Yang Xiaomei choked up. Sister Xiaomei, something happened. Lin Xiao was arrested. Xiaomei on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned and asked nervously, What's going on? Yang Xiaomei didn't say anything, but glanced at Lin Jinsen and others. Because the phone was on speakerphone, they could hear it too. Chapter 96, Xiaomei's Confession. Upon seeing this, Tang Fenglian quickly took the phone and explained the whole story. After listening to this, Xiaomei said angrily, It's simply lawless, Auntie. Leave this matter to me. I'll do it for you. After saying that, he hung up the phone. At this moment, Xiaomei in the office was so angry that she was furious. It's simply lawless and unruly, turning the tables. At this moment, after hearing the noise, there was a knock on the door. Mr. Xiao, are you okay? Upon hearing this, Xiaomei quickly calmed herself down and said in a deep voice, I'm fine, go get busy. Afterwards, she hesitated for a long time and called her father Xiao Tianxi. Haha, my dear daughter, you still remember to call me so late? Xiaomei said coquettishly into the phone. Dad, I miss you. Haha, you silly girl, you only know how to coax your dad. Tell me, what did you ask your dad to do this time? Hee hee, Dad still understands me. By the way, Dad, do you still remember Lin Xiao? Lin Xiao? Xiao Tianxi pondered for a while. Are you talking about the young man from the hotel last time? Yes, Dad, it's him. Well, this young man gave me a very good first impression. What happened to him? Xiaomei did not hide anything and told them about the fire at Lin Xiao's house, and also said that the other party was powerful and bit back, which led to their imprisonment. After listening, Xiao Tianxi did not rush to respond to Xiaomei, but asked with a smile, You want to save him? Xiaomei nodded into the phone and responded softly, Daughter, why are you so interested in Lin Xiao? Could it be that you have fallen in love with him? Xiaomei's pretty face turned red, and her mind couldn't help but think of all the experiences she had with Lin Xiao. For a moment, her heart became complicated. Xiao Tianxi on the other end of the phone smiled slightly and continued speaking. What? Did I hit the nail on the head? Xiaomei quickly regained her composure and argued. No, I just. At this point, she found that she didn't know what to say. She did have some feelings for Lin Xiao, but she knew that he already had a fiancé. She really wanted to talk about her cooperation with Lin Xiao, but this was a surprise she prepared for her father. She quickly swallowed the words back when they came to her lips and said coquettishly, Dad, don't ask me anymore. Don't you think he's pretty good too? Maybe if we help him once, he will give us an unexpected reward in the future? In fact, this was just an unintentional remark from Xiaomei, but she didn't expect it to come true in the future. Of course, all this is just a story for the future. Just hear Xiao Tianxi continue to speak with a smile. Daughter, you know that the relationship between us is getting less each time we use it, and we have to owe a huge favor to someone. If you don't tell Dad the truth, I don't think it's worth it for me to do this just because we are friends or I think highly of you. Now that you've grown up and taken over the company's business, you're now fully responsible for the Tianxiang Hotel. Your indecisiveness has caused Dad to be a little worried. Dad, when did you become so ruthless? Daughter, this is not ruthlessness. We are businessmen, and everything for businessmen is profit-oriented, right? Xiaomei remained silent, because what her father said was not wrong. Finally, after an ideological struggle, she slowly spoke. Dad, he and I have a partnership, and I own 40% of the shares of the Lin Holdings Group he founded. Haha, so that's the case. I've always been curious about why you insisted on calling on people to show your support in my name. That's what I was thinking about at the time. You damn girl, you don't even trust your dad. No, Dad, I just wanted to give you a surprise when we get started. Well, in that case, I have an obligation to save him. Where was he captured? Wusu County. Okay, Wait for my news. After saying that, the father and daughter ended the call. Xiaomei sat back in her chair and couldn't help but laugh as she recalled the time they had spent together. If other people knew or saw Xiaomei's behavior, they would definitely be shocked. Because Xiaomei is the cold goddess and domineering president in their hearts. Wusu County. At this moment, Lin Xiao and Shouho were locked in a dark room. The skinny monkey asked nervously, "Mr. Lin, where is this?" However, before Lin Xiao could respond, the prison guard clapped his hands through the iron gate and said, "It's time to eat, both of you. Take your time to enjoy this visual feast. I hope you can hold on." After saying this, the prison guard left with a smile on his face. Pa! With a crisp sound, the originally dark room suddenly became extremely bright. The dazzling light made Lin Xiao subconsciously lower his head and use his hands to block the strong light. Haha, there has been no fresh blood for a long time. My sword has been thirsty for blood for a long time. Hearing the voice, Lin Xiao raised his head slightly and saw 4 big men looking at him with murderous expressions. And when he saw them, it was like seeing peerless beauties, full of bloodthirstiness, cruelty, and impulse. Lin Xiao was also looking at them at this time. He could tell at a glance that they were the type that were not easy to mess with. More importantly, he actually felt a slight fluctuation of true qi from them. Just this kind of momentum made the skinny monkey tremble with fear. The first person to speak was a bearded man with a round body, a face full of fat, and a face covered with thick hair. He glanced at the remaining 3 people and spoke in a threatening tone. "This prey is mine, and the thin one is yours. We will take turns playing with them." After saying that, the bearded man rubbed his chubby hands and walked over with an evil smile on his face. "Kid, there haven't been any new people here for a long time. I'll beat you to death, or I'll beat you to death. You can choose which one." Lin Xiao knew that today might not end peacefully. It seemed that the other party wanted their lives. In this case, can Lin Xiao just sit there and wait for death? Besides, he is no longer the same person he was before. If he were his old self, he might have really died here today. Can I choose the third option? Good boy. You actually dared to bargain with me, your grandpa. Very good. You have succeeded in irritating me. As he said that, the bearded man rubbed his fists and walked towards Lin Xiao fiercely. Lin Xiao's expression turned cold, and when he hooked his finger at him, the bearded man exploded. He started a fierce attack on Lin Xiao, but he found that no matter how hard he hit, he could not touch Lin Xiao's body. Instead, he was so tired that he was gasping for breath. He knew that he had run into a tough guy today, and said angrily, "Boy, are you a loach? Don't run if you have the guts. Fight with Grandpa for 300 rounds.